Under the brilliant sunlight of Sunhai City, where the deep blue sea shimmered like jade, rays of light streamed through the window glass, filling the space with a lively sense of peace. In the cozy little room, a gentle woman was holding her son and softly nursing him. She whispered softly, her voice full of love. He ate so much, and Zishan still sleeps so soundly. Mommy is really jealous. I've lost sleep taking care of you. Her gaze fell on her son, gentler than ever. Even if it cost her sleep, as long as he grew up healthy, it would all be worth it. Unlike ordinary children, this little boy carried within him a mysterious system. Energy plus one. Energy plus one. Energy plus one. In his mind, he was stunned. Ive transmigratet, and become a newborn baby with an underdeveloped brain. A system panel appeared before his eyes. Lin Zishan, 3 days old. Biological rank, ordinary tier, 1. Biological attributes, none. He could not hide his shock, so I even got a cheat too. Time passed quietly, and by the time Lin Zishan was 3 months old, the love of his parents warmed his heart like fire. His mother smiled and said gently, "Baby is lying on your lap again? He doesn't cry or fuss at all. You're such a good boy. Mommy worries so much less because of you." His father, Lin Yansheng, also chimed in brightly. "This boy looks like he's gifted physically. In the future, he'll definitely become a high-level gene fuser. Just wait and see. Even at worst, he'll definitely become a modified cyborg." His mother, Zhang Yuanxin, looked at him with hope shining in her eyes. Just then, the system panel in front of him displayed a notification. Achievement reached, rolled over a total of 10,000 times. Reward obtained, biological attribute, only advance, never retreat. As long as one body part is trained continuously, that part can grow endlessly stronger, though it cannot exceed the limits of a carbon-based life form. Looking at the tempting reward, Lin Zishan was briefly confused, not fully understanding it yet. 3 months had passed, and he had completed his first system mission. The skill only advance, never retreat, allowed him to feel the strength in his body gradually improving. Countless visions of the future flashed through his mind, and he wondered, but what exactly are the gene fusers and modified cyborgs Dad was talking about? Are they like Spider-Man or Iron Man? A month later, when he turned 4 months old, on a quiet night after the whole family had fallen asleep, Lin Zishan was still training diligently in the living room. The system notified him, "You're learning to crawl. Vitality plus 1. Body coordination plus 1. Crawling proficiency plus 1. He thought to himself, "I can already sit and crawl at 4 months. To avoid shocking my parents, I only dare practice at night." By the time he was 5 months old, he could already walk, but only secretly in the dark. The system continued, "You're learning to walk. Vitality plus 1. Body coordination plus 1. Walking proficiency plus 1. Thanks to only advance, never retreat." He could walk at just 5 months old, but he had to keep it a secret. It was not until he was 6 months old that Lin Zishan finally dared to show his parents that he could sit and crawl. At 6 months old, he could finally crawl and sit freely in front of them. On the TV, a breaking news broadcast sounded out. "What kind of life do you want to live? Mechanical modifiers or gene fusers?" Next, a report related to mutant beasts. Gene fusers and mechanical modifiers unite to fight the mutant beasts. For the first time, he realized that this Earth was completely different from the one he had known before transmigrating. This was a world where terrifying mutant beasts ran rampant. To deal with them, humanity had developed 2 paths: mechanical modification, using technology to strengthen the body, or fusion with mutant beast genes, using their power against them. Lin Zishan thought to himself, "Luckily, I have the system. That's enough for me to grow safely and evolve in this dangerous world." Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, making him turn around in surprise. Outside the door, a woman appeared and said, "Hello, my name is Su Ming. We're the new neighbors next door." She smiled and held out a gift. "This is a little greeting gift." Then she turned and introduced the others. "These 2 are my husband, Shun Jianya, and my daughter, Shun Qinghan. We hope you'll look after us from now on." That was the first day Lin Zishan met Shun Qinghan, his first friend in this world. He thought to himself, "Will our fates become deeply entwined in the future?" Time passed, and by 7 months old, he had gained astonishing control over his body. The system notified him, "You are learning to run. Vitality plus 1. Body coordination plus 1. Running speed plus 1. Running technique plus 1. You are learning to jump. Vitality plus 1. Body coordination plus 1. Jump height plus 1. Jumping technique plus 1. You're talking to yourself. Spirit plus 1. Language ability plus 1. Expressive ability +1. Thanks to only advance, never retreat, he mastered running, jumping, and speaking in just 7 months. By the time he was 8 months old, Lin Zixin had begun doing high-intensity sit-ups. The system sounded again. You were doing sit-ups. Vitality +1. Sit-up proficiency progress +1. Abdominal strength +1. He thought to himself, at 8 months old, I can already do sit-ups and push-ups, but I only dare practice when my parents aren't home. However, an unexpected accident happened. Right as he was doing sit-ups, Zhang Yuanxin walked in and froze at the sight. She rubbed her eyes and wondered in alarm, what's going on? Why is Zixin doing sit-ups? But when she looked again, she saw that he had already fallen asleep. She shook her head and thought to herself, I must have written so many novels that I'm losing my mind and hallucinating. Zhang Yuanxin was a novelist who specialized in fiction aimed at male readers. Escaping his mother's suspicion, Lin Zixin let out a sigh of relief. That was close. I need to be more careful next time. A few days later, while his mother was bathing him, Zhang Yuanxin suddenly shouted in panic, Honey, something big has happened. Come here quickly. Hearing his wife's alarmed cry, Lin Yinxing rushed in and asked anxiously, Wife, what is it? Zhang Yuanxin answered in confusion. Why does our Zixin already have abs at only 8 months old? Hearing that, he thought it over, his eyes growing thoughtful at the unusual signs shown by his son. Zixin's appetite has already far surpassed children his age, and now he even has solid abs? After pondering for a moment, Lin Yinxing suddenly lit up and exclaimed happily, I get it. Honey, could our son be a 1 in 10,000 genius? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He secretly told himself that Zixin was bound to have a brilliant future and would very likely become a gene fuser or at least a mechanically modified human. Lin Yansheng, a novelist who wrote stories for male audiences, felt secretly pleased with this idea. And just like that, Lin Zixin's secret was hidden once again. He thought to himself, I really didn't expect Dad to think I'm a genius. Having parents who are both novelists is actually pretty lucky. As for geniuses, he told himself he surely wasn't the only one on this strange planet. While sitting and watching TV with his mother, a breaking news report suddenly appeared. A young genius from the 5th-ranked Marshall family in the capital, only 2 years old, had already been able to lift a 20-kilogram weight with one hand. Zhang Yuanxin gently rubbed his head and smiled. Our Zixin is amazing too. In the future, you definitely won't lose to that little genius from the great family. Lin Zixin's big eyes sparkled as he thought, that's my mom. She really knows how to judge people. But when I turn 2, will I really be able to lift 20 kilograms that easily? Just as expected, on his 2nd birthday, in the storage room, he lifted a 20-kilogram dumbbell. He cheered inwardly. I'm finally 2 years old. Thanks to only advance, never retreat, I can now easily lift 20 kilograms with one hand. Before he could enjoy the joy for long, his mother's voice came from outside the storage room, making him jump. Zixin, where are you? Little Han-in came to play with you. Why aren't you coming out yet? Hearing that, he could only dust off his clothes and walk out. Lin Zixin reached out and opened the storage room door. Unexpectedly, the sight before him left him stunned. Shun Qinghan, also 2 years old, stood at the door in a pretty dress, holding an egg tart in her hand and babbling, Eggy, egg tart for Zixin. He smiled and replied, Thanks. You eat it yourself. Shun Qinghan, though the same age, still spoke in a childish voice, pronouncing things unclearly. Because the gap in their intelligence was so large, it was hard for the two of them to really play together. Han-in usually fell asleep right after eating, while he took the chance to exercise. He liked playing with Han-in because she was the perfect weight for his workouts. Lost in thought, Lin Zixin suddenly sensed that something was wrong and widened his eyes. What was the small problem with this weight? It turned out Shun Qinghan had fallen asleep and wet the floor. He shouted, Mom. Han-in wet herself again. This was also something that puzzled him, because Han-in had this kind of accident from time to time. And he did not stop there. By the time he was 3 years old, Lin Zixin could already lift 40 kilograms. He thought proudly, at 3, I can lift 30 kilograms with one hand. On TV, there was a new report about a 4.5-year-old prodigy in the capital lifting 30 kilograms with one hand. He thought to himself, I've already surpassed the prodigies of my time by far. An information panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Lin Zixin. Age, 3. Rank, ordinary biological tier, 1. Biological attribute, only advanced advance, never retreat. He studied it carefully and wondered, but ordinary tier 1 is still the lowest rank. What is ordinary tier 2 like? Does it exceed human limits? Carrying that question, he stepped out into the outside world for the first time. Seeing this new world, he guessed inwardly that those snail-like things and robots were probably cyborgs and gene fusers. The first place he went was the library, because his parents limited his use of electronic devices. The library was the perfect place to answer all his questions. Seeing Lin Zixin eagerly run in to look for books, Zhang Yuanxin asked in surprise, "Zixin, the children's reading area is here. Where are you going?" Shen Qinghan ran after him, calling, "Zixin, wait for me." Unlike children his age, Lin Zixin chose to read the Encyclopedia of Mutant Beasts. Su Meng smiled and praised him. "Looks like he's got the genes of a top student." Shen Qinghan asked innocently, "Zixin, I still have some cookies left. Do you want some?" He replied, "Thanks, I want to read." "You eat them yourself." Through the books, he began to understand more about this mutated world. An ancient stone tablet in mysterious ruins recorded that the world was divided into 6 biological levels: ordinary, advanced, rare, manifestation, legendary, and mythic. Each level had 9 stages, and ordinary humanity was only at gene level 1. In front of higher-level life forms, they were no different from ants. He told himself, "It looks like I need to speed up my growth if I want to survive in this dangerous world." Just then, the system gave a mechanical notification. "You are reading. Spirit +1. Reading comprehension +1. Knowledge +1. Achievement. Cumulative reading comprehension reaches 100 million words. Reward. Biological attribute. Heavenly insight and wisdom. Current cumulative reading 108,600/100 million words. The system seemed to understand him and assigned a new mission. From now on, he could excel in both literary and martial pursuits. At the age of 4, Lin Zixin trained while reading at the Mutant Beast Library. The system continued to notify him. Spirit +1. Reading comprehension +1. Knowledge +1. Cumulative reading 4.396 million/100 million words. In the days that followed, he never stopped reading and exercising. At age 4, he entered kindergarten and was led into Class C by the homeroom teacher. Soon after, he advanced to ordinary tier 2, able to lift 80 kilograms with one hand, jump 1.2 meters straight up from a standstill, and run 100 meters in under 11 seconds. The information panel appeared again. Name, Lin Zixin. Age, 4. Biological rank, ordinary tier 2. Attribute, only advance, never retreat. These achievements were difficult even for adults, much less a kindergartner. As the saying goes, with greater power comes greater responsibility. In class, Shen Qinghan was being bullied by the other children. Shen Qinghan, now 4 years old, still occasionally had accidents and wet herself. The other children often mocked her and even gave her the nickname Wedding Queen. So when he saw Han In being bullied in kindergarten, how could he just stand by? Witnessing the scene, Lin Zixin could not hold back. He immediately rushed forward and stood in front of the group of children, his stern voice ringing through the classroom as if it could shake the whole place. "Shut up, all of you." He even threatened them. "If any of you dare call her Wedding Queen again, I'll turn that person into the Wedding King. Is that clear?" Startled by his loud shout, the children in the class burst into tears. Only Shen Qinghan stood there, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Vav, Daddy, I am scared." "Wah, Mommy, I want to go home." "Wah, I won't dare do it again. I don't want to come to kindergarten anymore." Half a year later, he successfully completed the reading task and received the biological attribute, Heavenly Insight and Root of Wisdom. From then on, his learning ability reached the peak of humanity. Cumulative reading reached 100 million words. Mission completed. Biological attribute obtained. Heavenly Insight and Root of Wisdom. Heavenly Insight and Root of Wisdom. See once and never forget. Learning ability reaches the peak of human potential. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, he was almost 7 and had smoothly graduated from kindergarten. Lin Zixin's strength had advanced astonishingly. He could now lift 200 kilograms with one hand. During the break before elementary school, he continued training and constantly improving himself. Not only that, his jumping ability had become exceptional as well. This time, he reached 2 meters, and his running speed was extraordinary too. He could now complete 100 meters in under 8 seconds. That early morning at Sunshine Elementary School in Sun High City, he officially stepped into primary education. Since he had already taught himself the middle school and high school curriculum in advance, conquering elementary school was easy. Winning prizes was only a small matter. What mattered was quickly claiming the title of Big Boss of elementary school. At the National Elementary Mathematics Competition, Lin Zixin won first place. His teacher was so happy she nearly cried as she praised him. Well done, little Zixin. Next week's language competition is counting on you too. Do your best. Usually at school, whenever he had free time, he tutored Shin Qinghan. Pointing at the book, he looked at her and said, "Read it after me once, grandmother." She stumbled through it. G gut mouth my. He cut her off at once. No, that's wrong. Read again. Although Shen Qinghan did not have any special talent, she was very obedient and hardworking. After just one semester, her grades ranked second in the entire grade, while first place was naturally him. Today our class is welcoming a transfer student. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, that new female student began walking in. She carried an aura around her that felt unlike that of ordinary people. The teacher continued, "Everyone, welcome our classmate Bai Shui." The reason he said she was special was because he truly sensed a trace of something inhuman from her. On the surface, Bai Shui was very beautiful, just as her name suggested. Her platinum hair, fair skin, and rosy cheeks made her stand out even more in the crowd. The moment Shin Qinghan saw her pass by, she could not help turning excitedly towards Zixin and whispering, "Little Zixin, her hair is so pretty. It's like snowflakes in winter." He did not answer, his gaze thoughtful as he thought. Right now, I have absolutely no intention of replying to Shin Qinghan. After returning to her seat, Bai Shui quietly pulled out her chair and slowly sat down. Her seat was directly behind Zixin. He wondered in confusion. What concerned me more is why Bai Shui has an aura that doesn't belong to a human. Could she be a gene fuser or a descendant of one? Time continued to pass like that. Over the following days, Bai Shui did not interact with anyone. As soon as class ended, she would lie motionless on her desk. She rarely even went to the restroom. At first, everyone was curious about her, but over time, no one paid attention to her anymore. The classroom returned to its original calm. It was more than a month later before that calm was truly broken. During that period, some white liquid began to seep from Bai Shui's body. I don't know exactly what the liquid was, but it smelled very unpleasant. So much of it flowed out that even her clothes were soaked through. Yet she did not seem to care about it at all and treated it as something normal. Everyone who walked past avoided her, pinched their noses, and complained. What exactly is that stuff on her? Yeah, seriously, this seems kind of familiar. Looks like she isn't very clean. As soon as those words were spoken, a boy in the class picked up a bottle of water and poured it directly over Bai Shui's head, catching her completely off guard. "I'm a nice guy, so I'll help you out. Bathing will make you healthier." Hearing those mocking words, she was so angry that her hands clenched tightly and her body trembled uncontrollably. Her soaked hair hung down over her pretty face, and she bit down so hard that even her lips were caught between her teeth. He had thought Bai Shui would explode in anger and make a scene, but no, tears poured from the corners of her eyes in silent humiliation. Even so, those students still did not let her off and stood there laughing gleefully together. Shen Qinghan walked over to Zixin, worry in her eyes, and asked softly, "Little Zixin, Bai Shui is so pitiful. Can we help her?" He hesitated inwardly. What's going on here? I always thought Bai Shui was dangerous, but why is she crying like this now? With no other choice, he stepped forward, determined to help her out of the situation. Although he still did not know Bai Shui's true identity, in her current state, she did not seem dangerous at all. At the very least, right now, she was just a fragile girl being bullied by others. Thinking that, Zixin grabbed the shoulder of that boy's shirt and said sharply, "Guan Shan." His face darkened, making him look frightening. As he ordered, "Wipe the water off Bai Shui's desk." Faced with that pressure, Guan Shun turned pale, sweat pouring off him, and stammered hurriedly, "And no problem. I'll clean it up right away." As soon as he finished speaking, he frantically took out tissues and wiped all the water from Bai Shui's desk. Inwardly, he thought, Lin Zixin is famous throughout the school for excelling in both academics and fighting. Even sixth graders don't dare mess with him. I'd better just do what he says. Then, so that no one would dare bully Bai Shui again, Zixin pointed directly at Guanshun and said in a ringing voice, "Everyone who is bullied by Shui during this time, come here and apologize to her now." The students did not dare argue. All of them pulled miserable faces, nodded repeatedly, and answered in unison. The group lined up, bowed their heads to Bai Shui, and apologized together. "We were wrong, Bai Shui. We're sorry. Please forgive us. We won't dare bully you again." Having received their apologies, Bai Shui did not want to make a big issue out of it, so she simply nodded lightly and let it pass. She looked at Zixin and Qinghan and said emotionally, "Lin Zixin, Shun Qinghan, thank you. Thank you, both of you." Qinghan smiled gently, draped a towel over Bai Shui's shoulders, and replied, "Don't be so polite. It's only natural for classmates to help each other when someone's in trouble." From then on, Qinghan became much closer to the white-haired girl and even pulled Zishan along to be friends with her too. Whenever she had something tasty, she always shared it with Bai Shui first. As the three of them chatted happily, Bai Shui suddenly said hesitantly, "Oh, right." Her eyes showed embarrassment as she looked at them and asked, "I smell bad. Don't you two dislike me?" She remembered her childhood, when other children mocked her because of her body odor. "Sorry, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that ever since I was little, the people around me have always kept their distance from me and hated me. So the happiness of having someone by my side for the first time, it doesn't feel real. It feels like I'm dreaming." Hearing those words, Qinghan interrupted without the slightest hesitation. "No, this isn't a dream." She smiled warmly and continued, "I've had experiences like yours too, so I'll never hate you. And besides, as long as you're willing." As she spoke, Qinghan reached out her hand toward Bai Shui, as if to prove her sincerity. "We'll be best friends forever." Seeing that gesture, Bai Shui did not hesitate. She threw herself forward and hugged Qinghan tightly, choking with emotion. Thank you, both of you." Suddenly, she paused as if remembering something. "Oh right." Bai Shui removed the necklace from her neck and held it out in front of the two of them. "Henin, little Zishan, you two always cook delicious food for me, and you're my friends too, so I want to give you something as well." In her hand was a necklace with a pendant shaped like two beast fangs. This pair of beast fangs was a birthday gift my mother gave me last year. Now I'm giving it to you. I hope you don't mind. And also, I hope we'll always be good friends. Qing'an did not refuse. She accepted the necklace as a symbol of the three of their friendship and smiled brightly. "We'll be best friends forever." But that happiness did not last long. Just when Qing'an thought this friendship would last forever, unexpected news came crashing down. She froze. "What? You mean Bai Shui is transferring schools?" Zisha nodded seriously. "That's right. I saw her going through the transfer procedure with my own eyes." He recalled passing by the principal's office and seeing Bai Shui and her father finish the paperwork. "Thank you, sir," Bai Shui had said. The principal replied, "It's nothing. Bai Shui's transfer procedure is complete, and the information has been kept fully confidential." Thinking of that, Zishan became even more certain that Bai Shui's identity was far from simple. From then on, they never saw Bai Shui again. She became like a fleeting shadow in their childhood. Time drifted by quietly until one night when a moon shone bright and full overhead. Compared to Bai Shui's departure, what happened next was what truly occupied Zishan's mind. As he massaged his mother's shoulders, Zishan asked carefully, "Mom, is the pressure okay?" She smiled and replied, "It's good. I spent the whole day writing today, so it's a good thing little Zishan helped massage my shoulders. I feel much better now." Earlier, with a boost from heavenly insight and root of wisdom, he had already mastered professional massage techniques, and their effectiveness had far exceeded expectations. As they were speaking, the TV suddenly aired a breaking news report. Next is a major piece of news. The capital prodigy has achieved another miracle. At the age of 10, he has successfully fused with mutant beast genes and can lift 1,000 gene boulder with one hand. Hearing the news, Zishan stared wide-eyed in shock, his mouth falling open. Was it him? Had he already begun beast gene fusion? Lin Yinsheng came out of the bathroom, drying his hair as he asked, "Is it that capital prodigy again? He really looks good on camera. Could this be some kind of publicity stunt to make him famous, then cash in by selling products?" He fell silent for a moment, then said, "Still, they're a 1,000-year martial arts clan. Maybe they really do possess advanced gene fusion technology." Zhang Yuanxin frowned and replied, "But they still can't use their own child as a test subject, can they?" Lin Yinshang calmly countered, "For a martial arts clan, sacrificing personal interest for the family is the true way. Otherwise, they could never preserve their reputation." Irritated, she cut him off. All right, you know best." While his parents argued, Lin Zishan stood quietly, lost in thought. The capital prodigy had once only been able to lift a 100-kilogram weight with one hand, but after gene fusion, he could lift 500 kilograms, 5 times as much. Lin Zishan compared him to himself in silence. "When I was only 8, I could already lift 300 kilograms without any gene fusion." Thinking of this, he clenched his fists, confidence surging through him. It seemed his own potential was still greater. He had been full of hope for the future, but the next news report made his heart go cold. On the TV, a scene of smoke and flames appeared, accompanied by the announcer's urgent voice. "Breaking news. A serious attack by mutant beast has occurred in a neighboring country. The screen showed grotesque monsters capturing innocent people. According to footage from witnesses, the attack involved giant rats. An unfortunate girl was seized by one of them and dragged toward its sharp fangs. "Help me! Someone save me!" Before she could finish, the mutant beast swallowed her whole. Blood splattered everywhere, and her scream was cut off. After the riot, investigators quickly identified the force behind it. Cultists were behind the attack by the mutated rats. I hope every nation will support Hua in wiping out the cult. The cult was an anti-human organization created by traitors, people willing to become the beast's lackeys and attack humanity. Lin Zixin thought to himself that he was lucky to have been born in a stable great power, one strong enough for him to grow and develop safely. But before he could settle himself, a thunderous explosion outside made his face go pale and his eyes widen in alarm. There was an explosion outside the window. He rushed over at once, heart pounding. Lin Zixin swiftly pulled back the curtain, and the sight before him left him stunned. Countless people with mechanized bodies were flying through the sky in the same direction. Why are there so many government, cyborg-modified people flying past? I hope this isn't a bad sign, he thought uneasily. The next morning, brilliant sunlight spread over the neighborhood. Lin Zixin and Shun Qinghan were on their way to school. He urged her, "Hurry up, we're going to be late." She smiled and replied, "Sorry to keep you waiting." Suddenly, Lin Zixin froze, his eyes widening. "Huh?" He hurried over and grabbed the glowing beast tooth hanging around Shun Qinghan's neck. "Henin, your beast tooth is glowing." She looked surprised. "Huh, it really is." This was the first time Lin Zixin had ever seen such a thing, and he was baffled. Could this really be a mutant beast tooth? No wonder Bai Shui had such a strange aura. That aura must have come from this tooth. The light only flashed for a moment, so neither of them had time to investigate further. But the gathering of the cyborgs last night and the strange phenomenon from the Fong made Lin Zixin feel increasingly uneasy, as if something bad were coming. On the street, they happened to pass a scantily dressed woman who was standing there smoking. As the two of them walked by, she spoke up. "Wow, what cute kid." Staring at them, she asked, "Are you brother and sister or sisters?" Shun Qinghan innocently smiled and answered, "We're not real siblings. We're childhood sweethearts and also each other's best friend." The woman curled her lips. "Childhood sweethearts? That really is enough to make people jealous." She continued probing them. "Say, you're both so young, and you already go to school by yourselves? Where are your parents?" Shun Qinghan was about to answer, but Lin Zixin quickly grabbed her hand and cut in. "Stop talking. We're about to be late. Come on." He pulled her straight ahead without looking back. In the end, the two of them arrived at school on time. Lin Zixin turned to remind her, "In the future, don't answer strangers, okay?" She nodded. I know." The school day passed quickly. By the time classes ended, the sunset had dyed the sky crimson. On the way home, Lin Zixin and Shun Qinghan had to cross a deserted little alley. Looking at the stillness around them and seeing not a single person, Shun Qinghan shivered slightly and said worriedly, "Little Shun, this alley is way too quiet. It feels kind of gloomy." Lin Zixin reassured her, "This place is going to be demolished next week. All the residents have already moved out, so of course it's quiet." Before he could say more, a familiar figure suddenly appeared. "There you are, kids. School's finally over, huh?" It was the very woman they had met that morning. She continued, "Brother Chong, no need to keep looking. The two kids are with me." Lin Zixin instantly sensed danger and quickly stepped in front of Shun Qinghan, thanking her. "After school, I deliberately took Henin a different route to avoid retracing this morning's path. I didn't expect her to keep following us." A vicious glint flashed in the woman's eyes, and she smiled. "Little friend, my place has lots of delicious food. Do you want to come play with me?" Suddenly, a rough-looking man behind her interrupted. "That woman's full of nonsense. No more wasting time." He pulled out a handkerchief soaked in anesthetic and rushed straight at Lin Zixin and Shun Qinghan, intending to knock them out and kidnap them. The man showed an evil grin and muttered, "I'm in a hurry to sell you for cash." But Lin Zixin was not someone who would just take a beating. He clenched his fist, twisted his body, and threw a powerful punch straight at the man. The attack was so fast the man had no time to react. He was struck square in the chest, and fresh blood sprayed from his mouth. The blow sent the huge man flying backward, slamming hard into the wall. The woman was stunned. Turning back, she thought, this is impossible. How could an elementary school student send an adult flying? Before she could understand what had happened, Lin Zixin had already flashed in front of her. His fist shot out and hit her directly in the face, twisting her features and knocking her backward. Not stopping there, Lin Zixin bent down and picked up a brick from the ground. His eyes were cold, murderous intent visible on his face. There are no cameras around here. To avoid trouble later, it looks like I can only deal with him for good. Even though he did not want to, he knew that if they told anyone what had happened, his abilities would be exposed, ruining his survival plan and his path to becoming stronger. But before he could act, the ground suddenly shook violently, accompanied by a deafening explosion. What's happening? Why is there suddenly an earthquake? Lin Zixin was bewildered. Not far away, a gigantic clawed hand dug into the wall. Before his eyes was a giant mutated rat. A giant mutated rat? He blurted out. The beast opened its mouth and lunged at the unconscious woman on the ground. In a single second, it bit off half her body before she could even feel the pain. The rat then lifted the man beside her. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Zixin rushed to Shen Qinghan, who was standing there frozen in horror. She stammered, "Lil Shun, what? What is that?" He hugged her tightly and answered urgently, "It's a giant mutated rat." The moment he finished speaking, he dashed out of the alley with her. "We need to hide somewhere safe." As they fled, a girl in strange clothing suddenly appeared in the sky and flew straight toward the rat. Seeing this, Lin Zixin breathed a sigh of relief. Is she a cyborg-modified fighter? The rat had only just appeared, and reinforcements were already here. They really are fast, not allowing the beast to run wild. The blonde cyborg girl raised her hand and fired out a powerful stream of energy. She shouted, "Energy gun!" A series of small tubes extended from her arm. Then she continued, "Sleeping gas." The instant the words left her mouth, small missiles carrying sedative smoke shot straight at the rat, throwing it into panic before it could escape. Explosions rang out one after another. Earth and stone burst apart, smoke and dust filled the air, and the barrage kept pounding down. The rat was visibly exhausted. The cyborg girl followed with a killing strike, slashing straight into its belly. Lin Zixin judged in silence. This girl's level isn't that high. She first used sedative rounds to weaken it, then needed 7 minutes of close combat to finish it off. But giant mutated rats really are hard to deal with. Once mature, they grow over 3 meters long, with a biological level equivalent to an ordinary 5th rank. I was lucky to survive today. I need to train even harder, he thought. The system suddenly notified him. Weighted squats completed. Vitality and leg strength +2. Squat proficiency +1. Though the threat of mutated rats still remained, life went on. Before long, Lin Zixin and Shen Qinghan celebrated their 9th birthday. After making their wishes, they exchanged gifts. Thanks to his heavenly insight root, Lin Zixin had taught himself overnight how to carve a wooden hairpin for Shen Qinghan. When she received the special gift, her face lit up and she cried happily, "Thank you, little Shun. This hairpin is so beautiful. I love it." In the blink of an eye, the two of them graduated from elementary school and intermiddle school. The system announced, "Achievement unlocked," dominated the 9-year compulsory education program. Reward, biological trait, the strong prey on the weak. Title, kindergarten king obtained. Elementary school boss obtained. Middle school tyrant, not yet obtained. Thinking about it, Lin Zixin could not help feeling excited. Almost there. I'm about to get the middle school tyrant title and receive the biological trait, the strong prey on the weak. During the vacation, in order to quickly earn the title and further increase his strength, he kept up high-intensity training every single day. The system regularly updated his progress. You have completed 1,000 weighted push-ups. Vitality, arm strength, and chest strength +2,000. Push-up mastery +1,000. Right before the new school year began, Lin Zixin's biological level broke through to ordinary 3rd rank. The system continued. You have completed a 10-kilometer variable speed run. Vitality +4,396. Speed and endurance +1,000. Body coordination +1,000. Running speed +1,000. Running technique +1,000. He could now lift 700 kilograms with one hand, jump 4 meters straight up, and sprint 100 meters in 6 seconds. Lin Zixin had no idea what level the capital prodigy had reached, but at that very moment, on the night before school started, the TV aired a report about him. The 14-year-old prodigy from the capital has fused with giant ant genes and can easily lift 2,000 kilograms of alloy with one hand. Lin Zixin quickly calculated. Aunt Jean's increased strength by 4 to 8 times, so his real strength is only around 400 kilograms. Then I'm still stronger, he told himself, eagerly looking forward to the day he could undergo gene fusion. His middle school life began. As the top elementary school student in the entire city, Lin Zixin was courted by all the leading schools. In the end, he chose Shanghai School on the condition that Shun Qinghan will be placed in the same class as him. On enrollment day, the principal and homeroom teacher warmly welcomed him and said, "Little Shun, do your best. You're the best of the best. The principal has very high hopes for you." They placed great expectations on him. From now on, the school will be depending on you in every competition. After a few polite exchanges, Lin Zixin excused himself and left. He and Shen Qinghan had arranged to play badminton and make use of the school's modern sports facilities. Holding the shuttlecock, Shun Qinghan called out, "Little Shun, let's start." But her curved serve was intercepted by an older student. He spoke up, "You two are new here, right? This place is reserved for a special event for our graduating class." 2 others surrounded Shun Qinghan and teased, "But this little girl can stay. The seniors here can take turns practicing our skills with her." Yeah. If you don't know how to play, we'll teach you step by step," one of them laughed. Shun Qinghan protested indignantly. "Even if you're older, you still have to follow the rules, don't you? We got here first." Lin Zixin coldly ordered, "Stay away from her. First come, first served. I don't need to explain the rules any further, do I?" The senior, Yi Qing, replied arrogantly, "Who says there are rules like that? Even if the Jade Emperor himself got here first today, I'd still take this spot." Holding the shuttlecock, he declared, "Listen carefully. For now on my rules." Lin Zixin leaped up, tossed the shuttlecock into the air, and smashed it down hard. "Are the rules?" The shuttlecock shot forward at terrifying speed, destroying Yi Qing's racket on impact. He and his 2 lackeys were horrified. Too fast. Is he even human? Could he be gene-fused? But that's impossible at his age. They panicked, afraid that if they got hit, their heads would explode. All 3 lowered their heads and apologized. "Sorry, we understand the rules now. We'll be leaving first. You 2 take your time and enjoy yourselves." The news spread quickly, and from then on, no one at school dared bully them. Middle school was much like elementary school, only bigger and with a better environment. Lin Zixin completed the curriculum, read extracurricular books during the day, and at night trained and learned new skills from the internet. Thanks to his heavenly insight route, he became proficient in cooking, photography, driving, swimming, wilderness survival, and many sports. To win the title of Middle School Tyrant, Lin Zixin not only ranked first in every subject, but also helped the school win many national-level competitions, taking gold, silver, and bronze medals in mathematics, physics, chemistry, and programming, though he deliberately avoided first place, sometimes to remain modest. A semester passed, but the title still had not lit up. However, he had attracted many admirers. Lin Zixin paid them no mind, focusing only on tutoring Shen Qinghan and preparing for the upcoming sports meet. "If I dominate the sports meet, I'll get the middle school tyrant title," he thought. He chose shot put, high jump, and sprinting, 3 events representing strength, jumping power, and speed. Even though he held back to avoid showing off too much, taking first place was still ridiculously easy. A powerful force burst forth from his body. The system announced, "Middle School Tyrant. Your academic and athletic achievements have shocked the entire school, overwhelming all other students. Successfully obtained the title Middle School Tyrant. You have completed Kindergarten King, Elementary School Boss, and Middle School Tyrant, dominating the 9 years of compulsory education. Biological trait received, the strong prey on the weak. The strong prey on the weak. Your life essence stands above all living things. Only by devouring the life essence of other beings can you drive your evolution." Lin Zixin was curious. What is life essence? Suddenly, Shun Qinghan ran up behind him and called, "Little Shun, wait for me." He jolted, "Right?" Lin Zixin turned to her, eyes shining, and asked, "Henin, can I borrow your beast tooth for a moment?" She immediately took it off and handed it over with a bright smile. "Here you go." The moment he touched the tooth, his whole body trembled. The system notified him, "You have devoured a trace of the life essence of the Abyss Giant Butterfly." Abyss Giant Butterfly chart progress. 1. When the progress bar reaches 100, you may evolve some corresponding attributes or skills of that mutant beast species. He froze in shock. This thing is a butterfly's tooth? He muttered, now that I know the name of this mutant beast, maybe I could find information about it online. But after searching, Lin Zixin was disappointed. There was no information at all on the abyss giant butterfly. It doesn't exist? Looks like I'll just have to figure out myself. He rummaged through his backpack and took out the other tooth. Found it. Good thing Bai Shui gave me two. He gripped it tightly and felt a stream of energy. The system notified him, you have devoured a strand of life essence of the abyss giant butterfly. Abyss giant butterfly, chart progress. 2. Lin Zixin sighed. Only 2. Looks like there isn't much life essence left in beast bones. If I want to fully unlock it, I'll have to find another way, he thought. The next day, to improve his physical strength, Lin Zixin began cycling Shun Qinghan to school. If we run into another giant mutated rat, I can get him into safety faster this way, he reasoned. Suddenly, a voice called out, Student Lin Zixin. The man introduced himself. I'm Teacher Gua, coach of the school's martial arts team. Your results at the sports meet were the best in the school's history. I'd like to invite you to join the martial arts team. Your athletic talent surpasses even your academic talent, he continued. Of course, you can look into it first before deciding. Lin Zixin did not even get a chance to interrupt. Teacher Gua spoke far too quickly. He concluded, Room C in the gymnasium is the martial arts team's base. If you're free tomorrow, drop by. I'll be waiting for you. As dusk fell, Lin Zixin slapped his hand down and killed a mosquito. He muttered, mosquitoes and cockroaches can't trigger the strong prey on the weak at all. Only powerful mutant beasts have any meaningful amount of life essence. He took out his phone, rode his bike out, and decided to test his theory. I'm going to the Mutant Beast Meat Supermarket in the shopping center. Before long, they arrived. Holding a tray of meat, Lin Zixin observed, so many kinds of meat, but they're all packaged. I can't touch them directly, so it's hard to verify. Just then, the supermarket loudspeaker announced, fresh meat is being cut now. Customers are welcome to choose. A promotional sign immediately caught his eye. Fresh mutant beast meat, not pre-processed, safe to purchase and consume. Found it. He rejoiced inwardly. Seeing the butcher slicing meat, he said, Henin, wait here for me. I'll go check out that piece over there. Lin Zixin walked toward the meat counter. Even though he knew Shun Qinghan might find it disgusting, he did not explain, only wanting to verify things as quickly as possible. The instant he touched the meat, a surge of power erupted within him. Just as I thought, beast meat contains abundant life essence. He cheered inwardly. Seeing how excited he looked, Shun Qinghan asked in surprise, Zixin, are you okay? It's just beast meat. Why are you so excited? Then she hesitantly asked, does beast meat feel different from normal meat? Lin Zixin forced a smile. No, there's no real difference. It just feels fresher. He asked, do you want to touch it too? Shun Qinghan waved both hands quickly. No need, no need. It's enough if you touch it. Lin Zixin then suggested, since we're already here, let's buy a little and take it home to try. He understood why she was surprised. Beast meat was extremely expensive. Even the cheapest type, Ghost Shadow Squid, cost nearly 1,000 yuan per gene. Raising the tray of squid, Lin Zixin said decisively, let's buy this one this time, Ghost Shadow Squid. Shun Qinghan frowned worriedly. Zixin, this is too expensive. Why don't you ask Yuan Xin before deciding? He rubbed her head and smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. My mom already said that if I buy beast meat, I should buy a few extra gene and invite Henin over to eat with us. Yuan Xin had indeed said, if you're buying beast meat anyway, buy a few more gene and invite Henin over to try it too. Mom will transfer the money. Lin Zixin continued, my mom's going to prepare a whole beast meat feast for both our families. Aside from wanting to share it, he was also worried that absorbing life essence might cause the meat to spoil, so he wanted to test it. It was only a hypothesis, so he decided to experiment with the meat he bought. The clerk scanned the code. 3 gene of Ghost Shadow Squid. Total, 2,995 yuan. Thank you for your purchase. Please come again. Lin Zixin silently groaned. So insanely expensive. Who knows when there'll be a next time? By the time they finished buying it, it was already past 9 at night. Things have been unstable lately. It's safer to go home early, he thought as he cycled Shun Qinghan home. Even while pedaling, his hand kept reaching into the basket toward the tray of squid. Even on the road, I want to test it right now. The moment he touched it, a vague stream of power welled up. The system notified him, you have devoured a trace of the life essence of Ghost Shadow Squid. Ghost Shadow Squid chart progress, 0.1. On the quiet street, Lin Zixin calculated, devouring the life essence from 100 grams only gives me 0.1. To reach 100, I need 100 kilograms. That comes out to 100,000 yuan. Ghost Shadow Squid's ability is to melt into water and disappear. If I can obtain that, then even 100,000 would be worth it, he thought. And this is still the cheapest kind of meat. That's it. I need to make money. That was a huge sum. He couldn't ask his family for it. The reason I bought the meat was to test whether it would spoil after absorption, he recalled. Examining the meat, he realized that absorbing its essence did not ruin it. Great. The system notified him. Ghost Shadow Squid progress has reached 3. Shun Qinghan hurriedly warned him, "Little Shun, be careful. There's someone ahead." He slammed on the brakes, nearly crashing into a couple, and quickly apologized. "I'm really sorry." He thought to himself, "I got so caught up absorbing life essence that I forgot to watch the road. But why is the bike lane so crowded?" She pointed ahead. "Little Shun, look, a Western bride is being held at knife point by that man." The kidnapper shouted, "Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll kill her." The police pointed their guns at him. "You're surrounded. Stay calm and put down the weapon." The captain signaled to his subordinate. "A ping, don't fire recklessly. He's using the hostage as a shield and keeps moving. If you shoot, you might hit her." A ping said anxiously, "But if this drags on, the hostage will be in danger. Should we try hypnotic gas?" The captain shook his head. "No, hypnotic gas is too obvious. It could provoke him before it takes effect." Lin Zixin bent down, picked up a stone, and threw it with perfect accuracy at the kidnapper's hand, knocking the knife away. The captain shouted, "Move in. Arrest him." The police rushed forward and subdued the kidnapper. Shen Qinghan stared blankly. "Little Shun, was that stone just now thrown by you?" Lin Zixin played dumb. "Nope, not me." The two of them hurried off, but then they heard the captain mutter, "How strange. Why not admit it after doing a good deed? There's a reward, you know." Lin Zixin suddenly stopped, turned the bike around, and rode back. "I remember now. I was the one who threw the stone." He thought to himself, "I don't want to show off, but money is too important." Shen Qinghan chased after him. "Little Shun, why are you going back?" "Wait for me." The captain said, "Come with me to file a statement. Then you'll get the reward." After informing their families, Lin Zixin and Shun Qinghan locked their bicycles in the park and prepared to take a police car to the station. Unexpectedly, the kidnapper roared, his body mutating into a giant rat. The police panicked. "This is bad. He's a cultist carrying Rat King genes." The rat pounced on a policewoman. The captain ordered, "Everyone fire on the rat, but protect the civilians. Call headquarters." A mutated rat has appeared at Shijiang North Park. It carries Rat King genes. "We need reinforcements." Lin Zixin hurriedly pulled Shen Qinghan and the policewoman away. "Damn it, sorry, but we have to run first." Fortunately, the rat failed to catch up. Just then, a cyborg-modified fighter streaked past, delivering a powerful kick that forced the rat back. The cyborg fighter shouted, "Laser cannon charging." A fierce blast of firepower shot out, burning the mutated rat to ashes. Lin Zixin stared in shock. "So strong. Good thing my bike didn't get blown up, or that would have been a huge loss." The Western bride let out a breath of relief. "Thank goodness. We're saved." Suddenly, he jolted. Wait, did the beast meat spoil after all? He realized that after absorbing the life essence, the meat still spoiled, but more slowly. There had to be a reason for that. "I can only blame that cultist," he thought irritably as he threw the meat to the ground. "It's all his fault. The cyborg's laser cannon had been too powerful and had scorched the meat black." Shen Qinghan comforted him. "It's okay, little Shun. Being safe is already the greatest blessing." Although they had planned to go home, the three of them followed the captain's instructions and got into a security vehicle to go to the station and make a report. The cultist's corpse had been scorched by the laser cannon, leaving behind only blackened remains that gave off a pungent smell. A thought flashed through Lin Zixin's mind. The beast fawn from before had still contained life essence, so this corpse should have some too. Maybe he could absorb the Rat King gene from him. Without hesitating, he secretly touched the corpse, and his whole body stiffened. The system notified him, "You have devoured a trace of life essence from a giant mutant rat. Giant mutant rat pattern progress has reached 5. Lin Zixin was stunned. That much. It seemed freshness was directly proportional to the amount of life essence. A ping reminded him, "Student, sit still. Don't move around." Lin Zixin pretended to stretch. "Please don't misunderstand, officer. I've been sitting too long, so I was just loosening up." He stayed cautious. A ping might be easy to fool, but the captain was far sharper. At the station, the captain said sternly, "I've already filed an application for a bravery award for you. But tell me honestly, at that distance, in such dim light, how could a high school student throw a stone accurately enough to hit the hand of a cultist holding a knife?" Lin Zishan forced a smile. "Maybe it's because I train my right hand a lot." The captain stared at him suspiciously. At that moment, Shun Qinghan pushed open the door and called out, "Zishan, Mom's here to pick us up." He looked surprised. "Mom, why are you here? We could have gone home by ourselves." Wan Xin pulled him tightly into her arms and asked worriedly, "Zishan, are you okay? You scared me half to death." He comforted her, "Mom, don't get worked up. I'm Yufine. I'm even getting prize money for being brave." Wan Xin said sternly, "Zishan, promise me this. If you run into danger again, you must hide somewhere safe first, understand? I only want you to grow up safely." He nodded. "Don't worry, Mom. I promise I'll protect myself." On the way home, he overheard two policewomen talking. The rat god cult is getting more and more outrageous. They've even infiltrated colleges and universities, tricking students who aren't qualified for gene fusion. One of them said angrily, "The one who died tonight was a student at Guangnan University. He was bewitched by the rat god cult. We need to arrest every last one of them. But that's only a temporary fix. To solve the problem at its root, we have to eliminate the Rat King, the one calling himself a god." Lin Zishan caught the words, Rat King. He searched online and found an important piece of news. The Rat King wanted to evolve to a higher level and had ordered its followers to gather evolution resources. Could it have already developed intelligence? The giant mutant rat was connected to the Rat King. He muttered, "Forget it. This is the South. Rats the size of cats are normal here." Then he looked to the side and was startled. Why was Qinghan so quiet? He suspected that whenever she was worried or in danger, she reverted to the way she had been in childhood, unable to control her emotions. Maybe her condition was related to some unknown potential, he thought. Wan Xin was shocked when she heard this. "What? The meat is gone?" Lin Zishan answered awkwardly. "Things were urgent at the time. I didn't pay attention. I must have lost it." She sighed. "Fine, as long as you're safe, that's all that matters." Lin Zishan let out a breath of relief. Good. He had managed to cover it up. Then he turned to his father. "Dad, it's dangerous over there. It's not peaceful at all." Yin Sheng laughed. "It's fine. I'm a worker. I'm tough." Lin Zishan advised him. "Even if you found the meat, it would have gone bad anyway." His father looked surprised. "How do you know that?" "I'm just guessing," he replied. At the station, the captain was deep in thought. How could a high school student throw a stone with that much power? Then suddenly he was startled. He pointed at the filing cabinet. Where did that rat come from? Why is it so huge? A mutant rat jumped down, and the captain immediately opened fire. In class, Lin Zishan sighed. Compared to the rat god cult and the female cyborg from last night, he was still far too weak. He had to make money fast and unlock the shadow demon squid. Scholarships from competitions were too slow. Become a famous top student and sell study guides? No, that was too flashy. He realized that this world was full of people with gene, fusion, and mechanical enhancements. Practicing martial arts was better than studying literature, and martial arts prize money was much higher. In room C of the gymnasium, teacher Guo was sipping tea. Lin Zishan walked in and greeted him. "Hello, teacher Guo." The man brightened. "Lin Zishan, do you want to join, or are you just here to learn about the martial arts team?" He asked directly, "If I join the martial arts team, can I compete in the city martial arts tournament? Is the prize money high?" Teacher Guo laughed. "Of course. The prize money is at least tens of thousands." Hearing that, Lin Zishan nodded decisively. "Teacher, I've thought it through. Starting today, I'm officially joining the martial arts team." Teacher Guo shook his hand and beamed. "Welcome." Then he turned and called out, "Everyone gather around. Our team has a new member today. I'm sure you all know Lin Zishan. The champion of the school sports meet has joined the martial arts team. Introduce yourselves." The team members spoke one by one. "My name is Zhang Kai. Remember it. I'm Tian Xing, Class 3, Grade 9. Just call me a Xing. I'm Shu Tong from Class 6, Grade 9. Everyone calls me Shaoli. I like that name. Im Y Che. Just call me Brother So." Lin Zishan replied, "I'm Lin Zishan. Please take care of me." Since he had never learned martial arts before, teacher Guo personally demonstrated some punching and kicking techniques for him. He reminded him, don't underestimate simple movements. Even Xiao Li, the fastest learner here, took a week. Give a try. Lin Zixin immediately copied the movements, smooth and fluid. Teacher Guo raised the difficulty and taught him more complex techniques. Lin Zixin activated Heavenly Insight Root, and the system notified him. You have practice boxing. Vitality +1, arm strength +1, flexibility +1, boxing proficiency +1. Every movement was perfectly accurate, and his attributes rose continuously. Teacher Guo was dumbfounded. Impossible. He learned it after seeing it just once? Unless this boy was a rare martial arts genius. Night fell, and Wan Xin called from the kitchen. Zixin, get the bowls and chopsticks. Dinner's ready. He hurried out. Coming. What are we having tonight, Mom? She set down a plate of food and smiled. Of course it's your favorite, Shadow Demon Squid. Lin Zixin inhaled deeply. It smells amazing. Wan Xin urged, don't just smell it. Try it while it's hot. He scooped up a spoonful. Wan Xin asked, how does it taste? He praised it at once. Mom's cooking is the best in the world. She patted his head. Then eat more. I bought a full 3 gene of it. The system notified him. You have devoured a trace of life essence from Shadow Demon Squid. Shadow Demon Squid pattern progress has reached 3.01. Lin Zixin was startled. So eating it directly could absorb it too. If he had known earlier, he would have. After dinner, he went to the living room to watch the news. The broadcast introduced a genius girl who had shocked the entire country. At 14, she had fused with an energy core heart, becoming the youngest cyborg in history. When activated, she could lift a 2,000-kilogram off-road vehicle, run 100 meters in 3 seconds, and leap 8 meters straight up. Lin Zixin pondered, between the capital prodigy and this girl, who was stronger, gene fusion users or cyborgs? Then the next report shocked him. Sad news. Captain He Chunshan died in his office at 11 p.m. last night after a giant rat snuck into the bureau and killed him. He trembled. Was it that rat from last night? He had to train faster. After a period of practice, he could run 100 meters in 4.6 seconds. Jump vertically 5.51 meters, and lift 1,000 kilograms with one hand. He never stopped practicing martial arts, hoping to improve quickly enough to compete. The next morning, he went to the martial arts training hall, with Shun Qinghan curiously following behind. An upperclasswoman struck up a conversation. Junior Zixin, you haven't had breakfast, right? I brought you fresh milk. He declined politely. Thank you for your kindness, senior, but I don't need it. Another guy saw this scene and burned with jealousy. Damn it, this brat stole my sports meat championship, and now he's refusing a gift from the goddess. He rushed over and blocked the way. Don't you know basic manners? If you won't drink it, then accept it and give it to someone else like me. Lin Zixin shot back. Wouldn't that be even ruder? The guy was momentarily speechless. Then drink it all. If you don't, you're disrespecting her, which means you're being rude. Lin Zixin stayed calm. But I'm allergic to milk. The guy stammered, I don't believe you. Lin Zixin, dare to fight me? If I lose, I won't talk to you again. If I win, you drink all the milk. The system notified him, achievement unlocked. Eliminate 1,000 opponents through primitive biological methods. Reward, natural selection attribute. Opponents eliminated, 0/1000. Lin Zixin was secretly delighted. Finally, the 4th achievement mission. He nodded. Fine, let's fight. The news spread quickly, and students flocked to the gym to watch. One upperclasswoman shouted, Zixin, I'll cheer for you. Teach him a lesson. Another girl raised her camera. Come on, Junior, I'll take handsome pictures for you. Zhang Kai felt sour with resentment and thought, do they all think I'll lose? I'll take advantage of how inexperienced this kid is. Lin Zixin had improved by leaps and bounds in just 1 month. He urged, I need to go home for dinner. Can we finish this quickly? Zhang Kai answered immediately. If that's what you want, I'll indulge you. Teacher was signaled. Friendship first, competition second. Begin. Zhang Kai said, wait. Lin Zixin only joined a month ago, while I've been here nearly 2 years. To be fair, I'll let you make the first 3 moves. Lin Zixin nodded. Sure. Then he rushed forward and threw a powerful punch. Zhang Kai took the punch straight to the face, crashed to the ground, and lay motionless. Teacher Guo was stunned. What? Just 1 punch? The martial arts team members gaped. What the hell was that? It ended that fast. Shen Qing'an cheered. Zixin won. The 2 upperclasswomen screamed excitedly. Junior Zixin is so handsome. The system notified him. You have defeated an opponent, won the heart of the opposite sex, and gained priority in mate selection. Opponent elimination rate, 1/1000. Lin Zixin understood. He needed to defeat 999 more opponents to unlock the strongest skill. He took the opportunity to say, "Everyone, why don't we continue sparring?" The crowd turned pale and hurriedly made excuses. "I have tutoring today. My mom told me to come home for dinner. I'll go with you." I suddenly feel dizzy. Clutching his chest, Zhang Kai sat up and shouted, "I'm not convinced. You sucker punched me. Next time I'll beat you until every bone in your body is crushed." Teacher Guo said sternly, "Zhang Kai, accept your loss." He was uncertain whether Lin Zixin's punch had been luck or real strength, so he needed more proof. The students dispersed, but another senior stepped forward. "No offense, junior brother. Just don't hit my face." 10 minutes later, in order not to draw too much attention, Lin Zixin only sparred lightly, but every upperclassman was still defeated. When he checked the achievement panel, he realized that only Zhang Kai had counted toward the progress. The sparring matches hadn't increased it at all, so only direct defeat counted? He thought to himself. Teacher Guo was ecstatic. "A genius. Lin Zixin, you joined just over a month ago, and you're already our ace. This year, Shanghai School will crush the other schools and take first place in the whole district." Lin Zixin suddenly realized, right? By entering martial arts tournaments, he could defeat many opponents and advance the mission. Behind him, Zhang Kai shouted, "I admit defeat. From now on, even if you sit on my head and pee, I won't complain." Everyone was horrified and scattered in all directions, leaving Zhang Kai still yelling, "Wait, I'm not finished yet." In this world, once students reach high school, they chose either martial studies or academic studies, and martial classes were always prioritized. In order to get in, Shun Qinghan trained together with Lin Zixin. She ran 3,000 meters, practiced martial arts for an hour, and added sit-ups and push-ups to build strength. After every session, Lin Zixin massaged her to help her muscles relax. He himself did not slack off either, devoting everything to preparing for the martial arts tournament. A month later, the day of the competition arrived. In the waiting room at the city stadium, teacher Guo received bad news. Shanghai School had drawn Shanghai number 1 Middle School, the strongest opponent in the bracket. One student said in despair, "Number 1 has Ling Ren. He can run 100 meters in under 9 seconds. We're doomed." Lin Zixin confidently volunteered, "Teacher, let me go first." Teacher Guo hesitated. "Can you handle it?" But in the end, he agreed. "Fine, Lin Zixin will go first." He stepped onto the platform as Teacher Guo and Shin Qinghan cheered from below. "Zixin, I believe in you. Do your best." His opponent, a burly guy, stood with his hands on his hips. "Kid from some backwater school. I checked the roster. You're still only in junior high, yet you've already entered the 8-school league ring. Not bad, but this isn't your place. A first-year student not even 1.7 meters tall? In a moment, I'll show you the difference in size and strength." The referee announced, "Match begin." Su Rong charged forward and threw a punch. Lin Zixin sidestepped, dodged neatly, then countered with a powerful palm strike to the chest. Su Rong was blasted backward. The referee stood there in shock. Lin Zixin wins. Shin Qinghan cheered. "Zixin, you're amazing." His teammates shouted, "Zixin is the best. Dead muscle has no flexibility at all." Su Rong's coach roared, "Footwork. How many times have I taught you? On the platform, use your footwork. Why don't you ever listen?" The system notified him. "You have defeated an opponent." Ranking increased. Total opponents eliminated, 2/1000. Lin Zixin was secretly delighted. As expected, defeating opponents in official matches advanced the mission. Teacher Shan ordered, "Chun Feng, get up there and take down that arrogant brat as fast as possible." Chun Feng replied, "Understood, teacher." Once on the platform, he assumed a ready stance. The referee shouted, "Match begin." Chun Feng swept a kick toward Lin Zixin. Lin Zixin bent down skillfully, avoided the kick, and then unleashed a fierce palm strike. As expected, Chun Feng was sent flying and slammed heavily onto the floor. The referee hurriedly shouted, "Quick, take him to the hospital for a checkup. It looks like he hit his head." The spectators were stunned. "What's going on? Why is that Shanghai student so lucky?" The opponent threw himself out of the ring. "What kind of luck is that? It must be rigged. They paid for this." Teacher Shan realized, "No, this isn't luck. That junior high kid has real strength." He ordered, "Gao Fei, you're up next. Focus on defense. You absolutely must not lose." Gao Fei put his hands in his pockets and walked up calmly. Coach, don't worry. I'll win. He calculated silently. Lin Zixin wasn't that strong. He was just agile and good at exploiting openings. I can run 100 meters in 9 seconds, and I've got far more experience. As long as I'm serious, there's no way I can lose. Gao Fei's appearance caused an uproar in the stands. The Shanghai first year is finished. He's only in year 1, but he's the future number 1 of Shanghai. The referee called out, "Match, begin." Gao Fei attacked confidently in a relentless barrage, fists raining down, but Lin Zixin dodged every strike, moving as smoothly as flowing water. Teacher Shan yelled, "Gao Fei, what are you doing? I told you to defend. Why are you attacking?" Gao Fei was full of confidence. Defense? A genius like me doesn't need it. While dodging, Lin Zixin observed carefully. This boxing technique is interesting. Maybe I should copy it. Gao Fei was baffled. Why can't I hit him? This makes no sense. He asked directly, "How are you dodging my attacks?" Lin Zixin replied, "Do you have any other moves? Use them all." Gao Fei unleashed a string of kicks and roared, "You dare mock me?" But Lin Zixin only needed one kick to the stomach to end the match. The audience was left open-mouthed, while his team erupted in cheers. Zixin is too strong. He took down 3 people in no time, winning as easily as eating candy. The opponents after that were even weaker, and before long Lin Zixin had defeated all 5 fighters from Shanghai number 1 school. 2 days later, he went on to defeat 2 more schools, leading Shanghai School to the championship of the 8-school league. The system notified him. Total opponents eliminated, 16/1000. Lin Zixin calculated silently, 984 left. It would probably take many years to complete natural selection. Teacher Gua unexpectedly gave him most of the tournament prize money, 20,000 yuan. Adding that to the money from academic competitions, he now had around 30,000 yuan. But the money was quickly spent after one Xin cooked an entire table full of shadow demon squid meat. Zixin, eat slowly. There's still plenty, she reminded him. The system updated. Shadow demon squid pattern progress has reached 33 after eating 30 kilograms of meat. In his second year of middle school, Lin Zixin broke through to standard level 4, able to lift 1,090 kilograms with one hand, jump vertically 5.65 meters, and run 100 meters in 4.49 seconds. Time passed quickly, and he and Shen Qinghan graduated from Shanghai School. When the high school entrance exam results came out, Shen Qinghan said sadly, "I worked really hard, but my martial arts score still wasn't enough to get into the elite martial class. Zixin, can we still go to high school together?" He gently wiped away her tears. "I don't know yet, but the principal of Shanghai wants to come to our house. Come meet him with me." Shen Qinghan sobbed. "The principal probably wants to invite you into the top martial class. What does that have to do with me?" Lin Zixin took her hand. "Don't worry. The only condition for me to stay at Shanghai is that I get to sit with you." The principal of Shanghai came to their home and discussed things for hours, expressing his hope that Lin Zixin would continue studying at the school. Finally, the principal stood up to leave. "Student Lin Zixin, we've discussed everything. I've said what needed to be said. As long as you agree to attend Shanghai High School, any condition you want, just say it." Lin Zixin pointed to the girl beside him. "Thank you, principal. I only have one request. Shen Qinghan must be in the same class as me." The principal lowered his eyes toward the girl. "Student Shen Qinghan, is it? When the new semester begins, you two can come register together." The two of them said in unison, "Thank you, principal." After choosing his school, Lin Zixin entered the final martial arts tournament of junior high. As expected, he easily led Shanghai School to another championship. After receiving the prize money, Lin Zixin decided to fulfill his long-held wish. Only 20 remained before he could unlock the shadow demon squid pattern. This prize money was enough to buy the meat needed to complete the progress. He reached 80 on the pattern. Worried that unlocking it might cause something uncontrollable, he went alone to the mountain forest near Shanghai City. Without hesitation, he began. The system notified him, "You have devoured a large amount of life essence from shadow demon squid. Shadow demon squid pattern has reached 100. You have successfully unlocked the pattern and obtained the biological attribute, water melding movement. It enhances your affinity with water, allowing free movement, traceless and unseen." Lin Zixin frowned. Water melding movement sounded a little useless. He tried diving and realized that his skin didn't wrinkle even after soaking in water for a long time, and the resistance he felt was greatly reduced. But was that all? The shadow demon squid was just a low-level monster, not worth using for gene fusion. If he wanted better attributes, he would either have to spend money later or hunt mutant beasts himself, like the giant mutant rat. In less than a week, the new school year would begin. Wan Xin and Shun Qinghan's family planned a seaside trip together. To study water melding movement, Lin Zixin suggested going to the beach. Shun Qinghan said timidly, "Zixin, the sea is really cold." He dove down like a fish. "Just get used to it slowly. It won't feel cold anymore." The system notified him, "You are swimming. Vitality +1, full body muscle strength +1, muscle coordination +1, water affinity +1, swimming skill +1. You are diving. Vitality +1, muscle strength +1, muscle coordination +1, water affinity +1, oxygen deprivation resistance +1, water pressure resistance +1, diving skill +1. Shun Qinghan called from ashore, "Zixin, don't swim by yourself. Teach me too." He suddenly remembered, right? Qinghan still didn't know how to swim. He taught her patiently, though with her average athletic ability, he thought she wouldn't learn quickly. But Shun Qinghan left him astonished. She moved through the water with ease. "Zixin, is swimming really this simple? I already learned it." She put her face underwater and discovered, I can dive too. When she surfaced, she proudly said, "Zixin, am I amazing or what?" Everyone says it's hard to open your eyes underwater because it hurts, but I think it feels cool and comfortable. Lin Zixin fell into thought. Was Shun Qinghan's water affinity really that high? Learning to swim this fast was far too abnormal. A thought flashed through his mind. Could she be naturally gifted with a water attribute? That was unbelievable. Could Shun Qinghan have had some special cultivation physique in her previous life, like in Xinsha novels? He kept diving with her, and she shocked him even more by staying underwater for over 10 minutes despite being a beginner. Suddenly, Shun Qinghan heard a strange sound. Why is there such a weird noise underwater? The two of them quickly surfaced. On shore, Lin Zixin asked anxiously, "What happened? Why are you so tense?" Shun Qinghan trembled. "Just now, I heard a really strange sound. It was scary." He asked, "What kind of sound?" She replied, "I couldn't understand it. It sounded like some strange language, a woman's voice echoing in my ears. It only disappeared after I surfaced." To help calm her down, Lin Zixin took her back to the hotel, but even after searching, he found no clues. Unable to sleep, he continued training. The system notified him, "You have completed 1,000 weighted sit-ups. Vitality plus 2,000, abdominal strength plus 2,000, sit-up proficiency plus 1,000. Lin Zixin was amazed. He hadn't expected such huge progress. He had reached standard level 5, on par with a fully grown giant mutant rat. If he kept going, tearing one apart with his bare hands might not be impossible. After breaking through, he went to a deserted stretch of beach to test himself. He ran 100 meters in 3.64 seconds and jumped 6.98 meters high. He could lift a 1,600 kilogram vehicle with one hand. Compared to level 4, the improvement was obvious. With results like this, Lin Zixin began his high school life. He drew attention everywhere he went, and the girls whispered among themselves, "Is that Lin Zixin? He's so handsome. I'm on cleaning duty with him today, how lucky." Because they had cleaning duty, he and Shun Qinghan came to class early, only to unexpectedly meet a new classmate they already knew. Even more unexpectedly, the cleaning duty triggered a system mission. He thought to himself, what's the use of this pack animal trait? I'm really looking forward to it. The system notified him, achievement, complete 1,000 multi-person cooperation tasks. Reward, pack animal biological attribute. Tasks completed, 1/1000. With the new semester just starting and not much to do, Lin Zixin took the opportunity to go to the supermarket. Now that he had unlocked the Shadow Demon Squid, he had set his sights on a new target. At the meat counter, a tray of explosive Great Condor meat caught his eye, priced at 1,998 yuan per gene. He was secretly delighted. This was it. The explosive Great Condor was stronger than the Shadow Demon Squid. Its eyesight was 30 times that of a normal human, and its hunting ability was exceptional, allowing it to snatch mutant rabbits moving as fast as afterimages with perfect precision. Better vision would increase combat effectiveness. This pattern was worth unlocking, he thought. One gene of meat increased the pattern by 1, which meant it would take more than 200,000 yuan to unlock it completely. I'll have to work hard and compete in high school to earn money, he calculated. High school martial arts prize money was far higher than middle school prize money. Before second year, I have to unlock the explosive Great Condor pattern. When summer vacation ended, Lin Zixin stepped into his high school life at Shanghai. On the first day of the semester, the principal and students introduced themselves. The teachers spoke in turn. I'm Yuan Feng, the martial arts instructor and your homeroom teacher. I am Cai Yuan Fei. I teach mechanical modification. I'm Liu Dian. I teach gene fusion. I am Cheng Bei. I teach wilderness survival. Now, students, please introduce yourselves. The first student stood up. Hello, I am Hu Yuxi. My specialties are music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The second said, I'm Zhong Yijia. I like anime, cosplay, and sports. The third one said, I'm Peng Huo. I like playing games in my free time. Then it was Shen Qinghan's turn. She was nervous, her face flushed red. Hello, I'm Shen Qinggan. I like drawing and coloring. I hope everyone will look after me. Lin Zixin introduced himself briefly. Hello, I'm Lin Zixin. Nice to meet you all. The dismissal bell rang, and Li Suoxin suddenly asked, Qinghan, how many points did you get on the entrance exam? She forced a smile. 709, what about you? Suoxin replied, impressive. You scored 10 points higher than me. I only got 698. She asked again, what about your physical test? How many points did you get? I only got 95. So bad. Shen Qinghan's heart skipped a beat. A 95 was top student among top students, while she had only scored 79, not enough for the elite class standard. She answered, not as good as you. Suoxin grew curious. 94 or 93? Suoxin got even more interested. 92, 91, or 90? To rescue her, Lin Zixin slammed the desk and stood up. Can I add you on WeChat? Suoxin blushed. Sure. Let me scan you. She thought to herself, a handsome guy is taking the initiative to add me on WeChat. What kind of luck am I having today? Shen Qinghan let out a breath of relief. Thank goodness Lin Zixin stepped in, otherwise I wouldn't have known how to answer. It would have been so embarrassing. Lin Zixin took the opportunity to add another classmate too. You, let's add each other. He nodded. Go ahead and scan me. He created a 4-person WeChat group and unexpectedly completed a cooperative mission. The system notified him, you created a 4-person group and fulfilled a multiplayer cooperation task. Total tasks completed, 2/1000. He thought to himself, this mission is way too easy. I just need to use my hands. The 4 of them got acquainted. He came from Nangguan City, and his ancestors had run martial arts schools for generations. He, the young master of a martial arts family, had once placed 8th at the Nangguan Youth Martial Arts Tournament, which was considered an honor to his ancestors. Li Suoxin came from a family that owned a chain of clothing stores across the district. A proper little rich girl. Lin Zixin and Shen Qinghan also shared their own situations. Before long, the 4 of them had become a close-knit friend group, chatting comfortably about everything. As the conversation was winding down, Hiyu said excitedly, guess who's the strongest in our class? No way you can guess. Suoxin answered immediately, I'm guessing Lin Zixin. He was the top scorer in our district's middle school entrance exam. Hiyu was stunned. Damn, Lin Zixin is that amazing. But even a district top scorer was far from enough. He revealed, there are 2 really strong people in our class. The principal spent a lot of money recruiting them from Nangguan. The one in the 3rd row on the left by the window is Wang Shujia, the top scorer of Nangguan's entrance exam, and he runs 100 meters in 7.98 seconds. As for the big guy in the back row on the right, Lu Gang, he was born with divine strength and can lift 300 kilograms with one hand. Shen Qinghan and Suoxin gasped in admiration. So impressive. Lin Zixin thought to himself, 7.98 seconds? 300 kilograms? I surpassed that back in elementary school. The bell rang. It was time to hand out textbooks. There were 4 books on the desks. Martial arts must be cultivated, gene fusion and mechanical modification, and wilderness survival. Lin Zixin had already taught himself all of them since childhood, so he used his free time to find a quiet place to train. The divine rat cult was still a threat. The police had only caught the cultists, not the Rat King. He had to break through to the 6th rank to deal with mutated rats, and he was determined. That afternoon, wilderness survival class began. Teacher Chung Pei pointed at a pile of firewood. Who knows how to make fire by rubbing 2 sticks together? He laughed. Who has the time to learn that skill? But Wang Shujia and Lu Gang used sharpened wood to drill into a log and started a fire. He froze. What? You can really make fire just by rubbing wood together? The 2 explained, Teacher, I learned it in a middle school summer program. I taught myself online back in elementary school. After that, Lin Zixin guided the whole group in making fire by grinding wood. The next martial arts class became a stage for Shujia and Lu Gang to show off. Teacher Yuan Feng introduced, Today, I'll teach you a special breathing cultivation method. The 2 cut in, Teacher, we already learned it. As ridiculous as it sounded, they really could do it. Lin Zixin already knew this too, but he kept a low profile. A month passed. Teacher Kai Yuanfei held a report in hand. It's been over a month. Time to test your results. She announced the rewards. First prize is 888 yuan. Second is 666 yuan. Third is 333 yuan. Lin Zixin was surprised. There are prizes? 888 yuan is enough to buy half a gene of explosive great condor meat. The prizes got the whole class excited. After more than an hour, the test ended. Unfortunately, teacher Lu Diren also held a test with the same rewards. He collapsed onto his desk. I'm done for. I am exhausted. The students complained. That test was insanely hard. It even asked about the energy wavelength of a laser cannon. Who could remember that? What's the point of remembering it anyway? The final question, about the relationship between anti-airflow equipment and atmospheric pressure, complete with detailed calculations, made the whole class groan. There were too many decimal places. How were we supposed to calculate that? I was hoping for 90, but now I'd be happy with 60. While everyone was whining, the two Nangguan prodigies started boasting again. That test really was hard. How did you do? Probably 95. I only got the last question wrong. Same here. I'm guessing around 95 too. He clenched his fists in anger. Showing off again? Will they die if they don't brag for 1 second? I really want to punch them. Teacher Lu Diren announced the mechanical modification test scores. Guo Yanling, 52. Shun Qinghan, 61. Shen Qing'an whispered, Zixin, I passed. I didn't let you down. The teacher continued, Yu 88. The class gasped, Yu is amazing. The teacher praised him, good work. I have high hopes for you. Yu said shyly, just lucky. It happened to cover what I knew. When our group gets the 333 yuan third prize, I'll treat everyone to a meal. The teacher kept reading, Lu Gang, 95. Wang Shujie, 95. Just one question short of perfection. The two weren't humble at all. Teacher, the last question needed a lot of calculation. Give me 10 more minutes, and I could solve it. I believe you have that ability. He fumed. Damn it, they're showing off again. But the teacher announced the final name. The test was difficult, but someone got a perfect score. Lin Zixin, 100. The whole class froze. Lu Gang and Xu Jigaped, 100? Really? That makes no sense. He was full of admiration. Bro, you crushed both Nangguan top students, but you stole my third prize. He swore, next time I'm not raising any flags. Shun Qinghan and Suoxin cheered. Lin Zixin is amazing. Shanghai shines bright. Lin Zixin only cared about one thing. Teacher Kai, when will the 888 yuan first prize be handed out? The teacher replied, don't worry. I'll put the cash in a red envelope and send it to the class group. She thought to herself, this kid really cares that much about money? An hour later, the results of the gene fusion test were announced. Teacher Yuan Fei said, here are the results. Lu Gong, Otien, Shujie, 83. For a test that most students failed, those scores were already outstanding, and neither of them bothered to hide their smugness. Shen Qinghan got 78 and made the top 5. Lin Zixin got a full score again, pocketing another cash prize. Lu Gang and Shujie raised their hands to protest. The test was that hard. How could anyone get full marks? Did he know the answers in advance? The teacher said sternly, impossible. He came up with the answers himself. They aren't even online. There's no way he cheated. The two of them were speechless. Really? Yu and Suoxin mocked them. This is hilarious. If you can't do it, just admit it. Instead, you accuse others of cheating. What a disgrace to Nangguan. Suoxin added, Shujie really is uncultured, always stirring up trouble. The short lunch break ended. In the afternoon came the wilderness survival test. Teacher Cheng Pei announced, the rewards are the same as the other subjects. First prize, 888 yuan. Second, 666. Third, 333. The exam includes mountain climbing, tree climbing, swimming, and fire making by wood friction. Shujie whispered to Lu Gang, we lost to Lin Zixin in 2 theory tests this morning. This afternoon, in survival and martial arts, we have to win back our pride. Lu Gong nodded. You don't need to say it. I'll defeat him and wash away this humiliation. The test began with tree climbing and mountain climbing, graded by speed. Lin Zixin took first place in mountain climbing, far ahead of the Nangguan duo. The whole class gasped. No way. Lin Zixin is too outrageous. The Nangguan duo, left far behind by him, were in turmoil. I already gave it everything I had. How can I not even catch a shadow? Lin Zixin also won first in tree climbing, but he was worried about Shen Qinghan, who finished last because she still hadn't made it up. It's okay. In swimming, Henin will get her rhythm back, he told himself. In the fire-making stage, fighting for the prize money, Lin Zixin went up against the duo again. Seeing smoke rise from his setup almost instantly, the two of them grew irritated. Why is Lin Zixin fast at everything? His hand speed is absurd. In class when we practiced making fire, he wasn't this fast. Lin Zixin successfully started a fire in 58 seconds. Then came swimming, and Shen Qinghan unexpectedly left the duo far behind, shocking them badly. No way. Lin Zixin being fast, fine, I can understand that. But why is Shen Qinghan exploding like this too? I must be too tense. I am hallucinating. After the survival test, Shujia and Lu Gang were silent for a long time. As a result, the class enjoyed a peaceful noon. Teacher Yuan Feng declared, "You've been training in martial arts for over a month. Today we'll test your results. You'll spar on the platform, and the top 3 will receive prizes. Give it your all." Hearing that, the duo's fighting spirit surged. So what if we lost the written exams and survival? Martial arts are about physique and technique. If we can't win in martial arts, every other achievement is meaningless. Before the sparring, teacher Yuan Feng organized physical tests. The 100-meter sprint, one-handed weightlifting, and standing high jump. Lin Zixin ran the 100 meters in 7.78 seconds, lifted 330 kilograms, and jumped 2.18 meters, taking first place in all 3 categories. To avoid being too flashy, he held back, so his results were only a little better than the duos, but they were still crushed. He runs faster than me? He only topped his district on the graduation exam. That's not scientific. He's stronger than me too, but he doesn't even look that muscular. They encouraged each other. Lu Gang, losing in physical ability doesn't mean losing everything. Our martial arts technique is superior. We still have a chance. On the platform, Lin Zixin thought, to complete natural selection, I have to take first place. But because his physical ability was too overwhelming, no one dared challenge him. Not even the duo. They only watched. Teacher Yuan Feng lost patience and directly called out, "Lei Wei, spar with Lin Zixin." Facing Lin Zixin, Lei Wei fell silent and chose a quick battle. One opponent after another was quickly defeated by him. To pull the entire class onto the platform, Lin Zixin sped things up and beat 10 people in a row. The duo turned pale. This guy is that strong? He wasn't even using his full strength in the physical test. He stepped up and provoked Lu Gang. "Lu Gang, I'm all warmed up now and at peak condition. Dare to fight." Lu Gang swore half a minute. "I'll knock you flat." He thought, if I don't fight He Yu, I'll have to fight Lin Zixin. I'm not sure I can beat Lin Zixin, but taking down He Yu is guaranteed. He Yu charged forward with a flashy move, but Lu Gang broke through it. One of He Yu's kicks was caught by Lu Gang at the ankle. He spun him like a top, then hurled him away. He Yu hit the ground hard. Lu Gang sneered, "He Yu, in terms of raw physical ability, you're the strongest in class. I'm willing to call you number 1. Too bad my technique is a level above yours." Lin Zixin stepped onto the platform. "Come on, let's have a round." He thought, perfect chance to increase my progress. Otherwise, nobody else will dare come up. Lu Gang readied himself. "Bring it on. Who's afraid of who? Take my move." Lu Gang lunged forward at astonishing speed, but Lin Zixin shifted aside and dodged cleanly. His fist shot out like lightning and knocked Lu Gang flying off the platform. The classmates shouted, "Shujia, your brother got taken down like that. Aren't you going up to avenge him? The glory of Nangguan's top students is counting on you." Wang Shujia leaped onto the platform and barked, "Why are you yelling? I was just about to go up." "Shut up." Facing Lin Zixin, Shujia swore inwardly, "It's come to this. I have to find a way to bring him down." He threw a reckless punch, thinking, "I'll gamble on this." Lin Zixin blocked the blow, countered with his other hand, then added a deadly spinning kick. Shujia flew backward, crashed to the ground, and Lin Zixin kept defeating the other boys, each one dispatched in an instant. Under the rules of natural selection, each opponent only counted once, no matter how many times he defeated them. This forced Lin Zixin to find new opponents, but that was harder with the girls. The girls looked at him with admiration. "Jujusi volunte." "Lin Zixin, I want to challenge you." She jumped onto the platform and rushed at him, but Lin Zixin casually dodged. Yushi fell down, regretting it inwardly. I was so close to hugging him. The other girls also enthusiastically challenged him. Lin Zixin restrained himself and only struck lightly so he could finish the task faster. Even so, the progress was still far from enough. Teacher Yuan Feng suddenly announced, "Everyone performed well. Those at the front, get ready. In a little while our class will challenge the strongest second-year class. Your goal is to defeat them." Lin Zixin was delighted. He had just been worrying about not having enough fights to increase his natural selection progress, and now an opportunity had arrived, like charcoal delivered in snowy weather. After school, Lu Gang walked over. I thought Shanghai had no worthy opponents. Looks like I underestimated you. From now on, for all 3 years of high school, you're my rival. Lin Zixin thought, with the teacher's arrangements, completing natural selection within a year may not be impossible. Do missions and earn rewards at the same time. Now that's sweet. He calculated that he had earned over 3,000 yuan today, enough to buy decent beast meat. Shujie cut in. Lin Zixin, losing now doesn't mean I'll lose forever. Before graduation, I'll wash away this humiliation. The two of them glared at him resentfully. He didn't even bother responding, and even mocked us too, so arrogant. As night fell and he returned to his room, Lin Zixin began typing. He thought, even with the prize money, I'm still far from having enough to buy beast meat to unlock patterns. To earn more, he opened a web novel account and started writing. The next morning, a message arrived from an editor. Hello, I'm an editor for the platform. Your novel is excellent. I'd like to invite you to sign a serialization contract. After signing, one piece of news caught his attention. 2 hours ago, a giant mutated rat 5 meters long attacked a suburban cold storage facility and bit a cyborg in half. That cyborg activated backup energy and self-destructed, killing the rat. Lin Zixin fell into thought. How many mutated rats are still hiding in Shanghai? They're so huge. Where are they hiding that no one has discovered them? The next day, in Shanghai High School's gymnasium, Lin Zixin's class sparred with a second-year class. Teacher Kai Yuanfei instructed them, individually, the opponents aren't stronger than us, but overall, they're superior. They'll use numbers to defend, drag the fight out, and then wear you down with will tactics. You must finish things quickly. The four of them answered in unison. Understood, teacher. Lin Zixin jumped onto the platform. Teacher Kai, I request to go first. His opponent was a female student, and she looked worried. Teacher, their strongest is against the weakest in our class. How am I supposed to fight that? The second-year class teacher objected. Teacher Phone, the sparring rule is that the weakest go first. Why are you sending your best student out first? That breaks the rules. Teacher Yuan Phone called out. Lin Zixin, come down. Let a weaker student go first. He stepped down in frustration. Yes, sir. The teacher pointed. Yintang, you go. She froze. Teacher, I'm not ready yet. Shen Qinghan volunteered. Teacher Kai, I'm the weakest. Let me go first. Facing the girl from the opposing class, she panicked. What do I do? I'm so nervous. Suashin and Hiyu cheered. Henin, go for it. Take her down. Shen Qinghan got even more anxious. The more they cheer, the more panicked I feel. Her opponent attacked first, launching a flurry of punches. Shen Qinghan raised her arms to protect her head and stubbornly defended, thinking, I can't win, but I'll hold on and wear down her stamina. 3 minutes later, the opponent was getting tired. She's really persistent. If this keeps up, I'll be the one exhausted. I need to finish this fast. The opponent threw a knockout punch, and Shen Qinghan hit the floor with a thud, then ran back to her team in embarrassment. Teacher Yuan Feng encouraged her. You did well. Using defense to drain your opponent's stamina was very smart. Lin Zixin rubbed her head. You did great. Holding out for over 3 minutes against an upperclassman who's trained for a full year is real progress. The second girl from the second-year class stepped up and attacked at once, thinking she's already worn out. I'll finish her. She threw a kick, but the upperclassman dodged easily. Then came a straight punch to the face. Pinning her opponent down, the upperclassman said arrogantly, all attack and no defense? Looking down on our class? I may not have your talent, but I've trained a year longer. Keep training, then come challenge me. The girl begged. It hurts, let me go, I lose. Suashin stepped onto the platform and declared, Henin, let me avenge you. Just watch me take down this senior. The moment she set foot on the stage, she shot forward like lightning and threw a decisive punch, sending the senior girl flying backward and face-planting onto the floor. Watching from below, Shen Qinghan got so excited she started jumping up and down and cheering. Suashin is amazing. Lin Zixin walked over, rubbed her head, and smiled. You're amazing too. If you hadn't exhausted that senior strength beforehand, Suashin wouldn't have one so easily. Hearing that, Shen Qinghan nodded rapidly and beamed. 2 hours later, the upper-class teacher crossed his arms and looked sideways at Teacher Han with smug arrogance. Teacher Feng, your class only has 4 people left? Looks like we're definitely winning this bet dinner. Teacher Han only shrugged and spread his hands calmly in reply. It's still too early to say anything. Let's just wait and see. Inwardly, Teacher Han calculated. Lin Zixin, Wang Shujie, Lu Gang, and He Yu. That was the true strength of Class 1. The real decisive battle was only beginning now. Thinking that, Teacher Han looked toward He-Yu and signaled, "He-Yu, you're next." At his name, he cracked his knuckles, then sprang lightly onto the platform and shouted, "Present." He-Yu clenched his fists and raised them high in provocation. "My fists can't wait any longer. Senior, are you ready to welcome these hard punches of mine?" On the opposite side, an irritating-looking senior crossed his arms and smirked mockingly. "Little kid, can you stop acting like such a middle schooler?" Before he even finished speaking, He-Yu's leg flashed up and kicked him straight in the face, cutting off his posing. "Get lost!" Immediately, the senior was kicked off the platform and landed painfully on his back. Standing on the stage, He-Yu planted his hands on his hips and looked down at the loser with open ridicule. "No way. With your level, you still dare call someone stupid? What a useless piece of trash." Boom! Right after that, another person jumped up, a senior with a bowl cut. He strode over aggressively and shouted, "Brat, you're pretty cocky, huh? Let me turn up the intensity for you." As soon as he finished, he rushed in with a barrage of punches, swift as a blade. He bent low and braced himself on one hand to dodge, making the bowl-cut senior cry out in shock. "What? So fast? He can actually dodge my attacks." Suddenly, he planted both hands on the ground, flipped his body over, and launched a powerful hooking kick to the chest that struck the bowl-cut senior right in the chin, sending him flying off the platform, just like the last guy. Suo Xin and Shun Qinghan were thrilled, waving their arms and cheering enthusiastically. "He-Yu, so amazing. Keep going." He-Yu beat him, crushed them. Pressing the advantage, He-Yu defeated several more opponents in a row. Each one only took a few punches and kicks for him to deal with neatly. Assuming a fighting stance, he panted heavily and declared, "Next one, hurry up. I can still take down 10 more." Though He-Yu was burning with momentum and wanted to keep fighting, after knocking down 5 opponents in a row, his stamina had clearly begun to decline. In the end, when facing the 6th opponent, he had no choice but to accept defeat. At this point, Class 1 only had 3 students left, while Year 2 Class 6 still had 13. Seeing that He-Yu had been eliminated, Teacher Han shouted, "Wang Shujia, you're up." Immediately, Wang Shuju shot onto the platform and threw a crisp punch. Present. Right after that, Wang Shuju charged through the field from side to side, defeating 10 people in a row. Only in the 11th match did he finally lose, having exhausted all his stamina. Next came Liu Gang. In less than 10 minutes, he swiftly dealt with the opponent's remaining 2 top fighters. Teacher Han rubbed his nose and looked at the upper-class teacher smugly. "Your class only has 1 person left now. How about admitting defeat early?" Contrary to expectations, the upper-class teacher remained calm, hands in his pockets. "I don't think that's necessary. Go on, Wang Jinhua. It's your turn to perform." At once, a senior with a guardian deity build stepped onto the platform, his body several times larger than an ordinary person's. Liu Gang shouted, "Present." However, he immediately felt an invisible pressure settle on his shoulders. Lowering his center of gravity into a fighting stance, he snorted inwardly. He's just a tall, fat guy. I'll still beat him." The instant that thought ended, Liu Gang pushed off the floor and shot forward, throwing a punch. Bang! A loud sound rang out as Liu Gang's lightning-fast fist slammed into Wang Jinhua's stomach. But right away, something felt wrong. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. That punch had felt like hitting a soft sack of cotton. He refused to believe this nonsense, roared, and attacked frantically again. Again! Bang! 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 Liu Gang rained countless punches onto Wang Jinhua's stomach, but they had no effect at all. After punching for a while, Liu Gang started backing up, gasping for breath. Looking at the fat man in front of him, he thought, this won't do. His fat layer is too thick, his flesh too dense. I can't even make him budge. Right after that, Wang Jinhua began his counterattack. A huge hand reached out. "Done hitting? If you're done, it's my turn." Instantly, Liu Gang was grabbed by the neck and lifted up like a little chicken. "This is bad. I'm about to suffocate. This guy's strength is monstrous." Boom! Wang Jinhua swung his arm and threw Liu Gang off the platform as easily as tossing a toy. Teacher Han was shocked by what he saw and glanced at his colleague in confusion. "That's not right. Why do I remember that none of your students were this strong?" The upper-class teacher curled his lips into a triumphant smile. "My apologies. He only transferred here this semester, so it's understandable that you don't remember. Looks like you're going to lose this time." He added, "Don't forget our bet. If you lose, you have to treat the other side's whole class to a meal." After hearing that, Teacher Han turned away and clenched his fists, crying inwardly. So he had Wang Jinhua as his trump card. No matter how strong Lin Zixin is, there's no way he can beat that monster. Damn it, I was careless. He tricked me. Teacher Han forced a smile and walked over, patting Lin Zixin on the shoulder to comfort him. Lin Zixin, it's your turn. Spar well. You'll gain a lot of valuable experience. There's no need to worry about winning or losing. Lin Zixin narrowed his eyes with a smile, turned, and strode forward confidently. Don't worry, Teacher Han, I'll win. Hearing that, Teacher Han gaped in astonishment. The moment Lin Zixin stepped onto the ring, Wang Jinhua began sizing him up inwardly. This skinny schoolboy is the strongest fighter in their class? He looks a little too thin. With that thought, he spoke in a patronizing tone. Junior, I'm not the kind of guy who bullies the small with his size. Down below the ring, Shun Qinghan, Li Suoxin, and several other girls immediately shouted back in indignation. Fatty, quit bragging. Grim Reaper will definitely beat you. Fatty, just wait till you get beaten into minced meat. Go, Grim Reaper. Teach that damn pig a lesson. When Wang Jinhua heard Qinghan's line about teaching that damn pig a lesson, he jumped in alarm and hurriedly said, Junior, in a moment I'll stand completely still and let you have 10 moves. Nodding to himself, he added, that way, you and your fans won't curse me behind my back later, saying I used my size to bully the weak and won without any honor. After hearing the senior's words, Lin Zixin gave an awkward smile and scratched his head. All right. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Jinhua confidently smacked his wobbling belly with his two fan-sized hands and challenged him. Then come on, Junior. I'll stand here without moving, and you can attack me with everything you've got. Bang! In a flash, Lin Zixin shot forward like lightning and threw a punch carrying terrifying force, making Wang Jinhua's eyes bulge and his jaw drop in horror. Instantly, the senior's huge body was struck spinning and sent flying high into the air. Boom! A violent crash rang out as Wang Jinhua fell from above and landed face-first off the ring, kicking up a cloud of dust. Everyone stared blankly at Wang Jinhua, lying motionless on the ground, as if they had only just awakened from a dream. The whole venue erupted. Everyone shouted in excitement. Grim Reaper won. He won. Every face was filled with joy, and Teacher Han was so happy his eyes even turned red. Only then did Wang Jinhua dizzily sit up, his head spinning as he wondered, why am I here? What just happened? This makes no sense. It's not scientific. A teacher from the upperclassmen's side walked over and patted Teacher Han on the shoulder with a sigh. Teacher Han, your class's Grim Reaper is terrifying. He took down Wang Jinhua with just one punch. It feels like he's almost catching up to that first-year middle schooler Wu Tianqing. Hearing that, Teacher Han turned and replied with a humble smile that still carried obvious pride. That's hard to say. That boy Wu Tianqing isn't ordinary. He continued. Back in high school, he nearly scared the principal to death. His performance was truly outrageous. Just then, Lin Zixin walked over and raised a hand in confusion. Teacher, who is this Wu Tianqing? Teacher Han waved a hand and explained. Wu Tianqing is a senior who graduated several years ago. When he was still in his first year of middle school, he beat every student in the elite class and frightened a lot of the school leadership. Teacher Han raised one finger, his expression turning serious. Back in middle school, Wu Tianqing ran 100 meters in under 6.12 seconds, had a vertical jump of 3.96 meters, and could one-hand a 650-kilogram weight. Who wouldn't be scared by that? Hearing this, Lin Zixin awkwardly scratched his head and laughed dryly. That is a bit scary. Inwardly, he thought he really is impressive. He's almost caught up to how strong I was during the summer vacation before 6th grade. The scene shifted to Ming Yang Restaurant. Teacher Han excitedly held up a large bottle of cola and shouted, Luckily we had Grim Reaper. Otherwise we could never have beaten that second-year regular class. He continued, Their homeroom teacher has already admitted defeat and is treating all of us to a meal. Everyone, stand up and raise your glasses to Grim Reaper. The students at the surrounding tables immediately joined in, chanting in unison, Grim Reaper is the best forever. Brother Shun is mighty. Right after that, his classmates swarmed around him, chattering nonstop. Brother Shun, how do you usually work out at home? Do you have any secret tricks? All right, Brother Shun, I don't think we've added each other on chat yet. Add me. After defeating the second-year class, Lin Zixin became famous throughout the school. His classmates all rushed to get close to him, making him feel a little embarrassed. But Hanin never changed. Worried that I'd be too busy entertaining everyone to eat, she kept putting food into my bowl. Suddenly, as if hit by a wave, Shun Qinghan jolted. She hurriedly stood up and awkwardly turned to leave. leave. Little Shun, I'm going to the bathroom for a bit. Lin Zishan watched her back and thought to himself that the one thing about her that had never changed was her uncontrollable urge to pee. In the women's restroom area, Qinghan let out a relieved breath as she came out. At that moment, she happened to overhear two girls whispering about her. Shen Qinghan poured water for Lin Zishan and even peeled shrimp for him. She really knows how to flatter people. She looked just like a maid, always serving her master. With her strength, if she weren't Lin Zishan's bootlicking girl, how could she possibly get into the top class with us? I bet it won't last long anyway. The gap in power between them is way too big. Sooner or later, they'll drift apart. Standing nearby, Qinghan felt extremely upset hearing those words. She stepped forward and declared clearly, "I'm not a bootlicker." The two girls were startled by the sudden voice and turned around. Right after that, Qinghan turned and left, but not before throwing out one firm sentence. "I'm his childhood sweetheart." On the way home, Lin Zishan looked at Qinghan and asked in confusion, "Henin, why do you look so down? Did something happen?" When asked, she forced a smile and replied, "When I was little, my mom always said that when I grew up, I'd stop wetting the bed. But even now, I still wet the bed every night. I have to wear diapers to sleep every single night. It feels awful." She raised her sorrowful eyes to him. "Little Shun, I feel like I'm disabled. A disabled person who can't hold her pee." Lin Zishan looked straight into Shun Qinghan's eyes, his voice firm. "You're not disabled." He placed both hands on her shoulders and said seriously, "Your ability to hold it is a superpower. It's just that this superpower hasn't fully developed yet." Hearing Lin Zishan say that, Qinghan's eyes lit up. "A superpower?" He nodded with complete certainty. "That's right. This is a superpower. The fact that your water affinity is this good is proof of it." As if she had suddenly realized something, Qinghan brightened and asked eagerly, "Then Little Shun, you've always been this amazing since you were young. Does that mean you have a superpower too?" He reached out and rubbed her head, answering calmly as they walked. "Like you, I also have a superpower." Qinghan curiously hurried after him. "If I really do have a superpower, I wonder what kind it is." Lin Zishan turned back and smiled meaningfully. "It's definitely a very powerful superpower." Suddenly, he heard a commotion and looked toward it. Over there, 3 police officers were surrounding someone. "Drop the broom. We're exterminating rats for public safety. Please cooperate with us." An old man clutching a broom was crazily attacking and driving back the 3 officers. "Stop! Stop it! Don't kill my brothers." His eyes were bloodshot, and he kept shrieking wildly, "You're killing my brothers again? I'll fight you to the death." As soon as he finished shouting, he charged straight at the 3 officers with the broom. Seeing this, Qinghan fearfully hid behind Lin Zishan's back. "Little Shun, this person's gone mad." He stepped in front of her protectively. "Maybe he's mentally ill. He really does look scary." Right after that, he grabbed her hand and quickly led her away. "This is what mentally ill people are like. Come on, let's go home." Qinghan obediently nodded. Night fell. In the living room of Lin Zishan's home, the whole family sat together on the sofa watching the news. The TV reported, "Last week, this young female pastor went missing after leaving school, and her whereabouts remain unknown." Hearing that, his mother spoke worriedly. "Another young girl has gone missing? I think this is already the 4th girl to disappear this month." His father cut in to correct her. "You remembered wrong. This is the 5th. The report continued its warning. All 5 missing persons this month were young and beautiful women. Young women are advised not to go out at night. If you must go out, it is best to go in groups and avoid deserted places." His mother turned and warned him, "Little Shun, things have been unsafe outside lately. Don't let Han-In go out alone, understand?" He forced a smile and reassured her, "Don't worry, Mom. I'll keep an eye on her." Scene change. Police Station 20th Road, District 20, Shanghai City. A doctor pushed open the door and stepped out of the interrogation room. Inside was the crazy old man with the broom from earlier, now handcuffed. A police officer asked, "How did the investigation go? Is he mentally ill?" The doctor shook his head and spread his hands helplessly. "We still can't determine that. I've been trying to communicate with him, but he hasn't said a single word. He's like a mute." The officer frowned in confusion. "He's not mute. Earlier at the vegetable market, he wouldn't stop shouting." Suddenly, the officer seemed to sense something wrong and glanced into the room through the glass. Inside, the handcuffed old man slumped in the chair suddenly began to undergo a horrifying change, a savage, beastly aura pouring out of him. Boom! With a huge explosion, he instantly transformed into a grotesque giant mutant rat. At once, the police officer shouted into his radio, "Move! Request headquarters to send a mechanized unit for backup." The person in the interrogation room is turning into a giant mutant rat. Seeing the horrifying scene, the doctor lost his soul and turned to flee for his life. Bang, bang, bang. Several officers gripped specialized firearms and continuously opened fire on the mutant rat monster. From behind, a female officer with a striking figure came running over and urgently reported, "Chief, headquarters says all the modified operatives are already out on missions. It'll take at least 10 minutes before backup can arrive. We don't have enough ammunition. I'm afraid we won't last until reinforcements get here." Hearing that, the captain immediately issued a decisive order. "Get in the car now. We'll lure this rat man to the outskirts and stall for time until support arrives." As he spoke, he turned and ran for the car at the front. Everyone quickly boarded, and the female officer hurriedly slammed the door shut. Boom! The officer floored the gas and shifted gears, and the car shot forward. Behind them, the mutant rat roared madly and chased close after them, its footsteps shaking the ground. Boom! 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 The old captain urgently shouted instructions. Faster! Lead it to the mountain and buy more time for the mechanical enhancement team. Sirens wailed down the road, red and blue lights flashing without stop. Boom! The giant mutant rat smashed through a mountain wall and continued the pursuit. Broken rocks flew everywhere, striking the police car and causing it to lose control, flip, and slam into a cliff face. The female officer was battered all over, hanging upside down from the car door, her head spinning. In despair, Shunju thought, "So in the end, we still couldn't hold on long enough?" The giant rat strode toward the overturned car, looming over it. It opened its hideous mouth wide and threw back its head with a howl. Right at that moment, a world-shaking explosion rang out and struck straight into the monster's body. Boom! In the sky, a mighty mechanical girl appeared. With a sweep of her left hand, countless shells launched from her body, locking onto the target, and she coldly declared, "Eliminate." Boom, boom, boom. Heat-seeking missiles slammed directly into the mutant rat, creating a string of terrifying explosions that blasted it away and sent it tumbling across the ground. A moment later, the dust and smoke gradually cleared. Looking down at the pitch-black hole below, the mechanical girl frowned in confusion. A giant rat that knows how to dig a hole and escape? These things seem to be getting smarter. But seeing the scattered chunks of flesh on the ground, she judged that it had definitely been seriously injured and couldn't have gone far. I still have a chance to find it and kill it. The clock struck 3 in the morning, and the city remained fast asleep. At this hour, Lin Zishan was still tirelessly typing on his computer. He had been writing for over half a month now, updating more than 4,000 words every day. He was already nearing 100,000 words total, and his income had also surpassed 10,000. He muttered to himself while calculating. There are still a few exciting parts of the story that haven't gone up yet. Once those are posted, the numbers should get even better. I wonder how much I'll make in a month after it goes premium. After reading the highly promising stats in the middle of the night, his excitement over the profit kept him from sleeping. Left with no choice, he sneaked outside to find a deserted alley out of range of surveillance cameras to test the results of his training. In the dark alley, Lin Zishan's figure flashed like lightning. A 100-meter sprint in just 3.43 seconds. A standing long jump of 7.2 meters. The obvious improvement left him extremely satisfied. Lin Zishan landed lightly on the ground and thought to himself, if I can improve even more, sooner or later this body of mine might become saint-like. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual presence and turned his eyes warily toward it. In the dark corner of the alley, a shadow was squatting there, making horrifying chewing sounds. As it gnawed greedily on a live rat, it muttered madly, "Brother, I'm sorry, brother. Forgive me, brother. I didn't mean to eat you, brother. I am really too hungry. Once I'm full, I'll worship you every year from now on, brother." Seeing this horrific scene, Lin Zishan's mind buzzed. A rat man? Could it be that the giant mutant rat that escaped, the one mentioned on the news today, had turned into a rat man? Without hesitation, Lin Zishan made the quick decision to turn and run. He had to get out of here and notify the police as fast as possible. Behind him, the rat man had also noticed him. It cried out wildly, "Brother, I don't need to eat you anymore. I can eat a human now." Immediately, It shot after him, planting its feet on the alley walls and moving in a bizarre zigzag pattern. As it chased him, it screamed madly, "Meat! I want meat. I want to eat human flesh. Eat meat, eat people." Horrified, Lin Zixin thought, "So fast. Looks like I can't avoid this." Seizing the instant the monster lunged at him, Lin Zixin spun around and lashed out with a counter kick. In this situation, he could only risk everything. Bang! The rat man took the kick head on and was sent flying backward. It staggered to its feet, clutching its chest in pain, inwardly shocked. This guy is obviously just a weak-looking student. How does he have this much strength? It looked toward him and noticed something in his hand. Before it could react, bang, a stone flew over and smashed straight into its head. Then came a relentless barrage of stones, thrown one after another. Bang, bang, bang. The air shrieked as they flew. While hurling the stones, Lin Zixin calculated in his head, "I can't give it any chance to fight back. I have to finish it off first and worry about the rest later." The giant mutant rat was bombarded by countless stones like artillery shells. Its flesh burst open into countless bloody holes. After a while, Lin Zixin stopped, panting heavily from exhaustion. Huff, huff, not moving anymore. Over there, after the concentrated onslaught, the giant mutant rat had been reduced to a mangled mess. The high heat generated by the impact sent white smoke rising from it. Lin Zixin walked closer and reached out to touch the ruined corpse to check it. Is it dead? Able to devour life essence. Looks like it really is dead, but only 2. That's honestly a little too little. The crystal system panel popped up with a notification. You have devoured a small amount of the giant mutant rat's life essence. Giant mutant rat diagram. 7. He wondered, last time was clearly 5. Could it have something to do with the difference in the amount of rat king genes between this thing and those heretic followers? After absorbing it, Lin Zixin turned and left, telling himself, better head back first. It's already morning. I can't stay here long. A short while later, the mechanical girl descended from the sky by following the trail. Looking at the mangled pile of flesh in front of her, she put her hands on her hips and wondered who killed this rat man. In the dead of night, in a rundown abandoned building complex, a tall young man carried a young girl over one shoulder. In front of him was a strange ritual array, surrounded by white candles arranged in a circle. He placed the girl at the center of the array, then dropped to his knees and raised both hands in worship. Lord Rat God, please enjoy your offering. From the pitch-black darkness, a giant shadow slowly emerged, accompanied by a frightening, booming voice. Why is there only one woman? Are you trying to starve me to death? This isn't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Or are you one of the offerings this time, too? Hearing this, the man was so terrified that he pressed his head to the ground, trembling. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Please listen to my explanation, Lord Rat God. My lord, the young women outside are all very vigilant now. They don't go out at night, and in the daytime, they move in groups, so they're very hard to capture. The gigantic figure flickering in the darkness gave an order. Then next time, bring me young men. Understand, Lord Rat God. Right after that, a chunk of fresh meat was tossed down in front of him. Seeing it, he was overjoyed and pounced on it, hurriedly grabbing it and devouring it ravenously. Thank you for Lord Rat God's gift. The rat god shot out a long tongue, wrapped it around the woman's body, and yanked her up, then swallowed her whole into its gaping mouth. Once again, horrifying chewing sounds echoed through the night. Next time, don't bring ordinary people. They taste bitter and bad. I want to eat those who stand high above others. They're usually well fed, so their flesh is rich and delicious. Back to everyday life. In order to help Shun Qinghan improve her martial arts grades as quickly as possible, the two of them began special training at her house whenever they had free time. Lin Zixin patiently instructed her, your punching angle is too high. Lower it a little. Like this, you'll be able to generate force better. Qinghan obediently nodded. Okay. He continued correcting her stance. Your feet are too close together. Spread them a little more. Your posture also needs adjusting. Don't face your opponent directly. Turn your body slightly. All right, let's do a little live practice. Attack me with everything you've got. Qinghan said nothing more and immediately rushed forward with a decisive punch. Okay, then here I come. Smack! Lin Zixin easily raised a hand and blocked her fist, then praised her, not bad. Your punching angle is very accurate, and your punch is much stronger than before. Right after that, Qinghan swung her leg in a kick. Lin Zixin released her hand, caught the kick, and continued instructing her. Your sweeping kick posture is wrong. Don't clamp your leg tight before kicking. Open up a little. Do it the way I just corrected for you. Then try that move again. again. Xinghan nodded repeatedly. Okay, smack, smack, smack. She threw out countless rapid punches in succession, but he neutralized all of them with ease. After a long while, Xinghan was drenched in sweat and sat down on the floor, gasping. Tired, so tired, but I can really feel that my martial arts are getting stronger. She looked up at him hopefully. Little Shun, I think 3 training sessions a week isn't enough. Can we do special training every day? Lin Zixin raised one finger and shook it. Rejected. No need. 3 times a week is already too much. If we do this every day, your body won't be able to take it. Xinghan had no choice but to accept it. All right then, 3 times a week it is. Suddenly, Lin Zixin's phone vibrated with a new message alert. The two of them stared at the screen, watching a special news bulletin being broadcast. On its official website, Metamecha God Group had just released a shocking announcement. They would provide free treatment for a mechanical genius girl who had suffered permanent injuries due to the after effects of body modification performed too early. The report further revealed that this genius from Capital University had achieved remarkable success in fusing the genes of the 1,000 spider mutant. The news immediately caused a huge stir. Had she broken Capital University's record and become the youngest person in history to successfully complete a second gene fusion? A question surfaced in everyone's mind. Could this be the prodigy from the Capital back then? Normally, the human body needed to reach a certain level of maturity before undergoing gene fusion. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to withstand the invasion of mutant beast genes, leading to the risk of uncontrolled mutation. Yet, this prodigy had completed a second fusion before even turning 18. Her talent was truly astonishing. Lin Zixin fell into thought, wondering whether the path of gene fusion really was humanity's best option. Night fell, wrapping the city in the dazzling neon glow spilling from its skyscrapers. At Lin Zixin's home, he sat in front of his computer, scrolling through the latest comments on his work. The 9 hottest comments were lively and crowded on the screen. Wei Wei exclaimed, 50,000 words. Chen Lily wrote, going premium with 50,000 words in one day is too much. Zhao Yin commented, the author has so many tricks up his sleeve. Review completed. No objections accepted. Huang Haishi cast a donation vote. The sound of typing clicked steadily as he wrote while calculating inwardly. Thanks to the heavenly wisdom root speeding up his thinking, plus a full month of nonstop practice, his typing speed had now reached a terrifying level, 10,000 words an hour. He only needed to spend 1 hour a day writing, which didn't affect his strict martial arts training schedule at all. Lin Zixin's father stood behind him, stroking his chin and nodding in approval. Little Shun, your book's selling pretty well. If you can keep writing 10,000 words a day and the quality of the plot stays the same, then in the first month you'll probably get around 50,000 yuan in royalties. Once the word count builds up later, earning 100,000 a month won't be a problem. He patted his son on the shoulder proudly. Hearing that, Lin Zixin paused for a moment, joy rising in his heart. 50,000 a month, maybe even 100,000? With this steady income, he would no longer have to worry about the cost of unlocking beast diagrams. Hopefully the royalties from the next 2 months would be enough to unlock the violent Great Rock diagram. In teacher Han Yuanfeng's martial arts class, an internal sparring session was in full swing to test the students' progress. Bang! On the ring, Lin Zixin lowered his body and drove a sharp elbow into his opponent's stomach. As usual, Lin Zixin dominated the entire field, beating every opponent until they were utterly crushed and stripping away every chance they had to fight back. That match not only earned him an 88 yuan bonus, but also added several dozen experience points to his natural selection mission. In stark contrast to Lin Zixin's overwhelming momentum, Shen Xinghan still had yet to taste victory and continued to firmly hold on a last place. Li Suoxin walked over and gently patted Xinghan on the shoulder to comfort her. However, the difference was already beginning to show. In the past, when facing Wen Yuntong, the student ranked second from the bottom in the class, Xinghan had been kicked off the ring in just 3 seconds. But this time, she had stubbornly held out for nearly 3 minutes. Even more praiseworthy was the fact that those 3 minutes were not spent curling up in defense, like a turtle hiding in its shell, but in a fair exchange of attacks. She had even managed to land a beautiful kick squarely on her opponent. Seeing her effort, teacher Yuan Feng spared spared no praise for his young student's remarkable improvement and encouraged her to keep it up. Teacher Yuan waved his hand and shouted boldly, "1 month from now, we're going to challenge the strongest key class in the entire second year. Our goal is to defeat everyone in that class except for their top 3. Do you all have confidence?" Fired up, the whole class answered in unison, yes. Hearing that, Teacher Yuan happily clenched his fists in excitement. Very good. Lin Zixin took the chance to check his phone and saw that his account balance had already risen to 80,000 yuan. In the blink of an eye, his novel had been on sale for more than a month. He decided to stop by the supermarket. "Hello, I'd like to buy Violent Giant Eagle meat." The clerk replied warmly, "Certainly. How much would you like? We currently have a promotion. If you buy 100 Gene at once, you'll get a 5 discount." Hearing about the discount, he immediately fell into thought. At the moment, he still didn't have enough cash to buy that much in one go. "Then I won't buy it for now." He silently decided to wait until he had enough money to purchase 100 kilograms at once. In any case, he only had to wait until next month. The next day at school, Qinghan walked beside him down the hallway, happily linking arms with him as she chirped, "Little Shun, a new cafeteria opened a few days ago. I heard the chef there's really good. How about we go try it?" Lin Zixin smiled and nodded indulgently. Sure. When they arrived at the cafeteria, the place was extremely lively, with 5 or 6 chefs all busy at work. The rich aroma made both Lin Zixin and Qinghan unable to suppress their cravings. Fortunately, they had come early, so they quickly got their food without having to wait long. "Little Shun, good thing we came early, or we'd have had a line up." Exactly. Suddenly, a noisy quarrel broke out up ahead. "Hey, why are you cutting in line? Get to the back." "I'm not cutting. My desk mate was saving my spot." "Since when can you have someone hold your place in line? Are you kidding me? Cutting is cutting. Get to the back." "Yeah, I'm cutting, but it's my desk mate's line. What the hell's it got to do with you?" He lost his temper and pointed at the other guy as he shouted, "Is there something wrong with your brain? Your desk mate is standing in front of me. Whether you're cutting in front of your desk mate or cutting in front of me, what's the difference?" Hearing that, the other guy flew into a rage from humiliation. "So what if I'm cutting? What are you going to do about it?" Seeing the situation turn tense, Qinghan covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Little Shun, he is arguing with someone. Should we go take a look?" Lin Zixin replied calmly, "Probably not necessary. With Yu's hot temper, the one who should be scared is the line cutter." Sure enough, the guy turned around and stormed off, muttering brat. However, things didn't end there. Soon after, Yu saw him return with 3 companions, whispering among themselves. A moment later, the 4 of them swaggered over and casually cut in line right in front of Yu. "Yu snapped, what are you doing? What's your problem?" The 4 sneered in unison. "Nothing. We just feel like cutting in front of you." "Are you kidding me? Go line up properly." While shouting, he angrily shoved at their shoulders. But strangely, it felt as though he were pushing against an iron wall. Even using both hands, he couldn't make them budge in the slightest. Lin Zixin and Qinghan immediately noticed something was wrong and both stood up. "It's Yu. Looks like he's being bullied." Lin Zixin walked over, placed a hand on one of the group's shoulders, and said coldly, "Classmate, please go to the back and line up." The boy turned around, pointed at Lin Zixin's face, and sneered provocatively, "If I don't, what are you going to do?" Lin Zixin curled his lips into a faint smile and calmly took out his phone. "I'll report you." The boy glanced at the phone with utter disdain. "Reporting people? That's pathetic." Just then, he walked over with his arms crossed and raised a brow as he backed up his friend. "I think cutting in line is even more pathetic." Seeing the 2 stand firm, the 4 boys clicked their tongues, let out a scornful snort, and turned to leave, still looking resentful. Late at night, in Shanghai City, inside a luxurious villa in the wealthy district, a gloomy atmosphere filled the air. The cult leader sat in an armchair, his voice icy as he spoke. Changsha has already died. Before that, he went mad and ran to the market to provoke the security team, then lost his life. Good riddance to that stupid dog. He caused chaos and trouble everywhere all day long. I wanted him dead a long time ago. Otherwise, sooner or later, he would have implicated us. He then pointed to the young man standing beside him and introduced him. And this young fellow is the newcomer. In the future, he will inherit Changsha's position. Everyone should get to know him. Besides, Rat God told me that ordinary people are too bitter and taste awful. In the future, if we want to eat the flesh of those lofty people, everyone should keep this in mind and stop offering unsuitable sacrifices. Hearing that, the cult members cried out in alarm. Cult leader targeting upper-class people is extremely dangerous. Exactly, cult leader. If 1 or 2 ordinary people go missing, it's not a big deal, but if someone from the upper class disappears, that'll be a huge matter. The cult leader waved a hand to calm them. Quickly select the sons of wealthy businessmen who can't keep them under control. level. That way the risk will be much lower. Then he turned to the newcomer and instructed him, since you're still new, you don't need to capture an upper-class target yet. First, grab an ordinary young man who's handsome, just to practice. When the time comes, bring him as a sacrifice to one of Lord Rat God's divine sons. The newcomer lowered his head respectfully. Please rest assured, cult leader. I will offer the most handsome sacrifice in the city to the divine son. Several days passed quickly. At school, Lin Zixin leaned lazily against the lockers while playing on his phone. Beside him, he stood with both fists clenched, his face flushed with anger. I've been investigating for days, and it turns out the guys who cut in front of me that day are actually students from the third second-year class. The strongest key class we're about to challenge. These key class people really have no manners at all. I am seriously speechless. With one hand in his pocket and the other scrolling across the screen, Lin Zixin said flatly, being good at studying doesn't mean they have good character. Suddenly, his finger stopped when a headline flashed across the screen. Huge reward offered for missing son. He immediately thought of the recent incidents. Another rich second-generation kid went missing. This was already the 5th case. Moreover, the motive clearly wasn't money, because no kidnapper had asked the families for ransom. Could these disappearances be connected to the Rat God cult? At that thought, his expression darkened, and a heavy feeling pressed against his chest. In the gymnasium, the atmosphere was tense as his Class 1 prepared to challenge Key Class 3, the strongest class in the upper grade. The boys who had cut in front of you last week kept throwing provocative looks his way. The 4 older boys stood there full of swagger, and the leader even arrogantly raised his middle finger at Hiyu. Unwilling to back down, Hiyu immediately returned the gesture. The match began. Shin Xinghan was still the first to go up. Her opponent was an experienced senior girl. The moment the match started, the senior rushed forward like a storm and unleashed a thunderous kick. Bang! The powerful kick sent Xinghan flying backward, the air tearing with a shrill whistle. She skidded across the ground, completely overpowered by the crushing strength of the senior from the key class. Her turtle shell defensive strategy was utterly useless against this gap in skill. The next few matches unfolded like a one-sided massacre. That girl exploded into action again and again, sending one student from Class 1 after another flying off the ring. Even Li Suoxin could only admit defeat helplessly. It wasn't until a short-haired girl from their class, someone with notably better stamina, stepped onto the platform that the senior girl's winning streak was finally ended. But the joy was short-lived. The other side quickly sent out another person to take control. In less than 10 minutes, this new opponent swept through 9 people in a row, including all 3 boys. The situation turned dire. Class 1 had been beaten badly, and only 4 people remained standing. Lin Zixin, Wang Shujia, Lu Gang, and Hiyu. Meanwhile, Key Class 3 had lost only 5 people, and there were still 36 students who had not even needed to take the field. More importantly, all 5 who had been eliminated were girls. The other side had not even needed to send out a single boy yet. Teacher Yuan gripped the armrests of his chair tightly, sweat beading on his forehead as he lamented inwardly. The difference in strength is just too great. We can't fight this at all. He turned to Hiyu and shouted to fire him up. Hiyu, it's your turn. They still have 6 girls left. Go up and take them all down. Can you do it? Hiyu said nothing more and immediately sprang onto the ring, thumping his chest confidently. Piece of cake, teacher. In his mind, he was already imagining a glorious scene. 6 opponents? Even if there were a few more senior girls, he'd gladly fight them. Sure enough, Hiyu did not disappoint expectations. Bang! After a fierce battle, Hiyu stood in the middle of the ring, panting hard, surrounded by 6 upper-class girls who had all been knocked off. He had flawlessly completed the cleanup job. Immediately after that, the next opponent jumped onto the platform. It was Chi-Yu, the leader of the line-cutting group from the other day. He lowered himself into a stance, a vicious grin visible on his face. Ready to die? Hiyu sneered back. You don't just lack manners, you also lack self-awareness. He quickly sized him up. This was the first boy the other side had sent out, so he had to be some weakling. A perfect chance for revenge. Bang! Chi-Yu suddenly stomped down and shot forward like lightning. He was horrified. By the time he realized what was happening, a fist as heavy as 1,000 pounds had slammed straight into his stomach. His whole body flew backward, and he doubled over in pain, clutching his abdomen and struggling to suck in air. So fast in that punch. Suddenly, Chi-Yu appeared beside him like a ghost. Arrogantly, he raised his leg and stepped over Hiyu's head as he lay on the floor. Lucky for me, You're just trash. Admit defeat. Furious, Hiyu's eyes widened. He sprang up, turned around, and threw a retaliatory punch. Get the hell away from me. Chiyu nimbly dodged, then spun and delivered a thunderous kick into Hiyu's stomach. Boom! He was kicked clean off the platform, his back smashing painfully into the ground. He curled up and cursed inwardly. Damn, that hurts. His strength is absolutely no weaker than the other boys. He might even be stronger. He deliberately came out just to get revenge on me. Damn it, I was too careless. After defeating Hiyu, Chiyu grew even more arrogant. Standing high on the ring, he crooked a finger provocatively at Lin Zishan below. Don't you like sticking your nose into other people's business? If you've got the guts, then get up here. If not, forget it. Lin Zishan said nothing. He gathered strength in his legs and leaped onto the platform. Inwardly, he thought, I was just feeling down because I didn't have a chance to go up yet. Perfect timing. My chance is here. Below the stage, his classmates erupted into wild cheers when they saw Lin Zishan step up. Brother Shun, beat him up. Give him a good beating. So disgraceful. Cutting in line in the cafeteria was bad enough. But he's this disgusting even on the ring? Does he have no shame? Humiliate him hard. Get revenge for Hiyu. Huh. Chiyu repeated his old tactic and charged forward like a bolt of lightning. As he closed in, he changed moves and turned it into a kick, the corners of his mouth curling up in smug satisfaction. But with a bang, Lin Zishan merely raised a hand lightly and effortlessly blocked the powerful strike. Immediately afterward, he stepped forward. His hand transformed into an eagle claw and clamped tightly onto Chiyu's head, slamming him hard into the floor of the ring. Bang! The impact exploded like thunder, and gray dust flew everywhere. When it cleared, everyone was horrified to see that Chiyu's eyes had rolled back white, and he had passed out on the spot. Lin Zishan calmly slipped both hands into his pockets, then imitated what Chiyu had done to Hiyu. Coldly stepping over his body, he casually kicked him like a piece of trash and sent Chiyu flying off the platform. Witnessing that brutal instant kill, the entire key class stood there with mouths agape, cold sweat streaming down their backs. Chiyu was ranked in the top 5 of their class, yet he had been taken down in the blink of an eye. Was that student really that strong? The students of class 1 shouted in delight. That felt amazing. Teacher Yuan, meanwhile, fell into thought. Lin Zishan is definitely still hiding a lot of his strength. Otherwise, there's no way he could have reached this level. Wang Shujie and Lu Gang stood nearby, staring at each other in shock. Damn it, Lin Zishan already seemed this strong normally, and that still wasn't even his full strength? Is he even human? Standing on the ring, Lin Zishan coldly swept his sharp gaze over the key class students and asked, who's next? Hearing that, Chiyu's 3 remaining companions turned deathly pale and stepped back in fear. But what was coming could not be avoided. Half an hour later, the remaining 29 students of Key Class 3 had been completely wiped out. By himself, Lin Zishan had subdued the entire strongest class in the upper grade with his fists alone. He silently checked his progress. I wonder how far natural selection has advanced by now. A blue system panel appeared. Natural selection. Cumulative opponents eliminated 119/1000. Lin Zishan was a little disappointed. I fought this many, and it's only at 119? This is increasing way too slowly. He rubbed his chin and pondered. Every time there's a class sparring match, I'm always the last one to go out. This can't continue. My strength is already far beyond high school level, so there's no need for me to keep following high school rules. From now on, I'll make my own rules. On Monday, at the principal's office. What? The female principal stared at Lin Zishan, unable to believe her ears. Arrange a prize challenge match for you? Lin Zishan nodded firmly. That's right. I want to challenge every student in the school. The principal held her head with one hand and braced the desk with the other in utter helplessness. You're only a first-year high school student, and you already want to challenge the entire school? Are you serious? On what basis? Lin Zishan answered seriously, yes, I am. Principal, please come with me to the gymnasium, and I'll prove to you that I have the strength to issue this challenge. In the gymnasium, the principal stood with her arms crossed, watching with a suspicious look. Lin Zishan, it's already this late. Why did you bring me here? Of course, to show you my strength. As he spoke, he took off his outer jacket. Seeing this, the principal's lips trembled, and she awkwardly turned her face away. Huh, don't tell me this boy is trying to show. Lin Zishan, wait a moment. Lin Zishan didn't bother explaining. He walked straight to the weight area and, with one hand, easily lifted a 700 gene barbell into the air. The principal froze and rubbed her eyes several times before she dared believe it was real. Then she cried out, 700 Gene? So this is the strength he was talking about. He's even stronger than Wu Tiancheng, the strongest first-year student in this school's history. Her attitude changed completely. Smiling brightly, she gave him a thumbs up. No problem. I'll arrange a personal exhibition challenge for you to fight the entire school. Lin Zixin smiled awkwardly, scratched his head, and reminded her, Principal, remember to set up prizes. Without rewards, nobody will be motivated. He excitedly raised one finger and suggested it'd be best to create two kinds of rewards. First, a participation reward to encourage everyone to step onto the ring. Second, a cumulative reward. Set up a prize pool that grows the more times people challenge me. Whoever defeats me gets the entire prize. But if no one can beat me within a certain period of time, then the prize goes to me. The principal's eyes lit up. Don't worry. Leave it to your principal. I'll do exactly as you say. Lin Zixin patted his chest and added, Principal, as for my strength, you have to keep it secret for now. Otherwise, once everyone knows, they won't be motivated to challenge me anymore. The principal patted him on the shoulder warmly. All right, I'll listen to you. Back in the office, she quickly drafted the document and eagerly handed it to him for review. Lin Zixin, what do you think of this plan for the challenge event? No problem at all. Lin Zixin said gratefully, thank you for the hard work, Principal. The principal waved both hands repeatedly. Not at all. It's no trouble whatsoever. Standing nearby, Teacher Yuan and another teacher kept rubbing their eyes, unable to believe the sight before them. What is going on? What kind of upside-down world is this? At school, the demon headmistress was always stern and severe, so why was she now smiling so ingratiatingly in front of Lin Zixin? At 2 in the afternoon, the gymnasium was packed with students. Following the plan, the principal stood on the stage and began introducing Lin Zixin's basic information and achievements, while also explaining in detail the challenge rules and prize structure. Just as expected, the crowd below exploded like a kicked beehive. Principal, are you serious? The principal has gone crazy. He's just a first-year high school student, and he set up a challenge ring and asked every student in the school to come challenge him. Where does he get that confidence? You think you're worthy of us challenging you? You only beat the strongest class in the second year, and now you're already bragging like this. Anyone who didn't know better would think you'd already beaten the top class in the third year. Arrogant and ignorant, acting like there's nobody above you. Do you think you're Wu Tiancheng, the strongest student in the school's history? Faced with a wave of fury, Lin Zixin merely looked down calmly and declared loudly, starting tomorrow, I will guard the ring in the gym for 2 hours every day during the lunch break. Everyone is welcome to come spar. He secretly laughed with satisfaction. Excellent. It looks like a lot of people want to beat me up. There's a good chance natural selection will be completed ahead of schedule. The sun gradually sank, night fell, and the streetlights began to flicker on. Downtown Shanghai was bustling with people. On the street, a blonde-haired young man sipped orange juice while darting his eyes around as if searching for prey. At that moment, 2 provocatively dressed women with curvy figures walked over and flirted coyly. Handsome, are you alone? Want to go to a bar and have a few drinks with us? The blonde man glanced at the 2 women and coldly waved them off. Not interested. Get the hell away from me. The 2 women angrily turned and left. What a killjoy. Looks like you're destined to stay single. The blonde man let out a long sigh. Seriously? Is this how Shanghai City works? Standing in the middle of the street, he critically sized up every passing man. I just want to find a truly perfect 10 out of 10 handsome guy. Why haven't I found one after all these days? There isn't a single man on this road who catches my eye. He scratched his head in frustration. If I can't complete this sacrificial mission perfectly, what will the cult leader think of me? Will I be ostracized in the cult from now on? Grinding his teeth, he considered his options. At first, I thought about snatching some famous male celebrities, but they're all surrounded by bodyguards. I'm just a newcomer to the rat god cult. There's no way I'm capable of taking them. The deadline for this task is almost here. What am I supposed to do now? Just when he was at his most desperate, his gaze accidentally collided with the figure of Lin Zixin jogging past on his evening run. His eyes immediately lit up like car headlights. Wow, handsome. Truly, after wearing out iron shoes looking for it, I found it without any effort at all. A greedy smile spread across his lips. That's the one. After tailing him for a while, he saw Lin Zixin turn into a deserted alley, and his delight only grew. Darkness swallowed up both of his eyes, and the corners of his mouth stretched almost to his ears. This road is deserted with no cars passing by. Time to make my move. The moment he thought it, he acted. He immediately transformed. His clothes were torn apart by his swelling muscles, and his body rapidly expanded, turning into a grotesque mutant rat. Suddenly, bang! Out of nowhere, a brick flew over and smashed straight into his head, sending blood spraying everywhere. Caught completely off guard by a brick straight to the weak point, he trembled in agony, his head spinning. What the hell is this? Lin Zixin held another brick in his hand, his icy gaze fixed on the mutant rat as he thought. I didn't expect that just by going out for exercise, I'd catch a rat man. The mutant rat pattern can be unlocked even faster now. The mutant rat's legs went limp and he collapsed to his knees, clutching his head with both hands and groaning. This guy's way too terrifying, and he's muttering things I can't even understand. How am I this unlucky? The moment the thought ended, he toppled to the ground with a thud, his eyes rolling back white as he died. Lin Zixin looked stunned. What is this? It was just one brick to the head, and he died already? There are actually rat god cult followers this week? Thinking that, he walked over, crouched down, and touched the mutant rat's body. Whatever. No need to overthink it. Better absorb the life essence quickly, just in case someone comes. The system panel appeared with a notification. You have devoured a small portion of the origin essence of a mutant giant rat. Mutant giant rat pattern 8. Lin Zixin frowned. It only went up by 1? That little? No wonder this rat man was such trash. But for safety's sake, I probably shouldn't go out for night runs anytime soon. After all, not every cultist is as weak as this guy. Some members of the rat god cult are quite formidable. After mutating, their bodies become incredibly strong. Even bullets can barely hurt them. After returning home, Lin Zixin took a thorough shower. The news broadcast was on at 3 a.m. last night. The city police headquarters worked together with instructors from Shanghai University's Evolution Academy to wipe out the rat god cult in one fell swoop. Sitting on the sofa and drying his hair while watching TV, Lin Zixin was surprised. The rat god cult was wiped out. On screen, the one who had defeated the Rat King this time was Wu Tiansheng, an instructor from Shanghai University's Evolution Academy, a gene-fused human with a high-tier biological rank. Wu Tiansheng stood in midair and slammed his hands together, his sharp eyes fixed on the Rat King. The next second, he spread his wings, and countless pitch-black feathers shot out like a rain of arrows, piercing straight into the Rat King's body and sending blood spraying everywhere. Boom! The Rat King's body crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. The battle lasted less than half a minute, and Wu Tiansheng won with overwhelming dominance. Lin Zixin's face was full of shock. So this is the power of a high-tier life form? That's seriously strong. Late at night, at the top of a skyscraper, a young man sat in a chair with his legs crossed, holding a cup of coffee as he asked, Tiansheng, still no way to contact the teacher? Wu Tiansheng replied, still missing. The young man fell silent for a moment. That group of powerhouses who entered Origin Site number 36 during the riot back then still haven't been heard from. What's the current state of Origin Site number 36? Tiansheng answered calmly, it's fairly stable. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the time to come here. The young man gave a faint smile. During the cleanup back then, a few little shrimps managed to slip away in the chaos. Wu Tiansheng looked at him in puzzlement. Little shrimps? The entire city security headquarters had been helpless against the Rat King, yet in front of a high-tier genius like him, it really was no more than a little shrimp. The young man walked over and slung an arm around Tiansheng's shoulders with a grin. Since you're already here, why not go back to your old school and give a lecture? Big brother, I'm not some idler. I have proper work to do. Guiding all those adorable boys and girls is proper work too, isn't it? In the dead of night, the moonlight fell cold as frost into a bottomless pit. A deep, muffled voice echoed from within. At first, it only ate stray animals. Later, it started eating young people with tender flesh. Then, after feeding on people of higher status, it gradually developed a human form. A mutated rat was kneeling on the ground, head lowered, trembling. A gigantic foot stepped forward and the authoritative voice sounded again. I went to great lengths to bring you here, so you could help strengthen the race and dig tunnels. And yet you went around everywhere eating people, and even caused such a huge disturbance. It was a humanoid aberrant beast with a massive body and blue skin carved with bizarre red patterns. The beast lifted its enormous foot as if about to crush the mutated rat beneath it. A frightening red light flashed in its eyes. Tell me, don't you deserve to die? The mutated rat trembled violently when heard this. My lord, Please, give me one more chance. The giant, aberrant beast lowered its head, the corners of its mouth curling up to reveal jagged, sharp teeth. A chance can be given, but you'll have to pay a price. As it said that, its giant hand shot out. Rip! One of the mutated rat's eyeballs was gouged straight out, blood splattering everywhere. The giant rumbled, "A sewer rat's eye smells truly foul." Then it tossed the eyeball straight into its mouth and chewed it up. But the taste is quite good. But I suppose you're fairly clever. You knew how to hide behind the scenes and enjoy yourself while letting your younger brother pretend to be the Rat King and die in your place. After swallowing, it growled, "Still, if you don't honestly dig tunnels for me." As it spoke, the giant's finger moved forward again. "Once I gouge out your other eye as well, you'll still have to die." The scene shifted back to Lin Zishan. One hand in his pocket and the other holding his phone, he strolled leisurely down the road. The students around him kept glancing at him and whispering among themselves. That's the guy who wants to challenge the whole school. Lin Zishan is only in the first year of high school. He really doesn't know his place. Is he heading to the gym to start now? Let's go watch the fun. Lin Zishan ignored them and continued reading the news on his phone. 9 remaining members of the Rat God cult have escaped. Anyone who provides clues will receive a reward ranging from 5,000 to 500,000 yuan. Seeing the reward, Lin Zishan fell into thought. 500,000 for an escaped one? But if I really run into one, I should still keep myself in check first. Avoid danger before thinking about the reward. The gym was packed, crowded with people. On the ring, 2 figures stood firmly at the center. Lin Zishan swept his gaze around. Quite a few people showed up, huh? That just means even more reward money. Standing in the center of the ring, Shun Qinghan held a loudspeaker and called out, "Anyone who challenges can enter the lucky draw. Great prizes, first come, first served." The boys' eyes lit up at once, and they shouted excitedly, "I heard there's even the latest game console. And smartphones too. If we draw a prize, can we touch Shun Qinghan's hand?" One hot-blooded boy lunged forward and raised his hand. "Me, I want a challenge." Right then, a senior girl leaped up from behind, planted a kick right in his face for leverage, and shouted, "Me first." Immediately afterward, several other senior girls followed suit, stepping on the heads of the boys, blocking the way as they rushed forward. "I'm joining too." "Junior Zishan is mine. Move aside." 8 or 9 senior girls charged onto the ring, surrounding Lin Zishan as they shouted in unison, "We want in too." One senior girl clung tightly to Lin Zishan's arm, thinking happily, "I touched him. Ah, this strong arm." Another pressed up close and shoved her ample chest right into Lin Zishan's face, sighing dreamily, "Ah, what a handsome face." Caught in the middle and assaulted from all sides by 9 beauties, Lin Zishan became incredibly tense, sweating profusely. This situation was starting to develop in a very strange direction. He closed his eyes and gathered strength in his right hand, apologizing inwardly. "Sorry, even though I don't want to hit girls, for the sake of my achievement." Bang! Lin Zishan struck with his palm and sent one senior girl flying. He spun and launched another palm strike, blasting away another. Bang! 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 Lin Zishan erupted into action, unleashing blow after blow and knocking every senior girl off the stage. My apologies. The system panel appeared. Natural selection 309/1000. One senior girl who had just been sent flying struggled back up and raised her hand. S senior sister still wants to challenge again. Lin Zishan stood on the ring and looked down coldly. Anyone who loses a challenge can't challenge again. Hearing that, the senior girls all stood there in dazed regret. How could this happen? I still wanted to touch him some more. At that moment, an irritated-looking senior boy cracked his knuckles and stepped forward. "Lin Zishan, right? I found you annoying for a long time. My turn to teach you a lesson, brat." But the moment he stepped onto the ring, Lin Zishan smashed a straight punch into his face. Smack, one shot. The system panel ticked upward. Natural selection for 19/1000. Right after that, as usual, Lin Zishan began another one-sided beatdown. Time passed quickly, and before long, the seniors he had defeated were piled up like a mountain at his feet. Standing there, he crooked a finger provocatively. "Anyone else?" "Me." A senior boy with a stern expression stepped out, both hands in his pockets. He walked forward, and the other boys shrank back in fear to make way for him. He stomped the ground and leaped onto the ring. The crowd gasped when they saw him. It's Yin Shaoxian, the overlord of second-year elite class. Who do you think will win between these two? Yin Shaoxian, obviously. The second-year key and elite classes are on a completely different level. Back then, Yin Shaoxian also beat a whole group of people by himself. But in the end, Chen Wuxing who was a grade above him, still taught him a lesson. As soon as Yin Shaoxin got on the ring, he looked at Lin Zixin and began lecturing him. Junior, I used to be just as wild as you, but only after being crushed by others did I understand what it means that there's always someone better. Lin Zixin looked at him and listened silently without saying a word. Seeing no reaction, Yin Shaoxian continued rambling. Today, I'll teach you the first lesson of your life. I'll teach you how to be a genius without being arrogant and rash. After all, as your senior, I've gone through countless hardships to get where I am today. I truly can't bear to see you repeat my mistakes. But as people say, every failure is a lesson. So I have no choice but to sacrifice myself to teach you. Now I'm ready. Once our duel begins, you'll understand the painstaking effort of a senior like me. Lin Zixin cut him off and turned to the referee. Teacher, can we start now? The referee nodded. The match begins. Remember to hit hard. Yin Shaoxian was still talking. Junior, I suggest bang. Lin Zixin shot forward like lightning and kicked him straight in the face. Yin Shaoxian flew off like a kite with a broken string, slammed into the wall, then slid to the ground unconscious. Lin Zixin picked at his ear. Finally, it's quieter now. The crowd stared in shock. Yin Shaoxian had actually been instantly killed. Was Lin Zixin really this monstrously strong? Clap, clap. At that moment, applause sounded from the entrance. Look, Chen Wuxing is here. He must be here to help Yin Shaoxian save face. The school's #1 student has come to challenge him. This is going to be good. Lin Zixin glanced at him and thought to himself, the school's top student? Is this one of those cases where a kid gets beaten and calls in an adult? Boom! Chen Wuxing leaped onto the ring and said arrogantly, I truly didn't expect Yin Shaoxian to lose to a brat like you. Seeing that he was about to start spouting nonsense too, Lin Zixin turned to the referee and asked, Teacher, we're ready. Can we start now? Chen Wuxing was furious at being interrupted and stomped his foot as he shouted, Brat, can't you wait for me to finish speaking? The referee waved his hand and called out loudly, Begin. Chen Wuxing clenched his fists and charged forward. Looks like the only way to make you listen to me is to beat you down first. Bang! His fist smashed straight into Lin Zixin's. Lin Zixin replied coldly, I'm really very sorry. Boom! Lin Zixin put a bit more force into his arm and sent him flying instantly. Chen Wuxing only managed to cry out, I'm very busy, that's impossible, before the terrifying shockwave blasted him away, his eyes rolling back in horror. The whole school stood there gaping, eyes wide with shock. Lin Zixin wasted no words and pointed at a boy below the stage. Hey, what are you standing there in a daze for? Hurry up and come fight me. The boy who was pointed at was utterly bewildered. Who, me? Lin Zixin nodded. Yes, you. You still haven't challenged me yet. The boy climbed onto the ring fearfully, praying inwardly, please go easy on me later. He comforted himself, well, since I'm already here, and since challenging gives me a chance at the lucky draw. Lin Zixin spoke in a modest tone, definitely, definitely. The match had just begun when Lin Zixin threw a punch and lightly sent him flying off the ring. Ding! Natural selection, achievement progress, +1. The boys below gritted their teeth and clenched their fists. Since we're already here, so what if we lose to Lin Zixin? That's not embarrassing at all. I want that smartphone. Damn it, I'm going all in. Once again, Lin Zixin began his familiar one-sided stomp. Ding! Natural selection, achievement progress, +1, +1, +1. Ding! In an official competition, use the most primitive biological method. A total of 1,000 different opponents have been eliminated. Achievement completed. You have obtained the biological attribute, natural selection. Seeing the notification appear, Lin Zixin clenched his fists in excitement. Ding! Biological attribute acquired, natural selection. Effect: increases the damage you deal to other life forms. After reading it, Lin Zixin rubbed his chin thoughtfully. A simple, crude boost to offensive power, but extremely practical. Too bad it doesn't specify exactly how much the increase is. He then jumped down from the ring and announced, the challenge ends here. Everyone can disperse. The crowd looked disappointed. That fast. We still wanted to watch a little longer. Lin Zixin said nothing. He directly grabbed Shun Qinghan's hand and quickly led her away. In the principal's office, the female principal sat behind her desk and looked at Lin Zixin with a hearty laugh. Congratulations. You really did take the #1 spot in the whole school. She walked closer, placed a finger by her lips, and smiled mysteriously. You could even instantly defeat Chen Wuxing. You're definitely still hiding your real strength, aren't you? Lin Zixin took a sip of coffee and answered calmly, "That's right, but only a little." The female principal raised one finger and wagged it. "I think it's more than just a little." She continued, "Not long ago, Chun Wuxing took the special recruitment exam for Capital University. He could lift 690 kilograms with one hand. Based on that, your number should be at least 800 kilograms. Lin Zixin looked at her and replied, "Principal, your judgment is godlike. My number is 795 kilograms. He thought to himself, "I still can't let her know my true strength." After hearing that, the female principal put her hands on her hips and laughed loudly. "I knew it." Lin Zixin spoke up, "Principal." He held out his hand. "When will the 8,800 yuan reward money be credited to my account?" All right, I'll transfer it to you right away." What a money-grubbing brat. Ding. Lin Zixin's phone immediately received a notification. "Your account has received a transfer." The female principal held out her hand and said, "Zixin, from now on you will represent the school." Suddenly Lin Zixin interrupted her. "Principal." The female principal looked puzzled. "What else is it?" Lin Zixin pointed at Shun Qinghan. "Qinghan and I both really like swimming. Can we use the pool in the gym?" Shun Qinghan was startled and let out a surprised, "Huh?" Looking at the female principal with a serious expression, Lin Zixin continued, "At any time. And while we're using it, no one else is allowed in." The female principal smiled knowingly. "I understand. You two can use it." Lin Zixin was a little surprised. She agreed awfully fast. He raised one finger and added, "I don't like people seeing me in swimwear. So while we're using it, I'll cover the cameras there." Sitting to the side, Shun Qinghan's face instantly flushed red, and she looked at Lin Zixin in alarm. Hearing that, the female principal smiled to herself. A young man and a young woman alone together was one thing, but they even wanted the cameras covered? Romantic images of the two in the swimming pool appeared in her mind. Could this child be planning to? She pulled open a drawer, took out a key, and handed it to Lin Zixin. "If you want it, then of course I'll satisfy all your requests. From now on, that place will be your private pool." Leaning close to his ear, she whispered meaningfully, "Just be careful. Don't let it turn into a matter involving human life." Lin Zixin looked puzzled and blank for a moment. Human life? After receiving the key to the swimming room, Lin Zixin left with Shun Qinghan. Looking at the key in his hand, he thought, "Next I can finally figure out exactly what Qinghan's ability is." Shun Qinghan hurried a few steps ahead, then turned back to look at him shyly. "Xiaoshen, there's something I want to ask you." "What is it?" She clasped her hands together and smiled. "I signed up for a singing competition. I've already practiced the song well, but for the chorus part, I still want to find someone to help me rehearse a little. Xiaoshen, can you practice with me tonight?" Lin Zixin nodded immediately. "Of course I can." Shun Qinghan raised her hand in delight and cheered. "That's great." Seeing how happy Shun Qinghan was, Lin Zixin thought to himself, "Does she care that much about this competition? I hope she could be more confident in it." Thinking of that, he smiled gently. Late at night, at Shun Qinghan's apartment complex, inside her room, the two of them were happily singing karaoke. Outside in the living room, Qinghan's father said to his wife with a worried expression, "Honey, our children are grown now. Isn't it a little improper for a boy and girl to be alone together in one room?" Qinghan's mother immediately got angry and snapped. "They've been childhood sweethearts and played together since they were little. Since when does an old man like you get to object?" She stood up, put her hands on her hips, and scolded loudly, "Old Shun, I'd advise you to mind your own business." Qinghan's father shrank back in fear after being scolded. All right, I won't say another word." Inside the room, Lin Zixin could hear every word of that conversation. He stood up and looked at Shun Qinghan. "Qinghan, we've already practiced for half an hour. It's almost study time. Tomorrow after class, let's go to the school pool and train your water attribute. Remember to bring your swimsuit." Shun Qinghan nodded and waved goodbye. "Okay, bye-bye, Xiaoshen. See you tomorrow." Thinking about the swimming pool, Shun Qinghan began to feel nervous. She walked to her wardrobe and started choosing clothes. Which swimsuit should I wear? After searching for a while, she picked out two sets. One was a modest, proper one-piece, and the other was a sexy two-piece bikini. Shun Qinghan pondered over which one to choose. In the end, she decided on the sexy two-piece. Isn't this a little too revealing? Imagining herself wearing the sexy swimsuit and splashing around in the water with Lin Zixin, Shun Qinghan's mind began to spin. After all, Xiaoshen will be the only one in the pool. At the thought of that, her face turned as red as a ripe fruit. The next morning, under blue skies and white clouds, with fresh air all around. Lin Zixin arrived early at the school swimming pool. He had come before Shen Qinghan to prepare a few things. Looking up at the surveillance cameras that had all been thoroughly covered, Lin Zixin muttered in satisfaction. When she handles things, I can relax. Xiaoxin. Hearing someone call him, Lin Zixin turned around. He saw Shen Qinghan standing there smiling and waving, dressed in a sexy, tight black swimsuit. As she ran over, the full curves of her body bounced with every step. Lin Zixin reminded her inwardly, "Sorry to keep you waiting. Slow down. Be careful not to slip." On the outside, he looked calm, but inside, his heart was pounding wildly as if it were about to burst from his chest. "She's way too cute." Lin Zixin shyly turned his head away and tried to keep his voice steady. "Come on, let's get in the water and train." Shen Qinghan smiled and nodded. Hum. Right after that, the two of them dove deep into the pool together. Lin Zixin glanced back with a smile and reached out to hold Shen Qinghan's hand. But while swimming, Shen Qinghan suddenly sensed something strange. She patted Lin Zixin's hand and pointed upward with her finger, signaling that they should surface together. Seeing this, Lin Zixin quickly pulled her upward. As soon as they reached the surface, he asked worriedly, "What's wrong, Qinghan?" Looking a little frightened, Shen Qinghan held out her hand in front of him. "This is so strange. Why is water flowing through my body like this?" Lin Zixin was startled, but then an idea flashed through his mind. Could this be Qinghan's superpower? "Let me see your hand." As he spoke, he took hold of her hand and carefully examined it. Sure enough, aside from the water passing through her hand, as if through a layer of mist, there was nothing else unusual. Then he grabbed Shen Qinghan's hand and pulled her along. "Let's go over there. I'll help you check your body and see whether there are any other places the water can pass through too." Hearing that he needed to check her body, Shen Qinghan's face immediately flushed with embarrassment, but she still nodded lightly. Okay, after going ashore, Shen Qinghan was arranged by Lin Zixin to lie on a lounge chair, while he poured water over different parts of her body one by one to test them. "Xiaoxin, how much longer?" Shen Qinghan asked in great embarrassment. Lin Zixin evaluated the situation with a thoughtful expression. "I've already tested 3 rounds, but your body doesn't show any abnormalities. For now, it looks like only your hand has this ability." "I see." The two of them then sat by the edge of the pool and chatted. Shen Qinghan asked uncertainly, "Xiaoxin, you said that ever since I was little, I could never hold it in. Could it be that somewhere in my body, water is seeping through too?" Lin Zixin nodded in agreement. "That's possible. Next time you feel like you really can't hold it anymore, remember to tell me." Realizing that what he had just said sounded rather sensitive, Lin Zixin awkwardly turned his head away and hurried to patch it up. You should pay attention to your own sensations and see if any part of your body feels the same as your palm, okay? I almost talked myself into sounding like a pervert. Shen Qinghan looked at him thoughtfully, then murmured to herself with hope. Indiana, other words, "I'm not some useless girl. I have a superpower related to water. One day, my ability will be fully awakened, and I'll be able to stand by Xiaoxin's side and become the person most suited to be his other half." At that thought, her eyes began to sparkle as she stared at Lin Zixin in admiration. Late at night, beneath a sky full of stars, Lin Zixin walked alone toward the meat counter in a supermarket. The saleswoman greeted him warmly. "Hello, welcome." Without wasting words, Lin Zixin tossed his powerful black card on the counter. The saleswoman was startled. Before she could even ask anything, he said, "I want 100 jin of violent condor meat." Lin Zixin shouted inwardly, "This is the first time I've bought this much. This feels amazing." He then handed the saleswoman a slip of paper with an address written on it. "Just deliver it here." "Why, yes, of course." The saleswoman stared in astonishment at Lin Zixin's retreating back. It's him again. Just which young master is this, to spend money so lavishly? Time flew by, and 100 jin of violent condor meat had already been delivered right to his door. The delivery man bowed and said, "Please give my service a good review." Carrying the heavy box in his hands, Lin Zixin calculated silently. "I just received 120,000 yuan in royalties this morning, so I've got nearly 210,000 in total. Buying these 100 jin of violent condor meat should be enough. Let's see what kind of surprise its diagram will give me." Thinking of this, he immediately placed his hand on the pile of meat and began absorbing its essence. At once, the system interface appeared. "You have devoured a portion of the violent condor's life origin. Violent condor diagram, 100. In Lin Zixin's mind, an image appeared of himself standing in the middle of a boundless ocean. In the sky, a violent condor circled majestically. Fast as lightning, it folded its wings and plunged into the sea, tearing through the water's surface. When it rose into the air again, its sharp talons were already clutching a giant dark octopus. Ding! You have successfully unlocked the violent condor diagram and obtained the biological trait, Sky Eyes. Description of Sky Eyes. Your vision and motion capture ability have been greatly enhanced. A faint golden glow began to flow through Lin Zixin's pupils. He looked down through the window at the intersection below. His gaze pierced the night and focused on a young man waiting at the red light. He could clearly read the text messages on the man's phone. Hawkeyes really are powerful. After testing it out, Lin Zixin walked into the living room and saw his parents sitting on the sofa watching TV with solemn expressions. The news was reporting. Recently, a triple gene fusion individual underwent aberration in public, causing casualties numbering in the hundreds. The scene shifted to a conference where a speaker was delivering an impassioned speech. Gene fusion is the wrong path. Throughout history, only monsters have longed to become human. No one has ever wanted to become a monster. As long as we can find a way to develop human potential, humanity can also evolve into higher life forms. An elderly professor shot to his feet and pointed as he loudly refuted him. That's all just fairy tales. If we don't rely on gene fusion humans at this stage, then what? Are we supposed to rely on traditional martial artists who can't even withstand a bullet to fight aberrant beasts? Seeing this argument, Lin Zixin's father commented bluntly, "Genome fusion is uncontrollable. Once aberration happens, it becomes a major catastrophe." His mother smiled and reassured him, "Worrying like that is unnecessary. The country regulates this very strictly, so the odds of it happening are very low. Rather than worrying about aberration, we should be worrying about the continuation of gene fusion humans. After all, they lose their reproductive ability." Lin Zixin's father nodded in agreement. "That's true, which is why sperm should still be stored in advance before gene fusion, or they should find a partner and have children first." While they were talking, his mother suddenly turned in shock. "Oh my, Zixin, you're back already?" Her face flushed red in embarrassment. "Did we just say something inappropriate in front of our son?" His father scratched his head and quickly changed the subject. "Zixin, you're back. Then let's eat first." While they were having dinner, Lin Zixin suddenly spoke up. "Tomorrow our school is holding a campus singing competition. Qinghan signed up for it too." "Really? Then our whole family definitely has to go cheer Qinghan on." "Of course. Qinghan is like a daughter to me too." Seeing how enthusiastic the two of them were, Lin Zixin nodded with a quiet The next day, the school's singing competition was held on a grand scale. The brilliant LED lights and pounding music made the atmosphere incredibly lively. Among the cheering crowd, Lin Zixin's parents stood out the most. The two of them held up a dazzling LED sign that read, "Shun Qinghan, you're the best." In the backstage waiting room, Lin Zixin was carefully doing Shun Qinghan's makeup. "Zixin, why do you keep staring at me like that?" Hearing that, Lin Zixin smiled and replied, "Because you're very pretty." Shun Qinghan became terribly shy at once, her face turning bright red, not knowing how to respond. At that moment, Li Suoxin suddenly appeared from behind the curtain, startling Shun Qinghan badly. "Are you two done being lovey-dovey yet?" Flustered, Shun Qinghan turned around and stammered, "I only asked Zixin to help because he's good at makeup. It's not like he was confessing or anything." Li Suoxin covered her mouth and giggled. "I get it. What pure love is there between husband and wife?" She turned to Lin Zixin and teased, "Beauty expert, you did a great job." Lin Zixin sighed inwardly. Having too many skills isn't always a good thing. Li Suoxin continued, "I don't want to be a third wheel either. I just came to remind you that once you two are done, it'll be our turn on stage." "Got it." Li Suoxin left, and the door slammed shut, leaving the room quiet again. "Then let me take you out so you can get ready." Sitting behind him, Shun Qinghan suddenly began trembling all over, her hands clutching tightly at the hem of her dress. She stood up, face flushed red, reached out to tug on Lin Zixin's sleeve, and spoke in a shaking, panicked voice. "Zixin, I can't hold it anymore." The moment she finished speaking, her whole body shook violently, and a stream of liquid gushed out from beneath her skirt, running down her legs and spreading across the classroom floor. At the sight of it, Lin Zixin froze stiff. Shun Qinghan could no longer hold herself together either and burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. "Wah, Zixin, what should I do? It's almost Suoxin's and my turn to perform. We practiced for so long. If all her efforts go to waste just because I wet myself, she's going to hate me." Shen Qinghan cried so hard she hiccuped, speaking incoherently. Lin Zixin hurriedly reached out to wipe away her tears and comforted her gently. Don't cry anymore. If you keep crying, we'll have to redo your makeup. Lin Zixin's brain spun at top speed, searching for a way to handle this emergency. Suddenly, his eyes landed on the curtain hanging over the window. Got it. Inspiration flashed through Lin Zixin's mind. He sprinted to the supply table, found a pair of scissors, then rushed to the window and yanked the curtain down. In less than a minute, using the scissors and the curtain, Lin Zixin swiftly cut and fashioned a new dress for Shen Qinghan. After some fumbling around, Shen Qinghan had stopped crying, leaving only soft hiccups. In front of her, Lin Zixin had already completed the basic shape of the dress. It just needed a few more cuts at the waist and straps to be finished. Very quickly, the dress was done. All right, hurry and change at a restroom. To save time, she hesitated briefly, then gathered her courage and said, "In no need, Zixin. Turn around. I'll change right here." When Lin Zixin heard that, his face instantly flushed red, and he hurriedly turned his back to Shen Qinghan. Only after seeing that he had turned away did Shen Qinghan blush and take off her soaked dress. The rustling sound made Lin Zixin even more embarrassed, and all sorts of strange images kept popping into his mind. Shen Qinghan quickly put on the pure white dress that had just been made. "Zixin, you can turn around now." Startled, Lin Zixin turned back. "Zixin, thank you. Maybe because I had a good cry just now, I'm not so nervous anymore." Lin Zixin smiled and patted her head. "Let's go. I hope the performance goes smoothly." Qinghan nodded firmly. Next, please welcome contestant pair number 20 to the stage." Li Suoxin and Shen Qinghan stood together on stage, and their performance was even more outstanding than expected. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. The final results were announced. The winners of this school singing competition were Li Suoxin and Shen Qinghan. Standing amid the crowd, Lin Zixin smiled and applauded in congratulations. However, loud yelling suddenly came from backstage. "Which little brat cut the window curtain like this?" After the event ended, to compensate for damaging public property, the two of them were made to stay behind and help clean up the stage. As Lin Zixin swept up, he thought to himself, "So, this is my punishment for cutting the curtain?" Ding! Suddenly, the system interface popped up with a notification. Under the condition of cooperating with multiple players, cumulative mission completion 1,000 times. Completed. You have obtained the biological trait, Social Animal. Social Animal. Within a certain range, combat strength increases according to the number of one's own kind. The corners of Lin Zixin's mouth curved up. One unexpected gain. After the singing competition, everyone started becoming friendlier with Shen Qinghan. "Qinghan, you sing so well. Come do karaoke with us after school. You're so amazing. Can you teach me a little?" Shen Qinghan was somewhat overwhelmed by the sudden attention. Sure, the singing competition had truly helped her regain her confidence. And now that her spirits were lifted, her martial arts progress also became obvious. In class, her results rose from dead last to third from the bottom. As for Lin Zixin, he continued to maintain his peak form. "Zixin, you're way too amazing. Son, you won another championship again. Captain is forever the best. Our Shanghai number 5 middle school has finally won the championship trophy again." Just like that, he won championship after championship in martial arts competitions, and the family home became covered in honor plaques. After that, he even signed a contract to become the spokesperson for He-Wu Martial Arts Hall. Welcome Lin Zixin, spokesperson of He-Wu Martial Arts Hall, to the ribbon-cutting ceremony. The advance payment from the endorsement contract, combined with the royalties from his novel, had already reached 900,000 yuan. Lin Zixin calculated silently. That should be almost enough to unlock the next aberrant beast diagram. Without wasting any time, Lin Zixin quickly ordered another 100 gene of new aberrant beast meat. We meet again, Brother Vortex. This time, Lin Zixin chose the hidden breath dragon, a type of lizard famous for its superb camouflage. Finding a safe place, Lin Zixin immediately began absorbing it. Ding! The system interface appeared with a notification. You have devoured a large amount of the hidden breath dragon's life essence. Hidden breath dragon diagram 100. Ding! You have successfully unlocked the hidden breath dragon diagram and obtained the biological trait, natural camouflage. Description of natural camouflage. By reducing the vitality within your body, you can reduce your sense of presence, thereby concealing your biological level. After reading the information, excitement surged in Lin Zixin's heart. This trait actually has two uses. It can reduce his sense of presence for evasion or sneak attacks, and it can also hide his true biological level, making it perfect for playing the pig to eat the tiger. Serious business is done, but I still haven't bought the cake Mom asked me to get. Better go buy the cake and head back. As he walked down the street, a noisy commotion caught Lin Zixin's attention. Behave yourself. He turned to look and saw three modified cyborgs escorting a woman out of a bar. Her hands were tightly cuffed, and she looked extremely weak. At that moment, one of the three cyborgs, a young man, turned to look at Lin Zixin and called out, "Zixin, what a coincidence." Lin Zixin looked closely, surprise immediately appearing on his face. Senior Zhang Kai. Looking at his senior's gleaming metal legs, Lin Zixin exclaimed in shock, "Your legs." Zhang Kai nodded and replied calmly, "Yeah, I didn't get into high school back then, so I spent a while living recklessly. In the end, I broke my leg in a street race and had to have it amputated. Luckily, I joined a mechanical enhancement experiment run by the Mecha God Group. I never expected to be given a second chance, going from a cripple to a mechanical warrior." Lin Zixin glanced at the arrested woman and asked curiously, "Then who is she?" Zhang Kai quickly explained, "That woman is Yu Yu of the Rat God cult, the only woman among the 9 surviving remnants." The cyborgs in front began urging him on. "Zhang Kai, stop talking and let's go. Zhang Ki David Godbia. We'll talk again when we have time. I'm heading off." Watching Zhang Kai's departing figure, Lin Zixin thought to himself, the Security Bureau has been going all out for so long to capture the Rat God cult remnants and got nowhere, yet the Mecha God Group managed to catch one so easily. Looks like this force really can't be underestimated. Just then, the phone in Lin Zixin's pocket rang. "Zixin, have you bought the cake yet? When are you coming home? I'm buying it right now. I'll head back as soon as I'm done. Be careful on the way." In the blink of an eye, more than a year had passed. Qinghan and I were born only one day apart, so every year, our two families celebrated our birthdays together. Happy birthday. This year's 18th birthday was no exception. All right, the candles are blown out. Now it's time to exchange presents. You two handsome and beautiful kids, hurry up and swap gifts. "Zixin, this is the gift I got for you." Shen Qinghan took out a gift box containing a photo frame from behind her back and looked at Lin Zixin with a sweet smile. Calmly, Lin Zixin took out a gift box of his own. Inside was an exquisite watercolor painting. "Qinghan, this is my gift." Suddenly, right at that moment, the table began shaking violently and the ground swayed hard. Everyone could clearly feel the tremor. Lin Zixin's expression changed. Something feels off. Meanwhile, about 20,000 meters beneath Shanghai City, the once solid rock and soil had been excavated by aberrant beasts into a gigantic ant nest, filled with densely interwoven tunnels and caverns. Very soon afterward, the media began reporting. The 4.2 magnitude earthquake in Shanghai City was only a minor ordinary tremor. According to the relevant authorities, Shanghai City is not located at the junction of tectonic plates, so the possibility of a major earthquake is low. Citizens are advised not to panic. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Lin Zixin stood up. "Mom, Dad, I'm done eating. I'm heading to school now." His mother reminded him, "Be careful on the way." The moment he stepped out the door, Lin Zixin saw Shen Qinghan already waiting for him. "Zixin, let's go to school together." Lin Zixin smiled. "Sure." On the way to school, the two chatted happily as they walked. "We've already had our 18th birthday, so that means we're adults now, right? And the college entrance exam is coming soon too. Just thinking about it makes me nervous." After saving up for quite a while, Lin Zixin finally had enough money to unlock the void eel diagram. Finding a secluded spot at random, he began the devouring process. Ding! You have devoured a large amount of the void eel's life origin. Void eel diagram 100. The moment the notification appeared, an image emerged in the void of a black eel, pitch dark like ink. This eel possessed an extremely sharp sense of danger. The moment a predator entered a certain range, it would immediately vanish without a trace. Ding! You have successfully unlocked the void eel diagram and obtained the biological trait, danger perception. Danger perception allows you to sense the hostility of other life forms within a certain range and increases your sensitivity to the pressure emitted by living beings, making it easier to judge a target's biological rank. After reading through the information, Lin Zishan stroked his chin in satisfaction. With this, sneak attacks won't be a problem anymore. First, I'll head to the mall and test the effect. He closed his eyes and sensed carefully. There was no hostility, but he did feel a faint biological pressure. As expected, in everyday life, most people are ordinary. Lin Zishan wandered around the shopping mall, looking for the next kind of aberrant beast meat to devour. Let's unlock this one next. In the end, he chose the Deadwater Slug, hoping to obtain its overpowered healing ability. The Deadwater Slug costs 100,000 yuan per gene. This thing is way too expensive. Even 100,000 yuan in monthly royalties isn't enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Looks like after the college entrance exam, I'll need to find a way to increase my income. Nanjiang Province, Department of Education Headquarters. Inside the director's office, a male voice was reporting, this year's overall educational performance among the cities of Nanjiang Province is roughly similar to last year's. Sitting in the office chair was a woman in a light green qipao, with long waterfall-like hair and a pair of majestic dragon horns on her head. She was Yuan Dongji, vice principal of Shanghai University and concurrently director of the Nanjiang Provincial Department of Education. The staff member continued, Qingchuan City is still in first place as usual, followed by Changzhou, Nangguan, Shanghai, Daoshan, and finally Haiyuan. Director Yuan. That concludes this year's educational situation for the province's cities. Yuan Dongji took a sip of tea and nodded. You worked hard. The staff member hesitated briefly before asking, Director Yuan, how is the situation at Origin Land number 36 right now? Yuan Dongji put down her teacup and replied indifferently, it's basically stabilized. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the time this year to preside over the provincial college entrance exam. Hearing that, the staff member let out a sigh of relief. That's wonderful. Otherwise, the whole of Nanjiang province would be finished. Yuan Dongji rose to her feet and said slowly, there's nothing more for you to do here. Go take care of your work. Yes, ma'am. If there's anything you need, just call me. After the staff member left, Yuan Dongji looked out at the sea through the window and murmured, before I knew it, it seems I haven't taken in any disciple for several years. In this world, the martial arts college entrance examination lasts a total of 9 days. Day 1, theory exam in the morning, written test, physical examination, and body condition assessment in the afternoon. Days 2 to 8, practical survival assessment in a wilderness forest environment. Day 9, compatibility testing for gene fusion and mechanical modification. Today, June 7th, was the first day of the college entrance examination. Lin Zishan and Shun Qinghan woke up early, finished breakfast, and headed together to school to take the most important exam of their student lives. On the way to the test site, Shun Qinghan clung tightly to Lin Zishan's sleeve the whole time, her small hand trembling with nerves. Zishan, I am really nervous. What if I pee again during the exam? Seeing that she was so anxious she could hardly coordinate her limbs, Lin Zishan couldn't help laughing. He stopped, gently pulled her into his arms, held her trembling shoulders, and whispered in her ear, you don't need to worry. Your theoretical knowledge is excellent, and you're already wearing absorbent pants. Later, you just need to do your best. Feeling the warmth and steadiness of Lin Zishan's embrace, Shun Qinghan gradually calmed down. Whether it was psychological or not, she felt that most of the fear from before had faded away. I'll do my best. You have to do your best too. Let's both do our best. Back in his own exam room, Lin Zishan received the test paper. He quickly scanned the questions, and the corner of his lips lifted slightly. In less than half an hour, he had already completed the exam perfectly, certain that getting full marks would be no problem. With far too much time left, Lin Zishan began to feel bored. I'm already done, and it's still early. So why not use this time to think about the next plotline for my novel? After submitting his paper and leaving the exam room, Lin Zishan went straight to Shun Qinghan's testing area to wait for her. The moment he saw her come out, he noticed that her complexion didn't look very good. Lin Zishan worried inwardly. Could it be that Qinghan didn't do well? He hurried forward to comfort her. We're martial arts students. As long as we pass the written exam, that's enough. There's no need to put too much pressure on yourself over the score. Shen Qinghan replied awkwardly, I actually did very well. You don't need to comfort me. Lin Zishan froze. Then why do you look so unwell? Seeing her flushed face and evasive gaze, Lin Zishan suddenly understood the problem. I am in trouble, Shun Qinghan said timidly. Wait here for a moment. I'm going to the restroom, and I'll be back soon. Lin Zishan nodded. Hurry a little. The physical test is about to start. More than an hour later, in the physical testing area, Lin Zishan entered his event with a relaxed mindset. He didn't use his full strength, only enough to ensure that he would secure first place. The final results shocked the entire test center. One-handed lift, 950 kilograms. Cries of astonishment rang out everywhere. That's way too incredible. And his 100-meter sprint result was just as monstrous, 5.12 seconds. He even jumped 4.91 meters vertically. He's absurdly strong. Very soon after, Shen Qinghan's results were also announced. Lin Zixin asked curiously, "Qinghan, how did you do?" Shen Qinghan smiled brightly. "I ran the 100 meters in 9.32 seconds, jumped 1.62 meters vertically, and lifted 125 kilograms with one hand. But even so, I still can't compare to you, Zixin." Lin Zixin rubbed her head fondly. "But you're already a top girl student." Shen Qinghan beamed happily. Just then, Yiwu came hurrying over. "Zixin, Qinghan, the written test scores are out. I heard Wang Shujia and Lu Gang both scored over 80. I was 1 point short of 80. What about you two?" The two of them quickly took out their phones to check. "I am checking now." Shen Qinghan's eyes lit up. 82 points. Yiwu was shocked. "Higher than mine? Amazing. Qinghan, what about you, Zixin?" Everyone turned to look at Lin Zixin. On his phone screen was a neat, round number, 100 points, a perfect full score. Shen Qinghan cried out excitedly. "That's incredible, Zixin." Yiwu could only shake his head helplessly. This guy really is still a monster, just like always. On the way home, Shen Qinghan started worrying again. "Zixin, tomorrow starts the week-long practical combat test. I wonder what the forest at the exam site is like." Lin Zixin thought to himself, "This childhood sweetheart of mine really never stops being nervous." But even so, he still held her hand tightly and reassured her, "Don't worry. I'll stay by your side and protect you. I'll stick close to you, Zixin." In a secret room, a male student was drinking and chatting with a masked middle-aged man. "The practical exam starts tomorrow." The masked man took a wooden box out from inside his clothes and pushed it toward the male student, his tone slow but imposing. "When the time comes, you must make good use of your role as a security officer to help stop and control the top 10 geniuses. Inside this box are 10 demon seeds. They can give you a hand." The young man opened the box, and what greeted his eyes were 10 eerie red plant seeds. The masked man continued, "If you handle this well, I'll recommend you to the higher-ups and officially recruit you as a full member of the organization." The young man closed the box and replied coldly, "I'm not in a hurry to become an official member. What I want right now is a mutant fruit." The masked man shook his head and sneered. "Young man, you really are short-sighted. At most, a single mutant fruit can only help you evolve to ordinary rank 7. But if you join the organization, then evolving into a higher life form wouldn't be impossible." At the mention of a higher life form, the young man gulped, his eyes wavering. He immediately changed his attitude. "You're right. Becoming an official member of the organization first is the more valuable choice." The next day, a convoy of buses drove deep into the dense forest. "We're about to arrive at the test site for this practical combat assessment. Reminder to all examinees, prepare yourselves before getting off." Shen Qinghan was fast asleep, drool even slipping from the corner of her mouth. Lin Zixin gently shook her shoulder. "Head in, we're at the exam site." "Wake up." Qinghan drowsily opened her eyes and asked blankly, "We're here already?" The announcement blared over the loudspeaker. "Examinees at Gate 9, please get off the bus and proceed to the assembly point." Lin Zixin quickly reviewed the rules of the competition. Objective: find the scorecards hidden throughout the forest. Each card had a number representing points. Card locations, usually in dangerous spots, such as treetops, cliff faces, beast dens, or even attached to aberrant beasts. Safety: both fierce beasts and aberrant beasts were being monitored by security personnel. Examinees could call for help, but the price was immediate elimination. Danger zones: the aberrant beasts deeper in the forest were for the geniuses hunting high scores. Ordinary examinees should know their limits. Scoring: points included both card points and performance points, evaluated through real-time video. Competition: there were a total of 100,000 examinees, but only 50,000 scorecards, meaning more than half would come away empty-handed. Examinees were allowed to cooperate or steal cards from one another. All examinees, please prepare. In 1 hour, you will enter the test area. As soon as the announcement ended, a chubby examinee raised his hand and shouted, "My dad is a senior executive at Jishin Group. If any big shot is willing to take me along, I'll definitely reward you generously." Immediately, a top student answered, "I'll take you. I'm the academic ace of the genius class at Changzhou No. 1 High School. I guarantee we'll move like the wind." However, before they could seal the deal, both were grabbed by the collars by staff members. A female teacher walked over and smacked the fat boy on the head. Blatantly forming teams like this is not allowed. The chubby boy held his head and whimpered, "I am sorry." In another corner, Lin Zixin and Shun Qinghan were having a snack when a group of girls surrounded them. "Lin Zixin, you're so amazing. Can you take us with you?" Zixin rejected them without the slightest hesitation. "I refuse." The girls left disappointed. "Why is he like that?" Next, a sturdily built male student walked over and politely asked, "Classmate, I'm a little hungry right now. Could you sell me some food?" Zixin tossed him a loaf of bread. "No need to pay. It's a gift." The boy grinned and caught the bread. "You're that nice? How about the two of you team up with me? I'm Hong Junping, a student from the rocket class at Xianquan No. 1 High School." Zixin remained polite but firm. "Thanks for the offer, but there's no need." Hong Junping froze, not expecting to be rejected. He forced a smile, turned, and left. "All right then, thanks for the bag of bread." Qinghan asked curiously. "That guy was really weird. There are so many food stalls here. So why did he come all the way over to ask us?" Zixin smiled knowingly. The meaning wasn't in the words. "Who told our group to have such a great beauty in it?" Qinghan blanked for a moment, then blushed furiously. So he came over just to start a conversation. The competition officially began. Zixin decided on a slow and steady strategy so Qinghan could gradually adapt. They started searching around the outer edge of the forest. Zixin activated his sky eyes, his gaze sweeping across the forest like a living radar. "There's a scorecard on top of that tree. Go get it." Qinghan excitedly sprang up the tree and quickly retrieved the card. "Xiaoshan, I got it. Here too, and over there as well." Working together in perfect coordination, with Zixin as the radar and Qinghan as the collector, they had easily earned 12 points in just half a day. Qinghan excitedly threw her arms around Zixin. "Xiaoshan, you're incredible. How exactly are you doing this?" Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. "What a coincidence." Hong Junping appeared, looking full of surprise. Ran into each other again. He showed off the stack of scorecards in his hand. "I've already collected 28 points. A guy like me repays kindness tenfold." His eyes were fixed tightly on Shin Qinghan, his heart pounding. "She's way too cute. I have to get to know her today." He proposed, "How about I lead the team for you two? Then when the time comes, we can split the scorecards 3 ways." Zixin looked him straight in the eye and replied coldly, "No need to team up. If you really want to repay us, then hand over all the scorecards you have." Hong Junping's expression immediately darkened. He tore off his friendly mask, his tone turning icy. "Classmate, that's a pretty narrow road you're walking." With that, he lunged at Zixin with a powerful punch. Zixin smiled faintly. "That's right, the road is a bit narrow." Smack! With just one simple but lightning-fast punch, Zixin slammed straight into his opponent's right side. Hong Junping spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face twisting in pain before he collapsed unconscious to the ground. Zixin and Qinghan cheerfully collected the spoils of war, 28 scorecards. "Thanks," Qinghan asked worriedly. "Xiaoshan, he'll be okay, right?" Zixin shook his head. "He's fine. I didn't use much force." Over the next few days, Zixin continued training Qinghan in survival skills. He taught her how to use bamboo as a weapon to hunt wild boars, how to gather fruit, and how to deal with people trying to ambush them. When they grew tired, they leaned against each other under the shade of trees to rest. Those peaceful moments made them both wish time could stop. The journey continued, and they came across a warning sign. Danger implied, aberrant beast zone. "Xiaoshan, we've reached the aberrant beast area in the middle of the forest." However, the sight before them left them stunned. A desolate battlefield, drenched in blood, but not a single living aberrant beast in sight. "Xiaoshan, looks like we came too late. All the aberrant beasts have already been killed. What a pity. If we'd come earlier, then the title of Genius Beast Slayer would definitely have had her name on it." Qinghan secretly felt regretful. If Xiaoshan hadn't spent the past few days busy training her, these aberrant beasts wouldn't have fallen to other examinees at all. Zixin patted her head to comfort her. "There's nothing to regret. That title doesn't really mean much anyway." In reality, he thought, with cameras and security personnel everywhere, even if he killed an aberrant beast, he wouldn't be able to devour it in front of so many people. It was still more worthwhile to help Henin train her wilderness survival skills. All right, we should head back. The practical combat exam came to an end. Next came the most important test, gene fusion compatibility at the Island Gene Research Institute. As soon as the buses stopped, the proctors immediately led the students inside the base. "Everyone, please line up at the testing windows." Lin Zixin curiously looked around. The base was filled with sophisticated equipment, giving off a modern, high-tech atmosphere. Qinghan pointed at the test tubes filled with blue liquid. Xiaoshen, are those reagents over there used to test gene fusion compatibility? That's right. That's the Cloudflow jellyfish gene reagent. The genes of this aberrant beast have very high compatibility with humans and can easily produce a special chemical reaction with human blood. Based on the degree of that reaction, they can determine whether an examinee is suitable for gene fusion. Qinghan whispered nervously, I hope I pass the gene fusion test. I really don't want to have to take the mechanical compatibility test. Li Suoxin, standing beside her, also sympathized. Exactly. I heard the mechanical enhancement compatibility test requires implanting special alloy materials into your body. The pain level is basically comparable to giving birth. The two of them clasped their hands and prayed. Please, Heaven and Buddha, let's pass the gene test. Watching them, Zishan's eyelids twitched. After blood samples were taken, the results began to be announced one after another. 8%. My gene fusion compatibility is 8. I can become a gene fuser now. Only 4. Sob, I knew it. 6. This is so exciting. I just barely passed. Zishan analyzed it silently. Excellent. 6 was the passing line, 8 was excellent, and 10 met the standard for the two elite universities, Capital University and Shanghai University. That prodigy from the capital reached 16. My physical quality is far stronger than his, so I should probably be able to hit around 20. Qinghan trembled. Xiaoshen, this is bad. I'm really nervous. Zishan held her hand tightly and comforted her. It's okay. Suddenly, Li Suoxin jumped up in delight. 10. Oh my god, I actually made the standard for the two top universities. He looked at his own result and was dissatisfied. Why is it only 11? It should have been 12 or 13. Zishan urged. They were behind us in line, and they already have their results, so ours must be out too. Come on, let's check. Qinghan shook her head frantically. I don't dare look. You check yours first. All right. Zishan pulled up his result. Lin Zishan, gene fusion compatibility, 15. Qinghan happily threw her arms around him. Xiaoshen, with a score like that, you're definitely the provincial top scorer. However, Zishan was not very satisfied. Only 15? Not even higher than that genius from the capital? It seemed physical strength was not the only factor determining compatibility. Henin, it's your turn. Okay. Li Suojin Relax, Henin. Even I, who ranked last, got 10. You'll definitely pass too. Lin Zishan entered Shun Qinghan's ID number. A second later, shock spread clearly across his face. Everyone curiously leaned in to look, and then all of them fell silent. An unimaginable number appeared on the screen. Shun Qinghan, gene fusion compatibility, 21. At the headquarters of the Nanjiang Provincial Department of Education, Minister Yuan Dongji was reviewing the data with other leaders. She focused intently on one examinee's file, her brows lifting slightly. The projection screen displayed Lin Zishan's information, compatibility 15. What a surprise. This year's provincial top scorer actually comes from Shanghai High School. The whole room applauded and congratulated Principal Bai. Congratulations, Principal Bai. This really brings you honor. But immediately afterward, Shun Qinghan's result appeared, and the entire hall fell silent. Compatibility 21. What? 21%. Is that really a value a human can reach? Yuan Dongji stood up and asked Principal Bai, what kind of student is this Shun Qinghan? Principal Bai answered awkwardly. Her performance has always been very ordinary. Could there be a problem with the test result? Yuan Dongji sighed and made a decisive decision. Looks like I'll have to go there in person. At the research base, Qinghan still couldn't believe her eyes. Xiaoshen, why is it 21? Could there be some error in the test? Zishan suddenly remembered something and pulled her into a corner to whisper. You were born with extremely high affinity for water, and the Cloudflow jellyfish genes used in the test belong to a very strong water attribute, aberrant beast. Qinghan suddenly understood, then became overjoyed. So, I'm a genius? I finally deserve to stand beside Xiaoshen. Just then, a cry went up. Look, what is that? Far offshore, a colossal tsunami dozens of meters high was surging toward the base. Standing atop the wave was a woman with dragon horns on her head, majestic as the goddess of the sea. Dragon Lady? Could she be some extremist trying to drown this place? With a single thought, the woman dispersed the raging wave and lightly stepped into the base amid everyone's stunned gazes. The researchers all called out in unison, "Greetings, Vice Principal Yuan." Yuan Dongji, Vice Principal of Shanghai University, member of the 1,000-year-old Yuan martial lineage, and a woman carrying the powerful genes of the Dragon Clan. Yuan Dongji walked straight up to Qing Han and asked, "Are you Qing Han?" "Yes, that's me." Yuan Dongji coldly ordered, "Draw blood 3 times. Test her again thoroughly." The retest results came back quickly. Qing Han held her aching arm. "It was only 3 extra tubes of blood, but my arm's gone a little numb." Li Shuxin Shudarat. "Oh my god, 3 more tubes? Are you okay?" At that moment, a medical staff member walked over. "Student Shun, please come with me." Qing Han was taken to Yuan Dongji's office. The powerful woman turned her chair around. Her usually cold face now carried a rare smile. "Student Qing Han, your assessment results are truly unbelievable, but all 3 tests produced the same number, 21. The moment Qing Han heard that, the heart hanging in suspense inside her finally settled, but a new wave of shock hit her. "Is that so?" Yuan Dongji smiled amiably and got straight to the point without any detours. "You have extremely high talent for gene fusion. I want to take you as my disciple." Hearing that, Qing Han looked completely blank, as if her brain had shut down. She pointed at herself and asked foolishly, "Take me as your disciple." Yuan Dongji did not bother with much explanation, only casually displaying a hint of her skill. "If you become my disciple, then actions like riding the waves will be easy for you in the future." As she spoke, she flicked her hand lightly, and the water in the glass before her immediately rose into the air, weaving like a soft ribbon. Qing Han answered weakly, "But this is all too sudden. Can I think it over a little?" She did not dare make the decision on her own. All she could think about was asking Zishan's opinion first. But Yuan Dongji's personality was overbearing to the extreme, and she directly waved the idea away. "There's nothing to consider. Becoming my disciple brings only benefits, no disadvantages. I am both the director of the Provincial Department of Education and vice principal of Shanghai University. If we establish a master-disciple relationship, then the university you enter will definitely be Shanghai University." After saying that with imposing force, Yuan Dongji pressed on, "Do you have anything you want to say?" Qing Han opened her mouth as if to speak, only to realize she had no idea what to say. In the end, she could only move her lips and weakly shake her head. "No." Yuan Dongji nodded in satisfaction, picked up her phone, and opened WeChat. "Good. Then let's add each other on WeChat." Qing Han looked aggrieved, but still obediently took out her phone and scanned the code, completely being led by the nose without even realizing it. "Right, besides you, I already have another disciple. She entered under me 10 years earlier than you, but she's about your age, so she counts as your senior sister." As Yuan Dongji spoke, she sent Qing Han a picture through WeChat. "I've sent you a photo. When there's an opportunity, I'll introduce the 2 of you." Qing Han curiously opened the picture. What met her eyes was a tall, slender girl with snow-white hair. The girl's face was cold and unsmiling, her gaze sharp and oppressive. In her hand, she held a blood-stained long spear, and beneath her feet lay the corpse of a gigantic aberrant beast, creating an image full of power and ruthless ferocity. The moment she saw the person in the photo, memories from 2nd grade suddenly surged into Qing Han's mind. Snow White. Qing Han looked up, her face full of disbelief, and asked, "Master, what is senior sister's name?" "Luo Tianxue." Yuan Dongji noticed the strange expression on her disciple's face and immediately asked, "What is it? Did you know her before?" "When I was in elementary school, I had a good friend named Bai Shui. She looks a lot like senior sister, but she transferred away very early. I was wondering whether senior sister might be Bai Shui." Without even thinking, Yuan Dongji directly denied it. Impossible. As for the reason, it's not convenient for me to explain. At that point, Yuan Dongji changed the subject. "Qing Han, your gene fusion compatibility is higher than anything I know. Now I'm going to examine your entire body and see if there's anything special about it." "Okay." After saying that, Yuan Dongji stepped in front of Qing Han and began carefully examining every part of her body. More than 10 minutes later, Yuan Dongji frowned and withdrew her hand. "Your body is completely normal, no different from an ordinary person at all. But that's what makes this so strange." Seeing her master frown, Qing Han thought something was wrong with her and asked in panic, "Is there something abnormal inside my body?" Yuan Dongji shook her head. "No, it's precisely because everything is too normal that it's strange. This is clearly a body with a compatibility rate as high as 21. She continued, "To protect you, I will change your actual score to 16 and release that to the public, so as to prevent ill-intentioned people from harming you. Shin Han let out a relieved breath after hearing that. Okay, it's getting late. I've said everything that needed to be said, so you may go back now. Goodbye, master. Shin Han left the office. As soon as the door closed, Yuan Dongji sat on the desk, took out her phone, and made a call. From the other end came the voice of a middle-aged man. How did things go, Dongji? Father, the person I told you about before, the one with a 21 gene fusion rate. I've already accepted her as my disciple. Good, very good. You must cultivate this disciple well. Yuan Dongji continued. I've also investigated her background. It's very clean. Moreover, the boy in second place, Lin Zixin, is her childhood sweetheart. Not simple at all. Your disciple will definitely amount to something in the future. When that time comes, what we gain will be beyond imagination. Also, regarding this genius disciple's terrifying talent, you absolutely must not let anyone else find out. Yuan Dongji nodded. Understand, father. On the way home, Zixin pedaled a bicycle with Shen Han riding along and teased her. You really are easygoing. How did you suddenly end up getting a master for no reason? Thinking back on it now, Qian also felt the whole thing was too strange. I feel it was weird too. It was way too abrupt. Lin Zixin had a slight headache, but then clicked his tongue and let it go. Forget it. Let's just watch for now. If she means no harm, then just accept it. But if her character is bad, once our wings are strong enough, we'll take the initiative to end this master-disciple relationship. Shen Han nodded in agreement. As soon as they reached the gate, their two mothers were already waiting there, waving to them. Xiaoshen, Henin, you're back. Perfect timing. Tonight, we're going to Mingxiang Restaurant to celebrate. At Mingxiang Restaurant, I heard Henin became the provincial top scorer this time. That's really amazing. Henin can go to university together with Xiaoshen now. That's wonderful. Congratulations, Henin. Xiaoshen took first place and second place on the rankings. The dinner continued merrily until after 9 p.m. before finally ending, and the two families said goodbye and headed home. It's getting late, everyone. Be careful on your way back. You too. Let's get together again another time. At around 10:30 that night, after taking a shower, Shin Han put on her pajamas and quietly sneaked over to Lin Zixin's house. Knock, knock, knock. Zhang Wanxin came to open the door. Seeing the neighbor girl standing there in pajamas in the middle of the night, she couldn't help teasing her. Henin, you came to sleep with Xiaoshen again? Shin Han flushed red and waved her hands frantically. And no, that's not it. It's just that there are some really important things I want to talk to Xiaoshen about in person. Auntie Xian, I'm going in to find Xiaoshen. With that, she dashed upstairs. Watching the girl's retreating figure, Zhang Wanxin covered her mouth and giggled. Important things are better discussed in person. Could it be she wants to confess? On the second floor, Shen Han knocked on Lin Zixin's bedroom door. Xiaoshen, I have something really important to tell you. Zixin opened the door, looking sleepy. What is it? The moment she entered the room, she immediately said, It's about that master I accepted this morning. Your master? Shen Han kicked off her slippers, climbed onto the bed, sat down hugging a pillow, and began explaining. Today, Master did a full-body examination on me. The results showed that there's nothing special about my body at all. It's no different from a normal person's. And as for the matter of my body being able to detect water, she couldn't find that out either. After hearing this, Zixin was extremely surprised. Even Yuan Dongji, a person capable of controlling massive waves at sea, couldn't see through the secret inside Hanin's body. It seemed her body was far more mysterious than he had imagined. Thinking of this, Zixin seriously warned her, for the time being, don't let any third person know about this. If it leaks out and leads to some consequence, we won't be able to predict it. Once we become stronger and know more, we can study it ourselves. There's no need to rush. Shin Han obediently nodded. I'll listen to you. She suddenly remembered something and continued. Right, there's something else. While I was still at the base, my master told me I have a senior sister. I saw her photo and realized she looked a lot like Bai Shui. Shin Han took out her phone and opened the photo Yuan Dongji had sent on WeChat for Zixin to see. Zixin took the phone and examined it carefully. She really does look a bit like Bai Shui, but her temperament is completely different. But where's the place in the background? Do you know? What caught Zixin's attention now was the setting in the picture. The plants there looked extremely strange, almost like alien species. I don't know. Let me ask Master. Shen Han originally didn't want to contact Yuan Dongji at this time, but seeing Zixin so curious she indulged him anyway. Master, where was this picture of Senior's sister taken? About 10 minutes later, Yuan Dongji replied with only 2 words, Origin Land. Shen Qinghan asked in confusion, what kind of place is that? Yuan Dongji answered curtly, I only know it's Origin Land. As for anything else, you're not allowed to ask. Shen Qinghan relayed her master's words to Zishan. Zishan sighed and sat down on the bed beside her. Then let's talk about it later. Putting aside the heavy topic, the 2 of them each held a phone and played games. After a while, Shen Qinghan suddenly put down her phone and turned to ask Zishan an astonishing question. Xiaoshan, do men like women in Qipao? If you think it looks nice, then just wear it. Lin Zishan tried hard to keep his face calm, but inwardly, he was in turmoil. He knew perfectly well that when he had secretly stared at Yuan Dongji's butt and long legs earlier, while she was wearing a qipao, Shen Qinghan must have caught him red-handed. Could it be that Han Nin wanted to imitate that master of hers? Zishan imagined Shen Qinghan in a tight-fitting qipao, and his face instantly turned bright red. It would look good. If Han Nin wore it, it'd definitely be beautiful, right? Then do you like qipaos? She pressed, refusing to let him off. Zishan froze and stammered. Why, yeah, I do. Shen Qinghan blushed and kept up the attack. What about fishnet stockings? Black, white, or nude? Seriously, why are you asking such weird questions? If I had to say, black or white? Zishan answered honestly. Satisfied with the answer, she sat off to the side and started placing an order online. Good, then I'll buy the qipao and the fishnets too. Lin Zishan felt like something was off. What was she suddenly doing? Just then, there was a knock at the door. Lin Zishan's mother stood outside and handed in a bag. "And in, your mother just brought over your toiletries. You can stay here tonight." Shen Qinghan was stunned, then quickly took the bag. I didn't tell my mom to send these over. How could she just decide on her own? Outside the door, Lin Zishan's mother smiled knowingly. It's fine. You 2 are grown up now. Sleeping over together for one night is no big deal. After saying that, she shut the door with a bang, leaving the young couple their private space. The 2 looked at each other awkwardly. Zishan broke the silence. I really didn't ask my mom to bring these. She just decided it herself. It's okay. Since the stuff is already here, I'll just stay here tonight. Shen Qinghan gave a tiny then opened the bag. It's fine. I'll just change my diaper and go to sleep. What's this? She suddenly pulled out a small, bright yellow box from the bag. The words on it jumped right into her eyes. Ultra-thin natural condoms. Ah, why did Mom put something like this in here? Her face turned as red as a ripe tomato, and she stuffed the box back into the bag as if she'd touched burning coal. I'm going to change my diaper. With a shriek, Shen Qinghan grabbed the diaper and dashed into the bathroom like a gust of wind. Zishan sat dumbly on the bed, his face full of question marks. He hadn't even had time to see what it was. What on earth was it? The next morning, Zishan wheeled his bicycle out of the house. I'll pedal, so hold on tight. Both of us got admitted to Shanghai University's Evolution Academy. Hearing that, Shen Qinghan skillfully wrapped her arms around his waist and smiled sweetly as she tightened her hold. Then let's go. Same as you. I signed with Hiwoo's family martial arts gym. We have to go there today for a promotional event. They hadn't gone far before a voice stopped them. Hello. A group of strangers stood in front of the bike. A middle-aged man in martial attire stepped forward with a polite smile. May I ask if you're a student, Lin Zishan? Zishan became wary. And you are? The man introduced himself. I'm Lu Chuanwu, Dean of the Martial Arts Academy at Shanghai University. Today, we've come on behalf of the Celestial Pavilion. The name Celestial Pavilion sounded familiar. Zishan vaguely remembered seeing news about the organization. They were the conservative faction, strongly opposed to gene fusion and mechanical body modification. Online, they were constantly criticized for being old-fashioned and accused of having a bad influence on the younger generation. Lu Chuanwu continued, I'm here on behalf of the Celestial Pavilion to invite you to join our organization. Zishan wasn't interested and waved him off. Move aside. Lu Chuanwu hurried to stop him. Could you spare me a little time to talk? Without waiting for Zishan to agree, he pulled out a box and handed it over. This is the latest Apple phone model, a gift for our first meeting. How could I accept that? Zishan refused politely with his mouth, but his hand honestly reached out and took the box. At a nearby dessert shop, Lu Chuanwu talked endlessly. Our Celestial Pavilion studies how to unlock the potential of pure-blooded humans without relying on gene fusion or mechanical modification. Our goal is to break the shackles of the ordinary tier and evolve into higher life forms. Rare tier, even epic tier. We've already made some progress. If you watch this video, you'll understand. He opened a video on his phone and handed it to Zishin. My own lifeform rank is ordinary rank 9. This is footage of me killing a higher tier gene-fused person despite the rank gap. In the video, the shirtless, heavily muscled man was Lu Chuanwu, facing off against a birdman covered in feathers. Zishin recognized him immediately. The birdman was Wu Tiansheng, the one who had single-handedly wiped out the rat god cult. Wu Tiansheng flew into the air and unleashed a rain of razor-sharp feathers. But when they struck Lu Chuanwu, those deadly feathers left only a few shallow cuts. Seizing the moment when Wu Tiansheng faltered and couldn't gain altitude, Lu Chuanwu charged forward at a terrifying speed, 100 meters per second. One thunderous punch came down, and Wu Tiansheng collapsed unconscious. At the end of the video, Lu Chuanwu stood bloodied in the arena and roared, "The human body is invincible as it is. Why borrow the bodies of alien races?" Pure-blooded humans cultivating body tempering methods are the true future of mankind. His voice was so powerful that even through the screen, both Zishin and Qing Han felt their ears ringing. Is this real or fake? Was the video edited, or was Wu Tiansheng acting? Zishin asked skeptically. Lu Chuanwu answered with certainty. This video has no post-production editing at all. I'll continue challenging other high-level, gene-fused fighters in the future. You're welcome to come watch anytime. Zishin frowned. Then why not post this online? Wouldn't that be better publicity for the Celestial Pavilion? But those in power won't allow it. Why? Because the pure-blooded human body tempering path can currently only evolve to ordinary rank 9. It still can't break through the shackles of rank. Those in power think that if life form rank can't rise, then it has no future and isn't worth promoting. Lu Chuanwu slammed the table angrily. But if we don't publicize it and let more people participate in the research, how can we ever make a breakthrough? Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. But if a genius like you joins us, it won't be like me, bitterly cultivating for 50 years and still being stuck at ordinary rank 9. You can definitely evolve into a higher life form. Wait 50 years? You only look about 50 years old. Zishin was shocked. Lu Chuanwu laughed smugly. Don't let my looks fool you. I'm actually nearly 100 years old. I've maintained this youthful appearance thanks to body tempering. If you don't believe me, look me up online. Zishin immediately checked. The information online confirmed that Lu Chuanwu had been born into a renowned martial arts family. But the family declined because they refused gene fusion. He was nearly 100 years old and had been abandoned by his wife and children because he insisted on pursuing the pure-blood path. What shocked Zishin even more was the family information listed there. Ex-wife, Yuan Dongji. Yuan Dongji, Henin's master. Zishin looked at Lu Chuanwu differently now. This man really was no ordinary person. Lu Chuanwu continued persuading him. I'm nearly 100 years old and still look like this. That's enough to prove that pure-blooded humanity has a vast future. We of the Celestial Pavilion believe that mankind can surely triumph over heaven. That is what celestial human means. He lowered his voice and said seriously, gene fusion relies on exotic beasts. It can never truly surpass exotic beasts, and in the end it will lead to destruction. Mechanical modification is the same. The materials still come from exotic beasts. We don't oppose these two methods, but we oppose staking all of humanity's future on them. We need another path for the later stages. At last, Lu Chuanwu made a formal invitation. Student Lin Zishin, I sincerely invite you to join the Celestial Pavilion. I believe you will become the first pure-blooded human to break the shackles of rank. Even so, Zishin still wasn't moved. You've talked so much about body tempering, but what exactly is it? Lu Chuanwu explained eagerly. It's the blood-tempering art from an ancient ruin, using blood and qi to temper the body and strengthen the flesh. Legend says that when cultivated to the highest realm, the flesh can become saintly, capable of tearing apart giant beasts with bare hands. Only pure-blooded humans can cultivate it, because the blood of gene-fused people contains impurities, while mechanically modified people lack a complete body for blood and qi to circulate through. So, do you want to join? Lin Zishin declined tactfully. I feel like I still know too little about pure-blooded humans right now. I'll observe for the time being. Lu Chuanwu still tried to salvage things. You can learn gradually, but with your talent and such a strong body, it would be a real pity if you didn't try the pure-blood human path. Lu Chuanwu still refused to give up and kept persuading him. In the eyes of our celestial pavilion, that provincial top scorer with 16 gene fusion compatibility is nothing in front of you, not even worth one of your hairs. Shen Qinghan had just lifted a bottle to her mouth, and when she heard that, she instantly sprayed out all the water. We've always believed that the one with the province's #1 physical stats, you, are the true top scorer of Nanjiang province. If you choose the pure-blood human path, in the later stages you'll definitely crush her. By the last sentence, Lu Chuanwu had grown so emotional that his voice rose involuntarily. After hearing that, Shen Qinghan felt utterly embarrassed. She thought to herself, I've been sitting quietly this whole time, not saying a word, not provoking anyone. So why did I get caught in the crossfire for no reason? Lin Zixin quickly raised a hand to stop him. If he didn't, the situation would definitely become even more awkward. He pointed at Shen Qinghan and introduced her to Lu Chuanwu. The provincial top scorer with 16 gene fusion compatibility is her. Shen Qinghan gave an awkward little wave. Haha, hello. Lu Chuanwu froze at first, then his face turned red with embarrassment. He wished he could dig a 3-bedroom apartment into the floor with his toes and crawl into it. Seeing that the half hour was up, Lin Zixin stood and said with a smile, It's getting late, and we still have other things to do. Thank you for the phone and the milk tea. We'll be leaving now. Lu Chuanwu panicked. In his urgency, he called after Lin Zixin's back directly. Wait, half a year. Just join for half a year and give it a try. Whatever benefits the Evolution Academy offers you, our Celestial Pavilion will give you double. Seeing that Zixin kept walking, he shouted loudly, If double isn't enough, our Celestial Pavilion will give you triple. Triple. Hearing that, Lin Zixin's eyes lit up instantly. He immediately turned around and returned to his seat with an extremely sincere expression. You know, I've always deeply agreed with the ideals of the Celestial Pavilion. I've decided to bring my talent into the Celestial Pavilion and contribute my share of strength to the cause of pure-blooded humanity. Lu Chuanwu let out a relieved breath. It's good that you understand. But the next second, his heart felt like it was bleeding. Triple. How many resources would that brat cost him? Zixin looked at Lu Chuanwu and asked curiously, By the way, I have a question. Do you know what the Origin Land is? Lu Chuanwu was slightly surprised. This kid even knows about the Origin Land? But he didn't dwell on it and quickly explained. It's said to be the land where life began. The exotic beasts that exist now all come from there. The Origin Land. Lin Zixin felt as though he had just heard a world-shaking secret. If the lives of exotic beasts came from the Origin Land, that meant humanity really did possess a certain degree of understanding of exotic beasts, and could even enter that place. A question suddenly occurred to him. Then does the exotic beast meat market also come from there? Lu Chuanwu nodded. Of course. Otherwise, there'd be nothing left on Earth for the higher-ups to distribute, let alone to ordinary civilians. Do you have any videos related to the Origin Land? Lu Chuanwu shook his head hard. No. Any electronic device malfunctions there. The only way to record anything is through hand-drawn sketches made on site. Lin Zixin found it hard to believe. So that picture wasn't a photograph at all, but a hand-drawn drawing. Right then, the phone rang. It was Yiwu calling. Handsome guy, beautiful girl. The martial arts gym's promotional event is about to start. When are you getting here? We're heading over now. Then hurry up. Lin Zixin stood up and said to Lu Chuanwu, I have to leave first. We can talk again another time. Just as Lin Zixin was about to go, Lu Chuanwu took out a book and handed it to him. This is the translated version of the blood tempering art. It contains detailed cultivation methods. However, the blood tempering art also has a threshold. Your life form rank has to reach ordinary rank 4, and your blood and chi must be strong enough before you can cultivate it. Zixin reached out and took the book. Lu Chuanwu continued, Based on your physical test data, you're already close to ordinary rank 4. You can read it during summer vacation first, and by the time school starts, once you evolve to rank 4, you can begin cultivating immediately. Lin Zixin accepted the book and casually stuffed it into Shen Qinghan's backpack. Really? I've already reached rank 6. When I get back, I'll have to try cultivating it. Scene change to a training ground at the Martial Arts Academy of Shanghai University. A woman in martial attire, with her hair tied neatly in a ponytail and a graceful, supple figure, was training at high intensity. Just as she threw a powerful kick, Lu Chuanwu walked in humming a folk tune, his face glowing with joy. The woman stopped training, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and asked curiously, Dean, what has you so happy? Lu Chuanwu curled his lips into a smug smile. With my unbeatable personal charm, the second-place scorer of the Nanjiang Provincial College entrance exam, the #1 in physical stats across the entire province, has become a member of our celestial pavilion. The woman stared in disbelief. Really or not? Lu Chuanwu opened WeChat on his phone and held it up proudly. Of course it's true. I've already added his contact info. Seeing Lin Zixin's name in the contact list, the woman's almond eyes widened. She hadn't expected this useless dean to actually recruit the province's second-place scorer. Dean, how did you do it? With my personal charisma. Tell me the truth. She had no patience for his bragging and only wanted the facts. Lu Chuanwu had no choice but to confess honestly. I told him that whatever benefits the Evolution Academy can offer, our celestial pavilion would directly triple them. Triple? The woman froze. A moment later, she came back to herself, her face full of worry. But we're already drowning in debt. Lu Chuanwu looked as if he had it all planned. I've already arranged dates with 3 rich ladies. Paying triple benefits will still leave us comfortable. Dean, please don't fool around like this again in the future. Lu Chuanwu looked at her and asked, Yuyin, back when you cultivated the blood-tempering art, how long did it take you to sense blood and qi? That was 10 years ago. If I remember right, about a week or no more than 2 months. Lu Chuanwu sighed in admiration. No wonder you were the second-place scorer of the capital's college entrance exam back then. Your talent really is outstanding. I thought of myself as a genius, but it still took me 2 weeks to sense blood and qi. Song Yuyin sighed bitterly. Don't bring up that capital's second-place scorer anymore. Ever since I gave up gene fusion and joined the Celestial Pavilion, after all these years of failing to evolve into a higher life form, I've been mocked by who knows how many people. Lu Chuanwu patted her shoulder comfortingly. Let those who laugh keep laughing. In a few more years, once you evolve into a higher life form, won't you be able to crush them all? Song Yuyin smiled wryly and shook her head. I've already gone through body tempering twice, but I still haven't opened a single acupoint. How long do you think it'll take Lin Zixin to sense blood and qi? I guess around 10 days. Lu Chuanwu explained. That kid's physical test results were astonishing, only slightly worse than yours back then. Song Yuyin began to look forward to it. Really? Then I'll have to take good care of this genius junior. Late at night, under a bright moon, Lin Zixin sat cross-legged on his bed. In front of him lay the open manual of the blood tempering art. Sensing blood and qi is really simple. I did it in just 3 seconds. Next is controlling blood and qi and beginning body tempering. He started circulating it, first warming up his right arm. Ding! You're using blood and qi to temper your skin. Skin toughness +1. Blood tempering art proficiency +1. Half an hour later, the tempering process was complete. His right arm had undergone 1 round of body tempering. Let me test its durability with a knife first. Thinking that, Lin Zixin picked up a fruit knife and slashed hard at his own arm. Clang. Not even a scratch. Just 1 round of tempering, and I'm already impervious to blades? No wonder Lu Chuanwu, after 3 rounds of tempering, could withstand Wu Tiancheng's feather attacks. I wonder just how strong the body can become after 5 rounds of tempering. Thinking of that, Lin Zixin grew wildly excited. 3 hours passed in a flash. Lin Zixin finally stopped cultivating, panting heavily. Looking at his 2 arms, he calculated to himself, at this rate, it won't even take a week to temper all the skin on my body once. The skin on both arms is done, and I've used up about 1/3 of my blood and qi. Just then, his phone notified him of a new WeChat message. It was from Shun Qinghan. Little Shun, are you asleep? No, I prepared a surprise for you. When are you coming to my room to see it? What surprise? If I tell you, it won't be a surprise anymore. Okay, then I'll come over now. After ending the chat, Lin Zixin looked at the time. It was almost midnight. What kind of surprise was it? Calling me over so late at night. Shun Qinghan's mother, Su Ming, opened the door for him. Little Shun, you can't see Han in? She told me she prepared a surprise and kept urging me to have you come over and take a look. Closing the door, Su Ming smiled brightly. Then hurry and go find her. Don't keep her waiting too long. Zixin knocked on Qinghan's door. Henin, I'm here. From inside came her tense voice. Guomin. Lin Zixin pushed the door open and closed it behind him. He saw Shun Qinghan sitting on the bed, wrapped tightly in a blanket. Shun Qinghan's face was red. I prepared a surprise for you. Lin Zixin found it strange. What kind of surprise needed to be hidden under a blanket? Could the surprise she meant be offering herself? The thought made his whole body heat up. Forcing himself to stay calm, he joked, "Let me guess, you're not showing me a glowing watch, are you? Come closer and look, then you'll know." Zishan walked over and sat on the edge of the bed. Shen Qinghan moved her lips and said shyly, "Lift it and see." Her trembling, bashful voice made Zishan gulp hard. His hand shook as he grabbed the corner of the blanket and slowly lifted it. As it gradually opened, what came into Lin Zishan's sight were a pair of long, fair legs, followed by the high slit of a body-hugging blue and white porcelain-patterned qipao, very similar to the one Yuan Dongji had worn before. Lin Zishan's face flushed crimson, and his whole body felt like it was on fire. He could feel his lower half already stirring. Shen Qinghan didn't dare meet his eyes and lowered her head to look at her own legs, asking in a tiny voice, "Do I look pretty dressed like this?" Lin Zishan nodded again and again. "Pretty." His gaze was glued to her pale legs. Shen Qinghan brushed back her loose hair and shyly continued, I also bought black fishnet stockings. Do you want to see me wearing them?" At the words black stockings, Lin Zishan became even more stirred up, but he still forced himself to sound calm. "Put them on and let me see." Seeing that he wanted to watch, Shen Qinghan blushed and slowly pulled the black fishnets up, wrapping her jade-like legs all the way to the knees. Lin Zishan stared without blinking, swallowing hard as he silently admired the seductive beauty before him. After putting on the stockings, Shen Qinghan raised her blushing face and asked softly and shyly, "Is it pretty?" Zishan's breathing grew heavier, but he still held himself back. "Pretty. They suit you really well." Hearing that, she immediately extended her leg in front of him in invitation. "These fishnets feel amazing to the touch. Do you want to feel them?" Lin Zishan's hand shot onto Shen Qinghan's thigh like lightning, gently stroking it. This really does feel good." The faint rustling sound of friction made Shen Qinghan blush furiously, but she still forced herself to act like a little seductress and asked, "Then between the fishnets and my legs, which feels better to touch?" Lin Zishan was enjoying the wonderful sensation, his heart surging, but his mouth remained calm. "Obviously, touching your legs feels better." Shen Qinghan was secretly delighted. "I think so too." Just then, there was a knock at the door, and Su Ming's voice came from outside. "Little Shun, your mother just brought over your toiletries. I'll hang them on the doorknob, and you can come get them later." Hearing Su Ming's voice, Lin Zishan jolted and instinctively pulled back his hand. He quickly got off the bed. "Yes, Aunt Ming, I know." Remembering the awkward incident from last time when Shen Qinghan stayed over at his house, he curiously opened the bag to check. Sure enough, inside was another box of ultra-thin condoms. He shook his head speechlessly, tossed it back into the bag, and pretended he hadn't seen it. "They haven't even kissed yet. What's the rush?" At that moment, Shen Qinghan came in holding a pack of diapers. "Little Shun, it's getting late. Stay here and sleep. I'm changing my diaper now, so turn around and don't look." After that, she took off her pants right there in the room and skillfully put on the diaper, not acting reserved with Lin Zishan at all. A moment later, Shen Qinghan called out, "I'm done. Turn off the lights and let's sleep." Okay, the two got into bed and lay down, sharing one blanket and one pillow, their bodies so close they could hear each other's heartbeats. After a moment of silence, Lin Zishan caught a faint fragrance. "Henin, why does your bed smell so nice? Did you use something on it?" Shen Qinghan giggled. "It's my body scent left on the bed. If you don't believe me, try smelling it." "How could that be?" Lin Zishan was about to argue, but when he felt Shen Qinghan's warm breath brushing across his face, he realized just how close the two of them were lying. Looking at her rosy, moist cherry lips, a powerful urge rose in his heart. After staring into each other's eyes for a few seconds, Lin Zishan slowly lowered his head and placed a soft kiss on Shen Qinghan's small lips. Her whole body went limp, as if she were melting in that sweet kiss. Suddenly, Shen Qinghan jolted as if shocked by electricity and hurriedly pushed him away in a panic. Wait. She threw off the blanket, jumped out of bed, and slipped on her shoes as if she were about to run outside. Lin Zishan asked blankly, "What's wrong?" Red-faced, Shen Qinghan covered herself front and back with both hands and muttered in embarrassment, "It's just, when I kissed you, my heart started racing, my body got hot, and then I couldn't control it, and I peed." The moment he heard the words, "I peed," Lin Zishan suddenly realized something important. He sat upright and pressed. "Wait, what exactly did you feel just now? Was your mental state fluctuating really intensely?" Shen Qinghan nodded awkwardly. "My heart was pounding, my body felt burning hot, and my mind really was fluctuating a lot. And then I peed." Lin Zishan pondered for a moment, then nodded to himself. "Just as I suspected." He explained, "I think your mysterious ability may be connected to mental power. Controlling it probably depends on spiritual strength. As long as your mental strength is strong enough, you should be able to activate and control this ability whenever you want. Shun Qing'an listened, half understanding and half confused. Lin Zixin took her hand and pulled her back. Come here. Let's keep kissing and see whether it happens again when your emotions fluctuate strongly. Shen Qing'an froze. She quickly pulled her hand back. Wait a second, let me change my diaper first. Zixin held onto her hand and said firmly, you're going to wet it again anyway. Let's continue first. She was just about to protest when his lips blocked her with his soft MMPH. Without another word, Lin Zixin pulled her onto his lap and kissed her lips again and again. Smack, smack, smack. After a while, he finally released Shun Qing'an's swollen lips and asked gently, how do you feel this time? Shun Qing'an was panting heavily, sweat soaking her forehead, her clothes clinging tightly to her body. Her dazed eyes looked at Lin Zixin as she answered, just like before. My mind fluctuated really strongly, and then I peed. Feeling the dampness spreading through the fabric of her clothes, Lin Zixin became even more certain that his guess was mostly correct. A few more tests, and he would be able to confirm that her ability was indeed triggered by mental power. Shen Qing'an hurriedly pushed him away, turned around to reveal the back of her clothes already soaked through, and said weakly, I'm all sweaty. I'm going to take a shower first. As soon as she finished speaking, she squeezed her legs together and ran off into the bathroom. More than 10 minutes later, Shun Qing'an's voice came from the bathroom. Zixin, I forgot to bring clothes. Can you give me a set of pajamas and bring them in? Okay, got it. He got out of bed, opened her wardrobe, and was met with all kinds of colorful clothing. As if bewitched, he picked up a pair of pale pink panties. No pattern, very innocent looking and cute. He stared at them for a while before suddenly realizing his behavior was a little perverted and quickly folded them up and put them back. Henin probably sleeps in diapers anyway, so she doesn't need underwear, right? He casually chose an ordinary set of pajamas and brought them to her. How about these? 5 minutes later, Shun Qing'an came out after bathing, and the two turned off the lights and went to bed. The next morning, Lin Zixin woke up early, seeing that Shun Qing'an was still sleeping soundly. With a little drool at the corner of her mouth, he couldn't help smiling. He gently wiped the drool away for her, then quietly got out of bed and left the room. When he went downstairs to the living room, he ran into Su Ming, who had just come out of the kitchen. Zixin, breakfast is almost ready. Why don't you eat before you go? Sure, Auntie. I'll eat first, then head back. Shun Jianya asked, is Han-in awake yet? Not yet. Let her sleep a little longer. Shun Jianya sighed. If only Han-in had your discipline. Lin Zixin smiled and said, but Han-in brought home the title of provincial top scorer for you, uncle. Letting her sleep in a little during summer break isn't too much. Shun Jianya nodded. That's true. After finishing 2 bowls of porridge, Zixin said goodbye. No need to see me out, Aunt Ming. As soon as he left, Su Ming shut the door and covered her mouth with a delighted smile. She turned to her husband and said, last night, I got up to use the bathroom and heard water running in the upstairs bathroom. Tell me, do you think our daughter and little Zixin? Shun Jianya stroked his chin thoughtfully. Hearing you say that, I'd say yes. Su Ming immediately sent a message to Zhang Wanxin in excitement. This is a huge step forward. I have to share the good news with Wanxin right away. When Lin Zixin got home, he tossed the dirty clothes from last night into the washing machine. He was just about to go outside for morning training when his mother walked over with a bright smile, looking proud as she patted him on the shoulder. Son, you're amazing. What? Lin Zixin stared at her, confused about what she was implying. At the Martial Arts Academy training grounds of Shanghai University, a group of burly middle-aged men stormed in aggressively, their faces full of killing intent, and shouted, Lu Chuanwu, you owe me an explanation about Lin Zixin. Lu Chuanwu, who had been practicing his fist forms, slowly stopped and feigned innocence. What about Lin Zixin? I have no idea what you're talking about. The man wasted no time and immediately cursed. Lin Zixin had clearly already signed up for my Evolution Academy, and yet you secretly pulled tricks behind my back and poached him into your martial arts academy. Have you no shame? Lu Chuanwu sneered and shot back. What tricks? Is your Evolution Academy the only one allowed to recruit students? Is my martial arts academy not allowed? Ma Zhenhe demanded. There's an order to everything. At your age, don't tell me you still don't understand basic decency. Lu Chuanwu snorted coldly. I don't care about your so-called order. I only know that as long as school hasn't started yet, Lin Zixin isn't your Evolution Academy student. If I want to recruit him, I recruit him. It doesn't violate any university rules. Maybe not the university's rules, but it violates the agreement all the deans made. Ridiculous. That's your agreement. What does it have to do with me? After saying that, Lu Chuanwu folded his arms, looking smug. In short, my recruitment was perfectly reasonable and fair competition. If you're unhappy, go recruit Lin Zixin back into the Evolution Academy yourself. Ma zin elaf dinanjir. A despicable petty man like you dares to talk about fair competition? He pointed at Lu Chuanwu's face. If you got guts, get in the ring and fight me. Damn it, that would be real fair competition. Lu Chuanwu picked at his ear and looked at him with disdain. Get in the ring and fight you? Do you think I'm stupid? You're a high-stage 5th rank expert trying to bully a mere ordinary 9th rank like me, and you still have the nerve to talk about fairness? Where's your shame? Ma Jin has snapped. I'm 48 and you're 95. How am I the one bullying the weak? Lu Chuanwu shot back. So now you're bullying the elderly? Ma Jinhe took a deep breath to calm himself and said with a cold laugh, Lu Chuanwu, as long as you refuse gene fusion, you'll remain an ordinary 9th rank weakling for the rest of your life. After leaving behind that mocking remark, Ma Jinhe stormed out of the training grounds. As he walked away, he clenched his fists in fury, thinking ordinary organisms aren't even worth comparing to ants. Keep fumbling around with your so-called pure-blood human nonsense. It wasn't long before Ma Zhenhe went to Yuan Dongji to air his grievances. Faced with his complaints, Yuan Dongji merely comforted him lightly. Don't worry, Dima. After school starts and some time passes, Lin Zixin will see that people his age who are inferior to him are surpassing him through gene fusion or mechanical body enhancement. When that happens, he'll naturally switch majors. Ma Zhenhe still wasn't appeased. Vice Principal Yuan, that's not the point. Lu Chuanwu broke the rules. He should be punished. Yuan Dongji picked up the teacup on her desk and said calmly, if you're unhappy, then answer in kind. Go and poach the provincial runner-up. Seeing that Yuan Dongji had no intention of punishing Lu Chuanwu, Ma Zhenhe felt a little dissatisfied, but he didn't dare say more. Then I'll do as Vice Principal Yuan says. After chatting a bit more, he left the office. Once he was gone, Yuan Dongji murmured to herself, Ma Zhenhe is usually quite steady, but every time he faces that Lu fellow, he gets provoked until he loses all reason. She took a light sip of tea, her gaze drifting far away. So many years have passed, and that old Lu hasn't changed one bit. That mouth of his is still as sharp as ever. If only his body had been as formidable as his mouth. Too bad he chose the wrong path in his youth. Otherwise, at the very least, he'd be principal by now. Scene shift to a main road in the suburbs. Lin Zixin and Shen Qinghan were training their running speed, though it was mainly Shen Qinghan doing the training. I can't do it anymore. I can't run another step. She staggered along, drenched in sweat. In the end, she stopped by the roadside, bent over with both hands on her knees, gasping for breath. Seeing this, Lin Zixin unscrewed a bottle of water and handed it to her. After Shen Qinghan had finished drinking, he said, that's enough for today. Let's go sit on that bench up ahead and relax your muscles. With her mouth still full of water, all she could do was answer with a muffled Soon, the two of them reached the bench nearby. Shen Qinghan set down the water bottle and skillfully stretched herself out on the bench. Lin Zixin sat beside her and began massaging her legs with his hands. Shen Qinghan turned her head to look at him and said in a soft, spoiled voice, Zixin, thank you. Zixin smiled. With the relationship we have, saying thank you is too distant. Twisting a loose strand of hair around her finger, Shen Qinghan asked nervously, then what exactly is our relationship now? Friends, childhood sweethearts, or lovers? Lin Zixin answered simply, family. Family. Shen Qinghan pouted in dissatisfaction. That's way too broad. It could mean husband and wife, or it could mean brother and sister. Her lips moved as she pressed on. If we're family, then what kind of family? Lin Zixin smiled and asked back, then what kind of family do you want us to be? After hesitating for a moment, Shen Qinghan blushed and answered, then, how about fiancés? Lin Zixin gave her a firm answer. Fiancés. Hearing that, Shen Qinghan felt as if flowers were blooming in her heart. She jumped up from the bench, stretched out her little finger toward him, and said excitedly, then after we graduate from university, can we get married? Lin Zixin smiled, hooked his little finger with hers, and nodded. Okay. The two pinkies swore, and Shen Qinghan cried out, pinky promise 100 years unchanged. At that moment, her whole being was bursting with joy, overflowing with happiness. That night, after showering and eating dinner, Lin Zixin sat in the living room watching TV with his parents, chatting from time to time in a very harmonious atmosphere. Just then, the doorbell rang. He's here. Sitting closest to the door, Lin Yinsheng spoke as he got up to open it. The moment he opened the door, he exclaimed in surprise, "Dinma, why are you here? Sorry to disturb you so late." Ma Izhina said with a smile. "I came to talk to Zishan about his academy choice." He had deliberately chosen to come at night, knowing that people tended to be more emotional in the evening and more likely to make decisions. Tonight, he was determined to poach Lin Zishan back from Lu Chuanwu. Lin Yinsheng was a little puzzled. His academy choice? Didn't he settle that long ago? Why come all this way in the middle of the night to talk about it? Ma Jinha handed the bag in his hand to Lin Yinsheng. "There are 2 frost crystal fish in here. They're very fresh and delicious. A graduate of mine gave me a lot of them, so I brought 2 over for your family to try." Lin Yinsheng accepted the bag and said politely, "Dinma, you're too courteous. Just a small token." "Dinma, Zishan is in the living room. Let's go inside and sit down and talk." "Then excuse me." After a few polite exchanges, the 2 entered the living room and sat down. Once he felt the atmosphere was right, Ma Jinha finally turned the topic to Lin Zishan, saying with a face full of regret, "Zishan's compatibility for gene fusion is as high as 15%. If he walks the gene fusion path, his future potential will be immeasurable. There's really no need for him to follow some pure-blood human path. That would be such a waste of talent." He went on and on. The Celestial Pavilion may have had good intentions at the start, but their pure-blood human theory has made no substantial progress to this day. It's nothing but a scam. If Zishan chooses that path, he'll only be ruining himself. As he spoke, he looked straight at Lin Zishan. "Zishan, take my advice. Don't walk this so-called pure-blood human path. It'll only turn you into an ordinary person like everyone else. The best choice is still the Evolution Academy." Before Lin Zishan could respond, Zhang Wanxin, who was sitting beside him, asked in confusion, "Dinma, I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Didn't Zishan already enroll in the Evolution Academy?" Only then did Lin Zishan turn to explain to his parents, "Dad, Mom, I forgot to tell you. A few days ago, I joined the Celestial Pavilion. I've already changed my enrollment to the Martial Arts Academy. I want to try the pure-blood human path." Hearing this, Lin Yinsheng and Zhang Wanxin both froze. Zhang Wanxin recovered first and hurriedly asked, "Zishan, what exactly is going on?" Seeing his parents worry, Lin Zishan explained briefly. "First, I do agree quite a lot with the Celestial Pavilion's philosophy. Also, Dean Liu of the Martial Arts Academy sincerely offered me triple benefits. So I agreed to join the Celestial Pavilion for half a year and try the pure-blood human path. If there's no progress after half a year, I'll go back to the Evolution Academy and take the gene fusion path." Hearing their son's explanation, Lin Yinsheng and Zhang Wanxin both breathed a sigh of relief. At least it was only a half-year trial. After hearing how Lin Zishan had switched sides, Ma Jinha couldn't help frowning. That broke old pauper can actually afford triple benefits? Still, he didn't dwell on it and quickly went back to persuading Lin Zishan. "Young man, let me give you a piece of advice. Triple benefits may sound like a lot, but we need to look at the bigger picture. That's just a small immediate gain. There's no need to give up a greater future for petty profit. Yes, you're only trying it for half a year, and if it doesn't work, you can still return to the gene fusion path. But even in that short half year, you'll already lose out on a great deal of valuable knowledge. So much that even triple benefits wouldn't be enough to make up for it." He emphasized, "I've taught at Wanghai University for many years and seen plenty of similar cases. Listen to me, and you won't go wrong. There's no need to waste these 6 months." Lin Zishan listened until he was almost sweating, but his mind was already made up. "Thank you for the reminder, Dinma, but right now I really do agree with the Celestial Pavilion's philosophy. If I don't try it, I know I'll keep thinking about it in the future. It might even become a mental knot. I don't want that." He made it sound lofty, but inwardly he was giddy over the triple benefits. Seeing how stubborn he was, Ma Jinha could only sigh, stand up, and shove both hands into his trouser pockets. "If you're this determined, there's no point in me saying more." With that, Ma Jinha took his leave. "I have other matters to attend to. I'll be going now. Dinma, I'll see you out." The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Lin Zishan woke up. He opened his news app to see what was trending today, and a headline immediately caught his eye. Official report. "This is outrageous. The Celestial Pavilion has brazenly brainwashed the runner-up of the Nanjiang Provincial College entrance exam into abandoning the gene fusion path and choosing the pure-blood human path, turning a genius into an ordinary person." Seeing that headline, Lin Zishan was stunned. What the hell? He hurriedly tapped in to read the article. The report directly named the provincial runner-up, Lin Zixin, as having joined the Celestial Pavilion and chosen the unrealistic pure-blood human path. It also brought up the cautionary tale of the female prodigy who had been the capital's runner-up 10 years ago, whose talent had likewise withered because of the Celestial Pavilion. Lin Zixin scrolled down to the comments and found them full of abuse. This Celestial Pavilion really knows how to trick people. This runner-up really threw his future away in his sleep. The Celestial Pavilion really destroys geniuses. Can't they just arrest all those people? I know where they are. I even know where the Celestial Pavilion is now. Isn't that place? Lin Zixin frowned. The comments were all negative, almost as if paid trolls were steering public opinion. He grew increasingly worried. It was bad enough that his personal information had been exposed and he was being cyberbullied. But if cultists noticed him too, that would be real trouble. Was it leaked by Manhwa, or was some other force targeting the Celestial Pavilion? Putting aside the speculation, he decided to act immediately. Hello, I'd like to report a news article that leaked a student's private information. 2 hours later, the article was finally deleted. Lin Zixin collapsed onto the sofa and let out a breath of relief. Good, it's gone. But it was already too late. His phone kept vibrating non-stop with incoming messages. When he opened them, he was startled. Why did Lin Zixin join the Celestial Pavilion? Isn't the Celestial Pavilion something that leads young people astray? Someone even posted Lin Zixin's photo online, and now everyone on the internet is talking about him. There's even a group online that's gone crazy over Lin Zixin. Lin Zixin, come out and say something. Lin Zixin, are you there? Even my photo's been posted. Looks like this is really troublesome now. Lin Zixin had never wanted fame. He only wanted to quietly be a genius in his own little world, evolve in peace, and throw things like reputation or mission to the side. At 11 that night, after showering, Lin Zixin put on his pajamas and lay in bed scrolling through his phone, focused on following the news related to himself. Not long after, Shun Qinghan slowly walked into the room in her nightdress. Zixin, sleep here with me tonight. Kicking off her slippers, she climbed onto the bed and sat beside him, shoulder to shoulder, tilting her head to look at his phone screen. Are you reading that news about you? Those awful people are really using an innocent exam candidate as a weapon. They don't have even the most basic principles. Lin Zixin replied indifferently. That's how conflict works. Following principles puts you at a disadvantage. Having no principles is what gives you the upper hand. Shun Qinghan suddenly thought of her bargain bin master. Zixin, my master seems pretty powerful. Do you think if I asked her for help, she could solve this trouble for you? Lin Zixin shook his head. There's nothing strange about this factional struggle. The Gene Fusion faction is suppressing the pure-blood human faction. Your master supports the Gene Fusion side, so there's no reason she'd help with this. Shun Qinghan thought that made sense, but then figured there was no harm in trying. So she picked up her phone and sent Yuan Dongji a message on WeChat. About half an hour later, Yuan Dongji replied with just a few words. It's taken care of. Shun Qinghan cried out in surprise. That fast? It's only been half an hour. Lin Zixin was stunned. How is that even possible? Shun Qinghan tried searching online for information about Lin Zixin, and sure enough, nothing came up anymore. Her eyes widened. Zixin, it really got solved. You can't find the news anymore. Lin Zixin was also deeply surprised. He hadn't expected Yuan Dongji to actually help him. She helped me? Is this because she dotes on her disciple, or because she's thinking of her old marital ties with Lu Chuanwu? Either way, it benefits me. Lin Zixin steadied himself and turned to Shun Qinghan. Henin, thank your master for me. Really thank her for helping. I'm extremely grateful. Shun Qinghan smiled sweetly. So you're thanking my master. Then how are you going to thank me? Zixin asked back. How do you want me to thank you? Then give me a kiss. As she spoke, she lifted a hand and pointed at her cheek. Lin Zixin smiled inwardly and bent down to plant several light kisses on her cheek. 3 days later, in his room, Lin Zixin sat cross-legged on the bed cultivating. He slowly opened his eyes and let out a breath of foul air, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Ding! Biological level increased to ordinary rank 7. He had finally completely tempered the outer layer of skin on his body. Lin Zixin opened his status panel to take a look. Just then, his phone lit up with a message from Shun Qinghan. Zixin, on Monday Suashin is going out with me to retrieve my eggs. Can you come with me? After reading it, Lin Zixin thought it over. Henin would definitely have to undergo gene fusion, which would result in infertility. So retrieving and preserving her eggs now, so she could use IVF in the future, was indeed necessary. He quickly replied, sure. On Monday, after breakfast, Lin Zixin and Shun Qinghan went to a specialist hospital for the egg retrieval procedure. Inside the examination room, Shun Qinghan lay on the bed looking extremely nervous. Her her clothes already lifted for the nurse to examine her. Seeing her tension, the female nurse comforted her. The ovulation-stimulating shot has already been given. Come back tomorrow for the egg retrieval. Shen Qinghan nodded. Thank you, Mississippi. Sorry for the trouble. More than an hour later, Shen Qinghan and Li Suoxin came out. Li Suoxin grumbled, what a hassle. I thought they could do the retrieval right away, but who knew we'd have to wait until tomorrow? Shen Qinghan still looked worried. I'm still kind of nervous. Li Suoxin smiled and suggested, if that's the case, then since it's not often we get to come out, how about we go shopping? It'll help you relax. Shen Qinghan nodded happily. Okay. The two girls turned to look at Lin Zixin. Zixin, do you want to come with us? He shook his head. No, I have things to do at home. Li Suoxin cheered. Great. Today is Han-In's and my two-person world. Shen Qinghan looked at her friend and laughed. After returning home, Lin Zixin went upstairs and shut himself in his quiet room to study the blood-tempering art. Now it was time to temper the muscles. Ding. Muscle strength, +1. Blood-tempering art proficiency, +1. The burning sensation of flesh tempering was even more intense than skin tempering, but it was still within what he could endure. In the blink of an eye, the whole afternoon had passed. Exhausted, Lin Zixin collapsed onto the bed. In just one afternoon, he had already finished tempering his entire right arm. His head was starting to feel dizzy now, and he had depleted far too much qi and blood. That night, Lin Zixin ate his fill to replenish his qi and blood. After digesting the food, he felt the qi and blood in his body become abundant and vigorous again. Just his right arm alone had gained 50 more strength. The blood-tempering art really was perfectly suited to his physique. Zixin, I need to discuss something with you. Hearing Shen Qinghan's voice, Lin Zixin replied, the door's unlocked. Guomin. Shen Qinghan walked in and said right away, today Suoxin invited us out to have fun before school starts. Havu is going too, so I already agreed for you. Lin Zixin nodded. If you're going, then I'll definitely go too. Shen Qinghan hesitated for a moment before saying, but Suoxin said she wants to go to the beach. I didn't want to spoil her mood, but I didn't know how to refuse, so I promised her. You know, I've heard terrifying sound from under the sea before, so I'm scared. Lin Zixin comforted her. It's fine. I'm here. At worst, we just won't go into the water. Shen Qinghan nodded in relief. 20,000 meters below Shanghai City, deep underground, within a labyrinth of tunnels like an ant nest, at the intersection of countless passageways, a massive altar was being quietly built in the darkness. At that moment, two figures appeared on a screen in conversation. One was a three-eyed giant over 4 meters tall. The other wore a mysterious mask. Lord Envoy, all 108 tunnels have been finished. I had those sewer rats dig them all out. The three-eyed giant, who half a year ago had still stood arrogantly before the Rat King, was now incomparably respectful and humble before the masked figure. Next, I'll have to trouble you to establish a biological coordinate here. The masked man did not answer, only giving a slight nod. Immediately afterward, he drove the staff in his hand hard into the ground. Then he slit his own wrist and let fresh blood flow out, drenching the body of the staff. The blood was quickly absorbed completely by it. In the blink of an eye, countless blood-red roots sprouted from the base of the staff, spreading everywhere and filling the entire underground palace. After finishing everything, the masked man spoke in a hoarse voice. I have already established a biological coordinate here. For the rest, all that is needed is to find a corresponding point in the origin land and establish a biological coordinate there as well. Once the two coordinates sense each other, the tunnel to the origin land can be connected. On the day of the beach trip, Havu drove the group. In the car, Li Suoxin asked curiously, Havu, when did you get your driver's license? With one hand on the steering wheel, Havu spun it skillfully and replied, I spent 10 days of summer vacation and got it done. My dad used his connections to sign me up for an accelerated course. Li Suoxin said in surprise, there's even that kind of class? Havu said smugly, if the three of you want to sign up, I can mention to my dad when we get back. Want to? Everyone shouted in unison. Of course we do. Young Master Ha. Hearing them call him Young Master Ha made Havu feel immensely pleased inside. More than an hour later, Havu executed a beautiful drift and parked the car. We're here. It was midsummer now, and the beach was packed with people. The moment he got out of the car, Havu spread his arms wide to enjoy the cool sea breeze. But right after that, his gaze started darting around in search of bikinis. Havu's eyes were glued to the sexy bikinis on the beautiful women at the beach. Seeing that, Li Suoxin smacked him hard on the head. Could you not be so crude? Then she took Shen Qinghan by the hand and said, "Come on, Henin, let's go over there and change into our swimsuits." "Ignore him." Shen Qinghan nodded. Seeing the two girls disappear from sight, Havu excitedly slung an arm around Lin Zixin's shoulders. "Let's go change too. I can't wait to jump into the water." On the way to the changing room, quite a few people recognized Lin Zixin. Whispers rose all around them. Isn't that the provincial college entrance exam runner-up from Nanjiang? He joined the Celestial Pavilion? Was he brainwashed, or was his brain bad to begin with? That's really throwing away his future. Lin Zixin heard it all, but his heart did not waver in the slightest. On the contrary, Havu beside him flew into a rage and shouted, "What the hell are you? You think you're worthy of judging the provincial runner-up of Nanjiang? Go on, why don't you keep talking?" After being yelled at by Havu, those few people instantly fell silent, shrinking back like turtles pulling their heads into their shells, not daring to say another word. Zixin smiled bitterly and shook his head, pulling Havu back. "Forget it. There's no need to waste breath on them." Havu said resentfully, "Zixin, your temper is way too good. If it were me, I would have punched them already." Lin Zixin smiled and replied, "It's just that I don't happen to care about things like this. But if it's something I do care about, I'd definitely make a move." Havu asked curiously, "Then what do you care about?" Before he had even finished speaking, Li Suoxin's voice answered for him. "Do you even need to ask?" The two girls had already changed into their swimsuits and were walking over. Li Suoxin pointed at Shen Qinghan beside her and continued, "Zixin definitely cares most about Henin." Havu grinned. "Yeah, that was a stupid question." Li Suoxin urged them, "You two should hurry and change into your swimsuits too." Very soon, Lin Zixin and Havu emerged, their muscular physiques making everyone who passed by turn their heads to look. "Henin, do you want me to put sunscreen on you?" Shen Qinghan had no reason to refuse. Her small face flushed red as she nodded. "Okay." Lin Zixin had her lie down on a cushioned chair and began helping her apply sunscreen. "How about this?" Seeing this, Havu's eyes lit up. "You've really got tricks up your sleeve." He turned to Li Suoxin. "Suoxin, let me put sunscreen on you too." Li Suoxin shot him a murderous glare. "Get lost." Over here, Lin Zixin was applying sunscreen as if he were thoroughly enjoying himself. Even on places that didn't need it, his hand would casually brush across them, and he was getting higher and higher as he applied it. Shen Qinghan clearly understood his intentions, but she stayed silent and let Lin Zixin take advantage. "Seriously, Zixin." Suddenly, a strange whisper sounded by Shen Qinghan's ear. "Great God, awaken." Shen Qinghan opened her eyes wide and hurriedly sat up, her heart filled with confusion. Lin Zixin noticed that something was wrong and asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" The eerie whisper from the sea origin land still echoed in Shen Qinghan's ears as she looked all around, searching for the source of the sound. This voice. Shen Qinghan's gaze locked onto the sea in front of her. "It's coming from the ocean." Shen Qinghan sat upright, panic on her face, clutching her body tightly with both hands. Worried, Zixin sat down beside her. "What's wrong?" Shen Qinghan said fearfully, "Zixin, I heard that voice again. It said something about a great god awakening in the sea origin land or something. It's just as creepy as before." Hearing that, Lin Zixin's expression changed. Could Shen Qinghan's mysterious physique be related to the origin land? After thinking for a while, Lin Zixin said, "Right now, our knowledge is still too limited. We can't find out much. We still need to learn more information related to the origin land first. Once we get to university, you could try asking your master about it." Shen Qinghan nodded. "Okay." Time passed quickly. After Zixin finished tempering all of his muscles, he began entering the stage of bone tempering. Unexpectedly, bone tempering was 100,000 times harder than tempering flesh. In less than half an hour, Lin Zixin was already in so much pain that cold sweat covered him and his face had gone deathly pale. After who knew how long, he collapsed onto the bed, his entire body drenched as if he had just been pulled out of the water. At last, he had completed the tempering of all 206 bones. Right then, a system notification appeared. "Congratulations, you have successfully evolved into an ordinary rank 9th stage life form." After reading the notification, Zixin thought to himself, "I'm only one step away from evolving into a high-level life form now. As long as I can successfully open an acupoint in my body, even just one, that'll be enough to evolve." But how do I open an acupoint? The method in the manual is too vague. After studying it for a while and still finding no clues, Zixin closed the book and told himself, "Looks like I'll have to figure out on my own." On the morning of September 9th, the opening day of Shanghai University, Shen Qinghan's parents were busy so they asked Zhang Wanxin and her husband to take her to school. Zishan, Henin, we're here. When they reached the food street, Shun Xinghan pointed ahead and exclaimed happily, Zishan, look, that ice cream shop is still there. Lin Zishan looked in that direction and nodded. Yeah, it's the same shop where we ate when we came here for a stroll before. Zhang Wanxin smiled and suggested, come on, let's go buy some ice cream. It's still early anyway. It won't be too late to register after we finish eating. Henin nodded repeatedly. Okay. Shen Xinghan scooped up a spoonful of ice cream and said, mine is strawberry milk tea flavor. It's really good. She affectionately held the spoon up to Lin Zishan's mouth. Zishan, try it. Lin Zishan opened his mouth and tasted it. It really was good. Just then, noisy laughter and chatter from a group of young men and women came from outside. Come on, another round. Lin Zishan looked toward the bar across the street. What caught his eye was two male students playing dice and drinking with a group of female students. Jiasen, your skirt is way too short today. I can't really grope you conveniently. The girl named Jiasen said coquettishly, you could just slip your hand inside. I don't mind. One of his friends urged Young, stop groping girls all the time and guess the number already. Ha, you lost. Drink up for me. The two male students had girls in both arms, their restless hands wandering all over the bodies of those heavily made-up girls. Lin Zishan only glanced over once and then looked away. The male students at the next table, however, were discussing it enthusiastically. That's Huang Jiasen, right? She acts like some cold goddess at the Art Academy every day, but now she's sticking herself right up against those Evolution Academy guys and letting them grope her all over. Well, who told you Evolution Academy students have bright futures? If you were a girl, you'd stick yourself to them too. Yeah, fair point. If I were from the Evolution Academy in the inner campus, I'd also be coming out to the outer campus every day to pick up girls. Hearing this, Lin Zishan took notice of the phrase inner campus. Shanghai University was divided into two zones. The outer campus for students of cultural and artistic studies, and the inner campus for students of evolution, mecha, and martial arts. Because it involved secrets of gene fusion and bodily modification, the inner campus was under strict security, and only teachers and students from those departments were allowed to enter. Zhang Wanxin seriously reminded them, now that you're in university, you'll have more freedom, but you can't act on impulse like those people drinking outside. You still have to study hard, understand? The two nodded obediently. We understand. Lin Yanqing laughed and said, you're worrying too much. Zishan and Hanin have been well-behaved since they were little. They won't turn out like that. It's getting late now. You two should get ready to enter the inner campus. Your mother and I can't go in there. So Zishan, remember to take good care of Hanin. Zishan waved his hand. Don't worry, Dad, Mom. At the checkpoint gate to the inner campus, the security guard called out loudly, please show your admission notices. Shen Xinghan quickly handed hers over. Here's mine. The guard looked it over and let her through. All right, no problem. While Zishan was searching for his documents, the guard had already spoken up. All right, no need to look anymore. I recognize you. The provincial runner-up who joined the Celestial Pavilion. Go on in. Lin Zishan was surprised. He hadn't expected that news report to be famous enough that even a security guard recognized him. The moment they stepped inside, the scene before them left the two stunned. Everywhere in the inner campus, there were gene fusion users and people with mechanically modified bodies. After completing the enrollment procedures, Zishan escorted Henin back to the Evolution Academy dormitory, and they said goodbye for the moment. Zishan, see you at the party. See you at the party. Zishan went alone to the Martial Arts Academy. There, he was met with an incredibly enthusiastic welcome from the senior girls, every one of them wanting his WeChat and competing to help him. Junior Zishan, you're so handsome. Junior Zishan, can I add you and chat sometime? Junior Zishan, let me carry your luggage. Junior Zishan, let me take you to your dorm. In the end, Zishan chose a busted blonde senior to ask for help. Then I'll trouble you, senior. On the way, the senior pointed toward the plaza. Junior Zishan, there's the student rankings board over there. Do you want to go take a look? Lin Zishan said curiously. Then please lead the way, senior. Not trouble at all. Not at all. It's my honor to guide a handsome junior like you. When they arrived, the two stopped in front of the combat rankings board. There were two boards, the pinnacle ranking, the top 500 strongest students in the entire school, and the freshman ranking, the top 100 strongest new students. The top 3 of the pinnacle ranking were all high-level powerhouses from the Evolution Academy and the Mecha Academy, and all of them were 4th-year students. The Martial Arts Academy only had a mere 3 students on the board, and all of them were near the very bottom. On the way back to the dorm, the senior said, actually, our Martial Arts Academy once had a senior sister who ranked 6th on the pinnacle ranking. She was also a provincial runner-up in the college entrance exam like you. Her name was Song Yuyan, but because the path of pure blood humans hit a bottleneck, she was gradually overtaken by the other students. Now she's become an instructor and is a top researcher in the Celestial Pavilion, as well as Dean Liu's right-hand assistant. When they reached the dormitory, the senior exclaimed, "Junior Zishan, we're here. The treatment for a provincial runner-up really is good. You get a single room. That's so enviable." Suddenly, she turned around, deliberately pulling her collar down to reveal a patch of fair skin before Zishan, and hinted, "Junior Zishan, after walking around for so long, I'm really hot. Can I come into your room for a bit and cool off?" Lin Zishan understood her intention perfectly, so he immediately changed the subject. "Thank you for your hard work, senior. There happens to be a milk tea shop across from the dorm. Let me buy you a drink." The senior smiled awkwardly. Sure. Inwardly she thought, why isn't this guy taking the bait? 1 cup of bubble milk tea with toppings was enough for Zishan to repay the favor of being shown the way. Back in his room, Zishan received a WeChat message from Shun Qinghan along with many photos of her dorm. "Zishan, have you reached your dorm yet? Hurry up and send me photos of your room so I can see." Compared to Hanin's luxurious apartment, Zishan's single room looked truly ordinary. The Evolution Academy really was richer. Zishan casually snapped a few photos and sent them over. After Shun Qinghan saw them, she immediately replied, "Your room is way too small. Why don't you just move over and stay with me? The dorm bed here is even bigger than the one at home." After reading the message, Lin Zishan did not hesitate at all. He picked up his luggage and set off immediately. "I'm moving. I absolutely have to move. Not living in a high-end apartment when one is available would be insanity." Standing at the entrance of the Evolution Academy, Zishan once again marveled at how wealthy this place was. Even the student dorms were far grander than the doghouse over at the Martial Arts Academy. He began to doubt Lu Chuanwu's promise of triple benefits. When the elevator doors opened, Shun Qinghan was already there waiting. "Zishan, you finally came." As soon as he entered, Hanin excitedly introduced the place. "Zishan, come in quick. I already turned on the air conditioning nice and cold." Zishan dragged his luggage inside and looked around the spacious, spotless room. This place really is luxurious. It's obvious your master truly cares about you. She didn't take you in for nothing. Shun Qinghan smiled sweetly. "I think so too. From now on, this will be our little home. Our parents aren't here, so even if we run around the room without clothes on, no one will care." Zishan was speechless. "What do you mean run around without clothes on? Don't talk nonsense. I'm all sweaty. I'm going to shower first." As she said that, she started taking off her clothes and walked toward the bathroom. "Don't throw your clothes on the floor," Zishan reminded her, then bent down to pick up her clothes for her. While he had a free moment, Zishan opened the Shanghai University app to take a look. In the shop section, what caught his eye was a vast array of precious resources. Exotic beast meat he had never seen before, gene serums, rare flowers and strange fruits, mechanical components. Everything had to be exchanged with points. There were 3 ways to earn points: climb the pinnacle ranking or freshman ranking, complete university missions, and represent the university in competitions and achieve good results. It really did look easier than making money. Just as he was thinking about it, Shun Qinghan's voice came from the bathroom. "Zishan, I'm done showering. Bring my clothes in for me." "Okay, coming right away." Lin Zishan opened the bathroom door and stepped in. In a large bathtub, Shun Qinghan was soaking in the water, her bare shoulders and slender legs faintly visible beneath the surface, looking incredibly alluring. "Zishan, soaking in here feels so nice. Do you want to come in and soak with me? The tub is so big. It'd be a waste if I were the only one in it." Seeing that the girl had already taken the initiative to this extent, Zishan felt that refusing would be impolite. "Then let's soak together." As he spoke, he took off his clothes in front of Shun Qinghan. They slept in the same room every night anyway, and he'd already touched her before, so what was there to be shy about? Zishan sat down on one side of the bathtub. "I'll scrub your back." "Okay, then later I'll scrub yours too." After bathing and eating, Zishan began the second round of tempering. This time it was much harder. It took him more than 2 hours just to finish the second tempering of his right arm. "Hanin, do you have a sewing needle here?" Shun Qinghan put down her phone and curiously fetched one for him. "I do, but what do you need it for?" "To test how strong my skin is after 2 rounds of tempering." Saying that, Lin Zishan immediately gripped the needle and stabbed hard at the back of his right hand. "Ding! You're using a needle to stab the back of your right hand. Skin toughness +1, +1, +1. Shun Qinghan's eyes widened in shock. The tiny needle, though bent by the force, still could not pierce Zishan's skin. In the end, it snapped in half with a crack. Even a needle broke. This blood tempering art is too amazing. Watching this makes me want to follow the pure blood human path too. Zishan smiled. "Next, I should test heat resistance." He went into the kitchen, turned on the gas stove, and held his right hand directly over the blue flame. Ding! You're using fire to burn the palm of your right hand. Heat resistance +1, +1, +1. It was only after more than a minute that he began to feel a bit of heat. The tempering effect was too strong. With the support of biological attributes, sooner or later this body would become saintly. While he was training, his phone suddenly received a new message from Lu Chuanwu. Zishan, have you arrived at Shanghai University and registered yet? I got here this morning. Is the luxurious single dorm I prepared for you satisfactory? It's pretty good. Are you free now? Want to come take a look around the Celestial Pavilion headquarters? I'll show you around the place and introduce you to the other members. Zishan replied, I'm free. Good. Then wait downstairs by your dorm building. I'll arrange for someone to pick you up. Seeing that, Zishan immediately texted back, Dean, I'm not in my own dorm right now. I'm in my childhood sweetheart's dorm. Building 8, Central Garden, room 603. Then I'll have someone come pick you up at Building 8, Central Garden. After sending the message, Zishan let out a sigh of relief. Guess I'll go downstairs and wait then. Lin Zishan then put on a jacket and said to Shen Qinghan, the dean of the Martial Arts Academy invited me to the Celestial Pavilion headquarters for a look around. I'm heading out for a bit. Shen Qinghan waved goodbye. Go ahead. After leaving the dormitory, Lin Zishan walked over into the shade of a large tree. I'll wait over there. Leaning against the trunk, he waited for the Celestial Pavilion people to arrive. Not long after, a blond young man with a lazy swagger strolled past him. The moment he saw him, the blond youth cried out in surprise, I know you. You're Lin Zishan, the Nanjiang provincial runner-up who joined the Celestial Pavilion. Hearing this, Lin Zishan looked up and politely replied, hello. Inwardly he thought, I really am pretty famous. The blond young man turned out to be extremely enthusiastic and launched into a non-stop speech right there. I actually admire you quite a bit, being able to give up gene fusion and walk the pure-blood human path. I've always believed that no matter which path someone takes, as long as their starting point is good, they should be encouraged. I'm the same as you, also a freshman this year, but I'm from the capital. My home is very close to Imperial University, and I used to go there all the time when I was little. He continued, Imperial University also had a pure-blood human research institute in the past, but after more than 20 years of research with no progress in the end, that institute was dissolved. I hope the Pure-Blood Human Research Institute at Shanghai University can keep carrying on until the day it achieves a breakthrough result and shocks the entire world. The blonde talked so much in one breath that Lin Zishan felt a little dizzy. Watching him walk away, Lin Zishan could not help muttering inwardly, where did this chatterbox even come from? Suddenly, the blonde youth turned around and shouted loudly, I hope you achieve great results in the Celestial Pavilion. Keep it up. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At that very moment, the roar of a motorcycle engine rang out. Lin Zishan looked toward the sound and saw a woman in martial attire with a fiery figure riding a bright red motorcycle straight toward him. She stopped in front of him and asked, hello, are you classmate Lin Zishan? That's right, I am. After hearing that, she got off the bike at once and walked over. She was tall and slender, and the seductive curves of her body showed clearly beneath her tight martial outfit. She removed her helmet, revealing a beautiful face with a radiant smile, and extended her hand. My name is Song Yuyen. I'm an instructor at the Martial Arts Academy and also a researcher at the Celestial Pavilion. I'm here to take you to the Celestial Pavilion headquarters. Zishan shook her hand. Hello, senior. Inwardly, he thought, Song Yuyen, the provincial runner-up who took the pure-blood path but was forgotten by everyone. On the way, Song Yuyen said with a smile, Zishan, you can hold on a little tighter, seeing that he was still keeping his distance. She teased again, aren't you happy to have a beautiful big sister like me picking you up? Lin Zishan answered, it's an honor. Then Song Yuyen asked curiously, right, you're a martial arts academy student, so why were you just standing downstairs of the luxury dorm building of the Evolution Academy? Lin Zishan replied calmly, my childhood sweetheart girlfriend lives there, so I moved in to stay with her. Hearing that answer, Song Yuyen's face showed obvious envy. Young people these days really have it good. I'm almost 30 already, yet I've never even held a man's hand, let alone lived with one. Lin Zishan only gave an awkward laugh and said nothing. About 5 minutes later, the motorcycle stopped in front of a deserted building. We're here. Above the entrance hung a striking sign, Pure Human Research Institute. Pure Human Research Institute, Lin Zishan guessed, must be the shortened name for the Pure Blood Human Research Institute. This is the institute's living and recreation area. Research work is usually boring, so people can come here to rest and relax. As Song Yuyen spoke, she walked over and opened the refrigerator. Everything in here was bought with the institute's funding. Eat or drink whatever you want. She took out a can of soda and handed it to Lin Zixin. Come on, I'll show you around the Research Institute and help you get familiar with the environment. After walking a full circle around the institute, Lin Zixin could not help asking, Senior Yin, why is the Research Institute so deserted? I haven't seen anyone at all. Song Yin smiled bitterly and explained, Celestial Pavilion has never been popular. The school gives us very little funding, so we can't afford to keep too many people. To be exact, the current members of Celestial Pavilion are only the dean, me, you, and 3 fourth-year martial arts students. Lin Zixin nearly stumbled in shock after hearing that. What? So when I first met that old man, were the people following him hired just for show? Thinking of this, Lin Zixin shook his head. Forget it. As long as the benefits are tripled, everything else is negotiable. Song Yin stopped in front of a door leading down to the basement, knocked on it, and called loudly, Dean, I've brought Zixin here. Very quickly, the door opened, and Lu Chuanwu appeared, looking haggard, with dark circles under his eyes like a panda, though he still forced out a smile. Zixin, you're here? Kumain. Lin Zixin stepped inside and looked around. Dean, you look this worn out. Just how long have you been holed up in here without going outside? Lu Chuanwu replied tiredly. Almost half a month. I've been researching the aperture opening content of the blood tempering art the whole time, but unfortunately, there's still been no progress. It's quite difficult. He patted Lin Zixin on the shoulder, his voice full of hope. But now that Zixin has joined us, the pure human path is bound to advance by leaps and bounds in the future. He pointed at Song Yuyin. Don't let your senior Yuyin's carefree attitude fool you. Back then, she was the second highest scorer in the capital's college entrance exam. Hearing that, Song Yuyin put her hands on her waist and proudly lifted her chin. My physical stats in the college entrance exam were 1 point higher than yours back then. Feeling crushed, Lu Chuanwu waved his hand. All right, we know you're amazing. Stop bullying the junior. He looked at Song Yuyin with gratitude in his eyes. It was precisely because she joined us that I managed to break free from being stuck at second stage tempering for decades. Thanks to her, I successfully completed third stage tempering, using a 9th stage ordinary pure human body to crush those low-tier advanced gene fusion users. He turned to Zixin and encouraged him, Zixin, although you didn't do as well as your senior Yuyin in the college entrance exam, life is long. There are many people who accumulate strength first and then explode later. You'll still have plenty of chances to surpass her in the future. I think very highly of you. Zixin nodded. The dean is right. As long as I accumulate enough, I might have a breakthrough. Surpassing her isn't impossible. Lu Chuanwu asked, by the way, how far have you progressed with the blood tempering art I gave you during summer break? Have you learned to control your blood yet? Lin Zixin answered, I have. Has your evolved creature rank reached ordinary 4th stage yet? It has. Lu Chuanwu was very pleased to hear that and broke into a broad smile. Very good. Next, let your senior Yuyin guide you through tempering. Back then, she successfully completed first stage tempering less than 3 months after freshman year started. With her guidance, you'll definitely be able to complete first stage tempering smoothly in your first semester. Song Yuyin patted her chest confidently. Leave it to me. Lin Zixin said calmly, there's no need. I already completed first stage tempering during summer break. Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyin both froze on the spot, as if they had heard wrong. What did he just say? Did something happen to my ears just now? Song Yuyin was the first to react. You gotta be joking. You were home alone over summer break, and no one taught you. It would already be impressive if you managed to grasp blood control skills. How could you possibly have learned tempering too? And even completed full skin tempering at that? Lin Zixin explained, the translated version of the blood tempering art had very detailed annotations. I studied it for a few days, and then I learned how to temper. Lu Chuanwu still did not believe him. Zixin, you must be mistaken. You probably think it's tempering, but it actually isn't. Come, let me see your hand. I'll verify it myself. Lin Zixin did not extend his hand right away. Instead, he quietly activated his creature attribute. Spirit, creature attribute, natural camouflage activated. Camouflaging creature rank as ordinary 5th stage. Camouflaging body tempering progress as first stage skin tempering. Better to disguise it. After finishing the camouflage, Lin Zixin held out his right hand for Lu Chuanwu to examine. Please take a look. Lu Chuanwu grabbed his arm and felt it for a while. 1 second later, extreme astonishment appeared on his face. How is this possible? It really is first stage skin tempering. Song Yuyin also stood there gaping. What? How did you do that? Lu Chuanwu took a deep breath to steady his emotions, his lips trembling as he asked, Zixin, what is your current creature rank? Lin Zixin answered lightly, ordinary 5th stage. Hearing this answer, Lu Chuanwu could no longer suppress his excitement and shouted, a genius. An unparalleled genius. It's settled. The pure human path is secure. With you here, the pure human body will definitely be able to break the shackles of ordinary creatures and evolve into a high-level life form. Song Yuyin, standing beside him, felt a bit shaken. There was always someone better. Still, now that they had someone even more capable to lead them in opening up the pure human path, going farther was a good thing. She excitedly suggested, "Dean, let's hurry and publicize Zishan's potential. We can attract more geniuses to join Celestial Pavilion and get more funding." Lu Chuanwu shook his head vigorously. "No, we must not spread news of Zishan for the time being. If we recklessly expose his astonishing compatibility with a pure human path, it could easily bring danger upon him. Besides, geniuses are about quality, not quantity. Right now, we already have Zishan. What we need to do is focus all our resources on him and help him break through the shackles of ordinary creatures with our full strength." Song Yuyin said worriedly, "But if we do that, how much funding will it take? If the funding isn't enough, how can we research the pure human path?" Lu Chuanwu reassured her calmly, "Don't worry. I'll use every connection I have to prepare evolution resources for Zishan. Once he displays enough shocking results, I'll help him find a backer to protect his safety. Only then will I push him aggressively and promote Celestial Pavilion's ideals." Song Yuyin raised a thumb in admiration. "As expected of the dean, you really think things through." Lu Chuanwu smiled smugly. Of course, seeing the excited expressions on their faces, Lin Zishan thought to himself, "If I told them I'm already ordinary 9th stage, and that I've already completed flesh and bone tempering and am currently undergoing 2nd stage tempering, just how crazy would they go?" Lu Chuanwu turned to him and instructed, "Zishan, from now on, you don't need to attend classes at the Martial Arts Academy anymore. The low-level lectures there won't help you much. Just come straight to the Research Institute. Your senior Yuyin will be your assistant." Song Yuyin puffed up her cheeks in dissatisfaction. "You're making me the junior's assistant? Dean, do I not need any dignity?" Lu Chuanwu laughed heartily. "We're all researching the pure human path here. What dignity do we need? Our skin is already thicker than city walls." Song Yuyin shot him a glare and could not be bothered to argue. Lu Chuanwu continued, "Tomorrow afternoon, the school will hold a welcome banquet for the freshmen. After it ends, there will be an assessment trial to select the best freshmen. With your current strength, as long as no accidents happen, that title should be yours. When you take part in the trial, remember to beat up the freshmen from the Evolution Academy and the Mecha Academy a little, and vent some anger for the Martial Arts Academy. Once it's done, I'll give you 10 chi blood pills." Song Yuyin curled her lips. "Dean, that's your real objective, isn't it? And besides, winning the title of best freshman also comes with 10 study points from a school." 10 study points? Lin Zishan recalled the prices on the store app. Many Earth-Red exotic beast gene serums only cost 5 points, so this reward of 10 points was clearly very generous. The next day, at Shanghai University's freshman welcome banquet, Lin Zishan entered together with Shun Qinghan and sat in the very last row. Quite a few gazes immediately turned toward him. Isn't that the runner-up of the Nanjiang Provincial College entrance exam who joined Celestial Pavilion? But compared to that, what I care about more is why he's sitting with Shin Qinghan. What exactly is his relationship with my goddess? Just then, a blonde-haired boy moved his chair over and sat next to them. Liagan, do you still remember me?" Lin Zishan replied calmly. The blonde-haired boy asked curiously, "What's your relationship?" Zishan took Shun Qinghan's hand and raised it, declaring loudly, "We grew up together. Childhood sweethearts." Then he added a finishing blow, "We're engaged. After graduation, we'll get married." Upon learning that Shun Qinghan was already taken, the boys around them all looked regretful. Many who had been planning to pursue her now saw their dreams shattered. After the blonde-haired boy left, Lin Zishan surveyed the freshman. His gaze stopped on a girl with an ample chest, dressed in loose sportswear, especially noticeable because of the beast ears on her head. She also sensed his look and turned back, their eyes meeting. Suddenly, a loudspeaker rang out and drew everyone's attention. "Please welcome freshman genius class, student Li Moyu, to the stage as the freshman representative." The entire hall was stunned to see that the blonde-haired boy from earlier was the one walking onto the stage. So the freshman representative is actually him? Normally that position goes to the strongest one. I thought it would be Ma Shiwei, who had already fused a beast gene. This Li Moyu dyed his hair blonde and talked way too much. He doesn't look like a genius at all. Standing on the podium, Li Moyu felt delighted inside. That's right, be even more shocked. I dyed my hair blonde and acted chatty on purpose to create this contrast. This time I finally get to act cool. He changed his attitude, switching from playful to cold male god mode. Has anyone here ever heard of Li Jin? Lin Zixin thought to himself. Who doesn't know the genius from Imperial Capital University? Li Moyu smila taruganli. Then you definitely don't know this. Li Jin also has another genius younger brother, the top scorer of this year's Capital College entrance exam. His gene fusion compatibility reached 16, putting him on par with the top scorer from Nanjiang province, and his physical stats also ranked first in the nation. And that genius younger brother of Li Jin is me, Li Moyu, the person standing before you right now. His voice rang with confidence. Back when I was in middle school, I made a promise to my brother. In the future, he would be responsible for setting records at Imperial Capital University, and I would be responsible for setting records at Shanghai University. From now on, all the records of these two prestigious universities will be monopolized by the Li brothers of the capital. Next, let everyone experience the pressure of an ordinary fifth-stage life form. As soon as he finished speaking, he released a powerful aura. Most of the freshmen below had only just reached third stage or second stage, and all of them were shaken to the core. So this is the pressure of an ordinary fifth-stage life form? It's absolutely suffocating. Li Moyu ended his performance. My name is Li Moyu. I hope everyone remembers it. Shen Qinghan leaned close to Lin Zixin's ear and whispered, "Little Shun, that Li Moyu is so stupid. He's only ordinary fifth stage, yet he already thinks he's invincible. He has no idea you could crush him with just one finger." As his childhood sweetheart and fiancée, she was eager to see Lin Zixin make his move and show off. Zixin smiled and replied, "We keep a low profile." I know. After that, a school leader called out loudly again. Next, please welcome Student Union President Zhou Xiehong to the stage to speak on behalf of the Student Union. A composed young man stepped up. Zhou Xiehong held the microphone, his voice calm but full of authority. Hello, freshmen. I am Zhou Xiehong, president of the Student Union of Shanghai University. Today I'm mainly here to tell you three things. First, student discipline is managed by the Student Union, not by the teachers. We have more authority than you imagine. Second, every semester the Student Union recruits 10 people from among the freshmen, and it is based solely on strength. Third, the inner campus of Shanghai University is a place that worships power. The strong bullying the weak is a daily occurrence, so prepare yourselves mentally. That is all I wanted to say. Before I step down, I'll let you experience the strength of a high-level life form. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Xiehong's eyes sharpened, and he released a terrifying pressure that indiscriminately suppressed all the freshmen below. The faces of the freshmen underneath turned red and purple as they struggled to breathe. Among them, Li Moyu was under the greatest pressure, his face twisted in pain. He inwardly groaned. This pressure from a high-level life form is too strong. I can barely breathe. It feels awful. Sitting in the back row, Lin Zixin looked completely relaxed and unaffected. He scratched his cheek and silently evaluated it. The pressure from high-level life forms really is very strong. But at this distance, for an ordinary 9-stage person like me, it doesn't pose any threat at all. Fortunately, Zhou Xiehong did not keep up the pressure on stage for too long. In less than 5 seconds, he withdrew his aura, and the freshmen all breathed sighs of relief. Good thing it only lasted 5 seconds. I thought I was going to collapse right here. So this is a high-level life form? Truly terrifying. Not long after Zhou Xiehong stepped down, Yuan Dongji walked to the center of the stands, her calm but authoritative voice carrying through the venue. After the orientation, you will participate in the entrance trial. The rules are very simple. There is a large arena in the center of the sports field. Whoever can remain standing on alone for more than 1 minute will become this year's freshman king and receive 100 credits, 10 times more than last year. The second person to hold the platform will take the runner-up spot with 90 points. Rankings will continue in this way until 10th place, who will receive 10 points. A Gene Fusion freshman cried out excitedly. In previous years, our genius class always took the entire top 10, and this year will definitely be no exception. Yuan Dongji continued. However, if even one freshman from the regular classes makes it into the top 10, then aside from the genius class, all other first-year students will each receive 1 credit. This announcement instantly caused an uproar in the crowd, and greed flashed in many of the regular class freshmen' eyes. 1 credit is worth 10,000 yuan. If we unite and take one top 10 spot, we'll make a huge profit. Everyone quiet. Suddenly, a voice came through the loudspeaker, drowning out all the noise. Everyone looked toward the stage and saw a sturdy buzzcut boy standing there. It was none other than He-Yu. He loudly declared, "My name is He-Yu from Evolution Department Class 6. My deskmate is Lin Zixin, runner-up of the Nanjiang Provincial College Entrance Exam and a member of Celestial Pavilion. His strength is number 1 among the freshmen of the regular classes." He-Yu shouted, "We will work together to defeat the genius class and help Lin Zixin enter the top 10. Lin Zixin and Shun Qinghan, who were sitting below, instantly became the focus of everyone's gaze. Very quickly, a wave of support spread through the regular class freshmen. Their chants shook the entire stadium. Lin Zixin into the top 10. Clear the way for Lin Zixin. On the second-floor corridor, the school leaders watched the situation below with interest. Lu Chuanwu spoke up. "President Zhou, you're being too petty. At the start of the year, you were humiliated on the arena by Li Yijin, and now you're taking out on his younger brother? Ma Zhen is nird. If we're talking about being petty in all of Shanghai University, who can compare to you, Lu Chuanwu?" Lu Chuanwu shot back. "When I'm petty, I only target the individuals involved. I don't drag their families into it." Ma Zhenhe ignored him. Just then, Zhou Xiehong cut in. "Dean Ma, I heard your daughter got very high marks on the college entrance exam." Ma Zhenhe answered proudly. She did fairly well. She ranked 3rd in the capital. 3rd in the capital, Zhou Xiehong murmured, then proposed. "Dean Ma, please let your daughter join the student union. I'll train her to become a candidate for student president. Of course, I'll have to trouble President Zhou to take care of Shiwei in the future." Zhou Xiehong replied evenly, "As long as someone is a genius, I'll pay attention." He looked down at Li Moyu and Ma Shiwei below and asked, "Who do you all think will become freshman king between these two outstanding newcomers?" A bald leader with a scar judged, "It'll definitely be Li Moyu. His creature rank has already reached ordinary 5th stage. In terms of physical power, he's practically unmatched among the freshmen." A female leader whose limbs and chest were made of alloy rebutted. Dean Ma's daughter scored a little lower, but over summer break, she successfusly fused with a Shadow Cat gene. Her current strength may not necessarily be inferior. Another person chimed in, "I still think it'll be Li Moyu. Even if Ma Shiwei fused a gene, it's only a small partial fusion. The increase in strength is limited." Unexpectedly, Lu Chuanwu made a blunt declaration. "In my opinion, neither Li Moyu nor Ma Shiwei stand chance." Everyone turned to look at him. One person asked with a smile. Then, according to Dean Liu, who will become freshman king? Lu Chuanwu declared loudly, "Obviously none other than Lin Zixin, the member of my celestial pavilion." Ma Zhen laughed mockingly. Lin Zixin's physical stats didn't even make the top 10. What chance does he have? Are you praising him just because he's a member of Celestial Pavilion? Lu Chuanwu laughed coldly. "Dean Ma, if you don't believe it, dare to bet." "Why wouldn't I? 100 credits. Fine. If you lose, don't try to wriggle out of it." Lu Chuanwu pressed the advantage and dragged the other leaders in two. "You all should place a bet too, just for fun." "All right, we'll join." "Dean Yuan, with your status, you should bet 1,000 credits." Ma Zhen frowned. "This old man dares to play this big? Has he somehow bought off Li Moyu? But I still have my daughter. Could that Lin Zixin really become freshman king? Impossible." The dean of the Mechanical Academy teased Ma Zhenhe. "Dean Ma, Lin Zixin was originally one of your students, but old Lu snatched him away. Doesn't that hurt?" Ma Zhen is nodded coldly. "He's only a provincial runner-up. The Evolution Academy has as many as it wants. We're not lacking." The Mechanical Academy dean laughed inwardly. It was said that old Ma had poached all 3 of Celestial Pavilion's 4th-year students. He was obviously bitter and trying to get revenge, yet he still acted tough. Lu Chuanwu looked calm on the outside, but inwardly, he was overjoyed. Wonderful. 9 people betting 100 each, plus 1 betting 1,000. This time I'm making a killing. Down below, the atmosphere of the trial was burning hot. Everyone charge and wipe out the genius class. Thousands of regular class freshmen launched a frenzied assault. "Don't hit me anymore. I surrender." Lin Zixin stood at a distance watching. Shun Qinghan had gone to the restroom because she was too nervous. He silently evaluated the genius class. There were many strong people among them thanks to their high gene compatibility. His gaze stopped on the second-floor corridor where the 12 most outstanding faces of the genius class were standing, with Li Moyu and Ma Shiwei at the front. Zixin activated danger perception. The 2 strongest, Li Moyu and Ma Shiwei, had both reached ordinary 5th stage, while the other 10 were all above 4th stage. 20 minutes later, under the siege of nearly 3,000 regular class freshmen, the genius class group below had been completely routed. So that's all the genius class amounts to? We knocked them all down. The regular class freshmen were ecstatic. "Stop hiding up there and come down here to die." Just then, a 2-meter-tall boy jumped down from the second floor, his eyes full of contempt. "Haha, using numbers to bully the few. And after beating a bunch of weaklings, you're already this arrogant?" Boom! He landed and shattered the wooden floor. "Come on, then. I'm standing right here. Attack with as many people as you like, and then you'll realize just how weak you really are." The crowd shouted, "Charge! We outnumber him. What is there to fear?" Another wave of people surged forward. The huge boy roared, "Nats!" then spun around and delivered a sweeping kick. Bang! Everyone who rushed up was sent flying backward, sprawling all over the ground and groaning. The huge boy laughed loudly. "Gnats are still gnats. No matter how many there are, they can't shake an elephant." Those words enraged all the regular class freshmen. Someone shouted, "Lin Zishan, this guy is way too arrogant. Hurry up and take him down." Lin Zishan knew it was time for him to step forward. The crowd automatically parted, making way for him to walk onto the arena. "Then come on." Lin Zishan put both hands in his pockets and spoke calmly. The huge boy's fighting spirit flared. "You're the one with the highest physical score in Nanjiang province? I've long wanted to fight you." He introduced himself confidently. "I am Lu Qiji, the physical score champion of Yintian province. My 100-meter sprint is 5.69 seconds, standing vertical jump 4.52 meters, one-handed lift 1,150 kilograms. Lin Zishan, why don't you report your stats too?" Lin Zishan replied calmly, "No need. You could just feel them for yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, he used Flash Step and appeared in front of Lu Qiji in an instant, then drove a kick straight into his stomach. Bang! Before Lu Qiji could even react, he was kicked flying high into the air and blasted out of the arena. The entire stadium fell silent for a moment, then erupted. Lin Zishan is the best. On the second floor, Li Moyu and the school leaders were all stunned. He won with absolute strength. Just how strong is this Zishan guy? Immediately after that, another boy jumped down from the second floor. "I'm Luo Yongqian, champion of Dajiang province. 100-meter step SP, bang." Before he could finish, Lin Zishan kicked him flying as well. The stands once again boiled over. "Awesome. Smash those arrogant so-called geniuses." Li Moyu turned to Ma Shiwei. "If neither of us goes down there, Freshman King will fall into the hands of the regular class." Ma Shiwei immediately jumped down onto the arena. The girl with purple beast ears and jet black eyes gave off a strangely oppressive aura. "Sister Shiwei, so mighty. Crush him." The boys cheered wildly for the goddess of their dreams. The regular class side refused to be outdone. "Brother Shun, don't go easy on her just because she's pretty. Brother Shun will definitely win." Lin Zishan calmly observed Ma Shiwei. Good chance to observe a gene fusion user. Whoosh. Ma Shiwei turned into an afterimage and launched an attack. Zulfust. Lin Zishan tilted his body slightly and easily dodged. Ma Shiwei was startled. He dodged it so easily, she immediately retreated to create distance. "Give me half a minute to fully activate the Nightmare Owl gene." Lin Zishan nodded. "Sure, take your time." He was also curious to see the transformation process. Very quickly, Ma Shiwei's beast ears grew larger, and her body also became fuller and more developed. On the second floor, the leaders marveled. Has the Nightmare Owl gene already developed to this extent? Her talent is far too high. Madzene Fraundin worry. She hasn't fused that gene for very long. If this keeps going, she'll suffer backlash. Her personality is still just as competitive as when she was a child. On the arena stage, Ma Shiwei had already completed her transformation, radiating the pressure of a creature close to ordinary 6th stage. Lin Zishan, you're too arrogant. You actually waited for me to activate my gene. Ma Shiwei fixed her sharp, oppressive gaze on Lin Zishan, her voice cold and haughty as she continued. Next, you'll pay for your arrogance. The moment she finished speaking, only a whoosh of wind was heard. Ma Shiwei drove power into her calves and used Flash Step to dash straight in front of Lin Zishan. She whipped out her long right leg in a thunderous kick aimed directly at his head. Facing this fierce attack, Lin Zishan's expression did not change. He silently evaluated her. Earlier, she had only been an ordinary 5th stage. His body tilted slightly to the side to evade, his movements skilled and fluid. But now, she seems to be almost at the level of 6th stage. Ma Shiwei's expression changed. She still couldn't touch him. How is this possible? Filled with extreme shock, she immediately unleashed a merciless full-force assault on Lin Zishan. Side kick, roundhouse, sweep, hook punch, straight punch, knee strike, elbow strike. Ma Shiwei erupted with all her strength and speed, throwing out every vicious move she had in a frantic attack on her opponent. But the result remained the same. Lin Zixin effortlessly neutralized everything. Ma Shiwei began to lose her composure. Why can't I hit him at all? Impossible. After dodging hundreds of attacks in succession, Lin Zixin observed while thinking to himself, I've basically gathered enough data on the traits of a Shadow Cat gene fusion user. With that thought, he decided not to waste any more time. Lin Zixin raised his hand and threw a punch straight at Ma Shiwei's face. Smack! A dry impact rang out. Taking the full force of that heaven-dropping punch, Ma Shiwei's pretty face distorted instantly. How could this be? The next moment, the enormous impact blasted Ma Shiwei right off the arena stage. Bang! She hit the ground, rolled more than 10 times, and only stopped after crashing into the crowd. Lin Zixin had held back with that punch. He had only sent her flying, not knocked her unconscious. Seeing the scene, the freshman couldn't help exclaiming, My God, such a beautiful face, and Lin Zixin actually beat it into a pig's head. Hearing the surrounding whispers and ridicule, Ma Shiwei couldn't hold back her tears. Covering her face, she burst into sobs. And my face, Sobi. Seeing his precious daughter beaten into a pig's head, Ma Zhenhe was so distressed he jumped straight down from the second floor. Shiwei, he helped his daughter up, his face flushed red with anger, then raised his head to glare at Lin Zixin on the stage and shouted, Lin Zixin, you've got some nerve. You beat my daughter into this state. Can you still call yourself a man? Lin Zixin replied calmly, the path of evolution does not distinguish between men and women. It only distinguishes between the strong and the weak. On the second floor corridor, Li Moyu looked down at Lin Zixin with admiration. Well said. On the path of evolution, only strength and weakness matter. After saying that, he leaped down. It's Li Moyu. He's finally going up. Boom! He landed powerfully on the arena stage, and the entire stadium focused its gaze on this top genius from the capital. Brother Moyu, you're the genius class's only hope. Crush him and avenge Shiwei. Li Moyu put on a profound air, looked at Lin Zixin, and smiled. Lin Zixin, I never expected you to be such a master actor. You deliberately pretended to be just the provincial runner-up, then waited until the freshman trial began to knock down a provincial champion with a single punch. Unfortunately, you're not the only one who knows how to hide your strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Moyu's eyes sharpened and a wild aura exploded from him. Because I'm the same. The muscles all over his body swelled violently, tearing apart his shirt and revealing an immensely burly physique and a pair of blood-red eyes. On the second floor, the school leaders were all stunned. Li Moyu is actually a gene fusion user too, and it's the giant demon ape gene. This type of gene requires extremely high physical strength to fuse with. His current creature pressure has probably already reached ordinary 6 stage. To be able to fuse with the giant demon ape gene while still in the normal phase, the Li brothers really are geniuses. Lu Chuanwu's face turned ashen as he cried out miserably, I'm done for. This time I won't even have my underwear left. 1,900 credits, 19 million in cash. In a hidden corner beneath the stands, Lu Gang and Wang Shujia were secretly checking a message on their watches. I have placed a high-level demon seed in the garden outside the school. The two of you remember to retrieve it, then find a chance to make Li Moyu swallow it. After reading the message, both of them went pale. Lu Gang said anxiously, Li Moyu is the young master of the Li family in the capital. Isn't making him swallow a demon's seed way too risky? Immediately, another message arrived. The organization's power is far greater than you imagine. A tiny Li family in the capital can be destroyed with a snap of our fingers. Lu Gang looked up at Wang Shujia. Ajay, are we doing this or not? Wang Shujia gave a bitter smile. Do we even have a choice? On the arena stage, Lin Zixin watched Li Moyu with interest, a slight frown on his face. Giant demon ape, both strength and defense, are nearly maxed out, but its speed is slower than beasts of the same rank. After maturing, its average creature rank is high grade, and only a very small number of powerful individuals reach rare grade. Li Moyu crossed his arms in front of his chest, using his transformed height of 2 meters to look down at Lin Zixin. Lin Zixin, although Ma Shiwei and I are considered the twin prodigies of this freshman class, there is a world of difference between my strength and hers. I wonder whether, when facing me, you'll still be as calm as you were just now. Before Li Moyu had even finished speaking, a sharp sound of rushing wind rang out beside his ear. Whoosh! Lin Zixin made his move. He had decided to use his fist to shut up this talkative little blonde brat. Faced with the sudden sneak attack, Li Moyu cursed inwardly and hurriedly twisted aside to dodge. Not bad reaction speed. He can dodge a punch that I've deliberately restrained to the speed of ordinary 6th stage. Thinking that, Lin Zixin threw another punch, this time raising the speed to ordinary 7th stage. Smack! This time Li Moyu couldn't react in time. The punch landed squarely on his face, distorting it and leaving a clear red mark. Lin Zixin silently assessed him. Strong defensive power, probably at a fairly high level among ordinary 6th stage. Clutching his aching face, Li Moyu glared at Lin Zixin. Sneak attacks? You don't play fair. Being hit made him feel humiliated, and embarrassment turned to anger. But very quickly, he curled his lips into a sinister grin. Now, I've focused 120% of my mind. I'm afraid your fists won't be able to touch me anymore. Lin Zixin said nothing. His figure flashed again as he charged before Li Moyu and rained punches down on his face. On the 2nd floor, the leaders watched intently. Although Lin Zixin is fast, unfortunately, he can't deal significant damage to Li Moyu. Li Moyu's speed truly isn't as good as his, but in exchange his ability to take hits is extremely high. Lin Zixin won't be able to withstand even one punch from Li Moyu. The outcome is already clear. Smack, smack, smack. Countless punches poured down on Li Moyu like a rainstorm. Reaction speed test complete. Lin Zixin lightly leaped backward, widening the distance. Next, I should test the last attribute, strength. Li Moyu thought Lin Zixin was retreating because he was helpless against his defense and immediately burst into laughter. Lin Zixin, I underestimated your speed, but your strength is far too weak. You can't hurt me. This match is already yours to lose. Next, it's my turn to counterattack. As soon as he finished speaking, power exploded from his calves. His whole body shot forward like a cannonball, and he swung his clay pot-sized fist straight at Lin Zixin's face. Seeing Lin Zixin stand motionless, the ordinary class freshman shouted, "Lin Zixin, move!" On the 2nd floor, the leaders had already begun smiling, convinced of victory and the betting money about to fall into their pockets. Those 100 points, don't forget to transfer them. On the arena stage, Li Moyu's fist tore through the air, about to crush his opponent's face. But at that very moment, an unbelievable scene occurred. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking rang out. Lin Zixin remained standing there without budging, while Li Moyu's expression changed drastically and a miserable scream burst from his mouth. And my hand is broken. Li Moyu collapsed to his knees, clutching his right hand tightly, his forehead banging against the floor as he curled up from the unbearable pain. The whole stadium erupted in shock. What's going on? What happened to Li Moyu? Did Lin Zixin win? This is too bizarre. Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to understand what had just happened. Looking at Li Moyu writhing on the ground, Lin Zixin calmly analyzed, the strength of a giant demon ape gene fusion user is enormous. So enormous that the rebound shattered his own hand. Looks like his strength exceeds his defense. He then turned and called to the medical staff. Li Moyu's right arm is probably shattered. Hurry up and treat him. Okay. At this moment, a cold female voice rang out. Yuan Dongji silently descended onto the arena stage. She walked over to Li Moyu and used her spiritual power to inspect his mangled right arm. His entire right arm was shattered because he punched Lin Zixin in the face and was injured by the rebound force afterward. If that's the case, just how hard is Lin Zixin's face? Yuan Dongji took out a golden pill and flicked it into Li Moyu's mouth to treat his injuries. At the same time, she secretly released her spiritual power to probe Lin Zixin's body. Zixin's keen senses immediately detected it. He had long since activated natural camouflage. Want to use spiritual power to inspect my strength? I just hope the camouflage skill can fool her. After probing him for a while, Yuan Dongji obtained her result. Ordinary 6th stage creature rank, with skin, bone, and muscle toughness far beyond others of the same realm. Other than that, there was nothing special. Is that all? She frowned in confusion, then returned to the 2nd floor. The school leaders gathered around and asked, well, what exactly is Lin Zixin's strength? Yuan Dongji answered briefly, ordinary 6th stage, plus extremely high physical durability. Nothing else unusual. Seeing Yuan Dongji leave, Lin Zixin quietly let out a breath of relief. Looks like I fooled her. Over there, After taking the miraculous medicine, Li Moyu's right arm had fully recovered. He was astonished. What kind of divine medicine did I just take? It actually healed me completely. Lin Zixin asked, your arm's recovered, right? Li Moyu nudda. It's back to normal, and you can get off the stage now. Lin Zixin strode over and kicked Li Moyu straight in the stomach, sending him flying off the arena stage. Li Moyu clumsily got back to his feet and shouted, Lin Zixin, just wait until my gene fusion improves. Then I'll deal with you. The ordinary class freshman mocked him. You think you're the only one who can do gene fusion? Lin Zixin can too. He'll be above you for life. I've lived this long, and this is the first time I've seen a loser talk so tough. The genius class freshman retorted, Li Moyu lost to Lin Zixin, not to you. Does Lin Zixin winning mean your ordinary class won? The two sides traded words, and the tension kept rising. On the arena stage, Lin Zixin stood quietly, waiting for the countdown on the clock. Ding! The loudspeaker announcement rang out. Congratulations to Lin Zixin of Martial Arts Class 1 for becoming this year's freshman king. The entire stadium exploded in cheers. Brother Shun is amazing. Glory to the ordinary class. Lin Zixin paid no attention to the praise, his gaze sweeping quickly through the crowd in search of a familiar figure. When he spotted Shen Qinghan, he leaped down, scooped her up, and carried her onto the arena stage, leaving everyone stunned. Isn't that Shen Qinghan from the genius class? Why is Lin Zixin looking for her? Shen Qinghan's face turned bright red, her heart pounding. She was nervous and expectant. Xiaoshen, don't tell me he wants to announce our relationship right now. But Lin Zixin did something completely unexpected. He jumped back down from the arena stage, leaving Shen Qinghan standing there alone, then turned and declared to the genius class freshmen, I want all the remaining spots from 2nd to 10th. The whole school fell silent. The genius class freshmen were furious. Lin Zixin, don't go too far. You want to monopolize all the credits for her alone? We're the genius class students. Charge together and take him down. And that traitor Shen Qinghan too, beat her along with him. The genius class practically mobilized in full and rushed toward the arena stage. Lin Zixin was no longer in the mood to play around. His figure flashed, and he began a one-sided massacre. Smack, smack, smack. Male or female, everyone was sent flying by a single punch. In the middle of the chaos, a sharp tearing sound cut through the air. Ma Shiwei, her face still swollen like a pig's head, burst out from the crowd. Her target was not Zixin, but Shen Qinghan standing on the stage. Traitor, D. Just as she was about to reach Shen Qinghan, Lin Zixin appeared like a ghost right behind her. Smack! A heaven-dropping kick landed on Ma Shiwei's backside. The overwhelming impact sent her flying far away. She slammed heavily onto the floor and was in too much pain to stand back up. On the second-floor corridor, when Ma Jina saw this, he became so frantic that he nearly jumped up. Shiwei. On the arena stage, under Li Moyu's lead, the freshman genius class was quickly beaten down by Lin Zixin until they were sprawled all over the ground. Every one of them was writhing in pain and unable to get back up, having completely lost the ability to fight. The entire scene fell silent, everyone staring blankly at this overwhelming display. Lin Zixin thought to himself, I've dealt with all the genius class opponents. This time, no one should dare object anymore. Immediately afterward, the big screen displayed Shen Qinghan's image along with the words, Congratulations to Shen Qinghan for obtaining 2nd place in the opening trial assessment. Shen Qinghan was still standing there in a daze at the announcement when Lin Zixin jumped onto the stage and looked down at the ordinary class freshmen, shouting, the next rankings. Come up here one by one. The rank belongs to you, the points belong to me. In the blink of an eye, the ordinary class freshmen below surged forward eagerly. Brother Shun, pick me. I also want to make top 11 once in my life. Lin Zixin swept his gaze over them, then pointed. Suoxin, Gumiap. Li Suoxin was so excited that she quickly climbed onto the stage. Calculated this way, the top 10 alone would total 550 points. After that, he also eagerly stepped up, with Lin Zixin backing them. No one dared say a word. Just like that, their close-knit group of friends all made it into the top 5. Adding the 9 points won by all the ordinary class freshmen together, they had earned a total of 559 points. On the second-floor corridor, the Evolution Academy leaders were furious when they saw that their genius class had come away empty-handed. Ma Jinhe complained to Yuan Dongji, Vice Principal Yuan. What Lin Zixin is doing violates the rules. He already won the title of Best Freshman, so how can he keep fighting and sweep all the top 10 positions by himself? Lu Chuanwu immediately jumped out in objection. How is that against the rules? Since when has the trial assessment ever stipulated that someone can't sweep the rankings by fighting for them himself? Ma Jinhe argued back. There may not be an explicit rule, but that doesn't mean this behavior is reasonable. Right now, Lin Zixin is exploiting a loophole in the rules. Yuan Dongji thought for a moment, then gave her ruling. Dima has a point. This is indeed a loophole in the rules, but it can only be revised next year. Otherwise, it would be unfair to Lin Zixin. Hearing that, Ma Jinhe could only accept it resentfully. I understand, Principal Yuan. In a hidden corner, the watch on Lu Gang's wrist vibrated with a new message. Change of plans. No need to use Li Moyu anymore. Switch the target to Lin Zixin. Force him to swallow that high-level demon seed and make him a member of the organization. Over on the ordinary class side, the freshmen were beyond excited. 90,000 yuan falling from the sky made them worship Lin Zixin like a god, turning them into his most loyal fans. After the trial ended, Lu Chuanwu ran over to Lin Zixin with a beaming face. Zixin, just how many surprises are you still hiding from me? Lin Zixin dodged his enthusiastic embrace with a look of disgust. Don't forget what you promised me. Of course, of course. Very quickly, Lu Chuanwu handed him the promised reward. This contains 10 Qi blood pills, and I've directly transferred you triple your benefits for this semester, 300 points. Buy whatever you need yourself. After all, you just helped me win a bet worth 1,900 points. At that point, Lu Chuanwu couldn't suppress his curiosity. Zixin, tell me honestly, how much strength are you really hiding? What is your true level? Lin Zixin answered without changing expression, ordinary 6th stage. First tempering completed. I've already tempered part of my muscles and my naturally hardened bones. Lu Chuanwu was shaken. His breathing quickened, and his whole body trembled with excitement. You've already learned muscle tempering? He took a deep breath to calm himself, then said sincerely, I can say with certainty that before you graduate from university, you'll be able to evolve into a high-grade life form using the body of a pure-blood human. You must persist on this path. In the future, you will definitely achieve great things. Don't worry, Dean. I'll work hard. Returning to Shun Qinghan's dormitory, Lin Zixin wanted to immediately test the effect of the Qi blood pills. So this is a Qi blood pill? Let's see how effective it is. He popped one into his mouth. The pill melted instantly, turning into a warm current that flowed into his body. Ding! Qi blood plus 108. That's all. It only increased my Qi blood a little. This boost isn't even as good as the enhancement from retreat to advance after going outside and running a few kilometers. After thinking it over, Lin Zixin decided to leave the remaining 9 pills for Henin. They'd be more useful for her. Just then, Shun Qinghan walked out of the training room. Xiaoshen, when did you get back? Half an hour ago. Here, take a Qi blood pill and see how effective it is. Shun Qinghan took it and swallowed it without hesitation. A few seconds later, sweat began pouring from her body, and her face turned red. I feel so hot all over, and the Qi blood in my body has become much richer. Xiaoshen, this Qi blood pill works really well. Zixin smiled and handed the whole bottle to her. This Qi blood pill doesn't do much for me. Take all 8 remaining pills, but at most, only eat 1 per day, okay? Shun Qinghan nodded. Okay. The next day, Zixin went to the research institute and said good morning. Good morning, Freshman King. Tong Yuyin greeted him while doing yoga. She asked, I heard from the dean that your actual creature rank is ordinary 6th stage, and that you've already learned muscle tempering. Lin Zixin nodded in confirmation. Tong Yuyin exclaimed in astonishment, Oh my god, Zixin, you really are a genius. With you joining Celestial Pavilion, we can definitely shake the world and change people's understanding. Lin Zixin said modestly, All right, let's work hard together. He walked straight into the research area. Lu Chuanwu and Tong Yuyin have studied it for years and still couldn't understand the translated content of blood tempering. Looks like I'll still have to search through the original script myself. Lin Zixin believed that with the celestial human-level wisdom root attribute, researching this issue would become much easier. While he was thinking, Tong Yin walked in and informed him, Zixin, people from the student union are looking for you outside. They probably want to invite you to join. After all, your performance yesterday was too outstanding. Lin Zixin refused decisively. I'm not interested. Tong Yuyin smiled meaningfully. Student union members receive a monthly point subsidy. Lin Zixin raised an eyebrow. A credit subsidy? He immediately changed his attitude and quickly walked out to the door. When Zhou Xiahong saw Lin Zixin, he calmly introduced himself. Hello, I'm Zhou Xiahong, president of the student union. Hello, President Zhou. Zhou Xiahong got straight to the point. This time, I've come to invite you to join the student union and become a key candidate for the future president position. The benefits include special meal privileges, participation in school decision-making, and a monthly point subsidy. Are you interested? Yes. Zhou Xiahong nodded, then laid out his condition. However, I have one condition. You must give up the pure-blood human path and choose the gene fusion path instead. Lin Zixin frowned. Why? The student union only accepts the geniuses of the future. If you don't follow the gene fusion path, then no matter how talented you are, you'll end up in ordinary mediocrity. The pure-blood human path has no future. Dean Liu and Instructor Tong are the perfect examples. Lin Zixin gave a faint smile. President Zhou, do I have to follow the gene fusion path to join the student union? That's right. Then forget it. I'm not joining. Tossing out that blunt sentence, Lin Zixin turned and walked straight back into the research institute. No matter how good the student union's benefits are, can they be better than celestial pavilions? Zhou Xiahong froze at how decisive he was. The student union members around him began whispering among themselves, sneering that Lin Zixin was foolish and stubborn. Forget it. Let's go recruit other geniuses. A genius with no future isn't called a genius. He's called trash. Zhou Xiahong shook his head and led the group away. Inside the research institute, after hearing the whole story, Tong Yuyin cursed angrily. They're barely in their 20s, but their thinking is as old-fashioned as old men. They're hopeless. Just then, Lu Chuanwu returned looking haggard, with dark circles under his eyes as if he had been drained dry. Tong Yuyin said emotionally, Dean, you're truly great. For the development of the pure-blood human path, you even sacrifice your body day and night to pull an investment. You will definitely be recorded in history. Lu Chuanwu's mouth twitched. Will you die if you don't add the words, sacrifice your body? He turned to Lin Zixin and advised him in a somewhat guilty tone, Zixin, remember this well. Women are tigers blocking the path of evolution. They'll hollow out your bones and suck out your marrow. If you can avoid touching them, don't touch them. Lin Zixin only gave an awkward smile. Then Lu Chuanwu suddenly remembered something. Right, Zixin, the school arranges housing for the families of geniuses. I've already made the internal arrangements. Do you want to bring your parents here to live? I understand, Dean. I'll go home this weekend and discuss it with them. Lu Chuanwu nodded and continued. And one more thing. I'll help unlock your authority to accept school missions. With your current strength, there's no need to wait until next semester. You can start taking missions to earn points right now. As he spoke, he operated his phone to help Lin Zixin set up. Tong Yuyin was also enthusiastic. I go outside the school every week to do missions for points. In the future, you can come with me to get familiar with the process. After some time, when I take missions to hunt mutant beasts, I'll bring you along to broaden your horizons. Then I'll have to trouble you, Sister Yuyin. Lin Zixin opened the school app to take a look. Most of the missions published by the school were minor chores with low-point rewards, but they were also low difficulty and very suitable for practice. He switched to the missions posted by students and outside parties. Student mission, looking for a training partner. Requirement, female gene fusion user, preferably a beast gene beauty, fair-skinned, pretty, big-breasted, long-legged. Monthly reward, 5 points. Lin Zixin sneered. Is this looking for training partner or a girlfriend? External mission, arrest a robbery gang, 7 people. Location, the outskirts of Tianjin City. Reward, 30 points. Hunt the bloodthirsty fish dragon beast, ordinary 9th rank. Location, Jinhai Bay, Changzhou City. Reward, 200 points. Lin Zixin was fairly interested in the beast hunting mission, but the location was a bit too far. In the end, he chose a more suitable task. Capture the Catwoman, ordinary 6th rank, fused with nightmare nightcat genes. Crime, brutally murdering multiple men. Location, entertainment districts in Shanghai City. Reward, 50 points. You took that Catwoman mission? Tong Yuyin asked in surprise. Do you need me to go with you? No need. But how did Instructor Yin know? On the mission page, you can see the list of people who accepted it. Lin Zixin opened it up and, sure enough, saw a list of 28 people who had taken the mission. 26 were upperclassmen. Aside from him, there was one other freshman. Out of curiosity, he clicked in and found a familiar name, Ma Shiwei, Genius Class. Ma Xiwei? She's only ordinary 5th rank, and she still dared to take this mission? She definitely has helpers with her. Lin Zixin checked the time. It was already close to noon. He said to Tong Yuyin, Instructor Yin, it's getting late. I should head back for lunch. All right, be careful on the way. Zixin had not gone very far from the research institute before he ran into an uninvited guest. Someone's tailing me? He activated danger sense and immediately felt the biological pressure radiating from the other party, ordinary 7th rank. A young man hiding behind a corner of the wall rushed out aggressively the moment he saw Lin Zixin step out, blocking his path. He demanded resentfully, "What exactly did Vivi ever do to offend you that you keep targeting her like this? You beat her face swollen and kicked her, but during the trial. And now you're even snatching missions from her outside the school. Did Lu Chuanwu put you up to this? What kind of skill is there in bullying a girl? If you got guts, fight me instead." Lin Zixin thought to himself, another one of Ma Shiwei's lapdogs? He asked coldly, "Did Ma Shiwei send you, or did Dean Ma send you?" The young man denied it. "Neither. I came on my own. I just don't like the sight of you." "Lin Zixin, do you dare fight me or not?" Lin Zixin couldn't be bothered to respond and sidestepped him to leave. They're already in college, and there are still brain-dead simps like this. Seeing Lin Zixin ignore him, the young man flew into a rage and reached out to grab his shoulder. "Stop right there." Lin Zixin stopped just as he wished, then casually threw a punch. Bang! What noisy idiot. The young man collapsed to the ground unconscious, his face visibly swelling up. Lin Zixin didn't even look back and walked straight back to the dormitory. Satisfied now? When he got back to the dorm, Lin Zixin called out loudly, "I'm back." Shun Qinghan's voice came from the kitchen. "You're back. The food's ready. Wash your hands and come eat." "Oh right, the 10 gene of living corpse snail meat you ordered yesterday has been delivered. I put it in the fridge for you." "Got it, I know." Zixin opened the fridge and took out the bag of snail meat. He had originally intended to buy enough to unlock it in one go, but that would have been too conspicuous, so he bought 10 gene first to test it out. Setting the bag on the table, Lin Zixin began devouring it. "Ding! You have devoured a large amount of the life essence of the living corpse snail. Unlock progress, 10. After absorbing it, he dumped the useless shells and snail meat into a trash bag. Shen Qinghan found it strange and asked, "Shaoshan, why are you throwing it away?" "When I checked the delivery, it was still fresh." "This meat's already spoiled, so it has to be thrown out," Zixin explained. "It was fresh when you got it, but I already absorbed all the essence inside it. It'll rot very quickly now." "Absorb essence? Is that your superpower?" Zixin nodded. "That's right. I can absorb the essence from mutant beast meat and gain part of their abilities." Shun Qinghan stared in shock, then suddenly understood. No wonder you didn't need gene fusion and chose the path of a pure-blood human. With a superpower like this, you don't need gene fusion at all. During the meal, Zixin brought up the matter of bringing over their parents. Dean Liu said the school can arrange housing and jobs for the family members of geniuses. "Let's bring our parents here." Shun Qinghan agreed happily. "There's really something that good? Of course I want that. This weekend, let's go home and talk to them." "Shaoshan, there's a very interesting peak rankings duel at the arena at 3 this afternoon. A rank 9 Mecha Academy student is challenging a rank 8 Evolution Academy student. Do you want to go together?" "Sure. We'll go after we eat." At 2:45 in the afternoon, the arena was packed. Besides teachers and students, people from the Mechanical God Corporation were there too. Shen Qinghan pointed to the second floor. "Shaoshan, look, even that genius mecha girl who's famous online came. The Mechanical God Corporation is really generous to the Mecha Academy." She asked curiously, "Who do you think would win if the genius from Capital University fought the genius mecha girl?" Zixin guessed. "We can probably tell from this match. If the rank 8 evolution student wins, then the genius from Capital University is stronger. If not, then the genius mecha girl is stronger." At 3 o'clock sharp, the match began. The mecha student activated his jet engines and flew into the air, using his aerial advantage to rain bullets down on his opponent. Smoke and flames filled the stage, and the evolution student was completely forced onto the defensive. After exhausting his ammunition, the mecha student landed and switched to melee mode. The two sides charged into fierce close combat. A few minutes later, the evolution student was knocked down and lay on the floor, barely breathing. This result sent the audience into an uproar. My God, the Mecha student won. In the past, the Evolution Academy always crushed the Mecha Academy. Ever since they started cooperating with the Mechanical God Corporation, the whole situation has flipped. Mechanical technology is too strong. I want to modify my body too. After this match, the pecking order among the academies is probably about to change. In the principal's office, Yuan Dongji was on a video call with a trusted subordinate. Second Miss, Origin Land number 36, has shown strange activity in recent months. We don't know whether the other side has given up on the passageway or is plotting something. Yuan Dongji nodded and asked about something else. How is Qianxue doing? Is the girl adjusting well to living in Origin Land? Very well. She's growing fast and is about to evolve to high second rank. Second miss, who exactly is Qianxue? Her physique is far too special. She doesn't seem like an Earth human. If you shouldn't ask, then don't ask. Yuan Dongji cut her off coldly. Sorry. Second miss, I misspoke. Alright, I'm busy watching the students' match. Go do your work. After ending the call, Yuan Dongji switched the screen to the arena match. When she saw the mecha student win, she looked slightly surprised. The mecha students are gaining the upper hand. The Mechanical God Corporation is stronger than I thought. Mechanical modification has the advantage of broad applicability, but unfortunately, its limitations are too great. It can only defend the home front. It can't enter Origin Land. Once inside, all electronic equipment becomes paralyzed, and modified humans turn into piles of scrap metal. That weekend, Zishin and Qinghan went home to bring their parents over to settle near the school, and everything went smoothly. At 10 that night, Zishin opened the school app to check the information on the Catwoman mission. Target, Catwoman, ordinary 6th rank. Crime, killing multiple men in Shanghai's red light district. Traits, fast, skilled at disguise, cunning, and uses poison. A large territory and a crafty enemy. No wonder this mission has been hanging there with no one able to finish it, Zishin muttered. But for me, that's not a problem. He activated his sky, eye, and danger sense and began searching area by area. The sharp gaze sweeping over people made those it passed over feel chilled. That guy's eyes are terrifying. What's he doing? A rough, burly man took offense and came over to start trouble, shouting, "Who the hell are you glaring at? Get lost." Zishin didn't waste words and directly released his biological pressure to suppress him. The burly man dropped to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Zishin moved on to another area and unexpectedly ran into someone he knew. Maxiwei. She was with 2 senior male students at ordinary 7th rank, clearly here for the Catwoman mission. When she saw Zishin, Ma Shiwei's face turned cold. She snorted and pulled the others away. "Let's go. Stay away from him." Zishin shook his head in exasperation. What a weird woman. After walking some distance, Ma Shiwei stopped and said to the 2 seniors, Lin Zishin accepted the mission too. We have to move faster than him and make all his efforts pointless. One of the seniors confidently thumped his chest. Don't worry, I fused with Devilhound genes. My sense of smell is sharp. I'll definitely find her first. The moment he finished speaking, he sniffed the air and his eyes lit up. I smell the Catwoman. She's in the bar across the street. Ma Shiwei became excited. Once we catch her, we'll drag her in front of Lin Zishin and piss him off to death. The 3 of them rushed into Dream Bar. On the 2nd floor, the senior pointed at a female student sitting in the corner, looking at her phone. That's her. Ma Shiwei was doubtful. She just looks like an ordinary female student. No mistake. The scent on her is exactly the same as the scent from the Catwoman's belongings I smelled at the security department. She's really good at disguising herself. Ma Shiwei gave the order. Move. The 3 of them rushed in to surround her. The girl curled her lips into a mocking smile, then suddenly smashed through the glass window and jumped out to escape. Not good. She's running. Chase her. The group leaped out the window after her. But the Catwoman was far too fast, and before long she had pulled far ahead of them. This is bad. We're about to lose her, Ma Shiwei panted. Don't worry, I can still follow her scent. 5 minutes later, they caught up to the Catwoman in a dead-end alley. You've got nowhere left to run. End this quickly. The girl took off her glasses, and the innocent smile vanished, replaced by a wild and cruel expression. In an instant, she transformed into a Catwoman and released astonishing pressure. Ordinary 9th rank. The 3 with Ma Shiwei were horrified. The information was wrong. She's 9th rank. Run. The Catwoman sneered. Run? It won't be that easy. She leaped over their heads and cut off their retreat. Her eyes greedily fixed on the senior with the Devilhound genes. Handsome, I've been craving you since the bar. Boom! Ma Shiwei hurled a smoke bomb to the ground, and thick purple smoke spread everywhere. The smoke bomb dulls biological senses. Run. The 3 of them bolted out of the alley with all their might. After escaping, they stopped, gasping for breath, pale as ghosts. We almost died. We have to tell Dean Ma right away to correct the mission information. Trembling, Ma Shiwei took out her phone, but then suddenly thought of Lin Zishin. If he runs into the Catwoman, he's definitely dead. He's annoying, but I can't just watch him die without doing anything. She hurried to find Shun Qinghan's WeChat to warn her. Meanwhile, the Catwoman emerged from the smoke, furious that her prey had escaped. Just as she was about to leave, she spotted an exceptionally handsome boy walking toward her. This one's 10 times better than the guy just now. The Catwoman licked her lips greedily, a twisted smile appearing on her face. A blessing in disguise. Who would have thought I'd run into something even better? Your luck is terrible, sweetheart. She shot toward that male student. Lin Zixin saw the Catwoman rushing at him and felt her pressure, ordinary 9th rank. The moment she threw a punch, Zixin's chi and blood erupted. Whoosh! His speed suddenly soared, far surpassing the Catwoman and leaving her stunned. In that instant of shock, Lin Zixin had already appeared right in front of her and smashed a punch into that falsely innocent face. Bang! The Catwoman flew backward and slammed hard into the wall. Lin Zixin observed her. Took 50 of my strength, and only the skin on your face got torn. Your head didn't explode. Not bad. The Catwoman was horrified. This guy is so young. So how is he this strong? And he's not even a gene fusion user. If I keep fighting, I might really die. She didn't hesitate. Kicking off the wall, she borrowed the force to flee, but the instant she turned around, she saw Zixin already right behind her. This speed, how is that possible? Just a few seconds later, Zixin caught up and leaped into the air, driving a full-force kick into the Catwoman's head. Let's try 100 power. Boom! The Catwoman was blasted away like a kite with a cut string, her body embedded deep into a brick wall, motionless. Lin Zixin looked on and sighed. Even with her neck broken like that, she's still not dead? He gave her no chance to recover and immediately rushed up, unleashing a storm of kicks. Bang! 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 Even after all that, she still wasn't dead, but her biological pressure was growing weaker and weaker. I need to finish her before she recovers. Just as Lin Zixin picked up a rock and prepared to smash the Catwoman's head in to finish her off, he suddenly sensed a violent surge of energy erupting inside her body. Not good. The biological pressure inside her is suddenly getting stronger. In the blink of an eye, the Catwoman's biological pressure rose from the near-extinguished level of ordinary 1st rank all the way back to the peak of ordinary 9th rank. Her body changed, becoming more robust. Her eyes brimmed with savagery and killing intent, and the oppressive aura she released was overwhelming. She's having a bloodline eruption at the brink of life and death. I can feel that she's only a tiny bit away from crossing into the high life form level. The Catwoman bared her teeth, glaring at Lin Zixin as if she wanted to tear him apart. She shouted, "Bastard, who the hell are you? You forced me to fully activate all the Nightmare Nightcat genes. My strength increased, and I stayed alive, but from now on my beast nature will permanently suppress my humanity, and I'll also be much more likely to suffer genetic backlash." Lin Zixin didn't answer. He only casually tossed away the stone in his hand and said with a smile, "Sorry, I think I got the wrong person." The moment he finished speaking, his figure flashed, and in an instant he had retreated more than 10 meters to the alley entrance. The Catwoman muttered to herself, "I can't judge this guy's true strength, and he acts completely outside common sense. I've already used my last trump card, and the genes could backlash at any time. If I delay, something might change. If he nearly kills me again, I'm definitely dead. Staying alive matters more. I need to leave this dangerous place as fast as possible." With that thought, she hurried toward the alley exit to escape. But the moment she stepped out of the alley shadows, a sharp steel pipe suddenly stabbed in from the side. What was that sound? Thunk! The steel pipe pierced straight through the Catwoman's head, pinning her to the brick wall. Caught in the ambush, the Catwoman had not even had time to react before a second steel pipe stabbed in. Thunk! This time, it went through her heart. The pipe was pulled out the instant it went in, then stabbed in again. Thunk, 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 thunk. Lin Zixin madly stabbed dozens of times in succession, brutally destroying the tendons, bones, blood, and flesh inside the Catwoman's body, nailing her to the wall until her biological pressure disappeared completely. Only after seeing that the Catwoman was dead beyond any doubt did Lin Zixin release the steel pipe and casually toss it to the ground. This time she's really dead for good. He raised a hand to wipe the blood splattered on his face, then took out his phone and photographed the Catwoman's corpse. He uploaded it to the school mission system to confirm completion. After that, he called the security department. "Hello, this is Lin Zixin. I'm at alley number 36 on Yanling Road. I've discovered the Catwoman's corpse here." After finishing all that, Lin Zixin placed his hand on the Catwoman's corpse and devoured her genes. Ding! You have devoured a large amount of the life essence of the Nightmare Nightcat. Nightmare Nightcat Index Progress, 36. What? 36%? Lin Zixin froze. He hadn't expected that devouring just one high-level gene fusion user with Nightmare Nightcat genes would raise the progress so much. Maybe because she had suffered genetic backlash, the purity of the genes in her body had increased. On the street, crowds bustled back and forth. Ma Shiwei was on the phone with Ma Junhe, her voice full of anger. Dad, the Catwoman mission I accepted nearly got me killed. The mission info was completely wrong. Her biological rank wasn't ordinary 6th rank at all. It was ordinary 9th rank. What? Ma Junhe cried out in shock. His voice quickly turned furious. Vivi, tell Dad everything in detail. Later, Dad will go find Director He, the one in charge of the mission system, and demand an explanation. Ma Shiwei forced herself to calm down and recounted the entire dangerous process of chasing the Catwoman. After the call ended, she thought to herself, I'd better hurry back to school. I shouldn't wander around outside any longer in case the Catwoman comes back for revenge. Suddenly, the senior with her grabbed her arm, looking stunned. Vivi, look at this. What's going on? How has Lin Zixin already completed the Catwoman mission? Ma Shiwei didn't take the phone. She just leaned in to look. When she saw the notification saying the mission had been completed by Lin Zixin, she went completely still, her face filled with disbelief. That Catwoman was ordinary 9th rank. He's just a first-year freshman. How could he possibly have completed that mission? When the weekend ended, Lin Zixin and Shun Qinghan returned to the dorm together. The moment they arrived back at school, Lin Zixin's phone buzzed with a notification from a school app. Your account has received 300 points. So the Catwoman mission reward came through, but why is it so much? Right after that, an explanatory message arrived. Due to an error in the Catwoman mission information, the target's biological rank has now been corrected to ordinary 9th rank. The reward has been increased from 50 points to 200 points, plus an additional 100 points as compensation to you. After reading the message, Shun Qinghan pouted. The school's mission system is really unreliable. Luckily, you're strong enough. Otherwise, you would have been screwed to death. Lin Zixin nodded in agreement. It really was a trap. I'll have to be more careful when taking missions from now on. When there's a suitable mission, I'll bring you along so you can see some blood too and toughen your mentality. Shun Qinghan immediately brightened. Sure, I can finally go out on missions with Xiaoxin. As he walked, Lin Zixin browsed through the point store. He decided to buy 90 gene of living corpse snail meat to activate the index. Before, he had been worried that buying too much would attract attention, but now that he had legitimate reward points, he could do it freely. Mutant beast meat is rich in nutrients. It's expensive, but it's very helpful for evolution. Henin's body is weak, so I should buy a lot to nourish her too. Thinking this, he turned and asked, Henin, is there any mutant beast meat you want to eat? I'll order some. When they got back to the dorm, Shun Qinghan sat down on the sofa and opened the point store to browse. Buy violent killer condor meat. 1 point gets 6 gene. We can keep it in the fridge and eat it slowly. She still hated spending points, so she specifically picked the cheap option. All right, I'll place the order. Don't. I'll order it. I still have the 90 points you gave me. Okay. Shun Qinghan quickly completed the purchase. As Lin Zixin went into the kitchen to cook, he thought, we're all family under the same roof anyway. There's no need to split hairs over yours and mine. Ding dong. The doorbell rang while the two were having dinner. I'll get it. Lin Zixin carried in a large box. That was fast. It got delivered right after ordering. He handed Shun Qinghan her portion of violent killer condor meat. Put this in the fridge for now. Lin Zixin eagerly opened the bag of living corpse snail meat. Next, I can start devouring it. Ding! You have devoured a large amount of the life essence of the living corpse snail. Living corpse snail index, 100. In the void appeared the image of a gravely injured snail lying there on its last breath. Yet in less than 5 minutes, its severed body began to stitch itself back together, becoming whole as if it had never been injured at all. A miracle of regeneration. Ding! You have successfully activated the living corpse snail index and obtained the biological trait, Extreme Rapid Self-Healing. Extreme Rapid Self-Healing. Recovery ability is massively enhanced. As long as you do not die instantly and have enough energy supply, no matter how severe the injury, you can heal on your own. After reading the information, Lin Zixin was overjoyed. This ability is absolutely overpowered. To test it, he bit hard into his own hand, creating a large wound. Blood poured out, but only a few seconds later, the bleeding stopped, the pain vanished, and was replaced by a faint itching sensation. A few seconds after that, the wound disappeared completely, his skin and flesh knitting back together as though they had never been hurt. Lin Zixin washed off the blood and thought with satisfaction, With this ability, as long as I have one breath left and enough energy, I can just keep recovering. Hell, even if I swung a blade and castrated myself to practice the sunflower manual, it'd probably grow back. Ding dong. The doorbell rang again. Lin Zixin looked surprised. Who is it this late? As he walked to the door, he called inside, "Is it something you bought?" Shen Qinghan shook her head. "I didn't buy anything." The door opened, and both of them were startled when they saw who was standing outside. Ma Shiwei lowered her head and said politely, "I'm really sorry to bother you so late." Lin Zixin's gaze settled on her as he spoke in a flat, even tone. "What can I do for you?" Without beating around the bush, Ma Shiwei went straight to the point. "I'm very curious how you managed to complete the Catwoman mission. Would it be convenient for you to reveal a little?" Lin Zixin gently shook his head and refused. "Sorry, it wouldn't be convenient." After being rejected, Ma Shiwei merely nodded faintly. "Oh, then I won't disturb you anymore." With that, she turned decisively and left, not clinging awkwardly to force the matter. Seeing this, Shen Qinghan awkwardly called after her, "Shiwei." After hesitating a moment, she invited her, how about coming in for some tea? I have some tea leaves from home. My mom roasted them herself." Ma Shiwei's footsteps paused slightly, but she still replied coolly another time. "I still have something to do right now." Leaving behind that indifferent sentence, her figure quickly disappeared at the stairwell. After closing the door, Shen Qinghan looked at Lin Zixin and gently advised him, "Xiaoshen, actually, Shiwei is a pretty good person. The Catwoman mission data was wrong this time, and she was worried you'd be in danger, so she even messaged me to warn you. We can interact with her more in the future." Hearing that, Lin Zixin calmly nodded in agreement. "If you want, you can invite her over more often from now on. She lives downstairs anyway." Getting his approval, Shen Qinghan smiled happily. After saying that, the two of them turned and walked back into the room together. The next morning, as soon as Lin Zixin stepped into the research institute, Lu Chuanwu and Tong Yian hurried over and started peppering him with questions about the Catwoman mission. Lowering his voice mysteriously, Lu Chuanwu said, "That night, I personally saw Ma Zhenhe go looking for Director He, the one managing the information system." Tong Yian quickly picked up the thread, her eyes wide with gossip. The two of them got into an argument after just a few words, and in the end they even came to blows. Was it because there was an error in the Catwoman mission information? That makes sense. Ma Zhenhe's daughter accepted that mission too, but the Catwoman's biological rank was listed incorrectly, and it nearly got the girl killed. How could Ma Zhenhe not be furious? I heard about it too. That Catwoman was ordinary 9th rank, but the mission listed her as ordinary 6th rank. At first, no matter how much he racked his brain, he still couldn't figure it out. Lu Chuanwu finally asked curiously, "Zixin, you're only ordinary 6th rank too. How did you manage to complete that mission?" Standing beside him, Tong Yian stroked her chin and offered her own guess. "Zixin, do you have some kind of backing? Did you find an expert to carry out the mission with you? Or did you set some kind of trap?" Faced with the two of them's overwhelming curiosity, Lin Zixin could only shrug and answer calmly, "No backing, no traps. I just killed her with physical strength alone." Hearing that feather-light reply, both Lu Chuanwu and Tong Yian were instantly filled with shock, convinced for a moment that the boy was joking. They blurted out in unison, "A solo kill? What do you mean by that?" Suddenly seeming to realize something, Lu Chuanwu's breathing became rapid, and he asked in a trembling voice, "Zixin, you're not telling me you've actually been hiding your true strength, are you?" As if struck by lightning, both Lu Chuanwu and Tong Yian froze in place, eyes wide and mouths hanging open in disbelief. They murmured in shock, "A solo kill? I didn't hear that wrong, did I?" Tong Yian swallowed. "You gotta be kidding." Seeing how worked up they were, Lin Zixin helplessly rubbed his brow and thought it over. After spending some time with them, he felt their character was fairly trustworthy. Revealing his biological rank and body temper in progress would not only benefit him, but might also let them help him research methods for opening acupoints. Since that was the case, he might as well lay his cards on the table. Looking at the two stone statue-like figures before him, he said calmly, "Actually, I already completed first stage body tempering back during summer break. Right now, I'm in the middle of my second round. My first round is complete, and I'm tempering the second." Lin Zixin's casual confession hit Lu Chuanwu and Tong Yian's minds like a bomb, leaving both of them completely stiff and unable to react at all. In just a few short seconds, wave after wave of shocking information slammed into their ears, overloading their thoughts with one repeated phrase, "First round body tempering complete." Only after a long while, when he had finally digested that terrifying truth, did Lu Chuanwu's whole body begin trembling violently from extreme excitement. Unable to contain himself, he threw his head back toward the ceiling and burst in a hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Heaven does not fail the persistent. All these years of perseverance from me, Lu Chuanwu, have finally been rewarded. At this moment, Lu Chuanwu felt as if he were walking on clouds. Narrowing his eyes at Lin Zixin, his deeply wrinkled face bloomed with a radiant smile. Zixin, with you here, the pure-blood human path will definitely achieve great results. When that time comes, your name and the name of Celestial Pavilion will surely shake the entire world. I've painstakingly researched the pure-blood human path for years, to the point that my family declined and my wife and children left me, and still I made no progress. Yet today, I've finally met a peerless genius perfectly suited to the blood-tempering art. With him opening the way, the pure-blood human path will surely shine brilliantly and become humanity's most effective salvation weapon. Watching the old dean laugh and cry at the same time, Lin Zixin couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, wondering if the man's excitement had driven him mad. It took Lu Chuanwu a while to calm down. He slapped Lin Zixin's shoulder hard, his eyes overflowing with admiration. Zixin, your talent is truly outrageous. If there weren't not a trace of origin power inside your body, I'd suspect you were one of the origin land mutants. Catching that unfamiliar key phrase at once, Lin Zixin frowned and repeated, "Origin land mutants?" His instincts told him he had just touched on some earth-shaking secret. Putting away his smile, Lu Chuanwu raised one finger and explained solemnly, "If this world has mutant beasts, then naturally there must also be mutants. It's just that ordinary mutants all live in the origin land, not on Earth, so we basically never encounter them." Hearing this, fear appeared clearly on Tong Yuyin's face, and she blurted out in shock, "Mutants really exist?" As soon as she said that, she pouted in dissatisfaction and complained, "Dean, you're really biased. I've been in Celestial Pavilion for so many years, and I've never heard you mention this." Ignoring her sulking, Lin Zixin went straight to the heart of the matter, his eyes flashing with intense curiosity. "Dean, what is origin power?" Slowly stroking the tuft of beard under his chin, Lu Chuanwu answered, "Origin power is a kind of energy found only in creatures of the origin land. It's similar to chi blood and mental power." Lin Zixin's thirst for knowledge surged, and he immediately pressed on. "Then how is origin power used? What exactly does it do?" The old dean hesitated a little, scratched his head, and admitted awkwardly, "Well, right now, I can't really answer that. After all, despite having lived this many years, I've only ever come into contact with two mutants." No sooner had that grand statement left his mouth than Tong Yuyin crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes suspiciously. "Dean, you're making that up, aren't you? Your biological rank is stuck at ordinary 9th rank. You can't even enter the origin land." Still calm, Lin Zixin asked, "Is there a biological rank requirement for entering the origin land?" Lu Chuanwu sighed and corrected, "The standard is that to enter the origin land, your biological rank must be at least high class. Otherwise, anyone who goes in is just cannon fodder." Realizing the truth, Lin Zixin nodded lightly. So that's how it is. Yet another gap in his knowledge had just been filled. At this point, Tong Yuyin could no longer contain herself. She nudged him impatiently. "Dean, you still haven't told us where you met those mutants." Caught out, Lu Chuanwu coughed twice to cover his embarrassment, then retorted loudly, "Who said I met mutants in the origin land? Can't I have met mutants on Earth?" His gaze turned distant with nostalgia, and his tone carried a trace of melancholy. "For example, one of them was a female disciple my ex-wife took in from who knows where 10 years ago." The moment those words left his mouth, the image of the woman in that old photograph flashed through Lin Zixin's mind. He was inwardly startled. So Qinghan's senior sister Tian Xue was a mutant. After a pause, Lu Chuanwu continued slowly. "The other one I met in an extremely mysterious ultra-ancient ruin. The same ultra-ancient ruin where the blood-tempering art was discovered." Sweeping his sharp gaze over the two juniors before him, he warned sternly, "I told you these secrets today, so neither of you is absolutely allowed to spread them. You must keep them secret. Understood?" Tong Yin thumped her chest confidently and guaranteed in a ringing voice, "Dean, don't worry. My mouth is sealed. I absolutely won't leak any secrets." Only after hearing that vow did Lu Chuanwu's expression ease somewhat. I trust the two of you." His gaze shifted to Lin Zixin, and he instructed him earnestly, "Zixin, as for your strength, it's best to keep it hidden for now. Don't act too outrageous, or you might attract the attention of the heretical cults. Even in school, it's still dangerous. After all, they've infiltrated everywhere." After a moment of thought, he proposed a safer solution. In the future, if you want to take missions suited to your real strength and earn points, use Sister Yuyin's account to accept them. Tong Yuyin nodded happily in agreement and chimed in enthusiastically. I'm ordinary 9th rank too. If you use my account to take missions, you can show your full strength without worrying about being exposed. Lin Zixin accepted steadily. All right, after acknowledging their goodwill, Lin Zixin turned his attention back to the old dean and asked without hiding his intentions, Dean, do you have any materials related to the origin land? I want to learn more about it. Contrary to his expectations, Lu Chuanwu could only shake his head regretfully. Everything related to the origin land is classified. I know very little myself, but there's no need for you to rush. Before you evolve into a high-class creature, learning too much about the origin land won't do you any good. You only need to know that, to us, most creatures in the origin land are enemies. They're always looking for ways to invade Earth. As for the reason, some powerful people speculate that there's something on Earth that these origin land creatures want. Just as he finished speaking, the tense atmosphere was abruptly broken by a shrill ringtone from Lu Chuanwu's pocket. You're my little apple. He hurriedly answered the call. From the other end came the coquettish voice of a woman around her 40s, acting spoiled. His old face immediately turned red, and he hastily covered the phone's speaker, clearing his throat to hide his embarrassment in front of the two juniors. An old friend invited me over to her house for dinner. I won't be staying here any longer. If anything comes up, contact me on WeChat. Throwing out that bland line, he turned and practically fled the research institute in a rush. Watching the dean's hasty, almost escape-like retreat, Tong Yin clicked her tongue and sighed with heartfelt sympathy. The dean really works hard. He's off again to help Celestial Pavilion pull an investment. A moment later, her watery eyes sharpened as they slid toward Lin Zixin, and in a soft voice filled with intense curiosity, she asked, Right, Zixin, how exactly are you hiding your biological rank and body tempering progress? Even the dean and the vice principal couldn't see through it. Hearing that abrupt question aimed straight at his secret, Lin Zixin inwardly complained that this busty woman really had no tact at all. How could she just ask something like that? Even so, he kept a polite smile on his face and tactfully refused. Sorry, Sister Yuyin, but I probably can't tell you that. The system's ability is my trump card. How could I just reveal it to you? Rejected outright, Tong Yin blinked her big round eyes and pleaded in a soft, coaxing voice. Little brother Zixin, don't be so stingy. Can't you tell, Sister Yuyin? I'll trade you a secret too, all right? You can ask me anything. The curiosity in her heart was blazing. It was as if, unless she got an answer out of him, she would never give up. Indeed, if the boy kept hiding it, she'd feel so uncomfortable from curiosity that her whole body would itch. But Lin Zixin's resolute attitude gave her not the slightest hope. I really can't say. Seeing the unshakable seriousness on his face, Tong Yuyin could only deflate resentfully and reluctantly accept reality. Fine, if you don't want to say it, then forget it. Tormented by her curiosity, she changed tactics and took a step back to advance instead. Her eyes blazed with fighting spirit. But since we're both ordinary 9th rank, shouldn't we spar a little? That invitation immediately sparked interest in Lin Zixin's eyes. He nodded readily, thinking that sparring with an evenly matched opponent was truly useful, not only for judging his own strength, but also for honing his actual combat skills. He answered decisively, that works. Rolling her shoulders loose, Tong Yin gave him a reminder first to avoid accidental injury. Before we start, my body tempering progress is this: second stage skin tempering, second stage flesh tempering, and my second stage bone tempering is 1/5 complete. In a moment, just attack me directly. Once Lin Zixin had taken up his ready stance, Tong Yuyin raised an eyebrow and asked, Ready? The boy gave a slight nod. Ready. Immediately, Tong Yuyin adopted the bearing of a senior guiding a junior and declared loudly, Then let's begin. You attack me first. I'll be responsible for defense, and I'll see what your offensive power is like. Not wasting time on unnecessary words, Lin Zixin pushed off with his foot and shot forward like an arrow through the air, arriving before Tong Yuyin in an instant. He swung a ruthless kick straight into her abdomen. Bang! A dull collision rang out, and the fierce force hidden in the strike made Tong Yuyin inwardly alarmed. A sharp pain shot up from her lower abdomen, but she still gritted her teeth and forced herself to maintain a composed, unbothered air. This brat's ferocity was truly beyond common sense. He had clearly only just reached completion of the first round of body tempering, yet that blow was already more than enough to tear through the defenses of someone like her, who had completed second stage flesh tempering. That kind of strength was absurd. At this rate, it probably wouldn't be long before he was stepping all over her. No, she had to seize the chance to put on airs while this kid was still green. Otherwise, she might never get the chance again. As soon as the thought formed, Tong Yuyin cleared her throat, clasped her hands behind her back, and put on the posture of a master giving instruction. With disappointed eyes, she shook her head at Lin Zixin. Zixin, I'm very dissatisfied with that kick just now. If you get a chance to attack, you should pursue a single blow that seriously injures the enemy. Just now, you should have aimed directly at my vital points. See my eyes? Why didn't you punch hard at them? See my crotch? Why didn't you kick it hard? See my throat? One clean chop of the hand straight down. Focus on these vulnerable spots when you attack. That's the correct way to attack. After finishing that brutal theory lesson, Tong Yuyin dropped her joking expression and fixed Lin Zixin with a stern stare as she asked, "In battle, there is only life and death. There is no martial virtue. Understand?" Hearing that shameless combat philosophy, Lin Zixin's expression turned a little strange, but he still nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand." The instant the final syllable fell, Tong Yuyin's figure turned into an afterimage, tearing through the air as she shot toward Lin Zixin. Her clear voice rang out with pride. "Then next, we'll begin our real exchange. I hope you can last 5 minutes against me." Facing his opponent's storm-like offensive, Lin Zixin's gaze did not waver in the slightest. He didn't even bother to dodge, instead directly gathering his strength to meet the barrage head-on. "Then please, Sister Yuyin, teach me." Boom, boom, boom. A fierce battle erupted at once. Fists collided, kicks slammed into each other, and deafening impacts tore through the air. Yet behind that seemingly evenly matched battle, bitterness surged wildly in Tong Yuyin's heart. She glared in pain, gritting her teeth, her mind reeling as if struck by a sledgehammer. In the midst of the clash, she kept sinking into a pit of existential doubt. She had clearly used all her strength, so why still couldn't she break through this kid's defenses? Could it be that she, a dignified senior, was about to lose to a junior? The more she thought about it, the more fury and misery churned inside her. She had only just put on a show and lectured him. If she lost now, where would she even put her face? But man proposes and heaven disposes. Lin Zixin was, after all, someone who thoroughly understood the art of dealing with people. Sensing that the time was ripe, he told himself that it was time to offer up a courtesy point. In the middle of the intense clash, Lin Zixin cleverly left an opening, pretended he couldn't dodge in time, took one of Tong Yuyin's punches head-on, and fell to the ground with a thud. Standing above the defeated opponent, Tong Yuyin wiped away her sweat and cleared her throat, salvaging a bit of her senior dignity. "Zixin, your future is very bright." Facing his opponent's storm-like offensive, Lin Zixin's gaze did not waver in the slightest. He didn't even bother to dodge, instead directly gathering his strength to meet the barrage head-on. "Then please, Sister Yuyin, teach me." Boom, boom, boom. A fierce battle erupted at once. Fists collided, kicks slammed into each other, and deafening impacts tore through the air. Yet behind that seemingly evenly matched battle, bitterness surged wildly in Tong Yuyin's heart. She glared in pain, gritting her teeth, her mind reeling as if struck by a sledgehammer. In the midst of the clash, she kept sinking into a pit of existential doubt. She had clearly used all her strength, so why still couldn't she break through this kid's defenses? Could it be that she, a dignified senior, was about to lose to a junior? The more she thought about it, the more fury and misery churned inside her. She had only just put on a show and lectured him. If she lost now, where would she even put her face? But man proposes and heaven disposes. Lin Zixin was, after all, someone who thoroughly understood the art of dealing with people. Sensing that the time was ripe, he told himself that it was time to offer up a courtesy point. In the middle of the intense clash, Lin Zixin cleverly left an opening, pretended he couldn't dodge in time, took one of Tong Yuyin's punches head-on, and fell to the ground with a thud. Standing above the defeated opponent, Tong Yuyin wiped away her sweat and cleared her throat, trying to recover a bit of her senior face. "Zixin, your future is very bright. You actually forced your sister here to use 90 of her strength before I could barely win. I'm afraid that in another year, I won't be your match." After soothing her own ego, Tong Yuyin generously offered, "Zixin, since you've already completed the first round of body tempering, you can try opening acupoints. I'll teach you the acupoint opening method I recently researched. Give it a try. Hearing there was a cultivation technique to learn, Lin Zixin's eyes lit up immediately. He nodded briskly. All right, I'll try. Putting away her playful attitude, Tong Yin began instructing him carefully. Every word was spoken with deliberate clarity. The human body has a total of 366 acupoints spread throughout the body. According to the records in the blood tempering art, the easiest acupoints to open are the 4 located around our heart. After sensing those 4 acupoints around the heart, control your qi blood to strike them. Launch an impact every 10 seconds or less. The stronger the impact, the better, but be careful not to injure your heart. With a shift of thought, Lin Zixin immediately mobilized the surging flow of qi blood within his body and frenziedly bombarded the 4 acupoints clustered around the left side of his chest. Yet the barriers surrounding those 4 points remained still as an impregnable fortress, not the slightest bit shaken, utterly impossible to break through. The only thing that answered his effort was a piercing pain that seemed to tear through flesh. The pain cut so deeply that Lin Zixin clenched his teeth until they creaked, while cold sweat drenched his forehead. Seeing the agony on his face, Tong Yin hurried over in alarm and tried to soothe him. Zixin, no need to rush. It may be that your body's strength still isn't enough right now, or maybe the method I taught you is wrong. The scene shifted to the dim, dilapidated basement beneath the Liu family's ancestral residence. Liu Chuanwu trudged forward with heavy steps and stopped before a bronze coffin engraved with ancient patterns. He bent down, his voice suppressing a tremor of excitement while retaining complete respect. Pavilion Master, I have finally found a peerless genius with hope of opening acupoints. He will surely be able to break through the shackles of the ordinary rank on the pureblood human path and evolve into a high-class creature, a rare creature, perhaps even an epic-class creature. The only response to that passionate plea was the eerie silence of the underground chamber. Ignoring that stillness, Liu Chuanwu continued fervently. When that time comes, Pavilion Master, you can rely on the qi blood he supplies you every day to sustain your life. You won't need to linger on in that cramped bronze coffin anymore. And with your great strength protecting him, and that genius leading our celestial pavilion forward, we will surely be able to lead the people of Earth to ascension. The intensity of his hope drove Liu Chuanwu's tone more and more toward madness. Yet no matter how long he waited, the coffin lid remained motionless. He frowned slightly, puzzled by the unusual silence. Only after 3 minutes that felt like centuries did a faint, fragmented syllable finally emerge from the depths of the bronze coffin, carrying a feminine tone. Immediately afterward, the space was swallowed once more by accelerating silence. Liu Chuanwu's brows drew tightly together, and he sighed inwardly. Just uttering a single word had taken that long. This response had probably exhausted what little energy the Pavilion Master had left for today. Murmuring bitterly to himself, he said sorrowfully, "The Pavilion Master is growing weaker by the day. I only hope Zixin can evolve into a high-class creature before she dies." After taking some time to stop by the market and buy ingredients, Lin Zixin headed back to the dorm room. Pushing open the door, he lifted the bag of groceries. "I bought food to cook with." Taking the bag from his hands, Shen Qinghan looked hesitant, then spoke after a pause. "Zixin, I have something I need to tell you. My master came to see me this morning and told me to begin gene fusion early." Lin Zixin frowned and asked, "The blue specter jellyfish gene fusion?" Shen Qinghan nodded lightly. "My master said that the blue specter jellyfish gene is very suitable for me in the early stages." At the mention of the blue specter jellyfish, a glint flashed through Lin Zixin's eyes. He was not unfamiliar with this species of mutant beast at all, because he had pored over books about them since childhood. This was originally a low-level mutant beast species. Once mature, their average level only hovered around ordinary 7th rank. However, if it was a jellyfish king with overwhelming power, then it was fully qualified to reach the realm of a high-class creature. The jellyfish king's most domineering characteristic was that its mental power far surpassed others of the same level. Even while still in the ordinary stage, they could already use a small amount of mental force to control an entire sea area dozens of square meters wide. In short, they were born masters of manipulating tides. After sorting through the huge amount of information in his head, Lin Zixin smiled in approval. Reassuring his fiancée, he said, "That's actually pretty good. I think the blue specter jellyfish suits you very well. Just follow your master's instructions." Hearing that, Shen Qinghan turned her back to him, her small figure full of hesitation, and her voice came out soft and anxious. "But But from the very beginning, my master told me to fuse with the Blue Spectre Jellyfish King's gene. That's the gene of a high-class creature. My body is so weak. What if I can't withstand a mutation? The moment he heard the words Blue Spectre Jellyfish King, Lin Zixin's pupils practically turned into shining coins, and extreme shock struck his mind. One had to know that even ordinary Blue Spectre Jellyfish genes were already scarce, let alone this incomparably precious king-level gene. That Vice Principal Yuan Dongji really was incredibly extravagant, spending money like water. For a moment, jealousy clawed at his heart, and he found himself longing for a free and generous master like that. Pushing aside those envious thoughts, Lin Zixin stepped forward and comforted Shen Qinghan in a firm voice. Don't worry, jellyfish-type mutant beasts are naturally compatible with the human body. Besides, your gene fusion compatibility is as high as 21. Fusing with the genes of a high-class mutant beast is more than manageable. You definitely won't mutate. Even after being reassured, the stone in Shen Qinghan's heart still had not fully settled. She looked up and asked then, will there be any side effects? The corners of Lin Zixin's lips curved into a gentle smile. He took the initiative to wrap his hand around her small one and explained warmly, you'll lose reproductive ability, and part of the mutant beast traits will show up in your appearance. But you've already had yours treated, so if you want children in the future, you can just take it out and use it. As for the external traits, they can be concealed. You just need to put the mutant beast genes in your body into a dormant state. Afraid she was still wavering, he blinked slyly and added another bit of temptation. Besides, a lot of the outward traits shown by mutant beasts can actually enhance your looks. Cat ear girls, foxtail girls, things like that. You've seen them before. They're very popular. That beautiful vision instantly blew away the gloomy fog, making Shen Qinghan's peach blossom eyes shine brightly. Resting her chin on one hand, she nodded smugly. That actually does sound right. With Lin Zixin's firm assurance backing her up, all her uneasiness and worry melted away like foam. In their place came intense excitement and curiosity. She began imagining what changes would happen once she fused with the Blue Spectre Jellyfish King, and whether she would become even more dazzling and gorgeous than before. Thrilled, Shen Qinghan pulled out her phone, swiped a few times, then shoved the screen close to Lin Zixin's face to show him a photo. Zixin, look, isn't the Blue Spectre Jellyfish really beautiful? Seeing how eager she was, Lin Zixin laughed. He gently cupped her soft cheeks with both hands and said sweetly, beautiful, but not as beautiful as you. The overly intimate teasing made Shen Qinghan's cheeks flush red like ripe tomatoes. Embarrassed, she lightly brushed his hands away and pretended to pout. Ugh, you're so annoying. Hiding her fluster, she lifted her chin and boasted proudly. My master took this video. She didn't use any equipment at all. She went straight down into the deep sea, tens of thousands of meters below. Just how strong does your body have to be to do that? After a moment's thought, Lin Zixin calmly gave his judgment. At the very least, rare class. Shen Qinghan's eyes burned with longing, her face full of boundless admiration. That's so high. I wonder if I'll ever be able to evolve to rare class too. Patting her lightly on the shoulder, Lin Zixin encouraged her with certainty. You definitely can. Your gene fusion compatibility is as high as 21. Forget rare class. Even epic class is possible. After being praised to the heavens, Shen Qinghan instead acted practical and curled her lips. It's not that simple. It's not just about gene fusion compatibility. Physical constitution and evolution resources matter too. Seeing her lack confidence, Lin Zixin began listing things one by one to reassure her. Your physique is already absurdly good. You're naturally gifted in water affinity. If you follow the path of water attribute gene fusion in the future, you'll definitely be even stronger than your master. And as for cultivation resources, you don't need to worry. I'll work hard to make money from now on. Whatever resources you want, I'll get them for you. Taking the chance to push further, Shen Qinghan sniffed playfully and giggled. Then I'll have to butter up my big sponsor. Putting words into action, she quickly rummaged through the wardrobe and pulled out 2 pairs of stockings, one black and one white. Holding them up in front of her face, she swayed them teasingly before him, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Black or white? Which does my sponsor like better? Without a second of hesitation, Lin Zixin answered decisively, either. I like both. Faced with that bottomless greed, Han came up with a bold idea and tilted her chin as she proposed. Then I'll wear one color on each leg. Though reason screamed that such mismatched dressing would look incredibly strange, deep down Lin Zishan felt a secret thrill rise in him. He actually wanted to see that bizarre, yet alluring combination with his own eyes. Han has classes this afternoon. I'm not going to the Pure Blood Human Research Institute today. I'll train at home instead. Lin Zishan casually slid his finger across his phone screen, absent-mindedly scrolling through the daily news. Suddenly, his gaze stopped on a striking headline. Recently, many strangely shaped plants had suddenly appeared all across Shanghai City, drawing a great number of biologists to investigate. Because their toxicity was still unknown, the authorities had issued a warning advising residents not to approach out of curiosity in order to avoid unnecessary casualties. The attached photo made Lin Zishan's pupils contract slightly. These plants looked exactly like the vegetation growing behind Han's senior sister in that old picture. Could these be plants from the origin land? But why were they taking root on Earth? Could this be the work of the tree god cult? He gave a small shake of his head and thought to himself that they had only just dealt with one branch of an evil cult, and now another tree god cult had sprouted up. This world really was full of villains. Pulling his thoughts back, Lin Zishan opened the app. He told himself that the most urgent matter right now was still to raise his strength as fast as possible. The second round of body tempering was like a bottomless pit draining away his chi and blood, and his body was already beginning to feel weak. He entered the virtual store and searched carefully for pills that could replenish chi and blood. His finger stopped on one item. The blood recovery pill seems pretty good. I might as well buy 100 at once. This medicinal pill, worth 1 reward point each, was refined from rare century-old spirit herbs. Its medicinal effect depended directly on the user's biological realm. The higher the rank, the slower the absorption. If an ordinary 9th rank user only needed half a minute to recover, then a high 1st rank user would struggle for half an hour, while a high 2nd rank user would need as long as 3 hours. After paying, Lin Zishan's gaze shifted to the food section again. The progress bar for the Living Death Snail Encyclopedia was already full. It was time to find his next prey. His eyes swept across the options as he silently evaluated them. The myriad poison shell? This thing's meat is outrageously expensive, 20 points per gene. Despite its frightening name, the species itself wasn't poisonous at all. On the contrary, it fed on toxic creatures every day, which gave it extremely strong poison resistance. Rubbing his chin, he calculated that if he filled out this species' full encyclopedia, he would probably get a poison resistance biological trait. That would make traveling the world a lot safer in the future. Unfortunately, he had less than 200 points left in his wallet, so he could only grit his teeth and buy one gene for now to activate the encyclopedia progress bar first. The acupoint barrier remained as firm as a rock. Lin Zishan secretly guessed that the root cause was that his body still wasn't strong enough. It seemed he had no choice but to keep pushing through the second round of tempering. Too long. Grueling hours passed. Suddenly, the boy's movement stopped. A wave of dizziness hit him, and the world in his eyes spun violently. This doesn't look good. He groaned inwardly, deciding to relax his muscles and rest for a bit. But before even a minute had passed, his stomach began growling in furious protest. He let out a long sigh and muttered that he needed to stuff something into his stomach to replenish his energy, otherwise he might faint before breaking through. By coincidence, the doorbell rang, followed by a clear voice from outside. "Hello, I'm the school courier. Is anyone home? This is your delivery." Dragging his heavy body, Lin Zishan slowly got up and walked out. The moment the door opened, the female delivery worker jumped back in fright. Lin Zishan's appearance at that moment was honestly a little terrifying. Sweat had drenched his hair and plastered it to his head. His chest rose and fell with ragged breaths, and his sharp eyes carried a murderous aura like some fiend that had just stepped out of a land of death. The girl panicked, and her trembling fingers let the package slip. Like lightning, the boy's muscles tensed, and he sprang into the air, catching the box just before it hit the ground. Straightening up, he said flatly, "Got it," stunned motionless for several breaths. The delivery worker finally muttered an apology and fled in a hurry, escaping almost as fast as a martial artist. Carrying the package back into the living room, he tore open the seal and carefully took out a bright red blood recovery pill. Deciding to test its potency, he tossed it directly into his mouth. The instant it touched his tongue, the pill transformed into a stream of pure energy that split into countless warm currents and flowed through every part of his body. In just a few blinks, the dizziness was completely swept away, his mind became sharp again, and the limp weakness in his muscles was replaced once more by vigorous vitality. Lin Zishan clenched his fist, excitement flashing in his eyes. Worth every penny, this luxurious 1 point per pill item really did have miraculous effects. After solving the stamina problem, he turned to the piece of myriad poison shell meat to extract its life essence. The moment his fingertip touched the target, the familiar crisp mechanical voice immediately rang out in his mind, informing him that the Encyclopedia Progress had risen to 1. Without further delay, he plunged back into training. With the blood recovery pills backing him up, the downtime needed to restore chi and blood was greatly reduced, pushing the efficiency of his body tempering to the maximum. Using reward points in exchange for faster growth and strength was, economically speaking, still a very worthwhile trade. Just like that, the boy immersed himself in the intoxication of cultivation from noon until late afternoon. The door opened, carrying Shun Qinghan's cheerful voice. "Zishan, I'm back." After a brief pause, she asked mischievously, "I also brought someone back. Guess who?" Entering the room, Li Suxin smiled and greeted him. "Zishan, long time no see." The corners of his lips lifted into a friendly smile as he replied, "Suxin, long time no see." Looking around the spacious apartment, Li Suxin could not hide her envy. "This is so nice. You two have such a luxurious base to live in. Not like me. I don't even have a single dorm room and have to squeeze in with a roommate." Hearing that, Lin Zishan calmly made an offer. "If you want a single room, I have one at the Martial Arts Academy. You can move in there." Li Suxin hurriedly waved her hands and refused. "Thanks for the kindness, but I actually like living with my roommate right now. It's less lonely." He only nodded gently. Li Suxin's expression suddenly darkened, and she spoke aggrievedly. "Actually, I came to see you two today to complain. You have no idea how awful the upperclassmen are. You two are geniuses, so normally no one dares bully you. But ordinary people like us have it miserable." Lin Zishan's brows drew together slightly as he asked, "What happened? What do you mean?" As if he had hit the sore spot exactly, Li Suxin poured out all her grievances in one breath. "The day before yesterday, a senior girl came to inspect my dorm room and took a liking to my cosmetics. Without saying another word, she just took them away and said she was borrowing them for a few days. There's also a boy in my class who had it even worse. His family sent him 100-year blood ginseng, and that got snatched away too. Afterward, he went to the student council to report it. But the student council people didn't care either. They said the school promotes the principle that the big fish eat the small fish, and if we don't accept it, then we should resist on our own. But we're all freshmen. We're weaker than the upperclassmen." Filled with indignation, she condemned the school's shameless favoritism. Without hesitation, Lin Zishan patted his chest and assured her, "Suxin, if any upperclassman does anything excessive to you in the future, just let me know. I'll see if I can help you deal with it." Sitting beside them, Shun Qinghan also nodded in agreement, determination flashing in her eyes. "Those upperclassmen are hateful. If they keep pushing things too far, we'll figure something out together." Receiving their support, Li Suxin's eyes turned red and watery, and she choked up. "Thank you so much." Suddenly, a series of booming sounds echoed through the room, and the floor beneath their feet began shaking violently. Li Suxin's face turned pale, her voice trembling. "An earthquake?" Shun Qinghan nodded anxiously. "It has seemed like one." Amid the chaos, Lin Zishan immediately activated his danger perception skill. Although his intuition told him that an ominous evil aura was creeping closer, the alert remained within a safe range, making him quietly breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, in a gloomy den, the man wearing the dragon mask bent respectfully and requested, "Lord Divine Envoy, this year I want to break through to a higher biological rank. Could your side provide me with some evolution resources?" The mysterious existence behind the eagle mask let out a cold snort, then slowly granted him favor. "Considering that your performance this year has been excellent, I will reward you with this demon flame flower. This flower has an extremely strong aphrodisiac effect. When you use it, it's best to have a woman beside you." The dragon-masked man happily accepted the rare treasure and ingratiatingly reported his achievements. "Thank you, Lord Divine Envoy." a genius with an extremely exaggerated body talent, has appeared among this year's freshmen at Shanghai University. I've already arranged for someone to make him consume a high-grade demon seed. If things go well, we may be able to recruit him into the cult. Before he could finish, the eagle-masked man coldly brushed it aside. That isn't important. He arrogantly declared that truly excellent seeds existed only in the origin land. Hearing this, the dragon mask only dared to curse inwardly, bitterly complaining that even if talents grew like mushrooms over there, where was he supposed to find a way to come into contact with them? Suddenly, a mechanical voice transmitted directly into the eagle-masked man's mind. Lord Divine Envoy, a message has come from the origin land. A matching boundary point has been found, and identical life coordinates have been arranged. We need you to go there now and activate the link. Receiving the report, he nodded in a low voice. Very well, I'll go there now. Space twisted, and the figure of the eagle-masked man gradually faded into the void. Before disappearing completely, he still had time to pour a chilling threat into his subordinates' ears. If within 3 days you fail to make Lin Zishan consume the high-grade demon seed, then I can only replace you. Sweating profusely, the dragon mask hurriedly swore into the wrist communicator, "Please rest assured, it will definitely be done within 3 days." A new dawn broke, casting golden sunlight through the window. Shen Qinghan had already tidied herself up and turned to him with a smile. "Zishan, I have to head over there for class." He nodded casually. Go ahead. Study properly." But just as the two of them turned toward the door, a loud shout came from behind and pulled their attention back. Lin Zishan, turning around, they saw Lu Gang and Wang Shujia hurrying over. Both were panting, their chests heaving, their eyes hesitant and uncertain. Pressing his lips together for a moment, Wang Shujia finally forced out the words with difficulty. "Could we borrow a little of your time? We have something we want to ask of you." Lin Zishan's sharp gaze swept over the two of them like a scanner, and then he indifferently uttered a single word. "Speak." Lu Gang cleared his throat and gathered his courage, then blurted out his troubles. "There's a third-year student who can't stand the sight of me and Wang Shujia. He relies on being stronger than us and causes trouble for us every day." Wang Shujia added, his face full of bitterness and grievance. "We really can't take it anymore. Could you come forward and help us just this once? You're this year's most prominent freshman. The upperclassmen definitely won't dare offend you lightly. They'll at least show you some respect." Silence settled over the air, but the boy remained cold and expressionless. Afraid of being rejected, Lu Gang hurriedly pulled a bulging cloth bag from his chest and stuffed it into Lin Zishan's hands. "Of course, we won't let you help for nothing." He enthusiastically advertised its contents. "These spirit fruits can nourish the complexion, calm the mind, enrich the blood, and they can even strengthen yang. These are evolution resources my family sent me. I'm giving them all to you. I just hope you'll help us settle this matter." Having laid everything out, he lowered his voice and even tried appealing to old friendship. "Zishan, for the sake of us being high school classmates before, help us this once." Weighing the bag of spirit fruits in his hand, Lin Zishan glanced at the two cowering men and went straight to the point in a cold voice. "How strong is that third-year student?" "Like drowning men grabbing a log." Wang Shuda hurriedly replied, "Ordinary 6th rank." The boy's brows lifted slightly in interest. Ordinary 6th rank? His mind quickly ran through the calculations of his current strength, and a faint smile curved his lips. What pressure was there to speak of? Tilting his chin, he made the decision at once. "This afternoon at 5:30, wait for me at the gate of the Pure Blood Research Institute. I'll help you deal with this." Hearing his golden promise, the two men lit up with joy and spoke in unison. "If you ever need our help in the future, just say the word. We'll definitely come the moment you call." Lin Zishan smiled and casually put away the bag of spirit fruits. "All right, then it's settled." A huge burden lifted. Lu Gang and Wang Shujia let out long breaths of relief and repeatedly cupped their hands as they backed away. "Then we won't disturb you any longer. We'll be going first." Even while leaving, they kept thanking him. "Thanks a lot." After the two of them disappeared completely, Shen Qinghan tugged at his sleeve curiously. "Zishan, hurry and open the bag so we can see what spirit fruits are inside. I've never eaten spirit fruit before." Indulging her, he generously said, "Then take one to eat on the way." She examined them hesitantly for a while. Then I'll pick the small one. If I take a big one, I won't be able to finish it. He nodded in concession. All right, then the small one for you. But as soon as Shin Qinghan picked up the strange fruit and looked at it closely, her face wrinkled in distaste. Zishin, this spirit fruit looks disgusting. Did bugs ruin it or something? Hearing that, Lin Zishin snatched the red fruit over, his brows furrowing as he wondered whether the goods were really spoiled. Suddenly, the danger perception skill in his subconscious blared a shrill alarm. At the same time, a line of cold text appeared on the system interface. Do you want to devour the high-grade demon trigu seed? His heart gave a violent jolt. This thing masquerading as a nourishing spirit fruit was actually an evil object that spread disaster. Without wasting a second, Lin Zishin shot forward and blocked the retreat of the two men from earlier with ghost-like speed, his voice low and hard. You two, don't leave just yet. Abruptly stopped, Wang Shuja asked blankly, what's wrong? Ignoring the question, Lin Zishin turned to the person beside him and urgently instructed, Qinghan, contact your master and ask her to come here. The girl immediately obeyed. Okay. A moment later, Yuan Dongji's cold and lofty figure descended from the air. Her sharp eyes swept over the students as she spoke. What happened? Lin Zishin reported clearly, Vice Principal Yuan, these two asked me for help and gave me a bag of spirit fruits. Inside were many strange red fruits like this one. I suspect they're connected to the tree god cult. With a slight wave of her hand, Yuan Dongji took the bizarre fruit. Her expression darkened as she coldly exposed the truth. This is a type of aberrant tree seed. Once swallowed, the person will be controlled by the aberrant tree and lose control of themselves. It is one of the common methods the tree god cult uses to force people into joining the cult. After hearing that, Lin Zishin connected the dots with Lu Gang and Wang Shujia's earlier shifty behavior. It seemed that from a moment they eagerly offered the gift, they had already been manipulated by the tree god cult. Exposed, the two of them panicked and dropped to their knees, crying out in explanation. Vice Principal Yuan, we were forced into it. But just as the plea left their mouths, their throats suddenly locked up, and their voices were cut off as though an invisible hand had strangled them. The eerie scene made Lin Zishin inwardly shudder. Could this be some transcendent ability to seal speech used by the vice principal? Before he had fully recovered from the shock, Yuan Dongji had already flicked her sleeve and pronounced in an authoritative tone, I will take these two back for investigation first. As soon as there is a result, you two will be the first to be informed. Once that was settled, Yuan Dongji turned and sternly lectured her two disciples. Heretical cults are despicable. Even your master and the school leadership cannot be trusted completely. In short, you must always be on guard against others. Shen Qinghan's eyes were fixed on her master's figure gradually disappearing into the sky, full of almost fanatical admiration. Master's spiritual power is so strong, she can move objects and fly. That's amazing. Lin Zishin also nodded thoughtfully in agreement. That's right, the ability to fly really is great. Retracting her gaze, Shen Qinghan folded her arms indignantly and cursed angrily. Zishin, Lu Gang, and Wang Shujia are awful. You wanted to help them, but they try to harm you instead. He only let out a faint sigh and warned cautiously, From now on, we have to be careful in everything we do. The very next day, the public accusation regarding Lu Gang and Wang Shujia was posted openly. Their identities as pawns of the tree god cult were confirmed beyond denial. The records revealed that during the practical combat exam and the entrance assessment, both of them had been forced by a corrupted security guard to swallow demon seeds. The sentence was handed down without mercy, expulsion from the school, and imprisonment. The future of the two who had gone astray was officially cut off. As a precaution, their families were also specially permitted to move into the residential district for protection and recuperation. With the powerful support of the blood recovery pills, Lin Zishin's second round of body tempering was successfully completed, and the progress of his second muscle forging stage had advanced beyond 40. As for Shen Qinghan, the fateful day of her gene fusion surgery had finally arrived. The pair walked one after another into the chilly medical room, and Shen Qinghan trembled as she tugged on Lin Zishin's sleeve, pleading, Master, I'm a little nervous. Please let Zishin stay with me. Ignoring her childish request, Yuan Dongji coldly instructed, the blue specter jellyfish is a water element aberrant beast. The more water your body contains, the easier the fusion will be. So drink a lot of water first. Obeying the order, Shen Qinghan had no choice but to force herself to gulp down bottle after bottle of water, to the point that she had no idea how many liters had gone into her stomach. A little later, she held her bloated stomach like a drum and complained miserably, "Master, I really can't drink anymore." Without the slightest trace of pity, her teacher gave a soft rebuke. "Even if you can't, you still have to. Take off your clothes and lie down over there." This syringe contains the genes of the Blue Spectre Jellyfish King. In a moment, it will be injected into your heart. I will use my spiritual power to numb your sense of pain so you won't feel pain at first. But during the gene fusion process that follows, even if your pain nerves are numbed, you will still feel intense pain. If the pain becomes unbearable, do not hold it in no matter what. You may open your mouth and scream. The young girl replied obediently in a trembling voice, "I understand, Master." Across the room, Lin Zixin stood with folded arms, holding his breath as he watched. Normally, this process required a pile of cumbersome medical instruments to monitor vital signs. Yet with Yuan Dongji's terrifying spiritual power, she could easily cover her disciple's entire body and dispense with all that bulky equipment completely. Lowering the sharp needle, she cautioned carefully, "The Blue Spectre Jellyfish King gene has been injected. Once the gene fusion begins, the severe pain will arrive very soon. You need to prepare yourself mentally." Shen Qinghan bit her lip and nodded bravely. Yet contrary to all expectations, 2 hours passed in complete calm. She sat up blankly, her eyes full of confusion. "Master, why does it feel like I'm not feeling anything at all?" Strange. Sensing that something was wrong, Lin Zixin hurriedly turned and asked, "Did something go wrong with Qinghan's fused gene?" The usual mask of indifference on Yuan Dongji's face cracked apart as she muttered in alarm. How could this be? Could Qinghan's gene fusion have failed? Like a bolt from the blue, Shen Qinghan's eyes widened as she stared ahead in shock. The process of receiving the royal gene code had indeed broken down. However, calling it a complete failure would still be going too far. Sensing that something was off, the sharp-minded boy immediately pressed. "What do you mean?" After steadying herself, Yuan Dongji began analyzing the issue. Under normal circumstances, when the gene of a mutant beast is injected into the heart, as long as there isn't a severe rejection reaction, it is considered a successful gene fusion. As long as rejection does not occur, with the support of the various medicines in the gene syringe, one's own genes will quickly begin fusing with the mutant beast genes on their own, thereby granting part of the mutant beast abilities. In the microscopic spiritual space, the Blue Spectre Jellyfish King's gene code was glowing with a violent crimson light, while Qinghan's genome carried a gentle blue hue. The strange part is this. Those two streams of antibodies have blended together in a very odd way. There's no violent conflict at all, but they also absolutely refuse to join as one. After pondering briefly, Lin Zixin could not help asking, "Vice Principal Yuan, what exactly does that mean?" Yuan Dongji took a deep breath and explained in detail, "My spiritual power can sense that Qinghan's genes seem to possess an independent awareness. They are surrounding the Blue Spectre Jellyfish King's genes, hemming them in and restricting their freedom. At the same time, whenever part of the Blue Spectre Jellyfish King's genes instinctively tries to fuse, Qinghan's genes directly kill it, turning it into fragmented genetic matter and completely absorbing it as nutrients. The current situation is that the Blue Spectre Jellyfish King's genes have been deprived of freedom. I've never encountered anything like this before." Suddenly, the little girl on the bed let out a frightened scream. "Zixin, Master, my hair is changing color." Both Lin Zixin and Yuan Dongji turned to look, then fell speechless. The vice principal muttered, "That is one of the outward traits of the Blue Spectre Jellyfish's genes. But the fusion clearly failed, so why is the Blue Spectre Jellyfish gene still manifesting?" Seizing the moment, Lin Zixin stepped forward and asked rapidly, "Hanin, do you feel anything strange happening in your body?" She shut her eyes and carefully examined her body, then reported, "I feel like there's something extra inside me. I can sense it, and I think I can control it too." Without the slightest hesitation, Yuan Dongji sent her spiritual sense into her disciple's meridians once again. Shock surged through her mind. She could sense it, she could control it, and her manipulation was so smooth and precise. If this didn't count as a successful gene fusion, then what on earth did? Or were there still hidden corners her spiritual waves had yet to reach? With that doubt in mind, she gave an authoritative order. "Qinghan, what you're sensing as that extra thing in your body is the Blue Spectre Jellyfish King's gene. Now try using your spiritual power to control it and make it go to sleep." Shen Qinghan nodded obediently. "I'll try." A second later, her master continued in a clear voice. After that, try making it manifest outwardly, closing her eyes and and focusing her mind, Shun Qinghan began manipulating that unfamiliar power. Instantly, Yuan Dongji was overwhelmed with excitement. She recalled how Li Moyu and Ma Shiwei, both famed as heaven's favored children, had still needed half a month after surgery before they barely learned how to suppress their beast genes. Yet Qinghan had grasped the method in a single breath. Unable to bear the suspense, Lin Zixin broke the silence. So what exactly is going on with Henin now? A satisfied smile spread across Yuan Dongji's usually stern face. With deliberate mystery, she said, I have one piece of good news and one piece of bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Without hesitation, Shun Qinghan answered timidly, then the bad news first. Returning to her dignified bearing, Yuan Dongji said gravely, the bad news is that you may never be able to become a gene fusion user. The room froze for a heartbeat. Then she dropped the second bombshell. But the good news is that you are at a higher level, stronger than a gene fusion user. You don't need to fuse with genes to do what only gene fusion users can do, and you may even do it better. Her steel-like words continued. To be specific, your genes can enslave the mutant beast genes injected into you. Without fusing with mutant beast genes, you can still make them manifest outwardly and use their corresponding abilities. You also don't need to worry about suffering backlash from mutant beast genes. You remain a pure-blood human. Up to now, no pure-blood human has ever been found capable of breaking the shackles of ordinary life forms and evolving into a higher life form. But you are very likely to become the first person on Earth to evolve into a higher life form, while still retaining the body of a pure-blood human. The happiness came so suddenly that Shun Qinghan trembled as she stammered, I really can. Rare gentleness appeared in Yuan Dongji's eyes. If pure-blood humans truly can break the shackles of ordinary life forms, then the first to do it will definitely be you. Hearing this, Lin Zixin's brows twitched slightly as he silently began calculating. Ignoring his dissatisfied look, the teacher continued laying things out. Although Qinghan is not a gene fusion user, her main path for increasing her strength will still inevitably be related to mutant beast genes. So from now on, outwardly, Qinghan will still be treated as a gene fusion user. The two of you must not tell this secret to anyone, including your parents. After a pause, she added, Qinghan, your gene enslavement ability still has many aspects that need to be studied. From now on, if you don't have anything else to do, come to my office every night at 8. We'll research it together. Receiving such immense favor, Shun Qinghan answered respectfully, Yes, I understand. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, nearly half a month had passed. In the quiet space of the dormitory, Lin Zixin sat cross-legged in meditation, calming his breath. Surging currents of blood and qi flowed through his veins in powerful, yet steady cycles, like a flood dragon coiled asleep beneath a layer of ice. Just then, a joyful voice suddenly cut through the misty steam of the bathroom. Zixin, I have good news to tell you. His sharp eyes flew open, and he rushed to the bathroom door. What good news? Behind the curtain of steam, Shun Qinghan stood with her back to him, smiling brightly. I can use my spiritual power to control water now. As soon as she spoke, her slender finger traced lightly through the air. At once, the water in the sink rose and floated in midair, winding into a transparent ribbon that danced gracefully without spilling a single drop. Staring at the wondrous display, Lin Zixin froze for a moment. She had only just started learning to manipulate the water element, yet he blurted out in astonishment, And you can already control it this smoothly? Your talent is honestly so strong, it's almost ridiculous. The girl's cheeks flushed faintly with embarrassment, but her mouth still stubbornly put on an air of lofty calm. It's nothing special. Her hand shifted, and the ribbon of water instantly accelerated, curling into a provocative miniature vortex. I'm even more impressive than that. I can control the blood and qi inside other people's bodies from a distance. My master said that lightly. I can throw their blood and qi into disorder. Heavily, I can make them burst their blood vessels and die on the spot. This explosive revelation struck Lin Zixin's ears like thunder, making his pupils contract violently. He cried out, "If you can control other people's blood and qi from a distance, then you should also be able to control your own blood and qi from a distance, and use it for for body cultivation. In contrast to his excitement, Shun Qinghan replied gloomily, discouragement plain in every word. But my master said my blood and chi, strength, and physical talent are both too weak. I can't walk the path of a pure-blood human. Unwilling to let her talent go to waste, Lin Zixin encouraged her with all his heart. Hanin, you and I are both special existences. Things normal people can't do, we might be able to do. Besides, I'll teach you, so just try. The girl's heart skipped a beat and her chest fluttered. The phrase, "we are both special existences," kept dancing in her mind. Could Lin Zixin be using this as an excuse to confess to her? The thought filled her with fierce enthusiasm, and she declared boldly, "You're right. We're special people. I can definitely use blood and chi to temper my body too." From that moment on, his time was poured into coaching her, gritting his teeth as he guided her in controlling blood and chi to nourish the flesh. And then, the day of harvest finally came. The room erupted with Shun Qinghan's shrill cry of delight. Success! Zixin, I've mastered the blood-tempering art. Standing there and looking at the satisfying result before him, another tidal wave of shock slammed into Lin Zixin's mind. He had only been tossing out a stone to test the waters, yet the seed of a miracle had actually sprouted this brilliantly. This girl's life form rank had only been stuck at ordinary second tier, yet she had easily shattered the barrier of the blood-tempering art, which was notoriously demanding and normally required blood and chi to reach at least ordinary fourth tier. This bizarre situation completely overturned the limited understanding he had painstakingly built up. Shun Qinghan threw herself at him and wrapped her arms around him, her face glowing with extreme excitement. Zixin, I can enslave mutant beast genes and gain mutant beast abilities. You can devour mutant beast flesh and gain mutant beast abilities, and you can also walk the path of a pure-blood human. This time, we really are a peerless pair of prodigies. And, just as she said, in less than half a month since Shun Qinghan began training in the blood-tempering art under him, she had successfully broken through and completed the first stage of body tempering. At the same time, her life form rank jumped straight from ordinary second tier to ordinary third tier. Leaning back against the bed, Lin Zixin pondered quietly. It seemed it was about time to take Han-Nin outside for some real combat experience. Let her taste a little blood and sharpen her temperament. His eyes swept over the external mission board. Capture a 21-man drug trafficking gang, armed with firearms. No mechanical modifiers. No gene fusion users. Operation site, outskirts of Shanghai City. Reward points, 50. His tapping finger stopped. He decided on that mission. At 9 that night, in the main hall of Shanghai City Public Security Headquarters, a guard spoke up to confirm. These two are students from Shanghai University. They accepted an external mission and are here to assist with the case. Immediately, the captain stepped forward, his eyes lighting up as he sized up the boy before him. This male student is none other than the second highest scorer in the Namjiang Province College entrance exam. The moment the introduction ended, the nearby guards broke into surprised murmurs, praise, and astonishment spreading around them. So, it's him, the second highest scorer in the Namjiang Province entrance exam. What a talented young man, with limitless prospects. He's even more handsome in person than in the photos. Welcome, welcome. The captain beamed, pride mixed into his tone. I have an adopted son who also enrolled as a freshman at Shanghai University this year. He got in as the province's top scorer and is also a student in the genius class. His voice dipped with a trace of regret. It's just a pity that classmate Zixin, with talent as high as yours, joined Tianren Pavilion. Otherwise, you could have entered the genius class too and become classmates with my adopted son. Leaning in closer, he patted Lin Zixin on the shoulder and whispered like an elder giving advice. Really, take a word from your uncle here. While it's still early, withdraw from Tianren Pavilion and focus on the Evolutionary Academy instead. Then, switching back to a spirited tone, he revealed, for tonight's operation, I also invited my adopted son to come help. You can take this chance to get acquainted with him. If any upperclassmen bully you at school later, just tell him. He'll definitely step in. Just then, a loud voice rang out from the entrance. Dad, I'm here. The captain slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. Speak up, Gao Gao, and Gao Gao Adi. A long-haired young man with a rakish air walked into the hall, immediately drawing countless admiring looks and whispered comments. Is that the captain's adopted son? He really does have extraordinary bearing. Feng Feixiong Sure is lucky having a provincial top scorer for an adopted son. He's bound to rise in the headquarters from now on. The captain greeted him enthusiastically and patted the young man's shoulder approvingly. Xiao Jian, I heard your father say that a few days ago you advanced to ordinary 5th tier? That's really impressive. Luo Yongjian curled his lips into a faint, prideful smile. It's fine, just normal evolution speed. The captain pointed toward the two newly arrived students. In tonight's operation, besides you, there are also two freshmen from Shanghai University. One of them is even a very pretty girl. Let me bring you over to meet them. Hearing the words, very pretty girl, Luo Yongjin's mind immediately started racing. He thought to himself that this was another perfect chance to show off. But the moment his eyes turned toward them, his whole body suddenly stiffened like stone. His heart cried out in misery. Why is it Lin Zixin and Shen Qinghan? Then what's the point of acting cool at all? Unaware of his adopted son's abnormal reaction, the captain still enthusiastically introduced them. Xiao Jian, let me introduce you. This one is from Namjiang province. Noticing Luo Yongjin's pale face, he asked with concern, Xiao Jian, are you not feeling well? Why do you look so awful? Standing across from them, Shen Qinghan leaned toward Lin Zixin and whispered, so it's him, the one you one-shot with a single kick during the opening trial. Lin Zixin gave a faint grunt in acknowledgement. Called out on the spot, Luo Yongjin scratched his head awkwardly and patched things up. It's nothing. I just ran into people I know, so I was a little surprised. The captain stared wide-eyed. You know the two of them? Forcing out a smile, Luo Yongjin hurried forward and redid the introductions himself. This beautiful young lady is the provincial top scorer of Namjiang, my classmate. And the guy standing beside her is the second-ranked scorer of Namjiang and also Shanghai University's freshman king this year. He swallowed and emphasized further, trying to salvage a little face. Brother Shin single-handedly crushed the entire genius class during the opening trial, overwhelming everyone to take the title of freshman king. He's also the strongest one ever. Having been praised up into the clouds, Lin Zixin waved a hand and answered lightly, you're exaggerating. I only barely got it because I happen to be in a good mood. Be a little more modest for me. Luo Yongjin forced a dry laugh and went along with it. Haha, whatever Brother Shun says. Standing rooted to the spot, the captain gaped in shock. A mere second-ranked scorer from Namjiang province actually possessed such terrifying strength? It turned out he had been looking down on a living Buddha this whole time. At 11 that night, a thin mist shrouded the convoy of armored vehicles rumbling toward the outskirts. Sitting in the transport compartment, the officer in command began issuing instructions. We are now on our way to the hideout of a drug trafficker. Put on this bulletproof gear to protect yourselves. Lin Zixin indifferently pushed the armor aside and refused. I won't be needing it. Seeing that, Luo Yongjin lifted his chin and acted equally nonchalant. I don't need it either. Mere bullets can't possibly hurt me. Though that was what he said aloud, inwardly, he was making his own calculations. Even if he couldn't compare to that monster of a freshman king, he was still the province's top scorer. Later, he needed to show off a little and let these ordinary police officers see just how terrifying a genius-class student could be. At an abandoned industrial park standing alone on the outskirts, the air was thick with the smell of rust and old machine oil. Several armored vehicles screeched to a halt before the factory gates. The moment the doors opened, armed security personnel poured out, spreading into formation and quickly surrounding the warehouse. Inside, panic shouts immediately rang out and shattered the night. The police are here. Run. Another voice snarled in despair and madness. If we get caught, we're dead anyway. Fight them. Gunfire erupted at once, sharp and ceaseless. Bullets tore through the air and poured toward the factory entrance. Suppressed by the firepower, the police group had no choice but to retreat in haste, taking cover behind concrete pillars and shipping containers. Amid the storm of bullets, Lin Zixin calmly walked out. He neither lowered himself nor bothered looking for cover. He simply strode straight into the blazing battlefield with his head held high, as leisurely as if he were taking a walk through a rain shower, only complaining that the noise was a bit irritating. Hidden behind cover, Luo Yongjin clenched his teeth so hard they creaked and cursed inwardly. He's just charging directly? He took a deep breath and recklessly rushed out from hiding as well. But the instant his body emerged from behind the concrete pillar, a burst of bullets immediately slammed into him with loud bangs. From behind him came his comrades' frantic shouts. Idiot, get back into cover. In complete contrast, the deadly bullets striking Lin Zixin's flesh bounced off as though they had hit a solid steel plate, clattering onto the concrete floor. One criminal who witnessed this absurd scene stared with bulging eyes and trembled as he blurted out, "He's immune to blades and bullets. They can't penetrate him." Under the flashes of gunfire and the thick smoke, Lin Zixin's figure advanced like an armored tank. In just a few breaths, he had already closed in on the enemy formation. Raising his hand, he brought down a savage punch and the force exploded like a meteor, smashing into the ground. Boom! One drug trafficker was blasted dozens of meters away, his whole body smashing into the wall and breaking apart. Another unlucky man clutched his head and begged in terror, Don't kill me." Lin Zixin was like a machine built to crush flesh, charging left and right through the enemy encirclement. Every step he took dropped another figure to the ground. Cries and pleas for mercy rang out nonstop. "I surrender. Don't kill me." In the midst of despair, one man with bloodshot eyes clung to his last shred of madness, yanked the pin from a grenade, and screamed hysterically, "I'll use a grenade. I'm dragging you all down with me." Boom! A deafening explosion tore through the night as fierce flames burst outward. The savage shockwave swept everything around it, rolling up a thick curtain of dust that completely blocked vision. Several seconds passed before the smoke and dust gradually cleared. At the center of the blast, Lin Zixin still stood there proudly. The corner of his clothes was slightly singed, and there was a bit of dust in his hair, but there was not a single scratch on his body. Lightly brushing the dust from his shoulder, he said calmly, "Not bad. Saves us from having to spend too long cleaning up the scene." Deciding to stop there, he turned to look at Shun Qinghan, who was waiting for orders behind him. "I'll leave the rest to Han Nin for practice." "Han Nin, your turn." Receiving the order, Shun Qinghan strode forward. Her eyes sharpened, and an invisible wave of spiritual power silently spread out, covering the whole area. Without laying a finger on her enemies, she directly seized control of the blood and qi inside their bodies. The criminals who were struggling to get back up suddenly felt as if their blood vessels were being strangled shut, their hearts pounding wildly while their limbs went limp and powerless. One of them groaned in panic, "No, I can't move." A few stubborn ones tried to resist, but their bodies had already completely lost connection with their minds. Shun Qinghan gently raised a hand and gave a soft command carrying crushing weight. "Sleep." In an instant, the criminals' minds buzzed, their eyes rolled back, and they collapsed to the ground one after another like felled trees. The vast factory sank into deadly silence. A little later, a police officer ran over to report, "Captain, we found some very strange seeds in here." The three of them quickly went over to inspect them. Looking at the unusual objects, Lin Zixin frowned. As expected, they're demonic tree ancient seeds. "Looks like this is tied to the tree god cult again." According to the testimony pried from the criminals, about 2 months ago, a mysterious masked man had approached them and promised a rich reward if they would distribute these seeds. In the end, from drug traffickers, they had turned themselves into puppets spreading demonic seeds. With the mission complete, Lin Zixin turned to the officer in command and said goodbye. "My girlfriend and I still have some things to do back at school, so we'll head back first." The captain nodded. "I see. Then I'll find someone to send you back." Walking out of the warehouse, Lin Zixin silently calculated that if he wanted to stay alive, the best thing to do was keep far away from the mess of these troublesome heretical cults. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a strange sight. A sewer rat was busily scratching at the dirt, apparently doing something. He stopped and watched curiously. That thing was actually diligently planting demonic tree ancient seeds. A name flashed through his mind, the Rat God Cult. After grasping the situation, he turned to Shun Qinghan and instructed her, "Tell your teacher that the Rat God Cult may be colluding with the Tree God Cult and helping them spread the demonic tree ancient seeds." Startled, Shun Qinghan immediately obeyed. "Okay, I'll tell her right now." With that, she immediately pulled out her phone and dialed. "Hello, is this the captain? I have something to report." Watching her busily make the report, Lin Zixin nodded inwardly. Matters like these, where heretical cults were trying to patch the sky after breaking it, were best left to the public security forces and those higher life forms to handle. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Half a month later, the golden pair Lin Zixin and Shun Qinghan continued racking up success in missions, this time in dismantling a weapon smuggling ring. Over the next 3 days, he and Song Yian joined forces and captured a robber gang equipped with high-grade, first-tier mecha. In the blink of an eye, the first semester of their freshman year came to an end. Choosing to remain in the dormitory to cultivate, Lin Zixin finally reached the realm of major completion of the second body tempering. Just as he was feeling pleased with himself, Shun Qinghan suddenly pounced over, threw her arms around him, and shouted joyfully, "Zixin, I've reached major completion of the first body tempering." The news left Lin Zixin astonished. "That fast? You've only been cultivating the blood tempering art for 3 months, and you've already reached major completion of the first body tempering. That talent has far surpassed ordinary people." Shun Qinghan smiled shyly, but immediately afterward her face fell. But didn't you say that after reaching major completion of the first body tempering, one's life form rank should evolve to ordinary 9th tier? Why am I only at ordinary 6th tier? Lin Zixin rubbed his chin thoughtfully and analyzed inwardly. Could it be that her physical talent was simply too weak, while her ability to control blood and qi was too strong, so the body she tempered still didn't gain enough raw physical strength? Seeing him remain silent, the girl sighed gloomily. Then doesn't that mean I'll never be able to catch up to you? Her complaint made Lin Zixin laugh inwardly. If a game-breaking cheater like me could be caught by you, then you'd be the real monster. The next day, as soon as he arrived at the research institute, Song Yuyin rushed over and grumbled, "Just how are you supposed to open this acupoint, anyway?" Lin Zixin rubbed between his brows and pondered aloud. Could it be that you have to complete body tempering 5 times before you can open an acupoint? Hearing that theory, Song Yuyin hurriedly waved her hands. No way. If that's true, ordinary people basically wouldn't be able to cultivate it all. Not wanting to stay stuck on a dead end, she switched topics in a gossiping tone. Come on, let's talk about something fun. I've got a story for you. Do you know how messy our school leaders' private lives are? Let me tell you. Knowing full well how much a senior love gossip, Lin Zixin immediately raised a hand to stop her. Right, Sister Yuyin, how many points do I have with you now? Interrupted mid-story, Song Yuyin answered with some disappointment. Using my account, you and I accepted a lot of high-level missions. We earned quite a few points. Altogether, it's 2,400 now. The number made Lin Zixin's eyes light up. The meat of a 10,000 poison marten cost 20 points per gene. That was enough to buy a full 99 gene and completely unlock its entry in the bestiary. After thinking it through, he said, Sister Yuyin, I want to buy 99 gene of 10,000 poison marten meat. Please help me place the order in the point store. Song Yuyin stared at him in curiosity. What do you need that much for? Knowing he couldn't explain it clearly, he could only answer vaguely. It's not very convenient to say. Seeing that he wanted to keep it private, she didn't press further. All right, I'll place the order. As soon as the order went through, dozens of gene of 10,000 poison marten meat were delivered straight to the research institute. To keep things secret, Lin Zixin carefully carried the entire haul back to his dorm, preparing for the devouring process. The moment his fingertips touched the meat fibers, the familiar system notification rang out repeatedly in his mind. Ding! System notification. You have devoured a large amount of the 10,000 poison marten's life essence. 10,000 poison marten bestiary entry. 100. You have successfully unlocked the 10,000 poison marten entry and obtained the biological trait, immunity to all poisons. Immunity to all poisons. Your resistance to toxins has increased significantly. After obtaining a new superpower, Lin Zixin's reckless streak flared up again. He decided to use his own body as a test subject and swallowed a dose of paralyzing neurotoxin to verify it. 2 tense hours passed, yet his body remained completely normal, without the slightest sign of paralysis. The experiment had been a complete success. The neurotoxin truly could not do anything to his poison-immune body. Soon after, Lin Zixin escorted Shen Qinghan to see Vice Principal Yuan again for the second injection of mutant beast genes. Before starting, Yuan Dongji carefully reminded her, "Before the injection, I need to check the current state of your Azure Jellyfish King genes first, to see whether they're suitable for a second mutant beast gene." But the scan results made her eyes widen in shock. What's going on here? Why has your biological rank evolved so quickly from ordinary 2nd tier to ordinary 6th tier? Shen Qinghan obediently reported her progress. I cultivated the blood tempering art. A few days ago, I completed the first major stage of body tempering, and after that my biological rank advanced to ordinary 6th tier. Yuan Dongji frowned deeply, her face full of confusion. How did you manage that? Without hiding anything, Shen Qinghan explained honestly. I used the Azure Jellyfish King's water control ability to control my blood qi. After hearing the explanation, Yuan Dongji could not help but sigh in admiration, looking at her disciple as if she were a priceless gem. Qinghan, you really are a genius. Your constitution is incredibly strong. In the future, you'll definitely become humanity's most powerful strategic weapon. Cutting off her own emotions, she returned to the main matter. Enough talk. I'll inject these 5 mutant beast genes into you and see what happens. Are there any limits on the number and attributes of genes you can enslave? As she prepared the equipment, she quickly listed the attributes of each type. Golden Moon Demon Butterfly, metal attribute, possesses extremely powerful illusion abilities. Red spider lily insect, wood attribute, possesses extremely powerful camouflage abilities. Flying armored earth dragon, earth attribute, possesses extremely powerful defense. Hellfire lizard, fire attribute, possesses extremely powerful burning abilities. Living death salamander, water attribute, possesses extremely powerful self-healing abilities. After finishing her detailed explanation, Yuan Dongji picked up the syringe. Qing'an, I'm starting the injections now. Shun Qing'an drew in a breath and nodded seriously. Okay. The moment the needle was withdrawn, Yuan Dongji immediately released her mental power to monitor the changes inside Shun Qing'an's body. What she saw made her click her tongue in amazement. As soon as it entered the body, the flying armored earth dragon gene was instantly suppressed and wiped out, then broken down into nutrients to supplement Qing'an's body. The same thing happened to the hellfire lizard, the red spider lily insect, and the golden moon demon butterfly. They were completely helpless before the overwhelming power of the primary genetic code. Only the water attribute gene of the living death salamander, which had been injected last, survived, but even it could only survive as a slave beneath Qing'an's genes. After analyzing the situation, Yuan Dongji drew a preliminary conclusion. At the moment, it seems only water attribute genes can be enslaved. To verify this hypothesis, I'll inject 3 more mutant beast genes with different water attributes and see what happens. Working quickly and neatly, she injected the remaining tubes and asked, "They're all in now. How do you feel?" Shen Qing'an held her chest, frowned, and complained, "Not very comfortable. It feels like I've overeaten." After checking again, Yuan Dongji nodded in confirmation. The 3 water attribute mutant beast genes I just injected were also killed and absorbed. It seems that, for now, you can only enslave 2 water attribute mutant beast genes. Having thought it all through, she gently explained the reason. Qing'an, right now, either your physical body isn't strong enough or your mental power isn't strong enough. That's why you can only enslave 2 water attribute mutant beast genes for now. Once your strength increases in the future, you'll definitely be able to enslave more. That piece of good news made Shen Qing'an beam with delight. That's great. I'll work hard and keep training. Turning to the new ability, Yuan Dongji winked meaningfully. The living death salamander gene you just enslaved can give you the ability to secrete a kind of mucus, besides having extremely strong healing effects. This mucus also has exceptionally good lubricating properties. If the two of you ever need it in the future, then you can. The suggestive words from their teacher made both young faces instantly burn bright red. Ignoring her student's embarrassment, Yuan Dongji continued with an important reminder. Also, the freshman competition this year will be held earlier than usual. It'll take place in mid-January, at the end of this semester. Qing'an, I'm really looking forward to your performance. I hope you can make the top 5 and earn the chance to participate in the special summer training program. Shen Qing'an pulled herself out of her embarrassment and answered seriously. Understood, master. I'll do my best. Hearing this, Lin Zixin also grew inwardly doubtful. The freshman competition was being moved up. At noon that day, Shun Qing'an returned to the dorm with Li Suxin, both hands full of bags. The moment they stepped through the door, Li Suxin grinned apologetically. "Sorry to trouble you two again." Lin Zixin waved his hand and warmly welcomed her. "What do you mean trouble? Come over whenever you want." Gomein, glancing at the pile of bags, he asked curiously, "Why are your hands full of so many bags?" Li Suxin excitedly showed them off. "Our family's clothing store just got a new shipment a few days ago. I saw a few matching outfits that would really suit you and Henin, so I brought them over for you too. I already washed all these clothes, so try them on and see if they fit." As she pulled the clothes out, she chirped, "Come on, you too, put them on so I can take pictures. I'll use your photos as models for the online shop, and it'll definitely be a huge success." Realizing what was going on, Shun Qing'an laughed and teased her. "Oh, so that was your plan?" Li Suxin winka mischievously. Hee, just conveniently. While snapping photo after photo, she kept praising them. "So cool. This set looks amazing, absolutely perfect. With couple outfits like these, who wouldn't want to buy them?" After quite a while of posing and taking photos, Lin Zixin finally escaped his fate as a model. He walked over to the dining table. "Finally done? Come eat. The food's going to get cold." The two girls answered in unison, "Coming." As she scooped rice, Shun Qing'an grumbled angrily. "Zixin, on the way back to the dorm with Suxin, we ran into a nasty senior. She was relying on her strength to try to snatch the shopping bags from me and Suxin. If she hadn't recognized me as your girlfriend, she probably really would have robbed us." Li Suxin also added bitterly, "She's the senior I told you about about last time. The one who keeps borrowing my cosmetics and never returns them. She came here because of me, and then just got dragged into it. Because of me. Fury rose in Shun Qinghan at once, and she slammed her chopsticks on the table. That's too much. After we eat, we're going to get justice for you. Li Suxin hurriedly shook her head to stop her. Forget it. She's a member of the student council, and her boyfriend ranks high on the standings. We can't afford to provoke them. Shen Qinghan lifted her chin confidently. What is there to be afraid of? We got Zishan. Lin Zishan also nodded calmly in support. I'll go with you. At that hour, all the second-year students were gathered in the arena for martial training classes. As soon as the trio of Lin Zishan appeared, the atmosphere in the arena instantly grew noisy, whispers rising everywhere. Isn't that the freshman, King? Yeah, I think his name is Lin Zishan. What's he doing here? Is he looking for trouble? Looking around, Li Suxin quickly found the target. She pointed toward a corner of the arena. Zishan, it's that girl with the wine-red hair over there. Her name is Li Ziki. Walking up in front of the other party, Lin Zishan asked politely but firmly, "My friend said you borrowed 2 makeup items from her and never returned them. Is that true?" The red-haired woman frowned in irritation and snapped back. "What do you mean, borrowed and not returned? You make it sound like I wanted to rob her. Once I'm done using them up, of course I'll return them." She curled her lip disdainfully. "It's just some cosmetics I borrowed from her. Why make such a fuss? So stingy. Besides, I didn't use her stuff for free. I gave her all my own cosmetics." Angered, Li Suxin flushed red and retorted, "Every time you take something from me, it's completely new, but the things you give me are almost all used up." Li Ziki sneered and shot a look at the girl beside her. "When I returned them, there was obviously still plenty left, right? Fei? You know that too." The girl called Fei hurriedly chimed in. That's right. There was obviously a lot left then." Their shameless lies infuriated Li Suxin to the point of madness. "You're being completely unreasonable." Seeing the tension rise, Lin Zishan raised a hand to stop Li Suxin. He turned to a nearby teacher and asked respectfully, "Teacher, I remember the school seems to advocate the rule that the strong prevail over the weak. How exactly should that rule be understood? Does it mean the strong can trample the weak however they want?" The teacher explained gently, "It's not quite that extreme. At Shanghai University, the weak may challenge the strong without needing any reason. If the strong want to challenge the weak, they must first obtain the weaker party's consent. As for determining strength, if there's a ranking list, then we go by the ranking list. If there isn't, then we go by year level." After a pause, he added, "Oh, and one more thing. Issuing a challenge requires both sides to put up an equal amount of credits. The winner takes all the points both sides put in. If the other side refuses, then only the minimum of 1 point has to be paid." Lin Zishan nodded, as if he understood. "In other words, I can challenge her right now without any conditions." Those sharp words of challenge made the red-haired girl jump in alarm. She stammered defensively, "You're a guy with a physical advantage. Are you really going to bully a girl like me?" Though she sounded tough, inwardly, she was already panicking. Her biological rank was only ordinary 5th tier. She definitely wasn't his opponent. Seeing through her fear, Lin Zishan turned to Shen Qinghan and said lightly, "Henin, go challenge her." Shen Qinghan blinked in surprise, then quickly nodded. "Okay, got it." This sudden turn of events stunned Li Suxin. Worried, she tugged at Lin Zishan's sleeve and whispered, "Zishan, this senior is using a provocation tactic. Don't let Henin go up there. Henin has always been at the bottom of the class like me. If she goes up now, won't she just get bullied again?" Unlike her friend's panic, Shen Qinghan smiled reassuringly, her tone brimming with absolute confidence. "Suxin, don't worry. I can beat her." The determination and excitement in her eyes eased Li Suxin's anxiety somewhat, and her own eyes lit up as if someone had rekindled a flame of hope in them. Without hesitating for even half a second, Shen Qinghan bent her knees, sprang into the air, and landed neatly in the center of the arena. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, her bearing upright and brimming with killing intent. She looked genuinely cool beyond words. Standing among the crowd below the stage, Li Suxin could not help blurting out excitedly, "You suddenly look so cool." A first-year genius class girl like Shen Qinghan had openly and loudly challenged a second-year senior from the evolution class. The moment her challenge left her mouth, the entire arena seemed to explode, and the crowd instantly erupted into heated whispers. One male student widened his eyes in astonishment and elbowed the friend beside him. "She's gorgeous." The The other boy nodded in admiration. Not just gorgeous, she's cool too. In stark contrast to the crowd's excitement, the red-haired senior Lee Ziki on the opposite side narrowed her eyes, the corners of her mouth twitching. She felt as if her pride had just been trampled by some brat. Damn it, she cursed inwardly. Where did this little girl get the confidence to say she could beat me? Lee Ziki let out a cold snort and leaped up onto the arena with a threatening air. Her boots slammed against the floor with a heavy thud, radiating pressure. Looking down from above, she mocked with utter contempt. You're just a walking vase, that's all. Little sister, if you want to challenge me, then let's make it interesting. Curling her lips into a provocative half-smile, she waved her hand grandly. I'll put up 10 points. The referee standing beside them cleared his throat and confirmed, since both sides have discussed it, are you ready to establish the challenge? Shen Qinghan showed not the slightest fear and answered calmly, fine by me. I'll also put up 10 points. The referee raised his hand high and asked in a ringing voice, are both sides ready? Their sharp gazes met in midair, and both replied at once, ready. Challenge begins. The moment the final syllable fell, Shun Qinghan immediately bent her knees and lowered her center of gravity slightly. Unlike the flashy warm-ups people expected, she took only a single step forward. Yet that one step alone was enough to close the distance between her and the red-haired girl, making the air around them feel compressed to the point of suffocation. Shin Qinghan did not rush to launch a physical attack. Her eyes were as calm as a deep lake. At a single thought, an invisible, formless wave of mental power spread out like a web, directly winding its way around the surging blood chi within her opponent's body and locking it down. As for Lee Ziki, she had just been preparing to rush forward with a preemptive strike when her face suddenly turned deathly pale. What was happening? She frowned in panic. A wave of dizziness struck, leaving her mind spinning. Worse still, her limbs abruptly stiffened as though filled with lead, and she lost all control over them. Her whole body seemed frozen in place. She could not move even half a step. In the instant her opponent was still struggling helplessly, Shun Qinghan's figure had already flashed close. Without any flashy movement, she lifted her right leg high, used the force of a turn, and unleashed a perfectly clean, powerful roundhouse kick. Bang! The kick landed with a dull, heavy sound. Lee Ziki took the blow head-on. Her whole body lifted into the air and hurled off the stage. Her figure traced a rather neat parabola before dropping with a thud outside the edge of the arena. The entire arena fell silent. Hundreds of eyes bulged wide, mouths hanging open in speechless shock. The only question repeating in the crowd's mind was, since when had Han Nin become this strong? In the spectator seats, Lee Ziki's roommate had gone pale as a sheet. Trembling, she pulled her phone from her pocket and frantically dialed, stammering in fear. Jean Mingyu, Ziki got kicked and might have a concussion. Hurry to the gym right now. From the other end came a hurried male voice. I'm coming immediately. Outside the arena stage, Lee Ziki struggled to get back up. She looked up with bloodshot eyes at the proud young woman standing on the platform, venom dripping from every word between her teeth. You've provoked serious trouble this time. At the same moment, in a sealed training room, waves of praise were echoing nonstop. Li Moyu is so strong. Even 7th-tier gravity couldn't crush him. That's insane. Luo Yongjian has already lasted almost a full minute in the mental chamber and is still holding on. Ma Shiwei is amazing too. She got an S-rank evaluation in the reaction chamber. After the bell, signaling the end of training rang out, the homeroom teacher stepped to the center of the room and clapped to get everyone's attention. That last session was more intense and consumed quite a bit of energy. Rest for a bit first. I've just received notice from the Academic Affairs Office that your freshman competition has been moved forward to January 18th. The sudden news made the students break into noisy whispers. Why so suddenly? Leaning against the wall, Li Moyu lifted his chin and curled his lips into a smug smile. Earlier is fine too. I've been itching to beat Lin Zishan to a pulp. After several rounds of gene fusion, I've already evolved to ordinary 6th tier and am close to ordinary 7th tier. Lin Zishan hasn't done any gene fusion, so he's definitely far behind me. Hearing that, several students nearby joined in. Lin Zishan still hasn't gone through gene fusion. His strength has probably already been left far behind by those three. What pure-blood human path? It's obviously just wasting his talent. Standing not far away, Ma Shiwei frowned slightly, clearly disgusted by the herd mentality of the crowd, and coldly cut off the discussion. Everyone has their own path. Don't judge others so casually. Reminded like that, those students shrank their necks and replied awkwardly. Sweeping her gaze around the training room, Ma Shiwei suddenly noticed the absence of someone familiar. Today was the class's first practical session in the high-level training room, and yet a model student like Shun Qinghan was not present. That was truly unusual. Curious, she walked over to the homeroom teacher. "Teacher, why didn't Shun Qinghan come to class?" The teacher flipped through the roster and answered briefly. Shun Qinghan had something urgent to deal with, so she asked me for leave today. Just then, the training room door slammed open. A male student rushed in, panting hard, and excitedly announced the sensational news. Huge gossip, everyone. Lin Zixin took Shun Qinghan out to cause trouble. Shun Qinghan just beat the beauty queen of the second-year Evolution Academy flat on the floor downstairs. The most enthusiastic reaction came from the genius class students, who immediately urged one another, Quick, let's go downstairs and watch." Back in the arena area, Li Ziki was clutching one swollen side of her face and crying pitifully, My face is ruined. It's ruined. Shun Qinghan, you're so vicious. Why did you kick me in the face? And with such brutality, too." Having just jumped down from the stage, Shun Qinghan heard those cries and immediately looked guilty. She stammered, "Sorry, I couldn't control my strength properly." Seeing her friend at a disadvantage, Li Suxin hurried over, grabbed Shun Qinghan's hand, and advised, "Henin, it's just that she wasn't skilled enough. You didn't do anything wrong. There's no need to apologize to her." With that, she tugged Shun Qinghan along, intending to leave. Unexpectedly, Li Ziki sprang up like a starving leech, reached out, grabbed Shun Qinghan's sleeve, and snarled through gritted teeth. "You think you can hit someone and then just run? It won't be that easy." Smack! Lin Zixin stepped forward coldly and, without the slightest mercy, flung her hand away. Then he warned, "If your skills are inferior, then they're inferior. If you keep causing trouble, I'll have no choice but to make a move against you myself." Instead of fear, Li Ziki showed a vicious, challenging smile. "So what if you're the freshman king? If you got guts, challenge me right now. Hit me in the face, then." As if granting her bizarre wish, Lin Zixin shrugged and calmly accepted the challenge. Smack! Before she even had time to blink, he drove a crushing punch like a thunderbolt into the other side of her face. Pulling his hand back, Lin Zixin rubbed his knuckles and grumbled inwardly, "I've honestly never heard such a strange request before." Just then, shocked cries rose from the crowd. Li Ziki's boyfriend is here. He's a disciplinary inspector in the student council, Jin Mingyu. The moment she saw her backup arrive, Li Ziki immediately dropped her fierceness, threw herself in her boyfriend's arms, and burst into tearful grievances. "My face was ruined by them. They only aimed at my face when they attacked me." Looking at his girlfriend's swollen pighead face, Jin Mingyu roared in anger. "Junior, isn't it a bit too much to attack a female student's face this viciously?" Lin Zixin folded his arms over his chest, his tone utterly calm. "I think it's your girlfriend who went too far bullying new students. Don't talk nonsense without proof." Suddenly, Luo Yongjian pushed his way out of the crowd and spoke up loudly as a witness. "Brother, your girlfriend has been bullying ordinary first-year students. I've seen it happen plenty of times. How could there be no evidence?" Jin Mingyu glared at the troublemaker and threatened through clenched teeth. "You too lazy to waste words." Lin Zixin directly pointed at Jin Mingyu and cut through the nonsense. "If you want to seek justice for your girlfriend, then fight me right now. Otherwise, I'm leaving. I don't have time to waste with you." "You said that yourself." As if he had been waiting for exactly that, Jin Mingyu strode forward aggressively and growled out his stake. "I can put 300 points on this challenge. Kid, can you?" Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Zixin answered simply yes. His decisiveness made Ma Shiwei, who was watching from the side, exclaim in surprise, "Zixin actually accepted? He really dares?" Jin Mingyu's biological rank has already reached ordinary 7th tier. Standing beside her, Luo Yongjian stroked his chin and inwardly lamented, "Not bad. Why didn't I think of acting cool like this too?" Under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, the old instructor, serving as referee, swept his arm down, his voice ringing across the arena. "Challenge, begin." The moment Jin Mingyu stepped onto the stage, a chilling, killing intent spilled from his eyes. In an instant, the muscles all over his body swelled and bulged, ripping apart his uniform. Clumps of golden fur like a lion's mane sprouted densely along his arms and around his neck. A savage aura erupted from him, turning him into a ferocious beast newly awakened on the wild grasslands. Sensing the heavy biological pressure radiating from him, the students below couldn't help holding their breath, cold sweat pouring down as they whispered among themselves. That biological pressure is terrifying. How is Lin Zixin supposed to win? Jin Mingyu didn't waste another word. He let out a low growl and took the initiative to strike. His massive body turned into a streaking afterimage that tore through the air so fast that only a vague blur skimmed across the floor. In the blink of an eye, he was already right in front of Lin Zixin. Gathering all the power of his lion-type mutant beast in his right fist, Jin Mingyu drove a fierce punch straight at his opponent's face, the blow carrying a violent gale with it. Bang! The heavy fist hit its target with a dense, solid impact. Yet contrary to everyone's expectations of seeing someone sent flying, Lin Zixin stood there unmoving. He was as steady as a steel statue set in concrete and rooted into the ground. The very next second, a crisp, horrifying crack tore through the silence. Crack! Jin Mingyu's arm bones from the wrist all the way up to the upper arm were nearly crushed and shattered apart in that instant of collision. His eyes widened in terror, and then a miserable scream tore from his throat. Ah, my arm, my arm. The bone-deep pain hit him like a wave and completely crushed his will. He dropped straight to his knees on the arena stage, cold sweat soaking his forehead, facing the defeated man groaning before him. Lin Zixin could not even be bothered to spare him a glance. The boy's voice sounded calm and flat, as if he were reading a weather report. The fight is over. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Zixin casually flicked out a kick. But Jin Mingyu, the imposing lion from only seconds ago, now looked like a torn sack, sent flying off the stage and dropping to the ground amid the crowd's chaotic cries. Once again, the entire arena fell into eerie silence. Every student below the stage seemed frozen in fear. Leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, Luo Yongjian let out a sigh full of emotion. This scene really is way too familiar. Standing beside him, Lin Yu bit her lip and quietly pulled out her phone to dial a number. At that moment, only one threatening thought circled in her mind. Lin Zixin was so strong that he could instantly kill even an ordinary 7th-tier opponent. No, I have to become even stronger. The moment the call connected, she urgently pleaded, "Grandpa, I want to undergo a second mutant beast gene fusion." Tomorrow, on the arena stage, Lin Zixin slowly turned around, his calm gaze sweeping over the stunned, gaping faces in the stands. His steady voice echoed through the venue. "Starting today, I'll be taking paid commissions." He deliberately paused for a beat to draw in everyone's full attention, then announced clearly, "Whether you're a freshman or an upperclassman, as long as you offer credit points, I can challenge people on your behalf." That arrogant declaration was like a huge boulder smashing straight into a still lake. The entire arena instantly erupted into a storm of whispers and heated discussion. Luo Yongjian's eyes lit up like headlights, admiration overflowing from them. So freaking cool. He practically wanted to kneel on the spot. This is what real coolness looks like. I have to take him as my master. At the same time, in the solemn student council meeting room, one member slammed the table and shouted furiously, "This Lin Zixin is way too arrogant, way too disrespectful. How dare he say something like that in front of so many people? He even dares to hit council members." He took a deep breath to suppress his anger. This is a challenge to the authority of our student council. We have to deal with him severely. Beside him, a female student cautiously turned to the young man at the head seat, who was calmly sipping tea, and quietly asked for instructions. President, regarding how to deal with Lin Zixin. The one called President, Zhou Xiehong, leaned back slightly into his chair. His eyes were far deeper and steadier than the impulsive subordinates around him. Rotating the teacup in his hand, he curled his lip into a faint smile. Just a calf that doesn't fear the tiger, that's all. At a small, out-of-the-way drink stall on campus. Thanks to Li Suxin's networking, I officially landed my first order to fight on someone else's behalf. The client called herself Huingli. Through tears, The girl explained that she had been mentally and physically abused for a long time by a second-year senior named Huang Jimin, and had even had countless expensive clothes and designer bags extorted from her. The key point was that this Huang Jimin acted so brazenly because she relied on the fact that her older brother held a position in the student council. I set the price for this job at 11 credit points, naturally giving 1 point as commission to the intermediary, Li Suxin. With the target confirmed, I immediately set out to hunt. The next morning, the moment Huang Jimin saw Lin Zixin blocking her path, her heart skipped a beat. She loudly barked at him to put on a show of intimidation. What do you want? My brother is a member of the student council's external relations department. He has friends everywhere. Don't dig your own grave. She sounded tough on the outside, but inside she was screaming in fear, having recognized him as that monster disguised as an outstanding freshman who had been causing such a stir these past few days. Her survival instincts kicking in, she hurriedly raised both hands to shield her face and shrieked miserably, "I'm begging you, don't hit me. Even if you have to hit me, don't hit my face." Lin Zixin remained expressionless and jerked his chin toward the person beside him as he ordered, "Henin, I'll leave this one to you." Shen Qinghan nodded seriously. "Got it." Seeing Shen Qinghan roll up her sleeves and walk forward, Huang Jimin was scared out of her wits. She stumbled back several steps, shouting nonstop, "Stop! Stop right now! You can't hit me. If even one hair on my head is harmed, my brother absolutely won't let you off." Right then, a powerful shout came from the distance. "Who dares touch my little sister?" 3 tall, burly young men with murderous looks strode over. Leading them was a red-haired man named Huang Jarue, an ordinary 7th-tier biological life form. Seeing her savior appear, Huang Jimin acted like she had grabbed onto a lifeline. Pointing at Lin Zixin, she wailed loudly, "Brother, I clearly didn't offend him, but he wanted to hit me without saying a word. He's bullying me." Hearing his younger sister's grievance-filled complaint, Huang Jarue's face darkened with displeasure. He glared at Lin Zixin and warned in a low voice, "Lin Zixin, aren't you going a bit too far? Do you really think you're invincible, that no one can deal with you? Today we won't make an issue of this, but if there's a next time, don't blame us for not giving you face." The 2 lackeys behind him also began whispering among themselves. Since when were student council people this easy to talk to? Guess they don't dare offend the outstanding freshman. Looks like they can't beat him. Boring. Surrounded by them, Lin Zixin's expression remained flat and calm. He curled his lips slightly. His voice wasn't loud, but it was enough to crush all the surrounding noise. "Henin, do it." Receiving the order, Shen Qinghan nodded without the slightest hesitation. A sharp gleam flashed through her eyes. With a light push from her feet, her whole body shot toward Huang Jimin like an arrow. Huang Jimin had been standing there smugly behind her brother, but the moment she saw the attack coming, all color vanished from her face. She spun around frantically, about to clutch her head and run. "Brother, save me." Yet Shen Qinghan merely lifted her left arm indifferently. It looked like a casual dusting motion, but in the invisible space around them, a burst of mental power exploded outward. In an instant, the circulation of Huang Jimin's blood and qi was forcibly thrown into reverse, thrown into complete chaos. Her steps halted mid-motion. Her whole body stiffened as if she had been pinned in place. "Brother, why can't I move?" she cried out in despair. Seeing his beloved sister restrained right in front of him, the flames of rage inside Huang Jarue roared up. He let out a shrill bellow. "You want to die?" Then he transformed into a streaking afterimage and shot toward Shen Qinghan with blazing killing intent, trying to rescue his sister. But at the very moment his toes left the ground, Lin Zixin's eyelids lifted slightly. A monstrous, sky-covering biological pressure suddenly erupted from the young man's body, surging outward in rolling waves. Boom! The atmosphere grew so oppressive it felt ready to explode. Huang Jue, who had been charging forward, suddenly felt the space around him congeal, as if a giant mountain had dropped onto his shoulders. His legs trembled violently, his bones cracking under the pressure. Extreme shock flashed through his mind. This pressure, could there be a high-level life form here? That thought had barely formed when the invisible force slammed down and crushed his huge body straight into the ground. Bang! A heavy thud shook the concrete floor. Huang Jue was flattened like a frog, feeling as if every bone in his body was about to shatter into pieces. Gritting his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, he roared inwardly. So Lin Zixin really does have an expert backing him. Ignoring the older brother who was plastered to the ground, Shen Qinghan did not hesitate in the slightest. brightest. She calmly strode forward, lifted her leg high, and unleashed a sharp, sweeping kick. Huang Jimin had been standing there like a wooden statue and took the sweep head-on, tumbling straight to the ground. Thump! Her body rolled several times across the rough paving stones. When she finally stopped, her once pretty face had already swollen into a pig's head, covered in bloody scrapes. Sprawled on the ground, Huang Jue was still dizzy from the aftereffects of that pressure. He struggled to lift his head, his bloodshot eyes filled with utter confusion. What was that? What exactly just happened? That night, in the dim atmosphere of the student council room, Huang Jue, looking battered and miserable, respectfully reported the incident to Zhou Xiahong. At the time, we all felt that powerful biological pressure. It was definitely a high-level life form. No wonder Lin Zixin dared to be so arrogant. There must be someone backing him. Zhou Xiahong tapped his fingers against the tabletop and pondered in silence. If we still don't know who's behind him, then for the time being, everyone should stay away from Lin Zixin and observe quietly. If you absolutely must come into conflict with him, warn him verbally if you can. In short, avoid exchanging blows with him as much as possible. The core members all lowered their heads and obeyed in unison, understood. The next morning, in the principal's office, Ma Jinxia paced back and forth irritably and reprimanded. Vice Principal Yuan, the school grounds are being thrown into chaos by Lin Zixin now. He stopped walking and fixed a suspicious stare on the woman before him. This fight-for-hire service Lin Zixin has set up, was that your idea? Yuan Dongji was flipping through documents and didn't even look up as she casually denied it. No. She paused, then a trace of approval curled at the corners of her lips. But I quite like what Lin Zixin is doing. The students at this school have always been oppressed by the student council. The class division has become far too severe. That isn't good for the school's long-term development. It's time to break this deadlock. Hearing such blatant support, Ma Jinxiao was so furious that both his hands clenched into fists. His whole body trembled with rage, yet he could not vent it. Meanwhile, in a place completely cut off from the human world, 20,000 meters beneath Shanghai City, biological passage number 36, connected to the origin land, had finally entered a stable phase. The mass commander watched the energy graph, nodded, and gave the order. We can start transporting mutant beasts from the origin land over to this side now. But for the moment, only beasts below the high level can pass through. This newly opened biological passage lacks the necessary reinforcements, and its tolerance is limited. If high-level life forms enter, it could easily cause the passage to collapse. The biological passage is about to begin transmission. Everyone, stay focused and be ready. One moment of carelessness, and you'll be dragged in and torn apart. After warning his subordinates, the chrome-masked man silently strode toward the wildly twisting spatial vortex. His hands formed seals, and his mouth muttered ancient incantations in a low, eerie tone, each syllable sounding like a curse hissing up from hell. At the climax of the ritual, he spread his arms wide and shouted, tearing through the air itself, "Open for me!" As his roar fell, the wall of space before him shook violently. The sealed gate suddenly split open with a long slash, like a coarse cloth being brutally torn apart. In an instant, a torrent of chaotic, demonic sounds spilled over from the origin land. There were the furious roars of giant apes, the sky-rending cries of massive eagles, all mixed with countless wails and laments of ghostly souls, enough to make anyone's scalp go numb. Without delay, hideous swarms of mutant beasts began jostling and shoving their way out of the crack. One subordinate holding an energy scanner reported in alarm. More than 3,000 ordinary mutant beasts have already been transferred over. We're starting to lose control of them. Do we continue? Before the chrome-masked man could make a decision, the surface of the passage suddenly shook violently. Space warped and twisted, and the spectral light flickered like a candle in the wind. Realizing the danger, he hurriedly gave the order. The passage is unstable. Close it immediately. He clasped his hands together and shouted with all his strength, "Close for me." Under his forceful control, the spatial cracks slowly began to seal shut. But just as everyone finally let out a breath of relief, from the final gap of the nearly closed gate, two pale white hands suddenly reached out and clutched the torn edges. Those hands did not look like the rough, sinewy claws of a monster. They were slender, soft, and flawlessly fair, utterly out of place in this eerie setting. Then those delicate hands exerted force and ruthlessly tore the nearly sealed crack back open. Rip! Space was forcibly stretched apart once more, and the crow-masked man's face turned ashen. This is bad. From behind him, a giant with 3 eyes, a tri-eyed giant, stepped forward and asked in a deep, puzzled voice, "Divine Envoy, what is this?" The crow-masked man's eyes remained fixed on the widening crack, his tone turning hard with vigilance. "It looks like we need to prepare for a fierce battle." He swallowed dryly and slowly spoke the intruder's title. "It's the nine-tailed demon fox." To the horror of the underlings, a graceful young girl stepped out of the ruined passage. She possessed beauty so exquisite it could topple cities, with glossy black hair flowing down to her waist. Most striking of all was the pure white fox tail swaying gently behind her, every movement releasing waves of elegant, yet overwhelming demonic aura. She lifted her head and slowly looked around, her clear eyes like glazed jade, touched with a mysterious depth. "So, this is the legendary Earth?" Returning to the rhythm of school life. Thanks to the extremely satisfying public slapdown of Huang Jimin serving as a PR campaign, my fight for hire business suddenly took off like a kite in a strong wind. On average, I was steadily pulling in over 10 orders a day. In just half a month, I had raked in more than 200 lucrative commissions, pocketing over 3,000 credit points. Public opinion on campus split clearly into 2 camps. The students who had long been oppressed praised me as the light of righteousness, a messenger of justice who specialized in punishing local tyrants and bullies. The other camp, mostly jealous people, sneered that I was just a profit-obsessed businessman blinded by reward points. No matter how people gossiped, I ignored it all. The only thing I cared about now was the enormous number in my account, which kept growing bigger by the day. On a beautiful morning in the genius class, Shen Qinghan walked in wearing a bright smile. "Good morning, everyone." The entire class responded cheerfully in unison. "Good morning, Henin." Amid the lively crowd, one arm timidly lifted and waved. Its owner was Luo Yongjian, but in a miserable state, his face swollen like a pig's head and mottled with purple bruises. Seeing her classmate in such terrible shape, Shen Qinghan asked in shock, "Why is your face all swollen and bruised?" Luo Yongjian awkwardly tried to cover it up. "I fell on the way here." Before he could save face, Ma Shiwei mercilessly exposed the truth. "This idiot copied your fiancé and tried taking fight for hire jobs. In the end, he got beaten up by the student council." With his embarrassment turning into anger, Luo Yongjian cursed loudly. "Damn student council. They hit me instead of going after Lin Zixin. What kind of bullshit is that? Picking on the weak and backing off on the strong. Just wait until I grow up and get stronger. I'll settle the score with them." Ma Shiwei coldly dumped a bucket of cold water over him. "It's not just you who'll grow stronger. Your talent isn't much better than the student council people either." Seeing Luo Yongjian's dejected expression, she concluded with a warning. "You'd better drop it." She was right, though. The freshman tournament was about to begin, so he really should focus on the competition instead. Time flew by, and before they knew it, the opening day of the freshman tournament had arrived. The two of us, Lin Zixin and Shen Qinghan, crushed through our opponents like splitting bamboo and easily secured spots in the quarterfinals. Sitting in the honored seats, the dean of the Mechanical Institute stroked his beard and sighed. I really didn't expect Shen Qinghan to make it into the quarterfinals. Compared to the trial right after enrollment, her improvement is enormous. Sitting beside him, even Ma Zhanxia had to nod in agreement. Her progress is so great, it's a little hard to believe. But right after that, he clicked his tongue regretfully. What a pity. She's facing Shiwei this round. Otherwise, she would have had a chance to make the semifinals. At the center of the arena, the referee gave a sharp wave of his arm, his authoritative voice booming out. "Match, begin." The instant the command was given, both girls on stage erupted with power. They simultaneously activated the mutant beast genes hidden in their bloodlines, their auras surging violently as they officially entered a tense combat state. Ma Shiwei maintained the poise of someone who always took the initiative. She pressed off lightly with her heel, and her graceful figure immediately split into an afterimage, shooting straight toward her opponent at a speed that made hearts pound. Gasps rose from below the stage. Ma Shiwei has made her move, but at that critical moment, Shen Qinghan's gaze only flickered slightly. With nothing more than a passing thought in her mind, an invisible strand of spiritual power silently extended out and directly seized control of the blood and chi flowing inside Ma Shiwei's body. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness struck Ma Shiwei. making her head spin and the scene before her blur. She staggered back half a step, her eyes filled with disbelief as she exclaimed in panic, What is this?" The words caught in her throat as she realized the cruel truth. Has the blood and chi in my body been controlled? Ma Shiwei suddenly raised her head and fixed her horrified eyes on the girl standing opposite her. Shock crashed through her mind like a tsunami. Shun Qinghan, a girl long dismissed as nothing more than a decorative vase, could actually do something like this? While Ma Shiwei was still struggling in the mire of confusion, Shun Qinghan did not miss the golden opportunity. A sharp glint flashed through her eyes. With a light push from her toes, her slender body turned into an afterimage and shot forward. Without a single unnecessary motion, she aimed straight at Ma Shiwei's head and unleashed a decisive, sweeping kick carrying astonishing force. Boom! Faced with that thunderous strike, Ma Shiwei had completely lost the ability to resist. Her body took the kick head-on and was sent flying through the air like a half-deflated ball punted away. Lying sprawled on the cold ground outside the edge of the stage, Ma Shiwei's eyes remained wide open. Her mind was blank, with only one question repeating again and again like a broken recording. How is this possible? Below the stage, Ma Jinxia sprang to his feet as though launched by a spring. His aged face twisted with extreme worry, his mouth repeatedly murmuring his daughter's name, Shiwei. Beside him, Dean Lu Chuanwu was also gaping, his eyes bulging so wide they looked ready to fall out. Stroking his trembling beard, he silently lamented, "What is going on with this childhood sweetheart pair? Their family backgrounds are obviously both completely ordinary, so how are they both such geniuses?" In stark contrast to the commotion below, Shun Qinghan stood on the stage in a daze like a statue. She blinked her big eyes, looked down at her hands, then up at her opponent's battered figure on the ground, a strange confusion rising in her heart. Even she could hardly believe the truth herself. Did I really just beat Ma Shiwei that easily? Time slipped through the fingers like sand. In the blink of an eye, the 10-minute break was over and the semifinals officially began. The opening match was none other than an internal showdown between Lin Zixin and Shun Qinghan. The moment the two familiar figures stepped onto the stage side by side, the atmosphere below instantly exploded into excited cheers. Standing opposite the young man, Shun Qinghan smiled brightly, her peach blossom eyes curving like crescent moons as she spoke in a clear, cheerful voice. "Shaoshan, this is the first time we've stood on an arena stage and sparred since we met." Lin Zixin slipped both hands into his pockets, the corners of his lips rising into a warm smile as he replied, "Then please enlighten me." Seeing the affectionate interaction between the young couple, the referee cleared his throat, chopped his hand through the air, and announced loudly, "Match begin." On the arena stage, the battle unfolded according to a bizarre script no one had ever seen before. Lin Zixin remained as calm and composed as ever. While gently neutralizing each of Shun Qinghan's fierce attacks, he leisurely pointed out her mistakes like a master instructing his disciple. "Just now, you shouldn't have kicked, you should have thrown a punch. That way, your force would have been more stable." After forcing her back a short distance, he clasped his hands behind his back and continued the live combat lesson. "And that punch just now was off an angle too. If you were facing an opponent with real experience, it would have been very easy to expose an opening. At that point, you would have been counterattacked immediately." Below the stands, a scene both comical and absurd was unfolding. The male students scratched their heads in confusion, while the girls' eyes shone like headlights as they kept gasping and whispering excitedly among themselves. One girl, clutching her flushed cheeks, cried out in a flustered voice, "Oh my God, this is supposed to be the semifinals, and it's somehow turned into a live lesson." The girl beside her clasped her hands to her chest, her eyes brimming with dazzled admiration. "He's seriously so attentive, strong, and even knows how to guide others." Even one younger underclassman secretly wiped away drool and murmured dreamily, "I'm so jealous. I want a boyfriend like that too." Back on the stage, after a few more exchanges to fully absorb all of his pointers, Shun Qinghan took the initiative to step back. She let out a breath, raised her hand in surrender, and said shyly, "All right, I admit defeat." Receiving the signal, the referee immediately struck the gong and announced the result. Winner of the match, Lin Zixin, officially advancing to the finals. Before the atmosphere could cool down, the match to decide the champion had already arrived. Lin Zixin's final obstacle was Li Moyu. Standing across from him on the martial stage, Li Moyu fixed him with a razor-sharp stare. He clenched both fists, and in a low, hoarse voice full of resolve said, "Lin Zixin, my current strength may not be equal to yours, but don't think you'll beat me easily." He drew a deep breath, filling his lungs with all his strength, and declared loudly, "Even if I have to force myself to endure, I'll endure until I have nothing left." At the edge of the stage, the referee raised a hand high, then brought it down like a decisive blade. "Begin!" The instant the signal was given, Li Moyu did not hesitate at all. He immediately overclocked himself, activating all the exotic beast gene code hidden in his blood. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying scene unfolded. His skeleton expanded violently, his muscles bulged until his clothes split apart, and a layer of pure white fur, hard as bamboo roots, burst out all over his body. In a flash, he had completely transformed into a gigantic white ape over 2 meters tall. The savage, violent aura of an ancient beast erupted outward, releasing a crushing pressure that made countless students below the stage hold their breath in fear. And yet, facing this monstrous creature bearing its fangs and roaring in intimidation, Lin Zixin's expression did not change in the slightest. His eyes remained calm, as still as an autumn lake. Lightly rising onto the balls of his feet and pressing gently against the floor, the young man shot forward like an arrow, tearing through the wind. His frightening speed, leaving behind only a faint afterimage in the air. Before Li Moyu could even blink, Lin Zixin had already appeared ghost-like at his flank. No flashy movements, no wasted motion. The boy simply swung his leg and delivered a clean, direct side kick. Boom! A deafening blast rang out as Li Moyu's huge body took the blow head-on. It felt as though he had been rammed by an armored truck. That massive bulk of flesh was sent flying into the air, tracing a perfect parabola before hurtling straight outward. One brief second later, the white ape slammed onto the cold ground, having been kicked completely out of the arena. The referee stood there dumbstruck, his legs trembling for a beat. Only after swallowing hard did he recover his voice and shout, "Lin Zixin wins." Instantly, the entire arena exploded like a boiling pot. Cheers and screams surged through the stands. Another one-shot with a single kick. A male student yanked at his hair and exclaimed uncontrollably, "That was way too fast." The person beside him slapped a rhythm on his thigh and clicked his tongue in amazement. Lin Zixin's body is seriously heaven-defying. An older male student crossed his arms, his face thoughtful. With strength like that, maybe he really can create a miracle on the path of pure-blood humanity. His companion nodded in agreement and sighed. Looks like the pure-blood path really can't be underestimated anymore. The awards ceremony proceeded quickly. Vice Principal Yuan Dongji stepped onto the raised platform and announced in a dignified, ringing voice, "This year's freshman tournament has officially ended. In addition to the freshmen who reached the quarterfinals receiving points as rewards, the top 5 will also participate in an intensive training program during winter break. This training session will take place at the headquarters of the Nanjiang Province Military District, which is also the military district responsible for suppressing Origin Land number 36. She paused for a moment, swept her gaze over the 5 most outstanding faces below, and added a final reminder. This intensive training program will begin in 10 days. At 7 in the morning on the day before training begins, gather downstairs at the administrative building. I will personally drive you there." Hearing the location of the training, Lin Zixin's brows drew together slightly as he calculated inwardly. The military district responsible for suppressing an Origin Land? I wonder what that place is like. At that very moment, atop the roof of a deserted skyscraper, the night wind howled bleakly. The man wearing a black crow mask bent deeply and respectfully before a graceful woman as he carefully reported, "Your divine feeding sect has been rooted on Earth for so long. You must have seen plenty of handsome men. This time, I came to Earth to find myself a sex slave." As he stroked the phone in his hand, the crow-masked man presented a set of secretly taken photos, his voice oily with flattery. "Fairy, this young man definitely fits your requirements. Not only is he extraordinarily handsome, his body is also incredibly strong." The fox demon woman's eyes lit up with blazing lust the moment she saw Lin Zixin's photo. She licked her lips and urged in a seductive voice, "Tell me in detail about his current situation." The short winter break passed in the blink of an eye, and the day of departure for the military district had arrived. The military helicopter, personally piloted by Vice Principal Yuan, cut through the wind, carrying the 5 of us as we landed on the helipad at the headquarters of the Nanjiang Province Military District. This round of training had gathered quite a few outstanding talents. Aside from the 5-person group from Shanghai University, there was also the top 5 monsters from Capital University and even young elites belonging to the Mechanical God Corporation, as well as the military district itself. The moment we jumped down from the helicopter, Luo Yongjian pointed toward the technical zone and shouted excitedly like a monkey in a bumper harvest. "Look at these mechas! I heard their combat power is no weaker than rare-class powerhouses. They were made by the Mechanical God Corporation, and each one is named after a city in Nanjiang Province." While he was absorbed in admiring the heavy weaponry, a crisp voice suddenly rang out. "Zishan, little Shun." The 2 of us turned our heads at the same time. It was Zhang Kai, our old close friend, Bunny, who was now studying at the School of Mechanical Biomedicine. He parted the crowd and walked over with a bright smile on his face. "So you 2 are here representing Shanghai University in this military district intensive training program." Lin Zishan smiled in greeting and nodded. "That's right." Zhang Kai's eyes shifted to Shun Qinghan, looking her up and down with complete bewilderment. Scratching his head, he said, "Well, Zishan is one thing, but little Shun, back in middle school, just running a few extra laps on the track would leave you half dead. And now you're actually in the top 5 best freshmen at Shanghai University, even representing the school in intensive training." Afraid she would feel embarrassed, Lin Zishan stepped in to smooth things over and explained calmly. "Hanin's gene fusion compatibility is very high. She became the top scorer in the Nanjiang Province College entrance exam, and after undergoing gene fusion, she got much stronger." Zhang Kai slapped his hands together and marveled. "Not bad. Even little Shun could become this impressive." Not to be outdone, Shun Qinghan replied cheerfully, "You too, Zhang Kai. The fact that you can represent the Mechanical God Corporation in the competition means your strength has improved a lot as well." The boy puffed out his chest proudly and launched into a stream of words. "My compatibility with mechanical body modification is very high. I've always cooperated with the corporation's various enhancement experiments, so I've become much stronger too." After chatting for a while, Zhang Kai waved goodbye. "I still have something to do, so I'll head off first. See you tomorrow at the assembly point." The 2 of us answered in unison. "Okay, see you tomorrow. Bye-bye." Seeing that it was already noon, Luo Yongjian came over and suggested, "It's getting late. How about we head to the cafeteria, eat first, and then walk around afterward?" The 5 of us headed into the military district canteen. We had just sat down when Shun Qinghan picked up a piece of fatty stir-fried meat and brought it right to Lin Zishan's mouth. Her eyes sparkled as she said eagerly, "Little Zishan, the food here is so good. It's way better than the food in our school cafeteria. Here, try it." Lin Zishan opened his mouth without the slightest self-consciousness and accepted the bite. He chewed a few times, then nodded in approval. "The taste really is pretty good." Across from them, Li Mayu and Luo Yongjian watched this lovey-dovey display, and the corners of their mouths twitched as they both screamed bitterly in their hearts. Damn it, are they seriously feeding us dog food right now? Unwilling to be outdone, Li Mayu turned to Ma Shiwei and put on a puppy-like pleading expression. "Shiwei, feed me a piece of tofu too. I want to experience the wonder of being fed by a beauty." In response to his hopeful look, all he got was a sharp glare and one thunderous word from her mouth. "Get lost." Just as the table was still noisy with chatter, a mocking, provocative voice suddenly sounded from behind Li Moyu. "Li Moyu, what a coincidence." A group of young men approached, and the leader sneered as he spat out an insult. "The traitor of the capital." Having a sore spot hit, Li Moyu slammed his chopsticks down and shot to his feet, grinding out each word. He snapped back, "You 2 perennial losers who could only ever come in second and third, the ones I crushed underfoot all through 3 years of high school. Who the hell are you calling a traitor?" The male student with slicked-back purple hair tilted his chin up and gave a cold laugh. "Li Moyu, do you think this is still high school? The moment you chose Shanghai University, it was already decided that both Qin Xuan and I would surpass you." Not bothering to waste more words, Li Moyu kicked his chair aside and pointed straight at the other man in challenge. "Want to go outside and fight?" The purple-haired youth snorted and shrugged disdainfully. "That suits me just fine." The clash between students of the 2 top universities immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Whispered discussions broke out like a disturbed hive. "They're about to fight. Hurry outside and see what's going on." A genius from Capital University against a genius from Shanghai University. "Stop eating. Hurry up and go watch. On the spacious open ground used as a makeshift combat arena, Li Moyu arrogantly pointed at the male students from Capital University and roared, "Both of you come at me together. Don't make me waste time fighting one at a time." Qin Chuan stepped forward and waved a hand with a mocking smile. "No need for that. Gao Mu alone is more than enough to crush you." Boom! Without another word, Li Moyu erupted instantly. Transforming into a giant demonic-eyed ape, he pounded his chest and laughed madly. The eternal third-place loser. Inside, he smugly calculated, "Last week at home, I fused the genes of the Shadow Knight cat. I've already made up for my weakness in speed. How could this guy possibly beat me now?" On the opposite side, Gao Mu was no less imposing. He let out a roar and activated his exotic beast genes. The skin across his body changed at once, growing tough moss-green scales that wrapped around him like a solid suit of armor. Watching from below the stage, Lin Zixin stroked his chin lightly and analyzed. This guy fused the genes of the winged armored earth dragon, an earth attribute exotic beast with extremely strong defense. A standard 9th-tier winged armored earth dragon can withstand a full power punch from a first-tier advanced demonic-eyed ape. On the arena, a pure contest of brute strength erupted. Boom! The two sides charged at each other like a pair of tanks. Li Moyu's fists came down again and again like sledgehammers, forcing Gao Mu to keep retreating on the defensive. After trading blows for a while, Li Moyu began panting and cursed inwardly. Why the hell is this guy so tough? No matter how I hit him, he won't budge. Seeing the stalemate, Shun Qinghan tugged at Lin Zixin's sleeve and commented, "Little Zixin, neither of them can do anything to the other. I feel like if they keep fighting like this, it'll end in a draw." Lin Zixin shook his head lightly and dismissed the idea with certainty. "It won't be a draw. That guy from Capital University, Gao Mu, will win. He's still hiding something. He hasn't used all his strength yet. There's another exotic beast gene in his body that he still hasn't activated." Li Moyu, on the other hand, has already gone all out. At that moment, on the stage, Li Moyu irritably pointed at his opponent and cursed. "All you know how to do is turtle up and drag things out for a draw." Gao Mu brushed the dust off his shoulder and revealed a proud, confident smile. "Top scorerly. Then let me show you my full strength and end this fight." The moment he finished speaking, he let out a thunderous roar and immediately activated his second exotic beast gene code. The crowd burst into shocked exclamations when they realized it was also the gene of the demonic-eyed ape. Seeing that scene, Li Moyu looked like he had fallen into an abyss of existential doubt. He staggered backward and muttered blankly, "That's impossible. With talent like yours, how could you possibly have successfully fused the genes of two exotic beasts in such a short time?" Gao Mu curled his lips into a mocking smile. "My talent may not be as good as yours, but Capital University's gene fusion technology is far beyond Shanghai University's." Then, adding another barb, he clenched his fist, gathered force, and shot straight toward Li Moyu. Betraying Capital University and choosing Shanghai University will be the stupidest decision of your life. Boom! Their two fists, wrapped in terrifying power, collided head-on, sending out a shockwave that cracked the arena floor with rumbling force. The two threw themselves into a brutal fight, exchanging fists madly to determine whose endurance was greater. But the balance of the battle had already tilted completely to one side. This was a contest of strength, yet the one wearing the near-absolute defensive armor of the winged armored earth dragon clearly held an overwhelming advantage. After only a short exchange, Li Moyu was utterly defeated and collapsed to the ground. Looking down from above at the defeated man, Gao Mu spat out cruel insults. "Li Moyu, do you know why your Li family only supports your older brother Li Jin and not you? Because you have no future." He gave a cold laugh and continued mockingly, "I heard that at Shanghai University, you couldn't even take first place among the freshmen. You got crushed by some local freshman named Lin Zixin. What a waste." Crossing the line from pride into outright arrogance, Gao Mu swept his gaze over the seats occupied by Shanghai University students and arrogantly lifted his chin. "Which one of you is Lin Zixin?" Lin Zixin leisurely stepped forward and replied flatly, "I am." Gao Mu raised a finger in provocation. "I heard you've always suppressed Li Moyu at Shanghai University. Come up here and spar with me. If you beat me, I'll give you 10 high-grade chi blood pills." The instant he heard the generous reward, Lin Zixin's eyes lit up at once, looking practically as though he might start drooling. He cleared his throat to suppress his greed and calmly accepted. "Deal." Seeing him fall for it so easily, Luo Yongjian hurriedly grabbed his arm to stop him and advised, "Brother Shun, he fused the genes of the demonic-eyed ape and the winged armored earth dragon. His attack and defense are high, but his speed is slow. Don't fight him head-on." He eagerly offered a strategy. Someone who fused low-level genes can't keep activating exotic beast genes in a short time. As long as you use your speed advantage to circle around him and drag the fight out, you can wear him down to death. Standing high on the stage, Gao Mu heard all of that clearly and curled his lip in contempt. "I heard you're even following the pure-blood human path instead of the gene fusion path with its bright future. Shanghai University really produces a lot of idiots." He sneered inwardly, thinking, once I beat Lin Zixin, the one who keeps suppressing Li Moyu will finally understand what a real gap looks like. The other party's constant yapping gradually wore away Lin Zixin's patience. He waved his hand irritably. "Enough nonsense. Start already." Humiliated, Gao Mu gritted his teeth. With a roar, he stamped both feet onto the concrete. Spiderweb cracks spreading beneath him, poured all his power into his right arm, and shot forward like a meteor. But he was wrong. Lin Zixin's figure suddenly blurred, turning into an afterimage that seemed to rip through space itself, vanishing completely from the sight of everyone present. Before Gao Mu could even process what had happened, the young man's figure appeared before him like a phantom. There was nothing complicated about it. One brutal punch, heavy as a warhammer and devoid of any unnecessary movement, smashed straight into the arrogant man's face. Boom! A low, terrifying blast rang out. Terrifying force exploded forth, and Gao Mu's huge, muscular body, like a small mountain, was immediately blasted backward. That massive block of muscle was sent floating through the air, drawing a perfect parabola, looking no different from a useless stone tossed away. Boom! Gao Mu slammed into the hard ground, the impact tearing up the surface and throwing up a cloud of dust that obscured everyone's sight. Around the arena, a deathly silence fell. Luo Yongjin's mouth hung wide open, his jaw dropping low enough to fit an egg. He stammered, his voice trembling in shock. Just one move? Even Gao Mu got taken down with one punch? This Lin Zixin is too monstrous. Beside him, Qin Chuan had gone completely rigid as well. Waves of panic surged through his mind. He swallowed hard and inwardly felt immensely fortunate. In truth, he wasn't much stronger than Gao Mu, but Gao Mu had been knocked out by a single punch from Lin Zixin. If he had been the one to step up just now, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand even two punches. Just as the atmosphere remained thick with lingering shock, a tall, broad figure lightly sprang out from the crowd and landed neatly on the stage. The young man wore a crisp military uniform and a bright smile. His cheerful voice rang out. "At first, I thought this year would only be a contest between the geniuses of our military district and the Mechanical God Corporation. I didn't expect Shanghai University to produce a genius like you." He raised a hand to chest level and introduced himself confidently. "My name is Zhao Yuanzhou. I'm 19 this year. I'm representing the military district in this intensive training session." Tilting his head slightly, interest and challenge flashed in his eyes. "So, want to spar with me?" Still true to his practical nature, Lin Zixin bargained bluntly. "Sparring is fine, but if there's no reward, I don't want to waste my time and energy." The young soldier burst out laughing and generously offered bait. "I have a spirit fruit worth 1.5 million. It can increase chi and blood. If you win, it's yours." Hearing the figure of 1.5 million, Lin Zixin's brain immediately went into overdrive. He sized the other side up inwardly. Just an ordinary 8th tier weakling. A casual kick would be enough to beat him. "I'm definitely taking that spirit fruit." Once he finished calculating, he nodded sharply, rolled up his sleeves, and said, "Then come on." Unexpectedly, less than 3 seconds after the sweet deal was struck, a training officer walked over from afar and loudly intervened. "You two can spar, but it cannot involve any material reward. That violates military district discipline." Losing his motivation to work, Lin Zixin's face immediately fell. He waved a hand in disappointment, then lazily jumped off the stage. "Then forget it. If there's no reward, I'm not interested." He strolled over to the defeated Gao Mu, who was awkwardly climbing back to his feet, and reminded him about his debt. "Classmate, when are you giving me those 10 high-grade chi blood pills you promised?" Gao Mu rubbed his swollen face and answered awkwardly, I'll go back to the dorm and get them for you now. That night, in the simple single dorm room assigned to the trainees, Lin Zixin was still diligently meditating. He told himself, no matter how brutal the training at the military district gets, I absolutely can't neglect the tempering of my body. After circulating his chi for a while, he opened his eyes and sighed softly as he evaluated his progress. My fourth body tempering has reached 12. The tempering effect is much slower than in the first 3 rounds. Suddenly, there came a knock at the door, accompanied by a sweet female voice. Little Zixin, can I come in? Seeing Shun Qinghan walk in with wet hair cascading over her shoulders, he frowned and scolded lightly. Why didn't you dry your hair after showering? She sat down on the edge of the bed in a spoiled manner and pouted in self-defense. There's no hair dryer. Use your chi and blood to dry it for me. Lin Zixin could only shake his head helplessly and walked over, using the warm chi and blood radiating from his palm to gently run through her silky hair strand by strand. As he dried it, he said, "You came at just the right time. I have something for you. These are the 10 high-grade chi blood pills I won this morning. They won't help me that much, so they're all for you." Hearing how valuable the gift was, Shun Qinghan jumped in shock and pushed the pill box back, waving her hands in refusal. Something this precious. I can't. Don't be afraid of taking advantage of me. We're family. If you're doing well, that means I'm doing well too. He firmly pressed it into her hands and nodded warmly. In the end, she could only accept it shyly. All right then, I'll take it. As she spoke, a crafty glint flashed through Shun Qinghan's eyes. She suddenly lunged forward and pushed Lin Zixin down onto the soft bed. Her delicate face flushed red as she leaned close and whispered seductively into his ear, "Let me thank you." That night, the two of them engaged in a fierce, blazing battle, unleashing all 7,749 secret martial arts positions until they were both utterly exhausted. At daybreak, Zhao Yunzhong walked over, patted Lin Zixin on the shoulder, and greeted him cheerfully. "Good morning, Lin Zixin." Lin Zixin returned the greeting just as amiably. "Morning to you too." As he loosened up his neck, he curiously asked, "I heard that all the younger generation in your military district have gone into the origin land for training before." Zhao Yunzhong shrugged and answered calmly, "More or less, I guess." Lin Zixin frowned in confusion. "More or less." The young soldier began explaining the rules in detail. The military district has a fortress inside the origin land. Young soldiers at the ordinary biological level are arranged to work inside the fortress doing odd jobs. But they can't leave the fortress, so they don't come into contact with the primitive, competition-filled world outside. If you really want to enter the origin land, your biological rank has to reach the advanced level. After pausing a moment to choose his words, he continued explaining the world's balancing laws. When people from Earth enter the origin land, it's the same as when exotic beasts enter Earth. They all suffer rejection from world force, which is a kind of invisible power. It will expel you, but it mainly has a strong effect only on advanced level beings. Also, the world force that exotic beasts suffer on Earth is even stronger. In fact, there are a lot of exotic beasts on Earth, but their strength is all weakened by world force. Lin Zixin nodded as though absorbing every word, finally understanding. So that's how it is. No wonder Earth gene fusers can defeat creatures possessing original source genes. As he was still reflecting on this, a dark figure suddenly appeared on the rooftop of the building opposite them. The middle-aged man, built as powerfully as a bear, leaped directly down from a height of dozens of meters and landed softly on the ground like a falling leaf. In a booming voice, he called out, "Has everyone arrived?" Zhao Yunzhong immediately snapped his heels together and stood at attention as he reported, "Reporting instructor, everyone has arrived." The officer swept an eagle-sharp gaze across each young face and introduced himself in a ringing voice. "My name is Lu Tianrong, and I am the instructor for this round of training. You may call me Instructor Lu. I won't waste words on unnecessary talk. You came here for one purpose, to participate in intensive training and strengthen yourselves." Sensing the enormous energy radiating from the man before him, Lin Zixin evaluated him inwardly. His biological rank has reached advanced 6th tier. With strength like that, he could even serve as the dean of an academy at one of those 2 famous universities. Without giving the trainees even a moment to catch their breath, Instructor Lu bluntly announced the rules of the game. "Now I'm going to divide you into teams. There will be 4 teams in total. As soon as the teams are set, you will immediately begin the camp entrance assessment. Only after the assessment ends will the real, training begin. After the luck-based team draw was over, Lin Zixin let out a sigh of relief and thought to himself, luckily, Henin and I are still on the same team. Team D also included Zhao Yuanzhong, Zhang Kai, and Shengwan Yueying, the formidable young woman from Capital University. Shen Qinghan happily clung to his arm and whispered coquettishly, "Good thing we didn't get split up." After the organizing was complete, Lu Tianrong led the new recruits to a massive reinforced concrete building, enclosed in design like a fortress. With his hands clasped behind his back, he explained the rules of the survival assessment. This building has 3 floors in total, and each floor has its own challenge. Anyone who can clear all the stages and reach the rooftop within 3 hours will be considered to have passed. On the first floor, each of the 4 walls has a door in the center. Each team will act as a unit and enter through a different door to begin the assessment. That's all I'm going to explain. I hope all of you can clear the stages smoothly. Emphasizing the last sentence, he shouted like a commander, sending troops into battle. Assessment begins. The moment he finished speaking, Lu Tianrong bent his knees and launched himself upward, his burly body flying straight up and vanishing onto the rooftop. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Zixin waved his hand and took the lead, charging forward with his squad through their assigned door. The first stage that greeted them was a dense crossfire ballistic maze and sturdy alloy steel walls. Even so, with the 5-member team working in smooth coordination, they flattened the obstacle quickly enough without encountering too much trouble. But the electronic scoreboard showed them a brutal reality. While Team D had only just struggled through the first stage, the other 3 teams had already raced ahead to the third. The notification display flashed coldly with the words, "Team A is attempting stage 3. Team B is attempting stage 3. Team C is attempting stage 3. Team D has completed stage 1. On the second floor, they faced a challenge called the intelligence stage. The rules sounded ridiculous, but were full of traps. Rock, paper, scissors against artificial intelligence went around, and the steel door leading to the third floor would open another 2 centimeters. A draw earned them 1 centimeter. But if they lost, the door would mercilessly slam shut by 3 centimeters, along with a numbing electric shock as punishment. After several painful attempts, Lin Zixin realized this AI system could analyze facial expressions and heartbeats to predict probabilities. It was not operating on pure randomness at all. Just as the whole team was racking their brains in frustration, a crooked idea suddenly struck him. He rushed over, tore off the reflective glass panel from the window, and pressed it directly against the host machine's optical sensor. And just like that, both sides fell into an endless loop of draws, while the iron door slowly creaked open centimeter by centimeter. The helpless mechanical announcement sounded over and over, "Draw, opening a little more for you." After clearing the absurd obstacle, the team strode into the waiting area on the third floor full of momentum. But what met their eyes was a completely shocking reversal. The display board on the wall flashed. Team A eliminated. Team B eliminated. Team C eliminated. Team D has completed stage 2. Seeing the disastrous result of the 3 teams that had gone ahead, Lin Zixin immediately activated his danger sensing ability. In his mind, the radar-like waves flashed bright red, warning him of an extreme threat lying in wait. He stroked his chin and analyzed silently. In an instant, all 3 teams were wiped out. Looks like stage 3 won't be simple. I should probe it first with danger sense. Narrowing his eyes, he spread his spiritual awareness through the entire third floor space. The area was made up of 4 sealed rooms, each guarded by a massive automated combat machine. From the gouged and scorched marks left all over the floor by the 3 teams before them, it was easy to tell that this machine had extraordinarily strong defensive armor and devastating offensive firepower. After finishing his reconnaissance, Lin Zixin took a deep breath and waved to his teammates. "Let's go in." As soon as the door opened, the sight inside made Zhao Yuanzhong swallow hard. He blurted out, "Our opponent in the third stage is this robot." Suddenly, the joints of the giant machine let out shrill, squeaking noises. The twin gun barrels on its shoulders began to spin. Zhang Kai cried out in alarm, "Everyone, be careful!" Before he had even finished speaking, a torrential rain of bullets came crashing down like a waterfall, forcing the whole team to roll frantically for cover. With his knowledge of weapons, Zhang Kai hurriedly shouted a life-or-death warning. "It's loaded with armor-piercing rounds. Be careful not to get hit, or your bones will be pierced straight through." He proposed the safest tactic. Let's wait until it runs out of ammo, then rush it. But Shangwan Yueying, the proud female student from Capital University, rejected the idea immediately. Grinding her teeth behind a concrete pillar that was being chewed apart by bullets, she shouted back, "We can't keep going like this. This robot has too much ammunition. We have to strike first before all our cover is destroyed." Faced with the relentless hail of bullets, Shangwan Yueying, the proud girl from Capital University, had gone pale as death. She trembled all over, her voice shaking with fear. "How about we give up? Everyone else already failed. We have no chance of clearing this stage." In sharp contrast to her panic, Zhao Yuanzhong still maintained the calm of a soldier. Gritting his teeth, he firmly rejected it. "Even if the chance of success is slim, we still can't give up. If we do, once we get out, the instructors will definitely tear into us." Zhang Kai also nodded in agreement, reloading his magazine as he said, "Why don't we give a shot? Maybe we can actually clear it." Leaning against a concrete pillar, Shun Qinghan smiled and looked toward Lin Zishan's solid back, declaring proudly, "With little Zishan here, we'll definitely clear this stage." Rallying himself, Zhao Yuanzhong loudly assigned their formation. "Lin Zishan and I are in the best condition, so we'll be responsible for attacking the robot. Zhang Kai and the two girls will provide support." No one objected. Everyone nodded in unison, gripping his combat blade tightly. Zhao Yuanzhong roared the order, "Move." The instant the last syllable left his mouth, Zhang Kai immediately pulled the trigger and opened up with fierce covering fire. "I fired thermal sensor blocking smoke rounds. Buy yourself some time." He turned and instructed the two girls, "Hide inside the purple smoke. The robot's thermal sensors won't be able to detect our position." Meanwhile, Shun Qinghan focused intensely on the giant machine and murmured, "Let me slow the robot down." Using her spiritual power to control the fluid inside the robot's body, she interfered with its systems and slowed both its movements and reactions. On the other side, Shangwan Yueying also clenched her teeth and rushed out from cover, shouting loudly to draw its attention. "I'll draw its fire." Seeing the machine's gun barrels shift direction, Zhao Yuanzhong slipped into its blind spot and rejoiced inwardly. Great chance. Gathering his strength, he threw an armored punch straight at the robot's head. Bang! A deafening explosion rang out. But contrary to his expectations of a knockout blow, what came back through Zhao Yuanzhong's arm was a tearing pain that felt like his muscles were being ripped apart. Grimacing, he staggered back and hissed, "It hurts. I think my bone cracked." At the same time, Lin Zishan also shot toward the robot like an arrow through the wind. Using the momentum of his leap, he delivered a vicious kick straight into the machine's side. A dull thud sounded on impact. He frowned, his mind rapidly analyzing. Even ordinary 8th tier strength can't damage it. Looks like its combat power is at the peak of ordinary 8th tier. Below, Zhao Yuanzhong clutched his swollen arm and shouted a warning. "This robot's defense is too strong. We can't break through it at all. We need to recover our stamina first before continuing the fight." But the moment he finished speaking, the giant machine swung its chainsaw blade and split apart the concrete wall that had been serving as the team's fortification. Zhao Yuanzhong whipped his head around in horror and shouted, "Run!" Its thermal sensors are back online. And it didn't stop there. The mechanical monster suddenly spun around, the razor-sharp blade on its arm slashing viciously in a fatal arc straight at Shen Qinghan. Seeing the horrifying sight, Zhao Yuanzhong's face turned deathly white, and he screamed hoarsely, "Careful!" But in that very instant, with death closing in, Lin Zishan moved in time. The young man's figure flashed faintly, his speed reaching an astonishing realm, leaving behind only a blurred afterimage in the air. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared beside Shen Qinghan, one arm wrapping around her waist as he swept her up and threw his body sideways. Clang! The metal blade sliced through empty air and slammed into the concrete floor, producing a piercing screech and a spray of brilliant sparks. In another corner, after witnessing that narrow escape from death, Shangwan Yueying's legs went weak with fear, her face pale as a corpse. Hugging her head, she screamed in despair inside. "No, this stage is impossible. Why don't we just surrender? Staying alive matters more." Meanwhile, Lin Zishan still held Shun Qinghan securely in his arms, his feet moving swiftly as he dodged the machine's hail of bullets and chain of slashes, until he retreated to a relatively safe blind corner and gently set her down. His gaze swept over the exhausted faces of every teammate, silently judging the situation. Everyone's probably about at their limit. He turned to look at Shun Qinghan. Though she was breathing hard, her eyes were still steady. He nodded slightly in satisfaction. Henan's training results are passable for now. Looking back at the high-level combat machine that was still tearing up the battlefield, he curled his lips into a faint smile and calculated inwardly. If I drag this out a bit longer before defeating an ordinary peak 8th tier opponent, that should seem reasonable enough. The corners of the boy's lips lifted into a perfect arc. I guess it's about time to clear this stage. At the same time, on the rooftop, the students from the 3 teams that had already been eliminated had gathered there. Sighs, curses, and complaints filled the air. One male student slammed his hand onto the railing and swore, "Damn it, that robot on the 3rd floor is ridiculously strong. How the hell is anyone supposed to clear that stage? It's obviously there just to put us in our place." The person beside him rubbed the bruise on his face and nodded resentfully. "Exactly." Leaning against the wall, Luo Yongjian narrowed his eyes at the clock, looking anxious. "I wonder how Team D is doing. They still haven't come out." Gao Mu stroked his chin and guessed in a faintly mocking tone, "Team D was already way behind us. And they're the weakest team, too. They're probably still inside being chased all over by that robot." His malicious prediction drew a burst of laughter from a few people nearby. "That's possible. Hope they're still in one piece." But before the smiles on their faces could even fade, a shocking upheaval erupted. Boom! A deafening explosion burst out from directly beneath the rooftop floor. The concrete under their feet trembled violently, as if it had just been hit by a strong earthquake. The students jolted in fright and looked around in a panic. A female student grabbed the arm of the person beside her and cried out, "What was that?" "An earthquake." Another male student pointed toward the center of the rooftop, his eyes bulging and his mouth stammering, No, that's..." All eyes turned in the same direction at once. Right in the middle of the solid rooftop floor, a huge hole had been blasted open, with dirt, rubble, and dust billowing everywhere. As the haze gradually dispersed, what came into view left everyone present utterly speechless. Lying amid the wreckage was the charred, mangled head of the giant robot that had guarded the 3rd floor stage. In the observation room above, Vice Principal Yuan Dongji took a leisurely sip of Tiguanyin tea and commented with a slight curl of her lips, "You set up a peak ordinary 8th tier robot for the 3rd stage. Looks to me like you never intended for them to pass." Sitting opposite her, the woman wearing the rank of Major General, Yao Hualing, Commander-in-Chief of the Nanjiang Province Military District, also set down her teacup and replied calmly, "These kids are all under 20 and full of youthful fire. If we don't knock down their arrogance at the start, it'll be inconvenient to train them later." Then, remembering something, the female general looked up and asked, "This is the handsome boy who's been following your ex-husband to train in blood tempering, right?" Yuan Dongji sighed softly and answered in a somewhat indulgent tone. "He's still a child." Easily fooled by that old man. Boom! The conversation between the 2 powerful women was interrupted by an explosion that shook the entire observation room. Both of them shot to their feet at the same time and turned toward the display showing stage 3. "What happened?" Yao Hualing frowned. The surveillance footage had just caught the scene of a young man throwing a single punch and blasting apart the head of the multi-ton combat machine. Yuan Dongji stared in shock and muttered, "One punch sent the head of a peak, ordinary 8th tier robot flying? How is that possible?" Without wasting even half a second, the 2 leaders immediately left the observation room and rushed straight to the scene. As soon as he stepped out of the swirling dust, Lin Zixin met the probing gazes of the 2 powerful women. He bowed politely. "It's Commander Yao from the military district, and Instructor Lu is here too." Ignoring formalities, Yao Hualing went straight to the point and questioned him curiously. "Your biological rank is clearly only ordinary 8th tier. How were you able to unleash power, reaching ordinary 9th tier?" Lin Zixin had already prepared his story in advance. Without the slightest change in expression, he explained, "I was born with divine strength, and on top of that, blood tempering can increase explosive force, so I can burst out with power equivalent to ordinary 9th tier." However, that explanation did not fool the seasoned Yuan Dongji. She narrowed her eyes suspiciously and thought, "Can blood tempering really increase explosive force? Could Lu Chuanwu's theory actually be right? Better use mental power to examine him." But the moment the 2 women arrived on the scene, Lin Zixin had already activated his natural camouflage skill. Feeling the wave of mental power sweeping over his body, he sneered inwardly. "Try to inspect my body again? Fine, I'll camouflage myself and take the chance to probe her a little too." Yuan Dongji's mental force carefully inspected every inch of the boy's skin, flesh, and bones. She silently concluded his skin, blood, flesh, and bones have all been tempered once. First tempering complete. Biological rank has reached ordinary 9th tier. So that talk about being only ordinary 8th tier and relying on blood tempering to burst higher was all a lie. After weighing the pros and cons, she decided to let it slide for now and help him conceal his true biological rank. Seeing Yuan Dongji withdraw her mental force, the female officer beside her immediately asked, "Well, what did you find?" Yuan Dongji lied calmly, without batting an eye. His biological rank is indeed only ordinary 8th tier, but the strength of his body is comparable to someone with early 9th tier gene fusion. Quite astonishing. After hearing that, the female officer couldn't help exclaiming in amazement. That's way too exaggerated. Pure-blood humans really do seem invincible when it comes to bodily enhancement. If they can truly break through the shackles of ordinary life forms, then their future will be incredibly bright. The next day, in the camp's enormous armory, the female officer instructor pointed at the gleaming weapon racks and introduced them in a ringing voice. All the weapons here are made from B-grade alloy. They cut through iron like mud and can block machine gun fire. Each of you choose a weapon that suits you. 10 days from now, when we begin live combat training, you'll be bringing it with you. Once you've chosen, we'll start practicing how to use your corresponding weapon. Hearing the order, the trainees immediately spread out and excitedly began choosing the weapons they liked. Standing in the middle of the armory, Lin Zixin curled his lips in disdain and compared them inwardly. The strength of B-grade alloy isn't even as high as my body after 3 rounds of body tempering. Carrying one would just be a burden. Better not take one at all. 15 minutes later, the female officer gathered everyone and called out, "Have you all chosen your weapons?" The entire group answered in unison, yes. Sweeping her gaze over them, the female officer frowned when she saw Lin Zixin's empty hands. "Lin Zixin, where's your weapon?" Lin Zixin replied loudly, reporting to instructor, "I'm used to fighting barehanded, so I don't need a weapon." That overconfident answer left the female officer somewhat displeased. She thought to herself, this genius from Shanghai University is a little too arrogant. He probably got full of himself after passing the entrance assessment. I should rein him in a bit. With a plan in mind, she cleared her throat and continued. Since all of you have chosen your weapons, begin getting familiar with them. The best way to do that is to spar with others in the arena. Her eyes fixed directly on Lin Zixin, and she smiled provocatively. "Lin Zixin, you said you're used to fighting barehanded. I'm quite curious. Why don't you go up first and let everyone see your strength?" Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Zixin nodded immediately. Sure. The moment he stepped onto the platform, Zhao Yuanzhong eagerly volunteered, carrying a broadsword as he jumped up after him. "I'll be the first challenger." Lin Zixin crooked his finger. "Come on." Zhao Yuanzhong let out a thunderous roar, veins bulging across both arms. His body tore through the air like a streak of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had closed in on Lin Zixin, both hands swinging the massive blade down in a strike carrying mountain-splitting force. Clang! A terrifying metallic crash rang out, so fierce it made the eardrums of everyone around tremble. The vicious blade struck squarely across the center of Lin Zixin's chest. But what made everyone's eyes nearly pop out was that the boy had not been forced back even half a step. There was not even a tear in his clothes. In the next second, an eerie cracking sound rang out. Crack! The proud B-grade alloy broadsword in Zhao Yuanzhong's hands suddenly sprouted countless tiny fractures. The cracks spread rapidly like a spiderweb across the entire blade. Before its owner could even stammer in shock, the advanced weapon snapped cleanly in two with a crisp break, both halves clattering to the floor. Zhao Yuanzhong stared wide-eyed at the broken hilt still left in his hand, his mouth opening and closing soundlessly. What the hell just happened? Meanwhile, Lin Zixin merely brushed a little metal dust from his clothes with a casual motion, his expression calm as though he'd only been bitten by a mosquito. Looking down at the petrified crowd below, he asked blandly, "Who's next?" The silence lasted less than 3 seconds before it was shattered by a wave of uproar from beneath the stage. One male student rubbed his eyes repeatedly and exclaimed in a trembling voice, "He shattered a B-grade alloy blade with his bare body?" The person beside him swallowed hard, staring at Lin Zixin as if he were a monster. Is he even still human? Another trainee clutched his head and sighed helplessly. This is too ridiculous. Has this guy's body become saint level or something? Just as the atmosphere was boiling with shock, A clear and melodious female voice came from a distance. Zhou Shir, the technical genius from Mechanical God Corporation, proudly parted the crowd and stepped forward. Smiling brightly, she issued a challenge. If even a B-grade weapon can't hurt you, then do you dare try an enhanced armor-piercing round? The moment this destructive weapon was mentioned, Zhang Kai, who understood its power better than anyone, immediately turned pale. He quickly shouted a warning to his friend. Zishan, don't agree. Afraid Lin Zishan didn't fully understand how dangerous it was, Zhang Kai stressed every word. That enhanced armor-piercing round can easily penetrate a 10-centimeter thick iron plate within 10 meters. There's no way you can block it. Ignoring Zhang Kai's panicked attempt to stop him, Lin Zishan merely raised an eyebrow, interest flickering in his eyes. He shrugged and accepted calmly. Then let's try it. His crisp agreement made even Zhou Shir pause for a beat. A competitive gleam flashed in her eyes. She slowly raised her right arm, and a series of clicking mechanical sounds rang out. From within her armored forearm, a specially made double-barreled gun emerged and aimed straight at Lin Zishan. Even though she was using the chance to test the weapon, she still retained a bit of humanity and seriously proposed. For safety's sake, I won't shoot at any of your vital points. You'll block it with your palm. How about that? Lin Zishan nodded. Fine. Placing her finger on the trigger, Zhou Shir asked one last time, her voice tinged with tension. Are you ready? Standing straight as a spear, Lin Zishan's face showed no excess emotion at all. He merely curled his lips and said two short words. Do it. Zhou Shir took a deep breath and squeezed hard with her index finger. Boom! A blast that shook the air erupted. The enhanced armor-piercing round spat out a blazing red flash and tore from the barrel at supersonic speed. Yet the result was beyond the imagination of everyone present. Zhou Shir was blown backward, clutching her smoking right arm as she screamed in shock. What the hell happened? Lin Zishan's bare hand was completely unharmed, without even a scratch. On the contrary, it was Zhou Shir's robotic arm, equipped with that advanced weapon that had exploded into mangled wreckage. The fierce armor-piercing round had failed to break through the boy's flesh at all. It had ricocheted back and jammed, causing a catastrophic explosion right inside the barrel. Witnessing such an inconceivable scene, Zhou Shir could only grit her teeth against the pain, her eyes stretched wide in terror. The surrounding crowd once again fell into dead silence. Every last one of them was shaken by Lin Zishan's monstrous defensive power. Countless questions arose in their minds. Could it be that pure-blood humans really are the future of humanity? Standing on the high platform and watching everything unfold, the female commanding officer smiled in satisfaction and judged inwardly. This truly is a top-tier genius, beyond even the top-tier geniuses among geniuses. From that unprecedented display onward, Instructor Liu completely let go and no longer interfered with my training progress in any way. While my fellow trainees struggled and sweated to familiarize themselves with swords, blades, and firearms, I made full use of my free time to enter seclusion and train in blood tempering like mad, aiming to break through to the fourth stage of body tempering. The next phase of training shifted to even harsher exercises, chi and blood tempering and mental tempering inside the specialized complex. This process was carried out in cocoon-shaped simulation pods, which allowed trainees to adjust the pressure level according to their own limits. The greater the pressure, the better the cultivation results. Shun Qing Han surprised everyone by reaching the 6th level Qian blood tolerance threshold. But even more astonishing was the fact that her mental resilience rose all the way to level 7. One had to know that tempering mental power was many times more difficult and painful than tempering the body. That brilliant achievement once again reset the standard for all the trainees. As for me, relying on the foundation of a body that had already gone through 3 rounds of tempering, I was confident I could easily withstand the pressure of a level 11 Qian blood pod, equivalent to the pressure meant for an advanced second-tier powerhouse. Still, to avoid showing off and attracting attention again, I decided to hold back and modestly set the pressure at level 8, corresponding to the strength of an ordinary 8th-tier life form. Even so, the moment the number appeared on the electronic display, the trainees around me were left staring in shock. One male student stammered as he pointed, Lin Zishan can actually endure level 8 mental training? Others were no less amazed. Lin Zishan's mental strength is actually on par with his own biological rank. That's completely heaven-defying. Voices erupted everywhere. Can a pure-blood human's spiritual power really be this high? Lying inside the training pod, I could only laugh helplessly to myself. I didn't dare act too monstrously, so I had to restrain myself a bit. Tonight, I'll secretly bring Han in here and test what my real limit is. That'll also let me find out what biological rank my strength actually falls under. At the same time, at the Pure Blood Human Research Institute of Shanghai University, the atmosphere was so quiet it felt dreary. Song Yin sat amid a mess of scattered documents, pouting and muttering in complaint. Zishan isn't here, and the director isn't here either, yet I'm the only one left behind to work. Hello. Song Yin jumped in fright and spun around. Standing before her was a nine-tailed fox, breathtakingly beautiful, but with eyes that radiated a bewitching, sinister charm. She spoke slowly, every syllable carrying hypnotic force. Do you know where Lin Zishan is? Song Yin's eyes instantly turned vacant and unfocused. In a daze, she obediently replied, he's at the Nanjiang Military District headquarters. Back at the military training grounds, under cover of night, Shun Qinghan and I secretly approached the specialized training area. Standing before the tightly locked steel door, Shun Qinghan anxiously tugged at my sleeve. Little Zishan, are we really okay just going in without permission? This door even has a keypad lock. Maybe we should forget it. I gently rubbed her head to reassure her and confidently took out my lock-picking tools. It's just a keypad lock. It won't stop me. Besides, I only want to use the Qian blood and mental pods here to test my limits. Even if we get caught, it won't matter. After a few quick movements, the door sprang open. I lay down inside the Qian blood pod and set the pressure to the maximum level, 12. The terrifying pressure pressed down on every inch of my flesh, but I still managed to grit my teeth and endure for a full half-minute. Opening my eyes, I smiled in satisfaction at the result. It proved that my body strength had reached the advanced second tier, very close to the advanced third tier. Next came the mental test. I stepped into the neighboring pod, and the system's cold announcement rang out. Ding! You are under intense mental assault. Mental strength 1212. The pressure gauge needle shot upward and reached the machine's upper limit of level 10, equivalent to the mental pressure of an advanced first-tier powerhouse. When I stepped out of the pod, my head was buzzing, but I was incredibly excited. I silently judged. Mental strength at the advanced first tier is worth far more than body strength approaching the advanced third tier. After all, the increase in mental strength far surpasses the increase in physical strength. In the blink of an eye, the cram-style training period came to an end, giving way to the day of the bloody live combat drill. Gathered on the lawn, Instructor Lu solemnly announced the mission. Our task this time is to wipe out a branch of the divine tree cult established in Shanghai City. After a brief pause, he designated the commander. Lin Zishan, you are appointed captain of this operation. Accepting the order, I began briefing the team on the available intelligence. Based on the information we currently have, the branch leader is someone who has undergone 2 gene fusions. He fused the genes of the Dark Night Owl and the Phantom Giant Shark. His biological rank has reached the ordinary 9th tier at the level of perfect completion. He's only 1 step away from becoming a high-level life form. After traveling by armored vehicle for a while, the whole team disembarked at the edge of the forest. Before us lay a dense, gloomy primeval forest. Shen Qinghan tilted her head back to look at the towering ancient trees and shivered lightly. Little Zishan, the trees here are so tall, even taller than the ones in the tropical rainforest. Her gaze swept over the twisting vines clinging around the trunks, and she frowned warily. There's definitely something wrong with this place. I nodded in agreement. Something is off, which means we've come to the right place. This is definitely the lair of that divine tree cult branch. To scout the terrain, Zhou Shishir skillfully activated her reconnaissance device. I'll send a drone ahead first. I immediately signaled the advance. Move. Follow the drone. After about 10 minutes of weaving through mist-soaked underbrush, Zhou Shishir stopped and reported while looking at her monitor, roughly 300 meters ahead, we've detected a bamboo building covering at least 1,000 square meters. Unless something unexpected happens, that bamboo building should be the Divine Tree cult's headquarters. With the target confirmed, I decisively assigned our combat formation. Zhao Yuanzhong and Gao Mu, you two both possess armored Earth Dragon genes. Come with me and take the lead. The 5 members from Mechanical God Corporation will provide long-range fire support and use live rounds for precision strikes on the enemy. Looking at the rest, I said in a firm voice, everyone else, stay close to the team and charge together. Instructor Lu stood with his arms crossed, observing, and only gave a cold reminder. There's no need to deliberately take anyone alive. Your own safety is the top priority. The whole team answered in unison, full of fighting spirit. Understood. Near the bamboo building's guard post, a patrolling rebel had just let out a yawn when he caught sight of Lin Zishan. His eyes flew wide, and he shrieked in panic, tearing through the night. Enemy attack. Unfortunately for him, before the warning could carry far, a sniper round from the fire support team drilled straight into the center of his forehead. The guard collapsed on the spot, dead instantly. Not giving the enemy any chance to react, Lin Zishan roared and kicked off the ground like a cannonball. Boom! Using his own body as a weapon, he slammed directly through the solid wooden wall of the first floor, sending shattered planks flying everywhere. Amid the dusty haze, a lackey sprang out from a dark corner and tried to ambush him. But before he could even draw his weapon, Lin Zishan spun around and delivered a brutal kick like a thunderclap. Bang! The man took the full blow. His chest caved in, and his body flew dozens of meters before smashing into a pillar and coughing blood as he died. Taking a closer look at the corpse, Lin Zishan frowned slightly. This masked man was dressed exactly like the one who had appeared before, except his hairstyle was different. Not bothering to dwell on such trivial details, he casually touched the corpse of the cultist. Ding! At once, the pale blue system panel appeared before his eyes. You have devoured a small portion of the life, essence, origin of the jeweled rock. Sky Eye Strength +1. Lin Zishan froze for a moment. Then his eyes lit up with delight. Oh, so after unlocking a beast diagram, I can also strengthen its corresponding biological attributes. A sly smile spread across his lips. This stronger praise on the weaker trait is seriously convenient. Riding that wave of excitement, Lin Zishan suddenly poured all his strength into his legs. Crack! The wooden floor beneath him split apart. His entire body shot upward like a spring compressed to the limit, smashing through the ceiling and charging ferociously into the second floor. The terrifying impact from below made the three rebels patrolling upstairs jump in fright, their hearts almost leaping out of their chests. Seeing the intruder crash in from below, all three roared and drew their blades, surrounding him at once. But Lin Zishan did not even move. He merely lifted his eyelids slightly and fully released the surging killing intent and overwhelming biological pressure within him. Boom! Before the three lackeys could even swing their blades, the invisible pressure, heavy as a mountain, slammed them flat onto the floor. A sickening series of cracks rang out as their bones shattered. In the blink of an eye, the three unlucky men were crushed into three miserable piles of mangled flesh. Lin Zishan strolled calmly across the battlefield, casually brushing his hand over each corpse. At that moment, there was only one burning desire in his mind: devour. The system notifications chimed one after another like cheerful music. You have devoured a small amount of the life, essence, origin of the Iron Bull. Iron Bull Beast Diagram. 8. You have devoured a small amount of the life, essence, origin of the Dark Night Owl. Dark Night Owl Beast Diagram. 42. You have devoured a small amount of the life, essence, origin of the living snail. Rapid healing strength +1. Looking at the steadily rising gains, Lin Zishan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Better than nothing. Just then, panic shouts and a violent clash of blades suddenly came from the first floor hall below. Boom! Luo Yongjian's voice rang out in terror. This guy's biological rank has reached the ordinary 8th tier. Everyone, be careful. I won't be able to hold out much longer. Get over here and support me. Hearing the cry for help, Lin Zishan immediately activated his danger sensing ability. In an instant, every aura and every tiny movement around the bamboo building came under his control. Through the wooden floor, he saw Luo Yongjian struggling desperately to fend off the wild slashes of a burly lackey. As he swung his sword to block, Luo Yongjian shouted himself hoarse. He's not dead yet. Hurry and finish him with another strike. Outside, the fire support team from Mechanical God Corporation was unloading a storm of bullets, pinning the Divine Tree cult lackeys down like rats hiding in a corner. After taking stock of the battle, Lin Zishan frowned in puzzlement. For the moment, it looks like we have the upper hand. But where's the branch leader, the one with a biological rank at the ordinary 9th tier? Perfect completion. Before he could find the answer, the floor beneath his feet suddenly began to shake violently. The prolonged tremor made Lin Zishan realize something was wrong. The entire bamboo building was swaying. No, an entire stretch of land was shaking. Panic quickly spread among the trainees below. Everyone froze, mouths agape as they stared stared at the eerie scene around them. The ancient trees that had once stood motionless suddenly came alive, their branches and leaves twisting like enormous pythons. One student stammered as he trembled backward. "Trees can move too? What the hell is happening?" Terror reached its peak, and the group's formation broke apart as everyone scrambled to flee for their lives. Their screams echoed through the forest. "Run!" One sharp-eyed male student pointed up at the obscured sky and warned in despair. "This is bad. Those vines are wrapping together. They're forming a cage around us." And indeed, just as he said, in the blink of an eye, countless arm-thick vines shot out from all directions, weaving into one another to form a gigantic cage that sealed off the entire area around the bamboo building. Every escape route was cut off. One female student collapsed to the ground, clutching her head, sobbing in despair. "It's over. This was obviously a trap. We walked right into someone's scheme." While the crowd was still drowning in extreme panic, Lin Zixin had already made his move. He exploded forward with terrifying speed, his figure becoming a streak of lightning as he shot straight toward the stunned divine tree cult lackeys. In Lin Zixin's eyes, this enormous vine cage had not only trapped the students, but it also inadvertently trapped the ones who set the ambush. So the strategy before him was very clear. Subdue all of them first, then interrogate them for the truth. Boom! Before the 7 remaining cultists could even process what was happening, their heads exploded simultaneously like watermelons smashed apart by a thunderous strike. Amid the rain of blood, Lin Zixin coldly reached out, grabbed the collar of the last surviving cultist, and lifted him into the air as easily as if he were carrying a chick. A cold, killing intent flashed in the young man's eyes as he said word by word, "Explain this tree cage to me. Speak clearly, and I can spare your life." The cultist was so terrified that all color drained from his face, his whole body shaking uncontrollably. He nodded frantically and stammered, I'll talk. These big trees are actually..." But before he could finish his confession, a horrifying change occurred. From deep within the cultist's throat, a sharp tree root, as thin as steel wire, suddenly shot out, moving with the speed of a stalking venomous snake. The vicious tree root instantly coiled around his throat, then savagely stabbed back inward, cutting off the unfinished sentence for good. A few choking gurgles sounded before fading away, and the cultist twitched in despair before going completely still. The entire silencing slaughter took less than a minute. The students who witnessed the horrifying scene firsthand all turned deathly pale, their limbs weak. One male student pointed at the corpse with a trembling hand, his voice warped by fear. This is the divine tree cult's method? Even their own cultists are controlled like this. Just as confusion peaked, slow clapping suddenly sounded from the branch of a gigantic nearby tree. Clap, clap, clap. The sound wasn't loud, but it was sharp and cold, echoing through the stillness and sending chills down everyone's spines. 2 eerie figures gradually emerged from the darkness. Their presence carried heavy pressure. One radiated the aura of an advanced 6th-tier life form, while the other possessed the power of an ordinary 9th-tier life form at perfect completion. The masked man standing above spoke in praise, though his tone dripped with the arrogance of someone superior. A genius. Among those of your age, truly a peerless genius. A talent of your level. If you were to join the Divine Tree Cult, you would have limitless prospects in pursuing evolution to a higher level of life. Hearing that pyramid scheme-style sales pitch, Lin Zixin's brows drew together. A bad premonition flashed through his mind, and everything immediately connected. Not just these 2 men, but this damn trap as well. He let out a light breath and muttered to himself, "Looks like they really came for me." He could tell that the masked man was very strong. If this continued, something bad would happen. Making a snap decision, he whipped around and shouted to the students, "The situation is very dangerous right now. Everyone, leave this place immediately. I'll hold those 2 off. Everyone, follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and waved for the whole group to retreat. Watching the flock of lambs panic-stricken as they searched for a way to survive, the masked man let out a contemptuous chuckle. He leisurely raised one finger and flicked it lightly through the air. Snap! That tiny sound was like a death sentence. In an instant, countless gigantic, rough vines from the surrounding ancient trees all awakened at once. They burst forth and shot through the air like a pack of bloodthirsty pythons, frenziedly hunting down the fleeing students. From the back of the formation, Shengwan Yueying suddenly let out a heart-rending scream. "Help me! I've been caught!" Everyone turned back in horror, only to see a rough vine as thick as an adult man's arm wrapped tightly around her waist and hoisting her into the air. Before they could recover, another miserable cry came from the front. "Instructor, I've been caught too. Instructor, save me." Watching his students fall one after another into the devil's grasp, Lu Tianrong clenched his jaw so hard it bled. He understood one thing very clearly. If they kept fleeing blindly like this, death was only a matter of time. The instructor's blade-sharp gaze immediately locked onto the masked man, standing arrogantly atop a tree branch. Only by taking down the controller could they hope to turn the situation around. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Tianrong poured all his strength into his legs and stamped hard on the ground. Boom! The earth caved into a deep crater, and his sturdy body shot out like an exploding shell, charging directly toward the enemy. In the face of that imposing assault, the masked man remained utterly calm. He merely tilted his body slightly and easily avoided Lu Tianrong's lethal pounce by a hair's breadth. Immediately afterward, he swung both hands upward. In response to his command, dozens of coarse vines surged up from all directions and wove themselves into a death net that came crashing down on Lu Tianrong. The masked man sneered coldly. "Is this all you can do? This place is my domain. Dealing with someone like you is more than easy enough." Driven into a corner, Lu Tianrong roared in fury. "Damn you! I'll stake my life against yours." Every muscle in his body instantly swelled, and blue veins bulged out like twisted roots. He overclocked himself, activating the power of his beast genes to the limit, and his aura erupted with unmatched ferocity. With a roar that shook the forest, Lu Tianrong drove his speed to the absolute limit, shot forward, and unleashed a savage claw strike aimed straight at the masked man's throat. But the other party's reflexes were astonishing. He leaned back lightly and once again dodged the killing blow by the narrowest margin. While the instructor was locked in combat with the leader, the students below were in an even more miserable state. Luo Yongjian gritted his teeth and activated his beast gene, mutating into a birdman with a pair of large wings. But just as he flapped them to launch himself upward, a thorn-covered vine struck him with overwhelming force. Crack! The dry sound of snapping bones rang out, and Luo Yongjian screamed in pain as he crashed to the ground. Not far away, Zhang Kai was also struggling in vain. A giant vine had wrapped tightly around his torso, then dragged him across the gravel-covered ground like a sack of trash. He struggled desperately and shouted himself hoarse, "Let me go!" But the eerie vine only tightened in silence. Just when despair was spreading everywhere, another vine suddenly lashed straight toward Shen Qinghan. Boom! At the line between life and death, Lin Zixin appeared before her like a whirlwind, shielding her. Gathering power, he threw a brutal punch. The force of that blow carried a storm with it and smashed directly into the vine, grinding it into countless fragments that scattered through the air. But before either of them could sigh in relief, a weak, broken cry for help came from behind them. "Zixin, Lin Zixin, hurry, save me." Lin Zixin spun around. What met his eyes was Ma Shiwei, tightly bound from head to toe by those demonic vines, wrapped up like a giant rice dumpling. Standing beside her, Li Moyu was frantically swinging an iron staff and smashing it against the mass of vines, shouting nonstop, "Break! Break already!" Even though both his hands were already bleeding from the impact, the vines remained as solid as stone, not damaged in the slightest. Seeing that absurd toughness, Li Moyu's eyes widened in horror. Why won't they break? Lin Zixin wasted no time explaining. His figure blurred instantly, and in the blink of an eye he was already beside Ma Shiwei. Stretching out his hand, he gathered strength and struck downward in a powerful chopping motion like a great blade. Slash! The steel-hard vine split cleanly in two, freeing the girl who was nearly unconscious from suffocation. Having just rescued Ma Shiwei, Lin Zixin did not stop. His figure flashed continuously through the chaotic forest, striking to save other trainees who were being ensnared by vines. As he charged back and forth through the battlefield, he circulated his inner force and shouted loudly, his voice ringing through the area. "Everyone, withdraw immediately." Seizing the chance, the others began to flee. But just as he was urgently carving a path of survival, Lin Zixin suddenly halted. He frowned slightly as his keen sense of smell caught a strange fragrance drifting through the air. This smell, it was floral. At once, the system warning interface flashed crimson before his eyes. Ding! A flower toxin capable of putting life forms into a coma is invading your body. Ding. Poison resistance +1. Ding. Poison resistance +1. Ding. Poison resistance +1. Looking at the rapidly appearing notifications, Lin Zixin immediately understood what was happening. His expression darkened. Not good. He lifted his cold gaze and looked deep into the dense forest, already having made his judgment. It's the branch leader of the Divine Tree cult. The mastermind's hoarse, eerie voice rang out once again, carrying both surprise and amusement. Oh, not only did the poison fail to bring you down, you even managed to detect my presence. With strength as astounding as yours, no wonder someone from the main cult was willing to risk planning this ambush just to bring you under control. Refusing to let the other side manipulate the situation for even another second, Lin Zixin stamped the ground and burst forward at speed beyond his limits, turning into a sharp arrow that tore through the poisonous mist and shot straight toward the masked woman hidden in the shadows. Caught off guard by how fast he closed the distance, she could only think in alarm. Too fast. She had no time to defend herself before a fist as hard as steel crashed straight into her face with the force of 1,000 Jin. After taking the enemy down in an instant, Lin Zixin did not forget his usual routine. His hand lightly touched her body. The system immediately delivered good news. Ding! You have devoured a large amount of the life essence origin of the Shadowy Nightcat. Shadowy Nightcat Compendium 62. You have devoured a large amount of the life essence origin of the Phantom Giant Shark. Phantom Giant Shark Compendium 36. In another corner of the battlefield, the life and death struggle between Lu Tianrong and the masked man was still raging fiercely. Lu Tianrong continuously unleashed furious punches powerful enough to tear through the wind. He roared as he completely released his hidden strength. Four-armed demon ape gene activation 120. Giant tiger swordsman gene activation 130. The masked man struggled to circulate his movement technique and evade those desperate attacks, cursing inwardly. What a madman. He's overactivating the beast genes inside his body. Seizing a brief opening, he taunted, "Aren't you afraid of mutating and losing your mind?" Ignoring the threat, Lu Tianrong ground his teeth together, every muscle in his body tensing so hard they began to bleed. With a roar that shook the air, he poured all his life force into a single punch, carrying destructive power, and drove it straight at the masked man's abdomen. Boom! A muffled explosion rang out as violent force erupted. Lu Tianrong's fist slammed cleanly into the target. The masked man's body was blasted into the air and sent flying like a severed sandbag, crashing heavily into a distant ancient tree. Cough, cough. Sliding down to the base of the tree, the masked man coughed violently, fresh blood spilling from the corners of his mouth and soaking through the cloth over his face. Clutching his agonizing abdomen, he felt a chill run down his spine. Luckily, he had fused with that wandering undead gene before. Otherwise, that attack really would have killed him. Wiping the blood from his lips, the masked man's gaze toward Lu Tianrong gradually turned crazed and vicious. He hissed through gritted teeth, "Fine, you forced me to do this." With that, he reached into his clothes and slowly pulled out a seed as red as fresh blood. Without a moment's hesitation, he tilted back his head and swallowed the evil thing whole. In the blink of an eye, the aura pouring from his body became incomparably violent and wicked. The masked man threw back his head and roared at the sky, his voice hoarse like a wild beast's. "Die for me." By activating a dark, forbidden art, he began chanting to summon all the power of the vegetation in the forest. The ground shook violently, from deep underground and from the countless tree trunks around them. Thousands of vines tipped with spear-sharp thorns burst forth at once. They wove themselves into a gigantic net of death and shot straight at the charging Lu Tianrong. Swish, swish, swish. The storm of vines tore through the air with lightning speed. Even with Lu Tianrong's extraordinary agility, there was no way he could completely evade such a large-scale, devastating attack. Thud, thud, thud. The sickening sound of flesh being pierced rang out. The cruel spikes drove straight through Lu Tianrong's powerful body. In an instant, the valiant instructor was riddled with holes, blood gushing out and staining an entire stretch of forest red. The tragic sight made every student watching from afar feel a chill to the bone and their stomachs twist. Hidden in a corner, Lin Zixin frowned anxiously. Fortunately, everyone in the military district's training program carried antidotes. Once they recovered, they had to withdraw immediately. But the danger warning system in his head suddenly shrieked again. Not good. A very powerful aura was approaching. It was that advanced 6th tier guy. Startled, Lin Zishan spun around. From deep in the forest, a black figure charged straight toward him through the air, overflowing with killing intent. A thought of shock flashed through his mind. Had Instructor Lu been killed by him? Realizing the situation had reached a critical point, Lin Zishan immediately turned and shouted to the trembling students, "Listen to me. I think that masked man is controlling the vines to chase us. But Instructor Lu isn't behind him anywhere. That means Instructor Lu has probably lost." He took a deep breath and said clearly, assuming responsibility, "That masked man's target is me. I'll lure him away and create a chance for everyone to escape." His voice hardened, his eyes resolute. "None of you look back. Just leave me and go. Don't stay and become a burden." The moment he finished speaking, Lin Zishan decisively turned around and sprinted in the opposite direction. Shun Qinghan panicked and chased after him a few steps, crying out hoarsely through tears, "Little Zishan, you have to come back." With the wind whistling past his ears, Lin Zishan only had time to answer with a single firm word. "Okay." Shun Qinghan stood rooted to the spot, tears streaming down her face. She bit her lip so hard it nearly bled, a crushing sense of helplessness rising in her heart. She was only ordinary 6th tier, so there was no way she could help little Zishan. All she could do was stay far away and not become a burden. If only she were stronger. Meanwhile, Lin Zishan darted like a flying shadow through the dense canopy. He glanced back, and, sure enough, the masked man had taken the bait and was chasing him like mad. He quickly assessed the situation. Hen inside should be safe now, but why does his speed feel off? It doesn't feel like advanced 6th tier speed. Watching the enemy panting heavily and struggling to keep up, a sly smile curled on Lin Zishan's lips. He quickly came to a conclusion. The guy's current state only seemed to be 1 tier above him, roughly at advanced 4th tier. He looked seriously injured too. Maybe he could even extract some information and kill him instead. With a plan in mind, Lin Zishan immediately activated natural camouflage. In an instant, his violent aura vanished completely, his body seeming to merge with the breath of nature itself. The masked man, who had been chasing hard, suddenly noticed his prey slowed down considerably. He sneered in contempt and jeered smugly. "What, finally can't run anymore?" As soon as he spoke, he cruelly flung up a hand. Dozens of thick vines carrying tremendous force lashed down from above, striking straight at Lin Zishan's head. Swish, swish. The air-ripping sound screamed sharply. Yet with his extraordinary reflexes, Lin Zishan merely twisted his body slightly and slipped through the gaps, casually dodging every attack as if he were out for a stroll. Even as he dodged, Lin Zishan's superior mind was analyzing. These vines aren't very strong offensively. Looks like he doesn't dare hit too hard. He probably wants to capture me alive. A crafty gleam flashed in the boy's eyes, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. In that case, I'll give him an opportunity. With the perfect scenario in mind, Lin Zishan deliberately exposed an opening by pretending to stumble. Smack! Several vines seized the chance and lashed brutally across his back. Feigning a heavy hit, Lin Zishan let his body be flung forward, sailing through the air for a long distance before crashing hard into the trunk of a giant ancient tree. Bang! The fierce impact made the whole tree shudder violently, and dead leaves rained down like a storm. Lin Zishan collapsed and lay motionless beneath the tree. Seeing his prey down, the masked man laughed triumphantly. He strolled over slowly, his tone dripping with mockery and contempt. "You little bastard, you sure can run." Looking at Lin Zishan's motionless body, he grew even more smug and rambled on. "You activated natural camouflage. If you hadn't slowed down afterward, I would have had to put in some effort to catch up to you. That burst of speed you used earlier was way beyond your biological limit. Was that some new serum the military district developed? Something that can activate potential?" Without giving Lin Zishan a chance to speak, he continued his arrogant rant. "My bed slave was only 1 step away from evolving into a higher life form. She must have underestimated you, and then you used the drug's power to kill her instead. I spent 5 years grooming her, and in the end you just killed her like that." Lying on the ground, pretending to be unconscious, Lin Zishan frowned inwardly and connected the dots. So the person he was talking about was the branch leader, the one at perfect completion peak 9th tier. The masked man licked his lips, his narrowed eyes full of lust. But that blue-haired girl with you just now was prettier than any actress on television. Once I've fully recovered, I'll capture her and train her in my new bed slave. As for now, I'll take you back to report first. The moment those vile threats ended, the masked man bent down to grab Lin Zishan. But just as he reached out, Lin Zishan's tightly shut eyes snapped open, sharp as blades. Without the slightest warning, the boy unleashed a killing blow. Smack! He drove a punch containing all his explosive power straight into the masked man's groin. Aya! A shrill scream, almost inhuman, ripped through the night. The masked man's face twisted in agony. His eyes rolled white, and veins bulged across his neck. He clutched his injured groin in panic, his large body curling up like a boiled shrimp as he staggered back several steps. At that moment, only one terror remained in his mind. This damned brat was pretending to be unconscious? But Lin Zishan had no time to wait for his enemy to recover. Blood and energy surged explosively through the boy's body as he shot into the air like a beast pouncing on prey. The moment he closed in, he suddenly spun 180 degrees and used the momentum to launch a razor-sharp kick. Boom! His heel smashed mercilessly into the bleeding wound at the masked man's groin. That vicious follow-up nearly made the masked man stop breathing. His face turned from deathly pale to purple, his eyes bulging as if they would split out of their sockets. Shock flooded his mind. What was going on? How could this kid still erupt with such strength? It's fine. The serum must still be in effect. As long as I endure this burst, he'll weaken. But harsh reality slapped him in the face. Not only did Lin Zishan's punches and kicks show no sign of weakening, they only grew fiercer, their power becoming even more savage. Bang, bang, bang. Blow after blow hammered down like falling sledgehammers, driving the masked man into a dead end. Panic began eroding his will to fight. No, this isn't right. How can his blood and energy not run out? Even more terrifying, he realized in horror that the force behind every one of Lin Zishan's punches was steadily increasing. Beaten until blood sprayed from his mouth, the masked man howled in despair and fear. Why, you're clearly not even 20 yet. You're just some nobody brat. How can you possibly maintain advanced fourth-tier burst power for this long? Standing at death's edge, he threw his head back and used the last of his strength to scream desperately. Ninth Elder, save, but the cry for help only got halfway out. Boom! Lin Zishan gathered all his strength into his right fist and hurled a storm-like punch straight into the man's face. The terrifying impact sent the masked man flying over 10 meters through the air like a rag doll. Crash! His huge body slammed into a giant tree blocking the way, snapping the trunk before sliding to the ground. The horrifying collision shattered the wooden mask on his face into countless fragments, revealing a fairly handsome face drenched in blood. Unfortunately, that handsome face had barely been exposed when Lin Zishan loomed over him. Grabbing him by the collar, he lifted him up and rained punches down without mercy. Bang, bang, bang. While beating him to a pulp, Lin Zishan coldly spat out each word in contempt. You talk way too much. Did you really think I cared about your bed slave? Fine then. I'll be a good person and send you to meet her. After that brutal finishing barrage, the masked man's body went limp and all life left him. Right then, the familiar pale blue system panel appeared before Lin Zishan's eyes. Ding! Do you wish to devour? Lin Zishan wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long breath as he looked at the motionless corpse. Finally dead. Curling his lips, he ordered devour. A flood of notifications immediately appeared, bringing priceless rewards. Ding! You have successfully unlocked the Wood Spirit entry. You have obtained the biological trait, Lord of the Green Forest. Lord of the Green Forest. You may consume mental power to control surrounding plants. Ding! You have successfully unlocked the 9 Revolutions Soul Insect entry. You have obtained the biological trait, Superior Spirit. Superior Spirit. Your mental power is enhanced. Lin Zishan stood there panting, his eyes shining as he finished reading the notifications. He silently evaluated his gains. These were all traits related to mental power. Looks like that guy was a mage. His physical body wasn't strong, which was why I'd been able to find a chance to kill him across the tier gap. Just as he was sinking into the joy of victory, a slow, icy round of applause suddenly came from behind him. A deep voice, carrying overwhelming pressure, sounded out. With an ordinary 9th-tier physique, you actually killed an advanced 6th-tier expert. So there are geniuses like you on Earth after all? Then this operation was worth it. Lin Zixin's heart jolted, and he spun around. Every sense instantly tense to the limit. A dreadful intuition flashed through his mind. Could this be that 9th elder? As he searched for the enemy's figure, Lin Zixin suddenly shuddered. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A heavy vibration tore through the air. Then, from underground, several vines as thick as an adult's thigh exploded through the soil and rock and shot into the sky. They were as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, they wrapped tightly around Lin Zixin's entire body, binding him in place so thoroughly he couldn't move even half a step. Cold sweat broke out across his forehead, and he cried bitterly inwardly. It's over. I can't break free at all. Judging by the strength, he had to be at least a rare-tier expert. From the darkness, a masked man slowly stepped out, tilting his head slightly. He spoke in a hoarse voice, carrying rare praise. For a genius like you to appear on Earth truly surprises me. But the moment his words fell, a shocking change erupted. Countless thin water blades, clear as crystal, shot out from the void with terrifying speed. They ripped through the air with piercing whistling sounds. After only a few sharp slashes, the sturdy vines binding Lin Zixin were instantly chopped into countless fragments that scattered to the ground. The masked man recoiled a step in shock. From atop a towering tree that blotted out the sky, an aged voice filled with extreme surprise rang out. Yuan Dongji? Why are you here? Hearing the familiar name, Lin Zixin hurriedly looked up. Suspended in midair above a rushing stream was Vice Principal Yuan Dongji, floating with extraordinary grace. The aura emanating from her was exceptionally powerful, like a goddess ruling over rivers and waters. With her hands clasped behind her back, she fixed the masked man with a sharp gaze and declared, "Ever since Lin Zixin shone in the military district, I knew your divine tree cult would never sit still. So I have been secretly protecting him all along, waiting for you to make your move." After hearing that admission, the masked man burst into laughter and clapped in appreciation. "Using our own plan against us. Huh, interesting. But dealing with a woman like you, I'm enough on my own." Yuan Dongji let out a cold snort, her face hardening with contempt. "Arrogant. Do you think this is still back then? The current me is no weaker than you." The moment those words of challenge left her mouth, Yuan Dongji's power exploded. The water column churning beneath her feet swelled dozens of times larger in an instant, roaring like a water demon. From that violent vortex, countless sharp water blades split off and shot into the air, covering an entire stretch of sky in dazzling brilliance. Unwilling to be outdone, the masked man let out a thunderous roar. "Rise for me." He slammed a hand down against the ground. At once, thousands of gigantic vines burst from the depths of the dense forest and stretched toward the heavens. Interweaving, they formed a solid wooden shield that blocked the entire rain of water blades. But he did not stop there. He continued controlling the demonic vines, turning them into sharp tentacles that charged madly toward Yuan Dongji with enough force to blot out the sky. Yet standing amid this deadly encirclement, Yuan Dongji remained calm and composed. With a shift of thought, a gigantic 40-meter water blade condensed out of the surging river column beneath her. She spread both hands and gripped the phantom hilt tightly, then swung down with all her strength in a strike that seemed able to split sun and moon. Boom! Boom! The explosion thundered like a storm. The blade of water, carrying destructive power, easily cleaved apart the massive vine net rushing toward her and completely severed the enemy's fierce assault. Watching the earth-shaking battle between the two godlike figures, Lin Zixin swallowed hard. He quickly calculated that he needed to run now, before he got caught in the fight between rare-tier experts. Thinking that, he immediately turned and ran. But after only a few steps, another sudden change struck. Boom! Not far away came a massive explosion that shook the ground, followed by a heart-rending cry of pain. Lin Zixin's heart jumped. He immediately activated Sky Eye and peered through the dark night to investigate. What came into view was the miserable sight of Lu Tianrong trapped by a swarm of vines. From the distance, Lu Tianrong had also spotted the familiar figure and shouted himself hoarse, "Zixin, hurry and help me." Without a second's hesitation, Lin Zixin immediately activated the Lord of the Green Forest talent he had just obtained. He closed his eyes, focused, and sent out a wave of commanding mental force, taking the opportunity to test his new biological trait. Miraculously, the vines tightly constricting Lu Tianrong suddenly froze, then obediently loosened and slowly drooped to the ground. Freed in an unbelievable way, Lu Tianrong wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked in astonishment, "Why did these vines release me on their own?" Lin Zixin shrugged and gave a perfunctory explanation to brush it off. "When we ran into that masked man, he was already badly injured. I took advantage of it and killed him with a sneak attack. Since he's dead, his skill naturally stopped working." In the middle of such a desperate situation, Lu Qianrong had no time to investigate in detail. He nodded and hurriedly urged, "If that's the case, then we can't delay. Let's find the others and get out of here." Lin Zixin nodded. After more than a minute of frantically racing through the forest, the two of them finally escaped the densest part of the woods and reached the military bus parked by the roadside. In front of the vehicle, Shan Xinghan's group of trainees was also waiting in confusion. The moment she caught sight of Lin Zixin, Shan Xinghan cast aside all restraint and rushed toward him like an arrow. She threw herself into his arms, clung tightly to his strong shoulders, and sobbed like a child. "Little Zixin, you finally came back." Burying her face in his chest, she sniffled through tears. "I was really so scared just now, scared I'd never see you again. From now on, can we not be separated anymore?" Lin Zixin laughed warmly. His large hand gently stroked her messy hair as he comforted her softly. "Okay, we won't be apart anymore." Watching the tearful reunion, Ma Shiwei clicked her tongue and walked over, coldly interrupting, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Before Lin Zixin could even answer, she shoved a small bottle straight into his hand and ordered decisively, "I have a great rejuvenation pill. Take it and use it." Stuff caught in his hand so suddenly, Lin Zixin waved it off. "Ma Shiwei, thanks, but I'm not injured, so I don't need the pill." Ignoring his refusal, Ma Shiwei lifted her chin and firmly pushed the bottle back into his hand. "Just keep it. Use it later if you need it." Seeing things getting drawn out, Lin Zixin could only put the medicine away. Then he turned to the murmuring crowd and ordered loudly, "Everyone's here. Get on the bus and leave immediately. This place is very dangerous right now. A rare tier expert from the Divine Tree cult is fighting Vice Principal Yuan. If we stay here, we'll get caught in the aftermath." That shocking news left all the students gaping in astonishment. Whispers broke out everywhere. "A rare tier expert? Vice Principal Yuan is here too? Why hasn't anyone from the military district shown up yet?" Ignoring the flood of questions, Lu Tianrong herded everyone onto the bus. But just as the engine roared to life and they were about to depart, a bizarre turn of events suddenly occurred. Instructor, there's someone in front of us." A student in the front seat cried out. Right in the middle of the road before the bus, a young woman with elegant fox ears suddenly appeared out of thin air. She had materialized without the slightest warning, her movement ghostly, like a spirit rising from the underworld. Faced with the sudden obstacle, Lu Tianrong not only didn't hit the brakes, he crazily slammed the accelerator instead, determined to crush whoever stood in the way. The heavy armored military bus roared as it charged straight at the girl. Yet the bloody scene everyone expected did not happen. The front of the bus passed right through her body as if through a wisp of smoke. After a brief, stunned silence, the students on the bus erupted in commotion, turning and looking around in alarm. "She's gone. That fox-eared girl just disappeared. Where did she go?" Sitting quietly in his seat, Lin Zixin felt a violent, unease churning in his heart. He frowned deeply and strained all his senses, but he could not detect her presence anywhere. Even Lu Tianrong, an advanced 6th-tier instructor, could not sense the fox-eared girl's level. She was probably above ordinary 6th tier. In the suffocating atmosphere, an unfamiliar, seductive voice suddenly sounded right beside everyone's ears. "Are you looking for me?" The whole group jumped and turned around at once. What they saw made their hearts nearly leap from their chests. The fox-eared girl who had vanished beneath the bus moments ago was now sitting leisurely in a seat at the back. No one knew how or when she had slipped inside. Boom! Without a word, Lu Tianrong immediately exploded with power. Activating his beast gene, he transformed into a mighty giant tiger, leapt from the driver's seat to the rear of the bus, and roared menacingly. "Who exactly are you?" Faced with the snarling beast baring its fangs, the fox-eared girl only curled her lips into a faint smile. Her eyes suddenly glowed with a strange purple light. Instantly, Lu Tianrong's gaze turned vacant, as if his mind had been completely stripped away. In a soft voice carrying the weight of an imperial decree, the fox girl ordered, "Get off the bus." Like a machine following a pre-written command, Lu Tianrong withdrew his tiger form, obediently turned around, and slowly walked off the bus, leaving the students utterly dumbfounded. Having driven off the troublesome bodyguard, the fox girl swept her bewitching gaze over the pale faces and lazily declared, "Everyone except Lin Zixin, get off the bus and leave. I have no interest in the rest of you." That bizarre command left every student staring open-mouthed, thinking they had misheard. Panicked whispers rose again. "What do we do? Just listen to her and run." Even Instructor Lu isn't her match. Is she with the Divine Tree cult too? Let's get out first and talk later. Amid the chaos, Lin Zixin remained cold and indifferent. Tilting his chin, he waved at his friends. "She's after me. Get off." Zhao Yuanzhong bit his lip, slapped him hard on the shoulder, and said, "Take care." Then he turned decisively and stepped off the bus. Li Moyu, Luo Yongjian, and Ma Shiwei hesitated for a moment, exchanged helpless looks, and finally gritted their teeth and followed Zhao Yuanzhong off. In the blink of an eye, only Shen Qinghan remained on the spacious bus. She clung tightly to Lin Zixin's arm, all 10 fingers interlocked around it, her expression resolute as she refused to leave by even half a step. "No, I won't let you face danger alone." Seeing how stubborn she was, Lin Zixin frowned slightly and said in a low voice, coaxing her in, "Get off first." But the fox girl seemed to have run out of patience with this melodramatic farewell. She smiled lazily, her thoughts stirring. An invisible force instantly seized Shen Qinghan's body and lifted her into the air. "Henin!" Lin Zixin cried out in alarm. Without the slightest mercy, the fox woman flicked her hand, and Shen Qinghan was hurled out through the bus window like a sack of trash. Bang! The terrifying impact shattered the glass into thousands of razor-sharp fragments, exploding with an ear-splitting crash. "Henin!" Lin Zixin roared in anguish. Sensing the brutality of the blow, he lunged toward the shattered window frame, his eyes frantically searching for the little girl outside. Only when he saw her clumsily crawling back to her feet, her clothes slashed to tatters by the glass, but fortunately without any fatal injuries, did he finally let out a breath of relief. After driving away the pests, the fox-eared young woman swayed to her feet and walked gracefully toward Lin Zixin. Smiling seductively, she said in a teasing voice, "Next, it's time for the two of us to talk, my bed slave. Your powerful physical talent and handsome face suit my tastes perfectly. The potent essence hidden in your body must be delicious indeed. You're qualified to be my bed slave and provide me with essence to absorb." Forcing his mind to steady itself against the strange floral fragrance clouding it, Lin Zixin coldly demanded, "Are you a fused beast, a mutant beast, or a metahuman?" The fox woman giggled and swished the snowy tail behind her. "Neither. I come from the origin land, though you could say I'm half an earthling. My mother is a creature of the origin land, but my father was from Earth. My mother was clearly so outstanding, yet that scumbag father of mine cheated her out of both money and love. I've grown this old without ever once meeting him. As far as I'm concerned, men are only fit to be bed slaves, collared and chained." She moved closer, lightly stroking his firm chest. "I've been honest with you now, so tell me, will you wear the collar I specially prepared for you and become my bed slave?" Lin Zixin frowned and replied coolly with a challenge. "And if I refuse?" The smile on her lips turned even more bewitching as she declared with confidence, "You have no reason to refuse and no right to refuse." Lin Zixin fell silent for a moment, his mind rapidly calculating a way out. "Then let me think about it first, stall for time, and wait for the military district or Vice Principal Yuan to come support us." With that thought, he cleared his throat and deliberately dragged things out. "I really do need some time to think." Seeing her prey hesitate to walk into the trap, the fox woman swished the 9 foxtails behind her and went on sweet-talking him. "Look at this peerless beauty of mine, this figure of mine. Do you know how many males in the origin land covet my body? Are you really sure you don't want to be my bed slave?" Lin Zixin stubbornly kept to his delaying tactic. "I really need to think." Rejected so bluntly, the smile on her lips slowly faded. A cruel gleam flashed in her violet eyes as she threatened sharply. "If you keep refusing me, is it because of that little sister outside the bus? If that's the case, I'll just kill her." The moment the words left her mouth, her figure blurred and vanished without a trace. By the time Lin Zixin regained his bearings, she had already appeared ghost-like behind Shen Qinghan outside the bus. Her snow-white fox tail lashed out like a ribbon of death, wrapping tightly around the poor girl's slender neck. "Then I'll kill her." The fox woman's cold voice sounded like a final sentence. Boom! Not caring about the exit, Lin Zixin went berserk and used his own body like a drill, smashing straight through the bus's solid steel armor. He shot out like a cannonball, carrying sky-high fury, and hurled a punch directly at the foxwoman. Whoosh! A shrill, tearing sound split the air. Lin Zixin's steel-wrapped fist was so fast it became an afterimage, tearing through space itself, and struck straight through the foxwoman's head in a killing blow. Yet there was no spray of blood and flesh, nor any sound of skull shattering. Her figure flickered and dissipated into nothingness like a soap bubble being popped. Lin Zixin froze, staring blankly at his empty fist. A fake clone. But no, that fox-eared girl had vanished entirely, as if she had never existed at all. While Lin Zixin was still reeling, Shun Qinghan beside him widened her eyes and looked at him as though he had lost his mind. "Little Zixin, what's wrong with you?" Her bafflement only confused him further. Frowning, he explained, "What do you mean what's wrong with me? I was saving you." Shun Qinghan scratched her head, looking even more innocent and puzzled. "Saving me?" From a short distance away, Li Moyu had witnessed the whole thing as well. He ran over, grumbling with utter confusion. "Why did you suddenly charge out of the bus and throw a punch at your Henin like a madman? That was ruthless. You just came flying out of the bus and attacked for no reason." Hearing Li Moyu's reproach, it was as if a bolt of lightning shot through Lin Zixin's mind, and he began to realize something was very wrong. At that moment, a weak, delicate voice drifted out from deep inside the bus. "My body is only at ordinary 9th tier. It can't withstand that punch of yours." Recognizing that voice, Lin Zixin clenched his teeth, cold sweat breaking out all over. It was the fox-eared girl's voice, coming from inside the military bus. Sure enough, the one he had just attacked hadn't been some fake clone at all. Everything had been an illusion. With only a bit of spiritual power, she could toy with people in the palm of her hand. What a troublesome enemy. Understanding the nature of her power, his expression turned exceptionally grave. The fox woman leisurely stepped down from the bus door, a triumphant smile on her lips. "I was just playing with you earlier, but now, I truly want to kill the one you care about." Without giving Lin Zixin any chance to react, she flicked her sleeve. In an instant, her figure split into dozens of identical afterimages, all surging toward Shun Qinghan with killing intent. This time, Lin Zixin didn't act rashly. He stood motionless, his mind taut as a drawn string as he analyzed the situation. If his spiritual strength was inferior to hers, then striking in a panic would be useless no matter what. "I can only try this move and hope it works." Taking a deep breath, he decided to gamble and immediately activated his high-grade spiritual talent with a thought. The moment the skill was triggered, everything around him suddenly changed. Sure enough, all of this was illusion. He felt a pure, tranquil current of energy wash through his mind, dispelling every haze and delusion, and his thoughts became clearer than ever before. In just 2 short seconds, the dozens of foxwoman phantoms rushing at him gradually dimmed and then vanished completely, leaving empty space behind. Only a single figure remained, perched casually atop the military bus, her violet eyes curiously observing the panic of the people below. Locking onto the target, Lin Zixin roared inwardly. "So her real body is there?" Boom! He kicked off the ground hard, his body shooting into the air like an artillery shell. Closing in on the foxwoman in an instant, he poured all his blood and energy into his right fist and, without the slightest mercy, hurled a thunderous punch straight at the center of her forehead. Tum! A hollow sound rang out. Lin Zixin's mountain-leveling fist once again passed straight through the foxwoman's head and struck only air. His heart sank straight into an abyss. Another illusion? Refusing to let himself freeze in shock, he immediately used the momentum to hurl himself backward, landing neatly beside Shun Qinghan. He opened all his senses to the fullest, sweeping every corner around him on high alert. She wants to kill Henin. Protect Henin first. Just as he was straining his eyes in vigilance, a soft, coquettish voice suddenly sounded right beside his ear. "Interesting. You were actually able to strengthen your spiritual power in an instant and break the illusion I was so proud of." Lin Zixin jolted and hurriedly turned his head. What he saw made the blood in his veins seem to freeze solid. The girl he was shielding with outstretched arms, the one he had been certain was Shun Qinghan, had somehow turned into that crafty foxwoman. Tilting her head, she smiled sweetly and praised him. "You really are becoming more and more surprising." Lin Zixin's mind spun inside a sea of illusion bubbles. Had Henin turned into her, or was this another illusion? He could no longer tell. He was already losing the ability to distinguish truth from falsehood. Just as he was sinking into the mire of her illusions, a weak but familiar call came from the other side. "Zixin, Noticing something was wrong with him, Shen Qinghan timidly called his name. Lin Zixin snapped awake as if from a nightmare and rushed over, reaching out to tightly grasp her small hand. The familiar warmth of her skin flowed into him like life itself. He quietly let out a breath of relief. This was the real Henin. Seeing the sweat pouring off him, Shen Qinghan asked anxiously, "What's wrong with you?" Lin Zixin did not answer, only silently thanking heaven and earth that he had not chosen to attack just now. If he had, the one he would have struck would have been Shen Qinghan. Reassessing the situation, he found a sliver of hope. With the boost from his high-grade spiritual talent, he could greatly reduce the amount of time he was controlled by her spiritual power, and her body was physically weaker than his. Understanding both sides' strengths and weaknesses, he immediately made what he judged to be the best decision. Without wasting a single extra word, Lin Zixin scooped Shen Qinghan into his arms, lifted her up, and with long strides bolted madly into the depths of the forest. Running was the best strategy, but that fragile hope was quickly and ruthlessly extinguished. Before they had even run 100 meters, Lin Zixin was horrified to find that the sky overhead had suddenly gone dark. Black clouds rolled in, blotting out the sunlight, and the surrounding scenery warped in a bizarre way, forcing him to halt. The foxwoman's eerie voice echoed through space once more. "You won't escape." Lin Zixin ground his teeth, despairingly realizing the cruel truth. This time, the intensity of the illusion was higher than ever before. From the formless void, the foxwoman issued an arrogant challenge. "Let me see how you're going to break my illusion this time." Not far away, in another part of the forest, the fierce clash between Yuan Dongji and the masked man had also entered its most brutal stage. Boom! 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 Earth-shaking explosions rang out one after another. The aftershocks from their heaven-rending exchanges split the ground around them into deep ravines, hurling dirt and stones everywhere as trees snapped and fell in droves. Hovering in midair like an enraged goddess, Yuan Dongji waved a hand and controlled tens of thousands of razor-sharp water blades, which descended in a sky-covering barrage like a torrential storm, bombarding the masked man below. Below, the masked man showed no sign of panic. Chanting, he manipulated countless massive, rough vines, weaving them tightly together into a gigantic defensive umbrella that firmly blocked the entire wave of waterblade attacks. Nor did he stop at defense alone. He immediately turned the tables, making those same vines transform into sharp spears that ripped through the air and shot back upward, launching a fierce counterattack at Yuan Dongji. He declared arrogantly, "As long as you lack a water source, your strength will drop sharply. And this place is my home ground. You have no chance of winning." In the face of the deadly rain of vines, Yuan Dongji still held her head high, utterly fearless. She raised the giant column of water whirling in her hand, forming a spiraling water wall that continuously knocked aside every attack from her opponent. At the same time, from the base of that water column, thousands of smaller, but even more powerful water blades split off and fired toward the masked man like a machine gun in a relentless barrage, all aimed straight at his head. Unfortunately, his vine defense was too dense, and every attack was rendered useless. The masked man then began playing psychological games. The force behind the divine tree cult in the origin land is a great existence. In the southern region, it possesses vast reserves of spirit plants. With your talent, if you join the divine tree cult, you can have endless rare flowers and extraordinary fruits to use for the rest of your life. As he spoke, he gathered power into his eyes, and at once all the ancient, sky-covering trees in the forest were uprooted together and rose into the air, intertwining into gigantic vortexes of vines that thundered toward Yuan Dongji with destructive force. Facing the enemy's killer move, Yuan Dongji raised her brows slightly. Circulating her inner power, she drew out all the water from the stream from afar, shaping it into a huge membrane of water, supple yet sturdy, that wrapped around her entire body to withstand the endless onslaught of vines. She coldly rejected his temptation. "I'm not like a creature devoid of all humanity like you. I will never join an evil cult that persecutes humankind." At the phrase devoid of all humanity, the masked man laughed in scorn. The essence of human nature is every man for himself, or heaven and earth destroy him. But modern society places too many rules and restrictions on people. That is what truly strips away human nature. In response to his twisted philosophy, Yuan Dongji merely curled her lip in contempt. "Demonic nonsense nonsense to confuse the masses. Instantly, the dragon horn on top of her head released a dazzling jade-green radiance. That light was like a magnet, drawing in and guiding all the water blades suspended in the air, making them all reverse direction at once and crash back toward the masked man in a renewed assault. Realizing his attempt to recruit her had failed utterly, the masked man withdrew his mocking smile, his gaze turning vicious. "You won't shed tears until you see the coffin." Grinding his teeth, he poured all his strength into controlling an enormous mass of vines, which shot toward Yuan Dongji like savage flood dragons, determined to overwhelm her with sheer numbers and drain away all her life-giving water. He roared smugly, "My vines can absorb the water you use to resist. You can't stop them." With danger close at hand, Yuan Dongji immediately focused her strength on reinforcing her defensive water membrane. But the number of vines this time was beyond imagination. They hurled themselves forward in a frenzy, draining her thin, protective barrier dry. In the blink of an eye, the defense shattered. Thousands of vines, like a pack of bloodthirsty pythons, instantly coiled around her entire body, binding her so tightly she could not move in the slightest. Looking at his trapped prey, the masked man laughed triumphantly. "You can play with the vines slowly. I'll be taking that human genius away." At the line between life and death, a ruthless, resolute light flashed in Yuan Dongji's eyes. Clenching her teeth, she chose to risk everything, sacrificing part of her blood essence to forcibly raise the beast gene state within her body. Even if she had to risk becoming beastified, she could not let him take Lin Zishan away. Boom! With a roar that shook the heavens, a terrifying tidal wave carrying destructive force suddenly surged forth, sweeping clean through the entire dense forest. Wherever the raging wave passed, everything but the century-old giant trees collapsed in thunderous succession, submerged beneath a vast expanse of seawater. The sudden transformation of the terrain made the masked man cry out in shock. "What is this?" A second ago, it had still been a dense forest. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into a deep ocean. Bathed in the boundless seawater, Yuan Dongji was like a fish returned to water. Her strength erupted and soared to a realm she had never reached before. With the power of the divine aperture, she narrowed her eyes and gathered force. At once, amid the roiling waves on the sea's surface, a 100-meter water dragon took shape, majestic and awe-inspiring as it roared. Yuan Dongji rode atop the dragon's head. Her commanding voice resounded through all of space. "If you say the forest is your home ground, then I will turn this place into a sea and make it my home ground." Together with the dragon's roar that echoed between heaven and earth, the water dragon's eyes suddenly blazed with dazzling light, heralding the descent of a devastating strike.